Today at 12 o'clock, Divine Realm launches. The veil of this mysterious game is about to be lifted. A game where in-game power syncs with reality. The dawn of a new era for human civilization. Speculations and analyses of Divine Realm's lore and class system. At this moment, citizens across Deep Blue Star were abuzz with excitement, their discussions centered around an enigmatic game called Divine Realm. A month ago, a mysterious website had taken over the internet. When people accessed it, a Divine Realm crystal materialized in their hands out of thin air. Simultaneously, the website displayed some basic information about Divine Realm. The most crucial detail was, in-game power syncs with reality. That's right. Attributes, skills, talents, everything from Divine Realm could synchronize with the real world. In other words, humanity now had the chance to wield extraordinary powers. This revelation left everyone utterly stunned. Once they regained their composure, the nations and powerful corporations of Deep Blue Star began scrambling to acquire gaming guilds, recruit elite players, and form alliances. In just a few days, the gaming world underwent a seismic shift. Of course, the top-tier guilds remained untouched, as they were already backed by major capital forces. Up until now, the trajectory of world events is still identical to my previous life. This works to my advantage. In a luxurious villa in Donghai City, a handsome young man stared at his computer screen, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. His name was Suyu, a reborn individual who had taken the initiative to reset his life. In his previous life, Suyu had stumbled upon information about a forbidden artifact known as the Heart of Reincarnation. He had spent decades scheming to acquire it. However, during the subsequent Civilization War, the Deep Blue Star civilization was defeated. In his final moments, Suyu activated the Heart of Reincarnation, rewinding time to the period just before Divine Realm descended. Unfortunately, the Heart of Reincarnation was a one-use artifact, vanishing forever after being used. If I awaken a god-tier talent like before, combined with the future knowledge in my mind and my battle-hardened skills, this time around, my potential will be limitless. A sharp gleam flashed in Suyu's eyes. In reality, he had inherited billions in assets left by his parents, ensuring a worry-free life. This allowed Suyu to devote all his energy to Divine Realm. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the time and date on his computer screen. July 22, 2033, 11:59 a.m. Just 1 minute remained until Divine Realm launched. It's finally starting. Suyu held the Divine Realm crystal in his hand and walked into his bedroom. Settling into a comfortable position on his bed, he silently uttered the command, "Log in." The crystal emitted a soft golden glow, enveloping Suyu's body. Player identity verification successful. Based on your real-world coordinates, you will be assigned to the Light Empire faction within the Sacred Dragon World. Darkness enveloped Suyu's vision. Moments later, he found himself standing in a magnificent temple. Numerous statues adorned the grand hall. Humans, demons, and even elegant elves. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained one talent draw. Would you like to use it? Yes. Suyu agreed without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a talent wheel in the void began spinning rapidly. Stop! Suyu commanded calmly. For him, it didn't matter how good or bad the talent was, the future knowledge in his mind was his most valuable treasure. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a supreme-grade talent, sky-piercing archery. Suyu's eyes suddenly widened, his previously composed demeanor shattered. Holy crap! A supreme-grade talent? In Divine Realm, recognized quality rankings were Common, Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Epic, Legendary, Mythical, Divine, and Supreme. Suyu had assumed that the Heart of Reincarnation was the only supreme-tier artifact in existence. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to awaken a talent on par with it in this life. This was beyond incredible, he was practically soaring to new heights. Suyu took a deep breath, calming his excitement. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly examined the talent's details. Sky-piercing archery, supreme. Type, talent. Effect, when killing monsters with arrows, you can plunder their attributes or skills. If a skill is plundered, it is converted into a passive skill tailored to your class. From the description, this was clearly a talent exclusive to the archer class, plundering skills and converting them into passive abilities. Wait! A thought struck Suyu, and he gasped audibly. If I plunder 10,000 different passive skills that enhance attack power, wouldn't I be able to slay gods with a single arrow? Hiss! This talent is ridiculously overpowered. As Suyu marveled at his surroundings, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Respected player, please choose a new name for yourself. Eternal Knight, Suyu replied without hesitation, sticking to the ID he had used in his previous life. Please select your starting class: warrior, knight, assassin, archer, mage, priest, or summoner. Archer, he answered decisively. In his past life, Suyu had been an archer. To make the most of his honed combat skills, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, his innate talent was activated through archery. Missing out on this advantage was unthinkable. Class name, Archer. Class quality, Common. Growth rate, 1 star. Class talent, Keen Vision Common, increases field of vision by 5%. Class skill, Power Shot LV1, fires a heavy arrow, dealing 10 plus strength times 300% physical damage to an enemy. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. A 1-star growth rate meant that with each level gained, he would receive +1 free attribute point and +1 to all 4 base attributes. After selecting his class, the character creation process was complete. Suyu eagerly opened his character information panel. ID, Eternal Knight. Class, Apprentice Archer, first advancement available at level 20. Level, 1. Health, 220, Constitution times 20. Mana, 220, Spirit times 20. Attributes, Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 12, Spirit 11. Attack speed, 0.76/s. Attack power, 22, Strength times 2. Luck, unknown. Charm, 92, Average, 71. Physical defense, 11. Magical defense, 5. Equipment, Beginner's Wooden Bow, Beginner's Cloth Tunic, Beginner's Cloth Shoes, Beginner's Cloth Pants. The attributes were exactly the same as in his previous life. With a quick glance at the panel, Suyu closed it and stepped forward, entering this brand new world without hesitation. Welcome to Koro Village. Our village is located in the northeastern region of the Bright Empire, one of the novice villages for players from the Dragon Nation. Player, Eternal Knight. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. The system notification faded away. The spawn point was exactly the same as in the previous timeline, its geographical position identical to what Suyu remembered. Swoosh, swoosh. Light flickered, and figures began appearing like waves. The Resurrection Plaza of the novice village was instantly packed with players, drawn irresistibly by the allure of extraordinary power. At the moment the servers went live, players from all over the globe logged into the game simultaneously. So, this is the world of Divine Realm? The touch, the visuals, it's practically indistinguishable from reality. By the way, what talent did you draw? Who cares about talents? You should check out the NPC ladies instead. Exactly. Look at that lady over there with the staff, what a beauty. Damn, are you looking at her staff, or are you just drooling over her figure? The players were buzzing with excitement, chattering noisily. Meanwhile, Suyu quietly slipped away from the crowd and stepped onto the village street. Around him, 2 squads of elite militia patrolled the area, each member a formidable level 20. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! You have received a novice quest. Visit the NPC's rewards, 50 experience points, 10 silver coins. Seeing the quest rewards, Suyu's gaze sparkled with a peculiar light. In Divine Realm, there was no option for in-game purchases. Players had to exchange real-world currency for gold coins only through third-party platforms. Early in the game's lifecycle, the drop rate for items was extraordinarily low. At one point, the exchange rate of gold coins to real currency peaked at 1:300 before gradually stabilizing. To unlock certain hidden quests, massive amounts of money are necessary. But buying gold from third-party sellers exposes your real-life identity, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. That leaves only one choice, earning gold directly within the game. Suyu contemplated silently, and right now, he happened to know a way to easily earn at least 500 gold coins. Alright, let's get to work. Suyu set off down the street, efficiently visiting 5 key NPCs in the novice village, completing the novice quest with ease. In addition to the basic rewards, he also received 5 small health potions and 5 small mana potions. At this moment, Suyu stood in front of the village shop. The shopkeeper greeted him with a cheerful smile. Adventurer, what would you like to buy? We offer a wide variety of goods, high quality at reasonable prices. Despite his friendly demeanor, the shopkeeper was notorious for being a swindler, having scammed countless players out of their coins. Later on, a player who had reached level 20 returned to the novice village and outright killed him. Looking up at the shopkeeper, Suyu spoke in a gentle tone. Sir, I'd like to borrow some money from you. Borrow money? The shopkeeper's expression darkened, his voice turning cold. Sorry, I don't lend money. Please, don't be so quick to refuse. Could you at least hear my proposal first? Suyu smiled faintly. I'm willing to sign a contract with you, promising to repay 10 times the amount in 10 days. In this world, contracts were safeguarded by the gods, or, more accurately, by the system itself. Anyone who violated a contract would have their account revoked and be locked out of the game for an entire month. You're not joking, are you? The shopkeeper eyed him suspiciously, his face filled with disbelief. Borrowing 1 and repaying 10 times? That was beyond the realm of high-interest loans. It sounded absurd. I'm absolutely serious. Suyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Haha, young man, how much do you want to borrow? But let me make it clear, I won't lend more than 1,000 gold coins. With the contract as a guarantee, the shopkeeper wasn't worried about Suyu defaulting. In his eyes, Suyu was nothing more than a fat lamb waiting to be fleeced. Little did he know, Suyu saw the shopkeeper as the real fat lamb. Without hesitation, Suyu replied, then I'll borrow 1,000 gold coins. Deal. The shopkeeper agreed readily. The thought of Suyu owing him 10,000 gold coins brought a sly grin to his face. The two of them signed the contract. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 1,000 gold coins. As per the contract, please repay Pickle 11,000 gold coins within the agreed time frame. Nearby players, having witnessed Suyu's insane move, couldn't help but mock him. Borrowing 10 times the amount? Are you out of your mind? That's a death sentence. Hey, bro, take my advice, borrowing money is dangerous. You're playing with fire. At the current exchange rate, 10,000 gold coins are worth at least 2.5 million in real money. I'll bet anything that you'll be drowning in regret 10 days from now. But Suyu paid no mind to their ridicule. Repay the money? That wasn't even a consideration. By tomorrow, not only would he avoid repayment, but he'd also make a fortune off the shopkeeper himself. A sly grin crept across Suyu's face at the thought, and with that, he continued his plan. Suyu glanced at his equipment inventory. In his hands, he held the system-gifted beginner's set of 4 items, along with 100 arrows. Clearly, this wasn't enough. His eyes swept over the items in the shop. Small health potion common. Effect, restores 10 HP per second for 5 seconds upon consumption. Effects do not stack. Price, 10 silver coins. Small mana potion common. Effect, restores 10 MP per second for 5 seconds upon consumption. Effects do not stack. Price, 10 silver coins. Bundle of common arrows. Description, arrows crafted with iron tips and wooden shafts. Quantity, 100. Price, 10 silver coins. Steel cage scroll black iron. Effect, summons a sturdy iron cage to enclose a specific area for a maximum duration of 10 minutes. Price, 40 gold coins. Holding 1,000 gold coins in hand, so you didn't hesitate to splurge like a true tycoon. I'll take 200 health potions, 50 mana potions, 50 bundles of arrows, and 4 steel cage scrolls. The total cost came to 190 gold coins. These items were all necessities, especially the steel cage scrolls, which would undoubtedly prove essential for the upcoming mission. With a sense of satisfaction, Suyu bid farewell to the shopkeeper, who wore a beaming smile. 5 minutes later, Suyu arrived at the village chief's house. Due to players being unfamiliar with the map, a long line of dozens of players had formed outside the chief's house. Before long, it was Suyu's turn. Welcome to Koro Village, Eternal Night. I am Lawrence, the village chief, the chief greeted politely. Hello, chief, Suyu replied. The chief nodded and spoke with a serious tone. Since you are here, I have an important task to entrust to you. Please, go ahead, Suyu responded. The undead in the western forest have grown in number and now pose a threat to the villagers' safety. I hope you can help the village eliminate them, the chief pleaded. Leave it to me. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations! You have accepted the main quest, eliminate the undead. Quest objective, kill 200 skeletons and deliver their dropped soul crystals to the village chief. Quest rewards, 300 XP, 10 silver coins, and 1 black iron grade equipment. The quest rewards were quite generous. In Divine Realm, the drop rate for equipment was notoriously low. Under normal circumstances, obtaining a single piece of black iron equipment would require killing hundreds of monsters. But with this quest, the base reward was a piece of black iron equipment, a reward far too good to pass up. What's more, this quest had a hidden mechanic. If you killed 200 skeleton elites instead and handed their soul crystals to the village chief, the reward quality would upgrade to gold tier equipment. This would be the game's very first piece of gold tier equipment, an item of immense value. In real-world currency, it would be worth at least tens of millions, or even more. In his past life, this hidden mechanic was discovered by the elite strategy team of the Remnant Cloud Guild. One of their players had used the reward to rise to become a core member of the guild. This time, the gold tier equipment will be mine, Suyu declared firmly. Of course, with his current attributes, defeating skeleton elites was nearly impossible. Thus, his next goal was clear: grind monsters to level up, enhance his attributes and skills using his unique talent, and strengthen himself as much as possible. Suyu was filled with anticipation for the effects of his supreme grade talent. Let's get started. He left the chief's house and headed straight out of the village. Suyu crossed the streets and quickly arrived at his destination. The plains outside the village were crowded with players. Many players, without even accepting quests, had come straight here to hunt monsters. This spot has fewer people. Suyu found an open area and scanned his surroundings. A dozen sturdy wild boars appeared in his line of sight. Wild boar common. Level 1. HP 310 of 310. Attack 20. Skill charge. Though they were only level 1 monsters, their stats weren't much different from those of players. However, their numbers were overwhelming. If they launched an attack, they would easily draw the aggro of multiple boars. For players without a team, soloing several monsters at once would be extremely challenging. Of course, with the combat skills Suyu had honed in his past life, even taking on 10 wild boars at once would be a breeze. Let's test the effect of sky-piercing archery on a few wild boars first. Suyu pulled out his beginner's longbow and instantly fired an arrow at a wild boar on the edge of the group. Power shot. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, striking the wild boar's eye with pinpoint accuracy. Blood splattered everywhere. Combat notification: your skill hit the wild boar's weak point, dealing 1.5x damage. Minus 56. Weak point. A single strike took away 18% of the wild boar's health, instantly drawing the aggro of a few other boars. Snort, snort. They suddenly launched a charge, stampeding toward Suyu with their massive tusks gleaming coldly. However, Suyu had already begun retreating. As a fragile archer with low health, he had to maintain the optimal distance between himself and his enemies. Kiting tactics were deeply ingrained in his mind. After all, staying alive was the key to dealing damage. Whoosh, whoosh. As Suyu retreated, his hands never stopped. He continuously drew and released arrows, the projectiles forming a near-perfect line, aimed precisely at the weak points of the injured wild boar. Minus 25. Weak point. Minus 25. Weak point. Before long, the wild boar's health was depleted, and its lifeless body fell to the ground, slightly hindering the charge of the remaining wild boars. Ding! You have killed a level 1 wild boar, gaining 2 experience points. Suyu's experience bar now reads 72/200. The extra 20 experience points were a reward from the system when he first stepped into the area outside the village. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered the skill charge. His talent effect had been triggered. Amazing! His luck was off the charts. He had stolen a skill with his very first kill. Unfortunately, with the remaining wild boars still in pursuit, Suyu had no time to examine the passive skill's effects. He could only continue attacking. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 1 point of constitution. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 1 point of constitution. In less than a minute, Suyu had killed 5 wild boars, achieving an efficiency that outpaced most player teams. At the same time, he had plundered 1 passive skill, 3 points of constitution, and 1 point of strength. What a haul! Suyu walked over and picked up his loot, 1 silver coin and a plain white ring. If it weren't for the increased drop rate granted to players for their first monster kill, Suyu doubted he would have gotten anything at all. As for the materials on the wild boars, he didn't bother to collect them. After all, it would take 10 hides to exchange for a single silver coin, not worth the time. Next, Suyu opened his skill panel to examine the new ability he had plundered. Charge passive, 1/100. Effect: after firing an arrow, your movement speed increases by 5 points for 1 second. Cooldown, 3 seconds. 5 points of movement speed was no small amount. Suyu's current agility stat provided him with 12 points of movement speed. This single passive skill increased his speed by almost half, an incredible boost. The faster he moved, the easier it would be for him to kite enemies. However, upon noticing the 1/100 notation next to the skill, Suyu paused and reflected. Does this mean the passive can stack up to 100 layers? At this thought, his eyes lit up. Let's hunt a few more monsters and find out. Suyu equipped the level 1 plain white ring, gaining 1 point of strength. His attack power increased to 26. He then headed to an area where monsters clustered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows landed squarely on the wild boars' heads. Minus 18. Minus 31. Weak point. Minus 18. Snort, snort. Within moments, dozens of wild boars let out enraged roars, turning to charge at Suyu. The sheer momentum of their advance caught the attention of nearby players. Damn, he just pulled aggro on dozens of monsters. He's definitely going to get trampled to death by those boars. TCH, does he think he's some kind of martial arts master who can take on 10 enemies at once? Suyu, of course, couldn't hear the players' chatter. Despite the large number of monsters, he wasn't afraid, because the wild boars couldn't run as fast as he could. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. Leveraging his superior movement speed and range, he continuously kited the wild boar horde. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 1 point of constitution. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered the skill charge. Suyu's hypothesis proved correct. The passive skill stack count increased significantly with each monster slain. His movement speed grew faster and faster, as if he had broken free from the constraints of gravity. In a short span of time, Suyu had killed all 38 wild boars. At the same time, he discovered a hidden rule tied to his talent. Once constitution and strength reached 10 points each, further plundering would no longer increase attributes but instead activate the charge skill. The passive stack count skyrocketed to 23 layers. Every arrow he fired now granted a 115-point boost to his movement speed. The nearby players who witnessed this were utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! Turns out he's a top-tier player. Pfft, it's just because his talent is overpowered. If I had his talent, I could solo 40 wild boars too. Dude, are you blind? Didn't you notice how every one of his arrows hit the boar's weak points, even while he was moving at high speed? Could you pull that off? His archery skills are insane, better than world-class champions. One by one, the players began to realize just how formidable Suyu truly was. At this moment, a group of players passed by, their IDs all bearing the prefix Bloodstain. This guild ranked 25th on the Dragon Nation's guild leaderboard. Currently, the Bloodstain Guild had received investment from top-tier capital forces. In Suyu's memory, they once surged into the top 10 of Dragon Nation's rankings, showcasing extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, their reputation was poor, arrogant and domineering in their actions. In the group, a warrior named Bloodstain Frost laughed heartily and said, "Brother Eternal Knight, your archery skills are outstanding. Why not join our Bloodstain Guild's expedition team? On behalf of the guild, I invite you to become the team leader of our expedition squad, with an annual salary of 10 million. A mere 10 million? Suyu couldn't care less. In reality, he had inherited billions in assets from his parents. Moreover, his relationship with the Bloodstain Guild had always been poor. Sorry, but I won't join your guild. Suyu responded coldly, turning and walking away. What's with this guy's attitude? Just a fragile archer, does he really think he's invincible? No matter how skilled he is, he's just bullying low-level mobs. A mage named Bloodstain Maple scoffed. That's enough, the vice-guild leader Bloodstain Frost said in a deep voice. He's just a lone player, not worth our attention. Focus on leveling up, that's the real priority. As long as we achieve the first level 10 player milestone, the guild's reputation will skyrocket, and the rewards from the guild will be substantial. The vice-guild leader is absolutely right. The team members exchanged knowing smiles. Without hesitation, they drove away nearby solo players and took over the most resource-dense monster areas. Thanks to the passive effect of his 23 levels of charge, Suyu felt he could now challenge higher-level monsters. He ventured deeper into the western forest, where ferocious level 2 to 3 monsters roamed. Wild Wolf. Level 3. HP, 750 of 750. Attack, 63. Skill, Bite. Description: a common beast in the plains, cruel in nature, often traveling in packs. They attack humans on sight without mercy. Compared to wild boars, wild wolves had higher stats and faster speed. Currently, all players were still at level 1, none dared to provoke them. This provided Suyu with an excellent area to grind for experience. Awooh! The wolf pack sensed the presence of a human, turning their heads to fix their cold, gleaming eyes on Suyu. Power shot. Normal attack. Suyu gripped his longbow, firing several arrows in quick succession. The arrows sliced through the air, piercing the wild wolf's head with precision, causing it to howl in pain. -90. Weak spot. -42. Weak spot. Damage numbers erupted above the wolf's head like a torrential downpour, its health bar plummeting rapidly. Thanks to his innate talent, Suyu's strength had reached 22 points. His normal attack dealt 44 damage, and with a 1.5x weak spot multiplier, each arrow inflicted terrifying damage. No matter how fast the wolf was, it couldn't keep up with Suyu. In less than 20 seconds, he had slain one wild wolf. Ding! You have killed a level 3 wild wolf, gaining 6 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted 2 agility points. Level 3 monsters provided rich experience. Suyu's EXP had now reached 162 points. Killing 7 more wolves would be enough to level up, a task that would take only a few minutes. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 2, gaining +1 to all attributes, +1 free attribute point. He allocated the free attribute point directly into strength. Due to his talent, he had already looted 16 points of agility in earlier battles, leaving him with no shortage of stats. However, he still hadn't looted the wolf skill, which left him slightly disappointed. Opening his personal panel, Suyu examined his stats. ID, Eternal Knight. Class, Apprentice Archer. Level, 2. HP, 440. Mana, 240. Attributes, Strength 24, Constitution 22, Agility 29, Spirit 12. Attack Speed, 2.04/s. Attack, 48. Physical Defense, 22. Magic Defense, 11. With his attributes significantly boosted, Suyu's attack speed, movement speed, and attack range had all been noticeably enhanced. It could be said that, apart from his spirit stat, Suyu's other attributes far surpassed those of players at the same level. For now, his limited strength meant he couldn't tackle even stronger monsters. His innate talent, sky-piercing archery, hadn't yet unleashed its full potential. If fully activated, Suyu's power would be even more terrifying. Closing the panel, Suyu drew his bow once more. Arrows rained down on the wolf pack, and damage numbers popped up in rapid succession. His speed was astonishing, so fast it could leave onlookers breathless. Even wealthy patrons would be captivated by the sight. Cough, cough. Suyu composed himself, setting aside his excitement, and focused on slaying the monsters. One after another, the wolves fell under his arrows. Ding! Congratulations, you've looted 2 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the bite skill. Finally, a skill drop. After finishing off the remaining wolves, Suyu quickly checked the details of the newly obtained passive skill. Bite passive, 1/20th. Effect, every third arrow shot causes the enemy to suffer 5 points of bleeding damage over 3 seconds. It was a damage-oriented passive skill. With Suyu's attack speed, he could trigger the bleeding effect twice every 3 seconds. If he maxed out the passive skill stacks, the accumulated bleeding damage could reach a staggering 300 points, a truly impressive figure. Excited by this discovery, Suyu's spirits soared, and he continued to engage in battle with the wolves. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 3. You have received +1 to all 4 main attributes and +1 free attribute point. After several dozen minutes, Suyu finally leveled up to level 3. During this time, he had looted 20 points of strength, 30 points of agility, and 20 stacks of the bite passive skill. By now, the wolves no longer posed any challenge or interest to him. Suyu took stock of his gains so far, 13 silver coins and 2 pieces of plain warrior equipment. In the game's marketplace, even these plain whiteboard items could fetch a price of several gold coins. Supply and demand is no joke, Suyu thought. The drop rate for equipment in Divine Realm was exceedingly low, which naturally drove up their prices. Moreover, the major guilds were all scrambling to claim the honor of having the first level 10 player, aggressively purchasing equipment in bulk. This only caused the prices to skyrocket further. I'm already level 3. Coupled with the bleeding damage from the bite passive skill, my strength is now sufficient to take on the village chief's quest. Suyu molded over and decided to sell off the 2 pieces of whiteboard equipment before heading to the western forest. However, as he came across a herd of level 1 wild boars, Suyu paused. Even though killing level 1 monsters would yield no experience points, a peculiar and complex emotion stirred within him. Although the passive skill charge hadn't reached its full stack of 100 layers yet, as someone with a touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Suyu felt slightly uncomfortable. He decisively stopped, pulled out his longbow, and prepared for battle. A few minutes later, the passive skill had finally maxed out. Charge passive, 100/100. Effect, after firing an arrow, movement speed increases by 500 points for 1 second. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Bite passive, 20/20. Effect, every third arrow causes 100 points of bleeding damage to the enemy, lasting 3 seconds. Gazing at the 2 fully stacked passive skills on his ability panel, Suyu felt a sense of satisfaction rise in his heart. Alright, time to sell some gear. At the village entrance, a group of in-game merchants was busy buying silver coins and equipment. Just as he took his first step forward, a system notification rang out in the ears of nearby players. Ding! Announcement from Koro Village. Players have slaughtered the offspring of the Boar King in large numbers, enraging the Boar King. The boss is about to appear. The Boar King boss is about to show up? Suyu was slightly stunned. In his memory, the Boar King should have appeared on the Koro Plains in another half an hour. Could it be my actions that altered history? Suyu murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he looked toward the center of the plains. Roar! A deafening, furious bellow echoed across the plains. A massive black boar, towering over 5 meters tall, suddenly emerged in the middle of the field. Its bristling fur stood upright like steel needles, exuding an aura of ferocity and terror. Suyu immediately activated the player's built-in investigation ability. Boar King Bronze Lord. Level 3. Health 96000/96000. Attack 480. Skills: Iron Hide, increases defense by 20% and health by 20%. Frenzied Charge, charges at high speed toward an enemy, dealing massive physical damage. Roar, stuns nearby enemies for 3 seconds with a deafening bellow. As expected of a bronze tier boss, nearly 100,000 HP, 480 attack power. The stats were astonishing. One casual strike from it could instantly kill an average player. Yet, rather than being intimidated by such a fearsome boss, the players were brimming with excitement. After all, a boss meant rare equipment and valuable loot. Nobody could resist the temptation. In the realistic game world, countless conflicts had erupted among players over boss kills, even leading to bloody offline brawls in extreme cases. This boss is so dark, so huge. I love it. While personal preferences are valid, this feels wrong. It just shouldn't. It looks like no player worldwide has gotten the first kill on this boss yet. This is a chance for us in the Dragon Kingdom. Heh, this boss kill belongs to our Heavenly Blade Guild. Shove it. The boss belongs to whoever takes it down. The players' eyes burned with determination as they fixed their gazes on the Boar King, their eagerness palpable. Brothers, let's go. Take down the boss. Charge. The leader of a small independent team shouted passionately, and his teammates surged toward the Boar King like a tidal wave. During the novice phase, there were no penalties for dying. If they managed to land the final blow on the boss, they'd strike it rich. Even if they failed, it would only cost them a bit of time. The leading players inspired the scattered individuals on the plains to join in the assault. Meanwhile, members of several guilds from Koro village had begun to gather, though they refrained from engaging immediately, instead observing the situation from the rear. Hold formation, everyone. Don't move yet. Let the independent players chip away at the Boar King's health first. We'll make our move when the time is right to secure the first kill. Bloodstained Cold calmly issued his commands. The guild members nodded in agreement. Bloodstained Cold continued. Fong, when the time comes, use your talent on the boss to suppress its attack and defense by 20%. With me here, the first kill on the boss is guaranteed. Bloodstained Maple flashed a confident smile. But if it drops mage gear, can I have it? Of course. Bloodstained Cold replied with a slight smile. Rare equipment will be prioritized for our raiding party members. Don't worry. While they were plotting their strategy, Suyu was quietly observing the guild players' movements. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I will be the one to claim the first kill on this boss. A resolute gleam flashed in Suyu's eyes. The first kill of a boss was tied to the global announcement rewards, which contained the precious essence of life. To synchronize in-game strength with reality, one had to rely on the essence of life. Generally, the special dungeon that drops the essence of life would only be unlocked in the mid-game of Divine Realm. In the early stages, it could only be obtained through rare avenues like global announcements. Suyu stood quietly on the edge of the crowd, waiting for the guild players to make their move. At this moment, many solo players had already rushed to the Wild Boar King's side, unleashing various skills to attack the boss. -0, -5, -2, -32. Most players' attacks failed to penetrate the Wild Boar King's defenses. Only a few players with exceptional talent managed to inflict slight damage. But against the boss's nearly 100,000 health points, it was almost negligible. After a wave of attacks, the Wild Boar King's health had only dropped by a mere 1,000 points. Damn it! Who the hell cast that fireball spell? You actually hit me instead of the boss. The boss is so huge, yet you missed? Just put down your staff and go farm crops instead. Hey, everyone, stop shoving. If you keep this up, even a guy like me is going to get pregnant from your pushing. Chaos erupted. The female players were frightened and retreated, while some troublemakers who seized the opportunity to create havoc were struck down by a bolt of lightning, instantly sent back to the respawn point. Roar! The Wild Boar King let out a furious roar, unleashing a massive sound wave. All players within a radius of several dozen meters were stunned for 3 seconds. In the brief moment when they were immobilized, the Wild Boar King seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Berserk Charge! The boss charged forward with a thunderous rumble, the ground shaking beneath its hooves. Players caught in its path turned into flashes of white light and vanished. -958, -963, -962, -959. Massive damage numbers appeared one after another, and the area around the Wild Boar King was instantly cleared of players. Moments later, players from the back quickly filled in the gaps, resuming their assault on the boss. As time passed, the Wild Boar King's health bar began to drop slowly. Boss health, 95,231. Boss health, 85,800. Boss health, 72,362. After about half an hour, the Wild Boar King's health had fallen below 3,000. Members from guilds like Bloodstained, Skyblade, Wings of Light, and Fleeting Cloud could no longer hold back. However, many players were still stuck at the village respawn point, unable to make it in time. "Get ready to move," Bloodstained Maple shouted excitedly. Just then, 3 arrows suddenly shot out from the right, aiming directly for the Wild Boar King's eyes. -122. Weak point. -38. Weak point. -38. Weak point. 2 passive skill effects triggered simultaneously, causing Suyu's movement speed to skyrocket by 500 points. The Wild Boar King's head displayed a -100 bleeding effect. In an instant, Suyu became the player with the highest damage output in the shortest period, successfully drawing the boss's aggro. Roar! The Wild Boar King roared furiously and charged at him. Suyu quickly retreated, his bow and arrows never stopping as he continued to shoot. 1 man and 1 boar moved toward an empty area on the right. The other players froze for a moment, then erupted in outrage. "Damn it, that guy dares to steal our boss? Quick, chase him down and kill him." Thousands of players surged forward like a tidal wave. "Isn't that the archer from before? He's trying to solo the boss?" Bloodstained Han frowned and roared, "We're chasing as well." Members of the Bloodstained Guild immediately sprang into action. The scene turned into a wild chase, with 1 man kiting the boss while thousands of players pursued them. Thanks to his passive skill charge, which granted a 1-second speed boost, Suyu barely managed to maintain some distance from the Wild Boar King. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Arrows flew like a storm, steadily chipping away at the boss's health. Though the Wild Boar King had thick skin and high defenses, the bleeding effect triggered every 3 arrows effectively added 100 extra damage per shot. The Wild Boar King's health bar quickly dropped to a sliver. Finally, Suyu unleashed a powerful shot, decisively ending the Wild Boar King's life. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, and at that moment, a notification echoed in the ears of players worldwide. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Knight, for becoming the first to slay a boss. Rewards, 100 gold, 1000 reputation, 1 essence of life, and 1 silver chest. Ding! World announcement. The announcement repeated 6 times, sparking a frenzy of discussion among players across the globe. The English translation of your excerpt. The boss's first kill was claimed by the Great Hanming Nation. The Dragon Nation players must be cheating. We need to report this. FK. Isn't our Lighthouse Nation's Angel Guild one of the top 3 in the world? How did we lose the first kill? That Eternal Knight guy is insane. In contrast, the players from the Dragon Nation were cheering in celebration. However, the players from the Bloodstained Guild had grim expressions, especially Bloodstained Han, who was so furious he almost spat blood. They had been waiting outside for so long, yet the boss's first kill had been snatched by a solo player. Bloodstained Han couldn't accept it. "Let's go. We didn't get the first kill, but we must get the boss's loot." Bloodstained Han's voice was icy, seething with anger. On the other side, as the Wild Boar King fell, Suyu received a system notification. Ding! You have slain the level 3 Wild Boar King and gained 720 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 4 and earned +1 to all attributes, +1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the skill Iron Skin, rare. The battle ended, and the Wild Boar King's corpse exploded with a massive amount of loot. This was the thrill of killing a boss. The rewards were exceptionally generous. Suyu casually picked up the dropped items, 140 silver coins, a Black Iron Warrior skill book, a piece of Black Iron Warrior armor, a bronze longbow, and some basic white tier materials. His gaze locked onto the longbow, and a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. Beast bone longbow, bronze, slot, weapon, strength, +10, agility, +3, special attribute, +3% critical rate, requirement, level 3 archer. This was an excellent piece of equipment. Especially the 3% critical rate. It might seem small, but it could determine the outcome of a battle. In crucial moments, Suyu immediately equipped it, and his strength shot up to 58 points. More importantly, he gained a powerful new skill. Iron Skin passive, 1/1. Effect, permanently increases HP by 1000. Blocks 200 damage from incoming attacks. This passive skill was incredibly strong. With the ability to block 200 damage, most players wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Ding! You have received 3.58 million private messages. While Suyu was enjoying viewing his new passive abilities, the system continuously notified him of incoming messages from other players. Glancing through a few, most were simple greetings from ordinary players, while a handful were invitations from leaders of major guilds, some even offering to purchase the boss loot he had obtained. He had no interest in joining any guilds, nor did he plan to sell the bronze longbow. Without hesitation, he set his settings to block private messages from strangers. Just as he prepared to check the world announcement rewards, the members of the Bloodstained Guild approached with dark expressions, exuding an intimidating presence. Suyu's lips curved into a playful smile. Guild leader Bloodstained, bringing a large group of people to surround me, what exactly are you planning? At the front, Bloodstained Han narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Eternal Knight, sell me all the equipment that dropped from the Wild Boar King. Name your price. Sorry, not for sale, Suyu rejected without hesitation. Hearing this, Bloodstained Han's brows furrowed deeply. If they could be the first to reach level 10 and make a name for their guild, the Bloodstained Guild would rise to prominence in no time. With additional capital investment, they might even have a shot at challenging the title of the world's top guild. He had to have this bronze equipment. Greed flickered in Bloodstained Han's eyes as he spoke with a chilling tone, Brother, you should reconsider. While our Bloodstained Guild may not rank high, we still have tens of thousands of members across the nation. Our strength is not to be underestimated. The threat in his words was unmistakable. Suyu saw through his intentions instantly. With a calm smile, he replied bluntly, Let's not beat around the bush. You just want to rob me, right? Go ahead, stop pretending to be polite. He raised the longbow in his hand, a provocative smirk on his face. Show me what you've got. You're asking for it. Bloodstained Han shouted furiously. Maple, do it. Weakening curse. Bloodstained Maple immediately cast his talent ability on Suyu. Battle notification, you are affected by a curse. Attack and defense reduced by 80% for 1 minute. Suyu listened calmly to the notification, the faint smile on his lips unwavering. Not bad, that's a decent talent. But today, the ones who'll die, are definitely you lot. Even with his attack reduced to 0, he could rely on his bite passive ability to inflict bleed damage and still have a satisfying fight. Ha! Bloodstained Maple sneered. With my curse, how much attack do you have left? In this state, you think you can kill me? And let's not forget, I have dozens of teammates. What will you use to kill me? Bloodstained coldly said, Foam, there's no need to waste words with him. Just take him down. He's just a fragile archer, once we get close, he's dead for sure. With that, Bloodstained took the lead and charged at Suyu. He raised his long sword, unleashing a basic skill, Heavy Slash. The air was sliced apart with a sharp whistle. However, Suyu stood motionless, showing no intention of dodging. A confident smile played on his lips. Bang! Ding, you've been attacked by the Bloodstained team. Counterattacks will not increase your infamy points. Damage, 0. The blade struck Suyu's body, but only a 0 popped up as the damage dealt. What? Bloodstained's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in disbelief. He had reduced Eternal Knight's defense by 80%, yet he couldn't break through? How was this even possible? When he attacked the Wild Boar King, he could still deal double-digit damage. Could Eternal Knight's defense really surpass that of a boss? While Bloodstained was frozen in shock, Suyu gripped his longbow tightly and began firing arrows at him, one after another. Damage, minus 167. Damage, minus 6. Damage, minus 6. Damage, minus 100. The bleeding effect from the third arrow triggered instantly. Bloodstained's health bar plummeted rapidly to 0. Ding, you have slain player, Bloodstained. He died so abruptly that the other team members were too stunned to react. Damn it, this bastard killed Brother Han. Kill him now. Avenge the Vice Guild leader. Bloodstained Foam roared, rallying his team to launch an all-out assault. Spells, arrows, and summoned beasts surged towards Suyu like an unstoppable tide. Damage, 0. Damage, 0. Damage, 0. Damage, 0. A string of zeros popped up. Every attack was ineffective. Bloodstained Foam was dumbfounded. How is his defense so high? Is my talent completely useless? In their understanding, archers were supposed to be a squishy class, but Suyu was clearly an anomaly. At that moment, Suyu didn't hesitate. He continued to draw his bow and fire. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Arrows rained down on his enemies like a storm, each strike capable of taking a life within seconds. After several attempts to deal damage, all of which failed, the players from the Bloodstained Guild finally broke down mentally, scattering in all directions in a panicked retreat. Though Suyu felt slightly fatigued, he had ultimately slain over 20 members of the Bloodstained Guild. The spectacle left the surrounding solo players utterly dumbfounded. Awesome! I've hated the Bloodstained guys for a long time. They always hog the monster farming spots in every game. Plenty of people like me have been bullied by them. Eternal Knight is a legend. Heh, I recorded the whole thing. I'll upload it to the Divine Realm forums later. Careful, man. The Bloodstained Guild might send you a lawyer's letter. The players buzzed with animated discussion, the atmosphere electric. At this moment, Suyu turned and began heading toward the entrance of Koro village. On the way, he opened the silver treasure chest he had just obtained. The rewards inside made his eyes light up. You've received 500 gold coins. You've received hunter's gloves, silver. Another piece of equipment, and it was of silver quality. Hunter's gloves, silver. Slot, hands. Strength, plus 10. Agility, plus 8. Defense, plus 5. Trait, crit rate plus 5%. Equipment requirement, level 4 archer. Such a high-quality piece of silver gear could easily sell for at least 10,000 gold coins. Converted to Dragon Nation currency, it was worth millions. Suyu felt a surge of satisfaction as he equipped the hunter's gloves, raising his critical rate to 8%. His stats saw a significant boost, and his combat power skyrocketed. Player ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 4. Health, 1480. Mana, 280. Attributes, Strength 68, Constitution 24, Agility 56, Spirit 14. Attack Speed, 2.99/s. He was very pleased with his stats. This level of strength would allow him to venture into the forest and challenge the skeleton monsters. Suyu's gaze locked onto the final reward in the chest. This was the most valuable prize of all. Essence of Life, Special, upon use, synchronizes 5% of your enhanced in-game attributes to your real-world body. Can be used up to 20 times. If he consumed 20 Essences of Life, Suyu would achieve 100% synchronization of his in-game attributes with his real-world body. As the first Essence of Life discovered in Divine Realm, it could fetch hundreds of billions, or even trillions, in an auction. But Suyu wasn't short of money in the real world. He decided to use the Essence of Life without hesitation. At that moment, several teams approached him. Suyu glanced at them and recognized members from Koro Village's other guilds, Remnant Cloud, Moon Shadow, and Gale. Before the arrival of Divine Realm, Remnant Cloud and Gale had ranked 12th and 19th, respectively, on Dragon Nation's guild leaderboard. Moon Shadow, on the other hand, was a mid-sized guild composed mainly of casual players, with no qualifications to make the list at all. In Suyu's memory, while other factions were busy recruiting top-tier players, the Moonshadow Guild took an unconventional path. They accepted investments from the Yuehai Group, integrating dozens of life skills guilds and attracting a large number of elite life skill players. In the future, Moonshadow would become the wealthiest guild in the world, maintaining close partnerships with other major guilds. Brother Yangye, your strength is truly impressive, Kenyun Tianshang said with a hearty laugh. He was the former leader of the Kenyun Guild and a well-known figure in Donghai City's gaming scene. So, what can I do for you all? Suyu asked, his tone calm and indifferent. I noticed that after you killed the wild boar, besides the bronze longbow in your hand, there were other black iron quality items, weren't there? Kenyun Tianshang said with a smile. If you don't need them, would you consider selling them to me? The way large guild representatives spoke was always polite and friendly, completely different from the commanding tone of someone like Shui Ranhan, making it hard to dislike them. Sure, Suyu nodded. He had already planned to sell the black iron equipment and skill books. Besides, large guilds always offered better prices than in-game merchants. Highest bidder wins. You three can name your prices. Wait a moment. A sudden voice interrupted. Everyone turned their eyes toward Yuingshi, the beautiful representative of the Moon Shadow Guild. Yuingshi smiled gracefully. I'm not interested in the equipment. My target this time is only the materials from the Wild Boar King, as well as any equipment blueprints or potion recipes. Suyu shook his head. No blueprints, but I do have a potion recipe. With that, he pulled out the corpse of the Wild Boar King and a recipe titled, Potion of Strength Formula. Upon seeing its effects, Yuingshi's eyes sparkled. After a moment of thought, she asked, Mr. Yangye, our guild's current gold reserves are a bit tight. Would you consider a cash transaction instead? I only accept gold, Suyu replied nonchalantly. This? Yuingshi hesitated, looking conflicted. Seeing her dilemma, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. Guild leadership, how about I make you a suggestion? I don't need gold. Instead, we can arrange for payment through a profit-sharing agreement based on potion sales. A potion that temporarily boosted strength would undoubtedly be a hot-selling item in the early stages of the game. For the budding Moonshadow Guild, this represented significant profits and would surely help establish their reputation. Yuingshi was clearly tempted. After a brief moment of hesitation, she said, I'll need to discuss this with the higher-ups. Once I have their answer, I'll let you know. All right, Suyu nodded, then turned to the other two guild representatives and produced two items. Double Strike Skill Book, Black Iron. Savage Beast Armor, Black Iron. After examining the attributes of the skill book and the equipment, the crowd couldn't contain their excitement. As expected of Black Iron gear, the stats are several times better than common equipment. The two guild leaders exclaimed in unison, "That warrior armor, I want it. I'll offer 5,000 silver coins." Can Yun Tianshang immediately called out, 10,000 silver coins. I'm taking that armor. A wealthy second-generation player named Sitting Alone on the Mountain Peak stepped forward from the crowd. The two guild leaders completely ignored him. 15,000 silver coins, declared the other guild leader, Guangfeng Wanzhang, raising the bid. Leader Wanzhang, you don't even have any top-tier warrior players in your guild. Why are you even bidding? Can Yun Tianshang questioned. Guangfeng Wanzhang chuckled, of course I know that. But today, if Leader Kenyan doesn't offer a bit more, you're not walking away with the first piece of black iron gear. Fine, you win, Kenyan Tianshang said in exasperation. I'll bid 20,000 silver coins, he called out without hesitation. In his previous life, the market price for mainstream black iron gear was at most 5,000 silver coins. If not for the fact that the Savage Beast armor was the first piece of black iron gear to appear, he wouldn't have offered such a high price. 21,000 silver coins. 23,000 silver coins. The bidding grew more intense. In the end, the Savage Beast armor was sold to Kenyan Tianshang for 200,000 silver coins, while the skill book was bought by Guangfeng Wanzhang for 150,000 silver coins. A total of 350,000 silver coins equivalent to 3,500 gold coins or nearly $1 million in cash. Once the transactions were completed, the two guild leaders made a point to add Suyu as a friend before leaving the village entrance. By this time, Yuingxi had finished her discussion with the higher-ups. She spoke solemnly, we agree to your proposal and can offer you a 15% sales profit share. Suyu raised 3 fingers and firmly said, I want 30%. No way. Your demand is unreasonable. The potion's production costs, Yuingxi started to protest but was cut off. This 30% is not for nothing, Suyu said with a faint smile. I can tell you the locations of all material sources needed to craft the potion of strength across the entire Bright Empire region. Thanks to the rebirth brought by the heart of reincarnation, Suyu's memory was now crystal clear, with every detail etched into his mind. If what you said is true, then I can represent the guild to accept this profit-sharing proposal, Yuingxi said earnestly. We can sign a system contract. All right. Yuingxi agreed to the deal without hesitation. The two quickly signed the contract, and soon after, she spent 50,000 silver coins to purchase the corpse and materials of the Wild Boar King. Just as she took a step away, Yuingxi seemed to recall something. She turned back and tentatively asked, Mr. Eternal Knight, since you know the source of materials for the strength potion, do you also know where the other materials come from? In her opinion, Suyu must have obtained some item like a resource map of the Bright Empire's material distribution from an NPC. I know most of them, Suyu admitted calmly, but if your Moon Shadow Guild wants this information, you'll have to pay extra. No problem. Hearing this, Yuingxi smiled brightly. I hope we can maintain a cooperative relationship. The two parted ways. After the transaction concluded, Suyu headed straight for the Dark Forest to the west. This region was an ancient battlefield, with countless warrior remains buried beneath the soil. The area was peculiar, giving rise to endless dark undead. The Dark Forest bordered the Dark Empire, and the Church of Light had dispatched the Order of Radiant Knights to guard the area. However, the knights' manpower was limited, and the vastness of the forest caused frequent undead attacks on Kolo village. As a result, the village chief had issued a quest to eliminate the undead. More importantly, the Dark Forest was closely tied to the ultimate main storyline quest of the beginner village. However, all this was still far off at least until players reached level 10, the ultimate main quest wouldn't appear. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived at the Dark Forest west of Kolo village. Crack, crack. A strange sound reached his ears. Suyu turned to see skeletal soldiers emerging continuously from holes in the ground, wielding rusted weapons as they began to surround him. Skeleton Soldier Common. Level, 5. HP, 1300 of 1300. Attack, 90. Skill, Heavy Slash. These were ordinary monsters. Killing them would allow him to collect soul crystals and complete the village chief's quest. By doing so, he could obtain a piece of black iron equipment. If he managed to hunt down an elite skeleton, he could even earn a precious piece of gold equipment. In the early stages of the game, before players reached level 15, there were fewer than 10 pieces of gold equipment across the entire game world of Divine Realm, highlighting their rarity. There's still plenty of time. I'll start by farming the skeletons to boost my attributes and skills, Suyu mused to himself. He drew out his bone-crafted longbow and decisively activated the power shot skill. The bowstring tensed sharply, and as he released it, a terrifying force erupted. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed through the forest. -189. One arrow took out 14% of a skeleton's HP, and Suyu's movement speed increased by 500 points as a result. The skeletons, already slow, now had no chance of catching up to him. Holding his bow, Suyu precisely aimed at the skeleton horde and began shooting. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. Minus 111. Minus 247. Critical hit. Minus 111. The damage output was significant. Under normal circumstances, he could take down a skeleton soldier in 3 to 4 seconds. If a critical hit landed, it was even faster. Ding, you have killed a level 5 skeleton soldier and gained 10 experience points. Ding, congratulations, you have looted 2 points of spirit. Ding, congratulations, you have looted the skill Heavy Slash. After killing more than a dozen skeletons, he finally acquired a skill. Suyu took a moment to examine its effects. Heavy Slash passive, 1/100. Effect, when entering combat, the first arrow shot deals plus 50 bonus damage. The passive effect does not persist, it can only trigger once per combat. At max level, the bonus damage reaches 5,000 points, making it an incredibly potent burst skill. With this in mind, Suyu raised his longbow and fired an arrow at a low health skeleton. Boom! Minus 151. Ding, you have killed a level 6 skeleton soldier and gained 14 experience points. The passive skill icon dimmed, indicating it was on cooldown. If he refrained from attacking or being attacked for 20 seconds, he would exit combat, and the passive would reset. Not bad, Suyu thought as he refocused and continued slaying monsters. After another 10 minutes. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. You have gained +1 to all 4 attributes, and +1 free attribute point. A golden light flashed across Suyu's body, fully restoring his state. His experience bar now read 666/1750. In addition, he had gained 30 spirit points, and 100 stacks of the Heavy Slash passive skill from the skeleton soldiers. Though the ground continued to spawn monsters, he had lost interest. It's about time to move on. Opening the map, Suyu started heading toward the coordinates etched in his memory. Soon, Suyu arrived at a 3-meter-wide pit. As it sensed the presence of a living being, a chilling click-clack echoed from within the pit. Moments later, a massive skeleton, wielding a longsword and clad in tattered armor, crawled out. Elite Skeleton Warrior. Level 5. HP 4400/4400. Attack 138. Skills Heavy Slash, Undead Body. At the same level, the Skeleton Warrior was leagues ahead of the ordinary skeleton soldiers. Finally, it's here. Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Without hesitation, he pulled out the iron cage scroll he had prepared earlier and tore one open. A bright silver light surged forth, instantly transforming into a massive iron cage that sealed the pit beneath it. With such terrain paired with the cage, it was the perfect setup for farming monsters. There was no way they could escape. Clang! The skeleton warrior raised its enormous sword and slashed fiercely at the iron cage. However, the cage didn't budge an inch. After all, this was a black iron grade skill. A mere level 5 elite monster stood no chance of breaking through such a defense. Suyu immediately knocked an arrow and let it fly. Minus 5,102. The passive effect triggered, delivering a staggering amount of damage. Ding! You have slain a level 5 skeleton warrior and gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the skill Undead Body, rare. Undead Body passive, 1/1. Effect, grants immunity to fear, stun, and other mental debuffs. Increases all attributes by 5 points. No doubt about it, elite monsters always came with better rewards. Suyu turned to glance at the remaining skeleton warriors trapped inside the iron cage, his eyes gleaming with greed. This was free experience and attribute points just waiting for him. He wasn't about to let a single one go. Whoosh! 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 Arrows rained down as Suyu fired relentlessly. The trapped skeleton warriors had no choice but to endure the onslaught. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 3 strength points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1 constitution point. Ding! 200 skeleton warriors. It was almost too easy for him. In less than an hour, Suyu had completed his task. Through this round of combat, he leveled up to level 6. Altogether, Suyu had gained 30 strength points, 10 constitution points, and 10 spirit points. All the gear and items dropped by the monsters had fallen into the pit below. The pit had now stopped spawning more skeletons. Suyu could descend safely to collect his rewards. The pit was only a few meters deep, so he jumped down with ease. Silver coins, gear, and crafting materials were scattered everywhere. The skeleton's remains had already vanished. Suyu quickly began gathering the loot. Ding! You have obtained 200 soul crystals, elite. Please submit your quest to the village chief as soon as possible. The system notification sounded, but Suyu ignored it, his attention locked on the spoils before him. The drop rate for elite monsters was clearly much higher than that of regular ones. From the 200 skeleton warriors, he had managed to loot 4 copies of the Heavy/Skill book. Unfortunately, these skill books weren't particularly valuable. After all, Heavy/ was a basic skill for the warrior class, something every warrior learned by default. The only real use for these common skill books was to increase the success rate of crafting advanced skill books. In addition, there were 12 pieces of level 5 white grade gear, those could fetch a decent price. Alright, time to head back to the village. Suyu packed up his spoils and prepared to leave the pit. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A surge of black mist suddenly erupted from the pit, and gray light flickered across the ground, faintly forming a distinctive circular magic formation. A magic formation? Suyu was still pondering its purpose when a mysterious force manifested out of nowhere. Whoosh! In an instant, Suyu vanished from the pit. In a dark cave somewhere, a flash of light revealed Suyu's figure. The next moment, the pale blue crystals embedded in the nearby stone walls began to emit a dazzling glow, illuminating the dim surroundings. So, it's a teleportation formation, he thought to himself. But where exactly have I been transported to? Using the light from the crystals, Suyu carefully surveyed his surroundings. The cave was quite spacious, spanning several hundred square meters. Aside from himself, there was no sign of any other living presence. Glancing at his map, he noticed that his coordinates hadn't changed. He was still located at the site of the monster pit. Could it be I'm now underground? The thought flashed through his mind. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the air, and the runes engraved on the ground began to glow. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid skeleton wielding a bone bow appeared 100 meters away. Skeleton Hunter Cade, the Bronze Lord. Level 6. Health 150,000/150,000. Attack 800. Skills. Hunter's Instinct. Has a chance to predict the enemy's next move. Rain of Dark Arrows. Condenses dark energy into a barrage of arrows, dealing massive damage to nearby enemies. Nightfall. Summons a thick black mist, blinding nearby enemies for 3 seconds. Description: once a renowned marksman of the Bright Empire, Cade sacrificed his soul willingly to save his cursed daughter, becoming a slave to the undead Archmage Norris. A boss! Suyu exclaimed, caught completely off guard. Ding! Koro Village announcement. A boss has been discovered in the Dark Forest. Players are requested to head over immediately and defeat the boss. Suyu ignored the system announcement. It was evident that even if other players received the message, they wouldn't be able to find this particular boss. What intrigued him more was a name mentioned in the description: Undead Archmage Norris. Wasn't this the final dungeon boss for the main storyline of Koro Village? But, Suyu frowned and muttered to himself, why did I encounter this boss now? He scrutinized the skeleton hunter. In his previous life, this farming spot had been discovered by a player from the strategy team of the Fleeting Clouds Guild. During a future interview, that player had revealed the hidden method to complete the village chief's quest and the corresponding farming area. Suyu remembered every detail of that interview. The player had mentioned killing 200 skeleton warriors without encountering a teleportation portal. Did he hide something, or had he truly not encountered the boss? These doubts swirled in Suyu's mind. However, the skeleton hunter wasn't going to give him any time to think. Intruders of the Forbidden Land shall perish. An icy, rasping voice echoed from the hollow mouth of the skeleton hunter. Without hesitation, it raised its bone bow and launched an attack. A dark energy-infused arrow streaked toward him like lightning. Reacting swiftly, Suyu knocked an arrow, activated his passive speed boost, and dodged the incoming projectile by a mere hair's breadth. Boom! The dark arrow impacted the stone wall behind him, blasting out a massive crater. The sheer force was terrifying. Suyu spun around, activating a skill as he fired an arrow at the boss while retreating to maintain distance. With the combined effects of Heavy Strike, passive, and the skill's bonus power, his arrow flew with blinding speed. The skeleton hunter seemed to predict Suyu's move, but its physical reactions lagged behind its thoughts. Boom! Minus 5,203. The skeleton hunter's health dropped significantly. Suyu's eyes remained fixed on the boss. Drawing on decades of combat experience and honed instincts, he analyzed its subtle movements to anticipate its attacks, executing a series of masterful maneuvers. Basic attack. Move. Basic attack. The boss's attacks couldn't touch him, while Suyu's arrows hit their mark every time. His damage output was consistent, with each basic attack dealing 87 points. His sustained damage reached 261 points per second, occasionally triggering his passive to inflict a 3-second bleeding effect on the boss. The skeleton hunter lacked resistance to bleeding effects, causing it to take an additional 100 damage per second. Of course, it was still a boss, and its damage output was devastating. Just a few stray hits could instantly kill him. Suyu had to stay fully focused, maintaining flawless control over the pace of the fight. This was a battle where stability mattered more than speed. Minute by minute, the fight dragged on. Due to the boss's impressive regeneration ability, it took Suyu over 10 minutes to chip its health down to 50%. The ultimate move was coming. Embrace the judgment of darkness, the skeleton hunter roared as it unleashed a skill. With one arrow, it split into hundreds, then thousands, of dark projectiles, blanketing a wide area. This was its skill, Rain of Dark Arrows. This time, Suyu couldn't dodge. Minus 460, minus 460, minus 460. 3 consecutive hits landed on him, and his health plummeted to 440 to 820. He was now on the brink of death. Thanks to the Iron Skin ability's 200 points of damage mitigation, Suyu would have been dead without a doubt when faced with that skill. Without a complete set of level 5 black iron equipment, an average player would never stand a chance of soloing a bronze tier boss. Suyu, however, relied entirely on his skillful maneuvers to make up for the massive gap in stats. A single misstep, a poorly executed move, and he'd meet his end. If other players witnessed Suyu single-handedly taking down a bronze tier boss, they would probably be absolutely dumbfounded. His performance was simply astonishing. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. For over half an hour, Suyu continuously fired arrows, gradually whittling down the skeleton hunter's health until it finally dropped below 5,000. The execution threshold had been reached. Swiftly ceasing his attacks, Suyu began circling the area to stall for time. 20 seconds later, he exited combat, allowing his heavy/passive ability to refresh. Turning back abruptly, he released an arrow aimed straight at the boss's vulnerable core. Ding! You have slain level 6 skeleton hunter Kaid, earning 1,680 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the Hunter's Instinct skill, ultra rare. The skeleton hunter collapsed with a resounding crash. I refuse to accept this. The blue soul fire within its eye socket slowly dimmed, eventually extinguishing completely. Moments later, the boss's skeletal frame crumbled, scattering brightly colored loot across the ground. The intense battle had left Suyu mentally and physically drained. He rested for a brief moment before standing up to collect the spoils. Unfortunately, the weapon the boss had wielded didn't drop. Instead, he only obtained a bronze ring. Bone ring, bronze. Slot, finger. Strength, plus 12. Defense, plus 4. Special trait, attack speed plus 5%. Equipping requirement, level 5 archer. The stats were incredible. According to the rules of Divine Realm, players could equip 2 rings. Suyu already had a plain white ring on his left hand, so he slipped the new one onto his right. His strength instantly surged to 118 points. As for the newly acquired Hunter's Instinct, a passive talent looted through his unique ability, it was perfectly tailored for the archer class. Its effect remained unchanged. Hunter's Instinct passive, 1/1. Effect, grants a chance to predict the enemy's next move. The higher the spirit stat, the greater the probability. So you already had a knack for reading enemy behavior, and with this passive skill, it was as if he had grown wings to soar even higher. Closing the interface, Suyu began pondering his next dilemma. How was he supposed to leave this cave? He couldn't exactly kill himself on the spot and respawn back at the novice village, could he? After all, Divine Realm had certain special zones where players would respawn in place upon death. Young man, impressive work. An aged voice suddenly echoed from behind. Suyu spun around in alarm. A black throne had materialized out of thin air, its surface wrapped in several coiling mithril chains resembling writhing wyrms. Seated upon the throne was an old man with a grotesque face, sealed in place and unable to move. The necromancer Noth? Suyu was utterly stunned. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to encounter the ultimate storyline boss before the main questline had even been unlocked. In his past life, once the main questline in Kolo Village was activated, the dungeon instance would open, and Noth would break free from his bindings, transforming into a lich. Leading an undead legion, he launched a ferocious assault on the Light Knight's encampment. Kolo Village came perilously close to annihilation. Fortunately, Suyu, blessed with a god-tier talent and unmatched strength, turned the tides at the last moment and personally slew the lich-form Noth. Since I've encountered him early, could I kill him directly? A bold thought flashed through Suyu's mind. He fixed his gaze on Noth and activated his probing ability. Arch-Necromancer Noth. Level? Status, sealed. Well, that's disappointing. Looks like I was overthinking things. Suyu shook his head. Even though Noth was bound to the throne, his power far exceeded that of his lich form. Suyu estimated that his current attacks wouldn't even scratch the boss's defenses. Scanning his surroundings, Suyu spotted a teleportation array. Perfect. He could leave the cave through that. Letting out a breath of relief, he prepared to head towards the array. At that moment, Noth's lips curled into a sinister smile. Keh. Who would have thought, after centuries, someone still remembers this old man's name? Young one, you are the first to complete the trial within 2 hours. I shall grant you an opportunity. Destroy the core of the array in the tunnel behind me, and I will bestow upon you unparalleled power. Hearing those words, Suyu finally understood why he had ended up inside the cavern. The reason was time. In his past life, the players of the Remnant Cloud Guild were far weaker than him. Even if they formed a team, it would still take them several hours to kill 200 elite monsters, making it impossible to activate the magic array. Naturally, Suyu would never consider releasing Noth. After all, Noth was a necromancer from centuries ago, a master of the undead who had slaughtered hundreds of human cities to summon an undead army and attempt to destroy the world. Anyone foolish enough to believe his words would be a true idiot. At this moment, Suyu's mind raced. He pondered deeply, was there a way to benefit from this situation without releasing Noth? With that thought, Suyu looked up at Noth, rubbed his hands together, and asked with a sly grin, what can you offer me in return? His eyes gleamed with greed as he spoke. What flawless acting! In his past life, Suyu had spent decades navigating the world of Divine Realm and had seen it all. Players had even developed entire sets of dialogue strategies to coax rewards from NPCs, provided their acting skills were convincing enough. In that era, every player was practically an Oscar-worthy actor, leaving NPCs utterly conned and stripped bare. At this moment, Noth observed Suyu's behavior and sneered faintly. As someone who had lived for centuries and accumulated vast experience, Noth knew all too well that greedy humans like Suyu were the most unscrupulous and also the easiest to manipulate. Noth chuckled lightly. I can bestow upon you all of Kaide's legacy. Kaide, of course, was the skeletal hunter lying dead outside, a renowned sharpshooter during his life. Deal. I agree. Suyu responded eagerly, wasting no time as he headed toward the tunnel behind him. 10 minutes later, a wave of heat surged toward him. In his view, a wide river of molten lava churned, while the core of the magic array absorbed energy to maintain the operation of the ceiling formation. With the passive effect of Heavy Slash, my attack strength should be enough to chip away at the core's durability, Suyu thought to himself, formulating a plan in his heart. He then turned back and returned to the chamber where the throne was located. Young man, why have you come back? Noth asked with a benevolent smile. Did you encounter some difficulty? Yes. Suyu nodded, his face filled with frustration. My strength is too weak, I can't even shake the core of the magic array. What? Noth's smile vanished instantly, and his voice rose sharply. Ahem. Realizing his own outburst, Noth coughed lightly to compose himself. He continued, Young man, I personally witnessed you defeat Kaide. Your strength should be more than sufficient. About that, Suyu scratched his head awkwardly. At that time, my teammates had cast a legendary spell to significantly enhance my power, which allowed me to defeat Kaide. But now, the effects of the spell have worn off. Hearing this, Noth was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Why didn't you say so earlier? Unfortunately, bound by the sealing magic array, Noth couldn't probe Suyu's actual condition. After a long pause, Noth regained his composure and said coldly, Young man, I will lend you a weapon for now. With a flick of his finger, his ring emitted a radiant glow. Clink! A silver glowing longbow fell to the ground. So, this old man actually had a spatial ring. Such items were usually bound to one's soul, making it impossible for Suyu to claim it for himself. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. What a pity! Shaking his head, Suyu lowered his gaze and picked up the equipment from the ground. Demon Hunter's Bow, Silver. Type, Weapon. Strength plus 15. Constitution plus 5. Agility plus 9. Trait, plus 10% damage to demon-type creatures. Requirement, Level 5 Archer. What incredible stats! Without hesitation, Suyu equipped the Demon Hunter's Bow. As for his old bone bow, he decided he would sell it to a buyer once he got out. Though it was a level 3 weapon, its bronze quality meant its attributes surpassed even those of level 5 black iron gear. Alright, I'll go give it another shot. Determination gleamed in Suyu's eyes as he quickly turned and left. This time, Suyu once again breezed through without a care. Arriving at the edge of the magma river, he immediately turned back. Inside the throne cavern, seeing Suyu's figure return, Noah's nearly exploded with frustration. Why are you back again? Suyu feigned an awkward smile, still a bit short on strength. While speaking, he held up his fingers, leaving only a tiny gap between them. You! Noah's nearly ground his teeth in rage. Even though his power was sealed, he was still a legendary undead archmage. The dignity of a mighty being could not be sullied. Of course, the main reason was that Noah's needed Suyu's strength to escape, so he absolutely couldn't afford to anger him. Suppressing his fury, Noah said coldly, "I don't have any magical equipment suitable for you. However, I do have a golden tier skill book. This time, I hope you won't disappoint me." Hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. A golden tier skill book? Incredible! This old guy really is a treasure trove. He quickly promised, "Don't worry, for Kai's legacy, I will give it my all." "I hope so." Suspicion flickered in Noah's eyes. Suyu understood immediately and decided to quit while he was ahead. Constantly tricking a centuries-old elder did leave him feeling a little guilty. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Suyu's lips. At this moment, Noah's handed over the golden tier skill book. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. He had already decided, once he escaped, he would make this young man suffer. Suyu took the skill book and strode directly toward the teleportation array to the left. Seeing this, Noah's froze, a bad feeling rising in his heart. "Youth, are you sure you're going the right way?" he couldn't help but ask. "Of course I'm not wrong." Suyu turned his head and smiled. "Archmage Noah's, thank you for your generosity. I'll take my leave first. As for you, well, just stay here and relax." Are you deceiving me? Human, you have no honor." Noah's roared in fury. Suyu chuckled. "Honor? With someone who wants to destroy the world and serves the god of death? Do you think I'm that stupid? Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for playing dirty." Noah's face twisted in rage, and he roared, "Human, just you wait. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." "Kill me? Let's talk about that after you escape." Suyu laughed lightly. Ignoring Noah's, he stepped onto the teleportation array. "Goodbye." Suyu waved farewell. "Damn it." Noah's expression twisted to the extreme. At this moment, the array activated, a faint glow rising. Suyu's figure disappeared in an instant. Noah's roars echoed through the dim cavern. Suddenly, endless gray mist condensed into form, materializing into a shadowy figure standing before the throne. "What do you think about the suggestion I offered you?" the shadowy figure asked. Noah's raised his head, revealing his ferocious visage. He howled, "Get me out of here, no matter the cost. I agree to anything. I will tear him apart." "Deal." The shadow stretched out a withered hand, placing it atop Noah's head. A piercing scream rang out as Noah's form transformed into a black cocoon, standing atop the throne and radiating dense black mist. The cocoon pulsed rhythmically, like a beating heart. Keh, keh, keh. Such an ancient soul filled with boundless hatred. How delicious. The shadowy figure inhaled the black mist with delight, grinning. "Perhaps I should thank that young human properly someday." In the dark forest, a large number of players from Koro village had flooded this map, searching for the boss mentioned in the system announcement. At the skeleton warrior spawn point, several teams of players passed by. In one of the teams, the mage Sang Jie grumbled, "Damn it, my legs are about to give out, and we haven't even seen the shadow of the boss. This system is so annoying. If they want us to kill the boss, they could at least give us exact coordinates." Another player, named Kwang Sha, said, "Let's just find a spot to grind mobs and level up. Searching aimlessly is a waste of time." "Alright, Captain." The others agreed one after another. Crack! A sudden noise broke the silence. What was that? Sang Jia quickly turned around. Suyu had just climbed out of a nearby cave. "Bro, why were you in a cave?" Sang Jia jumped in surprise. The teammates all turned to look. In the next moment, their attention was drawn to the gleaming silver bow in Suyu's hand. A silver tier weapon? Shock filled their eyes. But soon, their expressions shifted to greed. Malice began to breed in their hearts. Sang Jia quickly messaged in the team chat, "Look at the weapon in his hand. It's silver tier. That's worth millions, right?" The young man stood alone, and someone in the crowd muttered, "That silver bow must have come from a treasure chest in the wilderness." "Brothers, should we take a shot at this?" whispered another, his tone filled with greed. The group began to murmur among themselves. In the game Divine Realm, there was a rule: killing another player would cause their most valuable item to drop, along with 10% of their current gold. Alright, the leader, Kwang Sha, gritted his teeth and made the decision. "Whatever we sell it for, we'll split evenly among the 10 of us." His teammates all nodded in agreement. Sang Jia, with a sinister grin, stepped forward and addressed Suyu. "Hey, buddy, why not do yourself a favor and hand over that silver bow? Unless, of course, you're curious about what it feels like to be killed. Our group has 10 people, and you're all alone. You don't stand a chance against us." Swish! -5,215. An arrow flew like a violent gust of wind, piercing through Sang Jia's chest. His health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. Song Jie's voice was abruptly silenced. Ding! Player, Eternal Night, has killed your teammate, Song Jie. The counterattack does not incur sin points. The system notification echoed in the ears of Song Jie's teammates. They froze in place. They'd kicked an iron wall. Panic spread across their faces, now paler than death itself. Holy crap! Over 5,000 damage? What kind of god-tier damage is that? Is he cheating? I'm a fellow archer, and my highest damage is barely over 200. His damage is dozens of times higher. Nearby spectators, who had been casually watching, were now wide-eyed in disbelief. Suyu stepped forward with a cold sneer. If you're going to rob me, just do it. Stop wasting time with all this useless talk. Brother, we weren't really going to rob you. It was all his idea. Kwangsha forced an awkward smile, pointing to the now-dead Song Jie. Do you think I'll believe that? Suyu gripped his hunter's bow. Arrows rained down like a storm, taking out the remaining 9 players one by one before they even had a chance to escape. After dealing with the group, Suyu scanned the surrounding onlookers. What about you all? Thinking of making a move too? And no, the crowd frantically shook their heads. Big boss, we wouldn't dare bother you. They quickly scattered, disappearing from sight. Suyu then began collecting the spoils of his battle. 6 basic equipment pieces, 3 basic skill books, and 1 item, he muttered, sorting through the loot. They're slightly better than those players from the Bloodstained Guild, Suyu reflected. When he had taken out the Bloodstained Guild players on the plains, all he'd gotten were a handful of silver coins, no equipment at all. Of course, that was to be expected. After all, it wasn't long after the game Divine Realm had launched. These ordinary quality items didn't interest Suyu in the slightest. He planned to sell them all after he returned to the village. Next, Suyu took out the golden skill book he had obtained from Noah's. Clapping his hands together, the skill book dissolved into a golden glow, merging into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you've learned the skill, Thunder Strike Shot, Golden. Thunder Strike Shot, Golden. Level, LV1. Upgrade progress, 0/1600 EXP. Effect, fires an arrow imbued with thunderous power, paralyzing enemies for 2 seconds and dealing 300 plus Strength x3 plus Spirit x4 lightning damage. Cooldown, 9 seconds. Mana cost, 200. Looking at the golden skills description, Suyu could only think of one word, powerful. The damage output was staggering, and the skill came with a 2-second stun. Whether in player versus player combat or soloing bosses, Thunder Strike Shot would be invaluable. Moreover, in Divine Realm, obtaining your first golden skill would activate the skill leaderboard and earn you a system reward. The same applied to acquiring the first golden equipment. Sure enough, a system announcement soon echoed across the game world. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Night, for being the first to acquire a golden skill. Rewards, 500 gold, 2000 reputation, 1 life essence, and 1 medium skill XP token. The announcement was broadcast 6 times, reverberating across the game world. The rewards left everyone stunned. For a moment, players worldwide were left speechless. Then, when the shock wore off, the chat channels exploded. That Eternal Night guy from Dragon Country again? Can we just mute his announcements already? What's the big deal about a golden skill? Talent is what really matters. Lofit, the guild leader of Angel Guild, has a mythical talent. I guarantee the Lighthouse Nation will dominate Divine Realm. Dragon Country players were quick to retort, their anger surging. Are you kidding me? Your so-called Angel Guild has been crushed by the 9 Provinces Guild for 2 years straight. Who's to say Eternal Night doesn't have a mythical talent? He's already made 2 announcements in a row. I'm declaring it now, Eternal Night is officially my god. The argument escalated, devolving into a full-blown flame war. Suyu, however, paid no attention to the drama. His focus remained solely on the system rewards. Decisively consuming the essence of life, his synchronization rate with attributes instantly surged to 10%. His strength in the real world became even more formidable. Next, he utilized a skill experience token, Medium. A full 100,000 experience points poured in, instantly upgrading Suyu's skills. Of course, this experience could only be used to upgrade skills. It could not raise the player's level. Ordinary skills were not worth upgrading. Only golden tier skills held upgrade value. Ding, you consumed 1,600 experience points to upgrade Thunderbolt Shot to LV2. Ding. In one go, Suyu upgraded the skill to level 4, spending a total of 57,600 experience points. Thunderbolt Shot, Gold. Level, LV4. Next level, 42,400/320,000 experience. Effect, condense an arrow with the power of thunder, paralyzing the enemy for 2 seconds and dealing 1200 plus strength x 3.3 plus spirit x 4.3 points of lightning damage. Cooldown, 8.4 seconds. Mana cost, 350. As a golden tier skill, each level up brought a significant boost. At level 4, Thunderbolt shots damage more than doubled, soaring to an impressive 1,871 points. This single arrow was enough to instantly kill a same-level player clad in full black iron armor. And if combined with heavy/passive, the damage would be utterly terrifying. Suyu was immensely satisfied with today's gains. Not to mention, submitting the quest to the village chief would earn him a piece of golden tier profession equipment as a reward. Just imagining the expressions of players worldwide when the third global announcement was broadcast was quite amusing. It's getting late. I'll submit the quest and then log off for some rest, Suyu thought to himself. With that, he quickened his pace back to Koro village. Even with his speed increased several times after reaching level 6, it still took him over half an hour to return to the village chief's house. When the village chief saw Suyu approaching, he smiled and said, "Eternal Knight, you finally returned. Did you complete the task I entrusted to you?" "Yes," Suyu nodded, taking out 200 elite soul crystals. The village chief's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets the moment he saw the quest items. "My goodness! They're all soul crystals from skeleton warriors," the village chief exclaimed, utterly shocked. "Eternal Knight, did you destroy an entire undead nest?" "Something like that," Suyu answered vaguely. The village chief marveled, "Your strength truly exceeds this old man's expectations." As if remembering something, his expression turned serious. "Eternal Knight, I have a difficult task that requires your assistance. If you agree, I am willing to reward you with a piece of golden equipment." After saying this, the village chief fixed his gaze on Suyu, as if afraid he might refuse. Ding, you've triggered the village chief's hidden quest. Do you accept? Note, if accepted, the rewards for the Eliminate the Undead quest will be enhanced. Happy to help, Suyu replied with a smile. Contributing to the village is my duty. Hearing this, the village chief's eyes filled with even greater admiration. Ding, the village chief's favorability towards you has increased by plus 30. Current value, 70. In God's domain, gaining 80 favorability points from an NPC would allow players to receive treasures or hidden quests from them. For instance, Koro Village's chief possessed quite a few rare items. Completing this hidden quest would enable Suyu to purchase rare goods from the chief using gold coins. "I'll do it," he agreed firmly. The village chief's face showed a trace of relief. He then retrieved a piece of golden, glowing leather armor from his house. Suyu's eyes immediately lit up. He was just missing a piece of defensive gear. "This is a treasure bestowed upon me by the Empire. I now entrust it to you," the village chief said solemnly. Ding! A system notification sounded abruptly. "Congratulations on completing the main quest, Eliminate the Undead. Rewards, Experience x 1000, Gold Coins x 10, Profession Golden Equipment x 1. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Rewards, +1 to all stats, +1 free attribute point." Suyu took the leather armor, his heart brimming with excitement. He didn't immediately check its attributes but instead asked, "Chief, could you tell me the specifics of the new task?" Of course, the chief nodded, his expression growing serious. Yesterday, the village's militia discovered a large number of undead while patrolling the Black Raven Mountains. They suspect the existence of a sizable undead nest there. The Order of Light is currently stationed at the Dark Forest and cannot spare additional manpower. Therefore, I hope you can assist the village in investigating the mountains. "Leave it to me," Suyu said confidently. Ding, congratulations on accepting the main quest, Explore the Black Raven Mountains. The appearance of this quest marked the birth of Koro Village's first dungeon. Suyu felt a spark of anticipation ignite within him. He eagerly took out the reward he had just received, a golden leather armor, and examined its attributes. Imperial Glory Leather Armor, Gold. Slot, Torso. Health plus 400. Defense plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Trait, Health Regeneration plus 5 HP/SEC. Requirement, Level 5 Archer. As expected of golden equipment, its attributes were overwhelmingly powerful, and the trait perfectly suited him. Suyu decisively equipped the new leather armor, significantly boosting his health, defense, and sustainability. At the same time, equipping his first piece of golden quality gear activated the equipment leaderboard in Divine Domain. The system notification sounded again. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Knight, for becoming the first player to obtain golden equipment. Rewards, 1000 gold coins, 3000 reputation, 1 life essence, and 1 golden treasure chest. Yet another world announcement. All players were stunned. Bro, this has to be cheating. This is insane. The game's been online for less than half a day, and there've already been 3 world announcements, all for this one player called Eternal Knight from the Dragon Kingdom. Who is Eternal Knight, anyway? A big-name player's Smurf account? Or a rising star? This question lingered in the minds of leaders from various factions. Eternal Knight is a total beast. Go, boss. Aim for 10 world announcements in one day and make those foreign idiots mad. Ugh, the boss already has golden gear, while I'm still running around in newbie starter gear. I've been grinding monsters all day and haven't even gotten a single white teardrop. What a joke. Heh, see this black iron sword in my hand? I don't even need it to kill monsters. It's just sitting in my bag as decoration. I'm just here to show off. One player smugly displayed his longsword. The next moment, a flash of light, his sword disappeared. Ding. Player, third hand, has used the steal skill on you. What? The player froze in shock. Then, a shriek that could rival a slaughtered pig pierced the air. Third hand, I'll kill you. That was my sword. Korlo Village Inn. After leaving the village chief's house, Suyu found an inn to use as his base for logging in and out. Before returning to the real world, he consumed his third life essence, increasing his attribute synchronization to 15%. Then, he took out and opened the golden treasure chest rewarded by the system. What kind of reward will I get? Excitement flickered in Suyu's eyes. Golden light burst forth. You received 2,000 gold coins. You received the Flash skill book, Gold. It turned out to be an incredibly rare universal skill book. In the early to mid-game of Divine Domain, Flash was a must-have movement skill. It could be used to chase down enemies, create distance, or evade non-targeted attacks. Its value was comparable to that of Diamond Grade or even Epic Grade attack skills. Suyu didn't hesitate to learn the skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Flash, Gold. Flash, Gold. Level 1. XP to upgrade, 0/1600. Effect, teleport to any location within a radius of 10 plus spirit times 0.1 meters. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Mana cost, 300. Although the cooldown was long, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments. At this point, Suyu's spirit stat had reached 62 points, meaning his flash range was 16.3 meters, a more than respectable distance. Not bad, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he opened his character panel to check his stats. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 7. Health, 1940. Mana, 1240. Attributes, Strength 126, Constitution 47, Agility 70, Spirit 62. Attack speed, 3.15/s. Satisfied with his progress, Suyu concluded his day's journey. He logged out directly from his room in the inn. Whoosh! The world around him went dark, and in an instant, his surroundings transformed into the familiar bedroom of his villa. The next moment, crack! Suyu felt several restraints within his body shatter. A surge of warmth swept through him. This was the 15% attribute synchronization bonus brought by the life essence. In truth, with memories from his past life, Suyu knew very well. Players didn't enter Divine Domain as virtual characters, they entered as their real bodies. After all, Divine Domain was a real world in itself. The life essence didn't just synchronize attributes, it lifted the restrictions imposed by the laws of the real world on extraordinary powers. Suyu closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes within him. Before long, the warm flow dissipated. He clenched his fist, sensing a tremendous increase in his strength. Let's test this out in the gym, he muttered. Suyu exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, he headed to the private gym in his villa. Over the past 10 years, Suyu had maintained a consistent workout routine. Using the strength tester, he discovered that his strength had nearly tripled compared to the previous day. Suyu said with delight, to see such progress on the first day. If I keep grinding in God's domain for another 10 days or so, I'll have the physique of a superhuman. In his previous life, it had taken Suyu an entire month in the real world to achieve this level of strength. Though my power is immense, my body can't stand up to modern firearms, Suyu thought to himself. In the real world, I still need to keep a low profile. Afterward, to celebrate his achievements for the day, Suyu treated himself to a feast of gourmet delicacies, rewarding his hard work. After dinner, he opened the God's Domain Forum, a platform established through international collaboration. In just half a day, the number of online users had surpassed 3 billion, reaching unprecedented levels of popularity. The most discussed topic was particularly focused on Eternal Knight, with the number of threads about him exceeding 100 million. Suyu shook his head helplessly and dismissed the attention, shifting his focus elsewhere. He began scrolling through other forum posts, paying special attention to the activities of the world's top 10 guilds, which had long been under the control of various national governments. In one thread, a user named Cold Wind Rising 3 Feet posted, I heard the top 10 guilds have all found dungeon traces in their respective starter villages. Which guild do you think will claim the world's first clear? Little Wine Drifter replied, the world's first clear will definitely belong to Takamagara Guild of Sakura Nation, a nation blessed by 8 million deities. Scarlet Light mocked, with Eternal Night on our side, Dragon Nation will have the last laugh. Those Sakura Nation clowns should just go to bed early. Ducares sneered, ha, Angel Guild has already announced that they will livestream their first dungeon clear tomorrow. Backward nations can only dream of catching up with Lighthouse Nation. The competition among the major guilds was fierce. Suyu quickly browsed through the high-traffic posts. Aside from Kolo Village, the progress in other starter villages seemed to align with his memories from his previous life. According to the usual trajectory, the Kyushu Guild would claim the world's first dungeon clear at 6 a.m. on the third day. But this time, the variable was him. This dungeon first clear would undoubtedly be his. Tomorrow, I'll start by completing the merchant's quest to end the contract as soon as possible, Suyu planned in his mind. Then, I'll head to the Black Raven Mountain range to claim the first dungeon clear. As for the hidden quest in Kolo Village, I can save that for later. The steps in his mind were clear and precise. Additionally, there was a hidden quest in the hands of the hunter in Kolo Village. The reward was an advanced class for archers. In his previous life, Suyu had obtained this reward. If he could acquire the advanced class again, his strength would skyrocket. With this thought, Suyu exited the God's Domain Forum. After a brief workout session, he returned to his room, took a shower, and went to bed early, ready to face the battles of the next day. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, at the Angel Guild headquarters, Guild leader Boudreaux's face was as dark as a storm cloud, his mood utterly foul. Because of Suyu's 3 consecutive world announcements, the members of the Angel Guild, especially Boudreaux himself, were being relentlessly mocked and criticized by domestic players. Grinding his teeth, Boudreaux snarled, "Damn you, Eternal Night. I swear, once I uncover your real-world identity, I'll make you regret everything." He turned to his assistant. "Carl, contact the spies we've planted in Dragon Nation's guilds. Find out Eternal Night's identity at all costs. And target Dragon Nation's renowned top players for assassination, both in and out of the game. The Lighthouse Nation will not allow Dragon Nation to rise again. If necessary, notify the high-level officials in Sakura Nation and Korea to send personnel and participate in the hunt." Understood, Guild leader. The assistant immediately began sending out messages. Elsewhere, Dragon Nation's government, having intercepted intelligence on the Lighthouse Nation's plans, started laying out countermeasures both in the game and in reality. The situation in God's domain was rapidly escalating into chaos. The next morning, Suyu woke up early and quickly ordered a lavish breakfast online. Although the emergence of God's domain had drastically altered the global landscape, many people still had to work during the day. After all, ordinary players could only stay in the game for a maximum of 12 hours per day. To extend this time, one would need to use life essence. More importantly, God's domain offered a unique feature. Players who chose not to log in during the day could activate a deep sleep mode when they entered at night. This mode made their in-game experience feel like a vivid dream, preventing mental fatigue. Of course, Suyu could also opt for this feature, but to seize every opportunity, he had to act proactively during the day. Once his synchronization rate reached 100% in the future, he would be able to enter God's domain at any time, completely free from time constraints. While eating breakfast, Suyu casually browsed through the forums. Since Divine Realm allowed access to the real-world internet, the top 10 guilds worldwide had begun live-streaming their dungeon excavation missions and exploration endeavors. Upon seeing this, Suyu simply chuckled faintly, not giving it a second thought. Divine Realm had only launched less than a day ago. The total number of bronze-grade equipment owned by all the guilds worldwide combined didn't even exceed 100 pieces. As for silver-grade equipment, not a single one existed yet. On what basis did they think they could conquer dungeons? Moreover, the guilds had merely received news about the dungeons, they didn't truly understand them. Following the trajectory of Suyu's past life, at noon to 12 o'clock sharp, the Kyushu Guild of the Dragon Kingdom would be the first to unlock the Novice Village dungeon. Right after that, the Olympus Guild of Western Europe and the Angels Guild of the Lighthouse Nation would follow, ranking second and third respectively. However, the difference between the guilds was negligible, merely a minute apart. After finishing his breakfast, Suyu logged back into Divine Realm and returned to the inn at Kolo Village. He had rented this room for 3 days and set it as his resurrection point, ensuring he wouldn't be ambushed upon revival. He then swiftly headed toward the shop. "Ah, Mr. Eternal Night, we meet again. What can I help you with today?" The merchant greeted him with a beaming smile. Suyu owed him 11,000 gold coins. Thanks to the system's contractual guarantee, the debt was as good as paid, so the merchant's attitude was naturally pleasant. Suyu responded with a cryptic smile. Give it some time, and I promise you won't be smiling anymore. Sensing something amiss, the merchant's body trembled slightly. I'd like to purchase a black iron-grade backpack and 150 bundles of arrows, Suyu said. That'll be 150 gold coins in total, the merchant chuckled. Medium-sized storage backpack, black iron. Type, item. Effect, increases storage capacity to 200 slots when equipped. Although 200 slots weren't particularly spacious, Suyu had long coveted the gold-grade storage backpack in the merchant's possession. Once the opportunity arose, he was determined to extort it from him. After completing the transaction, Suyu turned and headed toward the eastern entrance of Kolo village. Thank you for your patronage. Please visit again, the merchant called out enthusiastically. Having just made a tidy profit off Suyu, the merchant was in high spirits. If only more big fat sheep like him came by, the merchant muttered greedily, his eyes gleaming as he watched Suyu's departing figure. A few minutes later, Suyu arrived at the eastern village gate. In the distance, a caravan staggered out of the Clue forest. The group looked utterly miserable, with wounds of all sizes covering their bodies, and the dilapidated cart in the center was on the verge of falling apart. The merchant's caravan has finally arrived. A sly smile crept across Suyu's lips. In Divine Realm, numerous churches existed, each hosting annual festival events to honor their deities. The Church of Light, being the state religion of the Light Empire, also held grand celebrations. For this particular event, the merchant had volunteered his caravan to deliver the critical ceremonial artifact, the Lightstone, to Kolo village. Unfortunately, the caravan had terrible luck. It was ambushed by a wild boss in the Clue forest, resulting in the loss of the Lightstone. If the merchant couldn't deliver the item to Kolo village's church in time, the consequences would be dire. I need to locate that boss as soon as possible, Suyu resolved internally. The Clue forest was a level 10 zone, with few players around since most were only level 5 or 6. Only those with talents like Experience Boost could hope to keep up with Suyu's pace. Refocusing his gaze, Suyu stepped into the forest. Before long, he encountered his first wave of monsters. 2 burly black bears stood in his path, their eyes fixed on him menacingly. Sturdy black bear, black iron grade, level 10, HP 6 500/6 500, attack 360, skills heavy claw, roar. Level 10 black iron creatures, far stronger than ordinary monsters. Roar, x2. The 2 massive black bears growled in unison, instantly triggering a 5-second strength enhancement buff. They charged at Suyu, their claws slicing through the air like blades. Thunder Strike Shot. For the first time, Suyu unleashed this new skill. This move didn't consume any arrows. Magical energy surged in his hand, condensing into a golden energy arrow. The faint rumble of thunder echoed in his ears. Boom! The arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle, piercing straight through one black bear's skull. The lightning's searing heat instantly evaporated its blood. At the same time, electric currents surged through the bear's body, leaving it paralyzed. Minus 7,723. Weak point hit. Ding! You've slain a level 10 black bear. Gain 72 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered 4 points of constitution. Golden skill combination, heavy/passive. This move instantly killed a level 10 black bear. The damage was astonishing. Faced with the death of the mother bear, the male bear flew into a berserk rage. However, just as its claw descended, the flash skill was abruptly activated. Swish! With a flash of light, Suyu had already reappeared 10 meters behind the black bear. Without hesitation, he raised his longbow and swiftly shot at the back of the beast's head. Bayu, bayu, bayu. Arrows rained down like a deadly storm, forming a lethal straight line. Minus 278. Weak spot. Minus 278. Weak spot. Minus 278. Weak spot. Each arrow struck with precision. In just 1 second, Suyu had already taken 13% of the black bear's health. Roar! The black bear let out a furious roar and turned to charge at him. But its massive body was far too cumbersome to catch up with Suyu's nimble movements. Employing a kiting strategy, Suyu easily toyed with it, eventually ending its life in a rain of arrows. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered 4 constitution points. Suyu collected the loot and reusable arrows. Keep fighting. He ventured deeper into the forest, continuing his hunting spree. Every black bear was a source of experience and attributes for Suyu. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered 4 constitution points. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered 2 strength points. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered the skill roar, rare. After slaying over a dozen black bears, Suyu finally acquired a new passive skill. Roar passive, 1/20th, effect, upon entering combat, strength +5, defense +5. Originally, the roar skill could only last for 5 seconds. But after being converted into a passive skill by his innate talent, the duration limitation disappeared, an unexpected bonus. Closing the panel, Suyu threw himself back into battle. He was getting closer and closer to the territory of the wilderness boss. An hour later. Ding, congratulations. You've plundered the skill Roar, rare. Ding, congratulations. You've plundered the skill Heavy Claw, rare. Ding, congratulations. You've reached level 8. Rewards, +1 to all attributes, +1 free attribute point. The abundant experience from defeating higher level monsters propelled Suyu straight to level 8. His health and mana were fully restored. With just 2 more levels, he would reach level 10. In this life, Suyu was 99% confident he could claim the achievement of being the first player to reach level 10. Since the game's launch, if he could earn 4 world announcements, he would undoubtedly become a legend. He couldn't help but chuckle, clearing the cluttered thoughts from his mind as he packed up his loot. During this period of combat, he had gained 60 constitution points, 20 strength points, and 2 max-level passive skills. Roar passive, 20/20. Effect, upon entering combat, strength +100, defense +100. Heavy Claw passive, 20/20. Effect, each arrow reduces the enemy's defense by 20 points, up to a maximum of 200 points. The 100-point strength boost nearly doubled Suyu's attack power, while the 200-point defense reduction significantly amplified his damage output, making him unstoppable. At the same time, Suyu had reached the central area of the Clue Forest. From the surrounding environment, he could sense a heavy and chilling aura, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. This boss is no pushover, Suyu muttered. In his previous life, the hidden opportunity linked to this boss was discovered by players from the Canopy Guild. Suyu had to admit, the Canopy Guild was full of talent. Unfortunately, in the future, they would face suppression from factions like the Lighthouse Nation and the Sakura Nation, eventually disbanding. Their members would join other Dragon Nation guilds, ironically strengthening their allies and becoming the backbone of their respective guilds, a legendary chapter in the history of the game. However, regarding this hidden opportunity, the Canopy Guild had only shared limited information. All Suyu knew was that the boss was a silver-tier bear king. Scanning his surroundings, he resolutely moved forward. The next moment, a deafening beast roar shattered the silence, echoing through the skies. Roar! A massive white figure, as imposing as a mountain, burst into view. It was a white bear. Wherever it stepped, the ground and trees were covered in a layer of pale frost, and the temperature of the air plummeted by several degrees. Suyu swiftly activated the system's scouting ability. Frost Bear King Silver Lord. Level, 10. HP, 500,000/500,000. Attack, 2,800. Skills. Frost Flame, summons frosty flames to freeze nearby enemies. Ice Armor, summons condensed ice to form armor, absorbing massive damage. Heavy Claw, swings its sharp claws to tear through enemies. Ice Pillar Strike, conjures an ice pillar and hurls it at enemies. Description: the Overlord of Clue Forest, a young bear king possessing the bloodline of a frost dragon. No wonder the legendary dragon lineage is known for its audacity, it even dares to challenge a mother bear. It's now clear why this bear king's stats surpass a regular silver-ranked boss, it carries the blood of a dragon. Ding! Kolo Village announcement. A player has discovered a boss in Clue Forest. All players are urged to head over immediately to slay the boss. The system notification arrived right on schedule. Despite the announcement, Suyu remained confident that he could take down the Bear King before other players could arrive. However, the Bear King's stats completely overwhelm mine. Using hit-and-run tactics to defeat it is simply impossible. My only option is to use the terrain to my advantage and wear it down slowly. I've got time, so I can outlast it. Surveying the ancient trees surrounding him, Suyu quickly devised a plan. He immediately raised his Demon Hunter bow and fired 3 consecutive arrows, each landing precisely on the Bear King's chest. -4,844. -0. -0. The first arrow, boosted by the passive skill Heavy Slash, dealt several thousand damage, but the follow-up normal attacks failed to pierce the Bear King's defense. Even so, Suyu's expression remained calm, and he showed no sign of impatience. Boom! 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 The Bear King charged furiously, its massive paw slamming down with terrifying force. Suyu darted behind a tree just in time, the impact splitting the ancient trunk in half. He sidestepped quickly to avoid being crushed by the falling debris. Bayou! 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 Arrows continued to fly from his bow. After 7 or 8 shots, Suyu succeeded in reducing the boss's defense by 200 points. His attacks finally began to break through its armor. Although each hit only dealt 2-digit damage, persistence was key. If even an iron rod can be ground into a needle, surely a silver-ranked boss could be taken down. Suyu kept changing positions, skillfully using the trees as cover to block the Bear King's attacks. With only 3,160 HP and no teammates to share the damage, he could barely withstand a single hit. A second strike would inevitably mean death. This strategy was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, dangerous, yet captivating in its execution. Time after time, Suyu demonstrated impeccable control, gradually chipping away at the Bear King's health. -44, -44, -538. Critical hit. Whenever the 5% critical hit chance activated, a single arrow dealt as much damage as 12 normal ones. As for his Thundershot skill, Suyu refrained from using it recklessly. In Divine Realm, each time a boss is hit by a crowd control effect, its resistance to similar effects increases by approximately 5%. Suyu knew he had to save his trump cards like Thundershot and Blink for crucial moments. 99.5%, 98%, 93.2%. After over 10 minutes of intense battle, the boss's health steadily dropped to 80%. Its rage had reached its peak. Roar! The Bear King let out an earth-shaking roar, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Pale flames floated in the air before crashing down toward Suyu's position. Whoosh! Suyu instantly activated Blink, teleporting himself behind the boss. As long as he could avoid its special skills, the Bear King's normal attacks could be evaded with the help of the terrain. Seizing the opportunity while the Bear King was momentarily disoriented, Suyu unleashed another barrage of arrows. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows rained down, tearing into the Bear King's massive body. Ding! The Frost Bear King is now affected by a bleeding effect, -100 HP per second for 3 seconds. Blood dripped everywhere, staining the Bear King's once pristine white fur crimson. This was thanks to the passive skill Bite, which inflicted 100 bleeding damage per second. Even the Bear King's ice armor struggled to absorb the sustained damage. Without it, its health would have already dropped below 50%. As the battle dragged on, the fight reached a fever pitch. Based on his observations, Suyu noticed a pattern. The Bear King used Frost Flame after losing 20% of its health and Ice Pillar Strike after every 5% damage taken. Keeping this in mind, Suyu carefully controlled his damage output, ensuring his Blink and Ice Pillar dodge skills were ready whenever the boss used its abilities. After over 40 minutes of grueling combat, the Bear King could no longer endure. Suyu's final arrow struck its head, delivering a critical blow and depleting the last of its health bar. Boom! The Bear King's massive body collapsed, its once glowing eyes losing all light. Ding! You have slain the level 10 Frost Bear King. You gain 8,640 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 9. You have gained +1 to all 4 attributes, +1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Ice Flame skill, rare. The corpse exploded into a pile of items shimmering with a rainbow of lights, among which was a piece of golden quality equipment. However, Suyu was more interested in the skill he had looted. This was the first time he had encountered a rare passive skill. Before this, Suyu had only obtained passive skills of common, rare, and ultra-rare quality. Clearly, the rare quality surpassed the ultra-rare. Because of this, Suyu was filled with anticipation about the effects of this new passive skill. Ice Flame passive, 1/10. Effect: arrows are imbued with frostfire, slowing the enemy's movement speed by 400 points and dealing 1000 frost damage per second for 3 seconds. The same target has a 10-second cooldown before it can be triggered again. Hiss. After reading the effect, Suyu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This passive skill not only significantly reduced the enemy's movement speed but also dealt a massive 1000 points of damage per second. To put it into perspective, most level 10 players only had movement speeds of a few hundred points. Even the Frost Bear King he had just killed had a movement speed of barely over 1000 points. With just one arrow, the enemy would essentially be frozen in place. Moreover, in Divine Realm, slowing effects are considered debuffs rather than control effects. Only stuns, blinds, knockbacks, and other forms of crowd control are classified as control effects. Bosses are generally unaffected by crowd control, but they cannot resist debuffs like slowing. This, Ice Flame passive, was practically tailor-made for archers. After all, the most common combat strategy for archers was the kiting tactic. In short, it boiled down to one sentence: I can hit you, but you can't hit me. By using Ice Flame to reduce the enemy's speed, making it impossible for them to catch up, so you could safely deal damage, torturing his enemies little by little like a frog in boiling water. Not bad. Suyu couldn't help but praise aloud. After glancing over the new passive skill, he turned and began collecting the items dropped by the Bear King. Ding! You have obtained loot, 800 silver coins, Stone of Light, quest item, Frost Trap skill book, White Bear Boots. In addition to the quest item, there was one golden quality item, one silver quality piece of equipment, and one bronze quality piece of gear. The remaining 5 items were of black iron or common quality. It had to be said, killing a boss was indeed highly rewarding. Just the equipment alone could sell for hundreds of thousands of coins, not to mention the other lucrative gains to follow. Holding the Stone of Light, Suyu thought to himself, if I don't extort a few valuable treasures from that merchant for all my hard work, it would truly be a waste of effort. Moreover, he had heard rumors in his past life about a player who had killed the merchant and accidentally obtained a hidden item. Unfortunately, that player was arrested by NPCs soon after, and the hidden item disappeared along with the incident. I should test the waters and see if that merchant is hiding any treasures. A sly grin tugged at Suyu's lips. Far away in Koro village, the merchant suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His heart tightened as an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept over him. Next, Suyu turned his attention to the skill book. Indeed, it was a golden quality skill book. A golden reward from a silver tier boss. This completely exceeded Suyu's expectations. Could it be that this was part of the treasure left behind by the Frost Bear King's father, that Frost Dragon? Suyu's eyes lit up. This was highly possible. As one of the apex creatures, dragons were known for their love of hoarding golden treasures. The Frost Bear King's lair must be nearby. A bold idea began forming in Suyu's mind. But before searching for the lair, he decided to learn the new skill first. Ding! Congratulations on learning the skill, Frost Trap, Gold. Frost Trap, Gold. Level, LV1. Upgrade, 0 of 1600 experience. Effect, place a frost trap nearby that lasts for 180 seconds. When triggered, it releases a burst of frost arrows, freezing the enemy for 0.5 seconds and dealing 300 plus Spirit X7 frost damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 300. This was a skill reminiscent of Teemo's mushrooms. The traps could last for 3 minutes. With this, Suyu could set up traps in advance. During combat, he could lure enemies into triggering the traps, freezing them while inflicting significant damage. As for the White Bear Boots, they were a level 10 silver tier equipment piece. Since Suyu couldn't equip them yet, he stored them in his inventory for later. He then turned and began walking in the direction the Bear King had come from. About 5 or 6 minutes after Suyu left, a large group of players arrived at the site where the boss had died. Above their heads was a prefix, Bloodstained. Leading the group was none other than Bloodstained Frost. At this moment, Bloodstained Maple, a member of the team, gritted his teeth and said, "The boss has already been killed by Eternal Night. He must be in the forest ahead. If I don't kill him this time, I swear I'm no longer human." Since the confrontation between the two sides yesterday, Bloodstained Frost had specially assigned people to monitor Suyu's movements. Moreover, he requested a secret item from the main guild, specifically designed to deal with Eternal Night. The Bloodstained Guild had always been known for their domineering ways. When it came to dealing with enemies, they spared no resources and vowed to suppress their opponents to the point of no resistance. What's more, this operation was backed by the full support of the Bloodstained Guild. Bloodstained Frost clutched the blood-red scroll in his hand tightly, a sinister smile curling at his lips. With this bloody dual scroll, once I kill Eternal Night, he'll be utterly ruined. Move out. Hunt down Eternal Night. With his command, the group charged in the direction of Suyu. Suyu searched for over 10 minutes before he finally discovered a massive cave nestled in the mountains. As he approached, a biting cold wind swept past him. No doubt about it. This must be the lair of the Frost Bear King. Suyu's face lit up with a hint of excitement. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the cave. Roar! 7 female bears burst out from the entrance. Holy moly! Suyu was stunned. If his memory served correctly, the Frost Bear King was still a juvenile, yet it already had a harem of 3,000? This bear sure knew how to live it up. As a single adult male, Suyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. However, since these female bears dared to attack him, he had no choice but to send them straight to hell to reunite with their king. The Bear King should be thrilled in the afterlife, Suyu thought. After all, he was graciously reuniting the entire family. As the female bears charged toward him, Suyu swiftly drew his demon hunter bow and took them down one by one. With the monsters eliminated, Suyu strode quickly into the depths of the cave, where a dazzling golden light greeted his sight. Gold coins. A massive pile of them. It seemed the Bear King had inherited the dragon bloodline's fervent obsession with treasure. Scanning the area, Suyu found no sign of any bear cubs. What a pity. Capturing the first pet would have meant a world announcement reward. With a sigh, Suyu unceremoniously scooped up all the treasures into his inventory. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained 8,520 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained Frost Dragon Blood Crystal, Epic. What? An epic quality item? Suyu stared at the Dragon Blood Crystal in astonishment. Frost Dragon Blood Crystal, Epic. Type, Item. Effect, if you possess a trace of Frost Dragon bloodline, consuming this will strengthen your bloodline and enhance your aptitude. Otherwise, it increases mana and spirit stats while granting a permanent 20% frost resistance. What a treasure! Without hesitation, Suyu consumed it. His spirit stat increased by 30 points, and his mana surged by a whopping 10,000 points. Previously, Suyu had 2 golden tier skills but often suffered from mana shortages, relying on mana potions constantly to restore his energy. Now, his mana problem was finally resolved. As for the 20% frost resistance, it meant he would take 20% less damage from frost-based attacks. ID, Eternal Night. Level, 9. Health, 3,180. Mana, 11,880. Attributes, Strength 150, Constitution 109, Agility 72, Spirit 94. Summary omitted. At this moment, Suyu's stats were far superior to other players at his level. With the dual passive abilities of Iron Skin and Roar, most players' attacks couldn't even penetrate his defense. Woohoo, time to soar. Suyu's face lit up with satisfaction. After reviewing his stats, Suyu decided to head back to Koro Village. Ding! You have a new friend message. The system notification rang in his ears. Who could be messaging me at this time? Since the launch of Divine Realm, Suyu had only added 3 friends, the representatives of the guilds Gale, Cloudbreaker, and Moonshadow in Koro Village. With this thought, Suyu opened his message panel. Cloudbreaker Sky, Eternal Night, I just got word that Bloodstained Frost is leading a group into the Cruel Forest to hunt you down. They've applied for a powerful item from the main guild. Brother, do you need us to step in and help? Reading the message, Suyu was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Cloudbreaker Sky to value him so highly, taking note of Bloodstained Frost's movements and personally warning him. One had to admit, the leadership of the Cloudbreaker Guild really knew how to build relationships. It was precisely because of this that they had managed to become the world's 10th-ranked guild. If not for being betrayed by allied Dragon Nation guilds during a guild war, leading to heavy losses, Cloudbreaker Guild had the potential to rank among the top 3 guilds globally. Unfortunately, the defeat in the guild war marked the beginning of their decline, and they eventually vanished from the world stage. After some thought, Suyu replied, "Thanks for the heads up. I can handle the Bloodstained Guild myself." "Alright then, brother, stay safe." Cloudbreaker Sky didn't press further. Closing the panel, Suyu turned back to glance at the tunnel. "This space is too narrow, it's not suitable for combat. Try to fight outside." With those words, Suyu stepped forward, leaving the Bear King's lair behind. Outside. After walking a short distance, the forest echoed with the sound of rustling leaves and snapping twigs. "They're here." Suyu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Bloodstained Frost, leading dozens of others, swiftly approached, cornering him in a small clearing within the forest. "Eternal Night, we meet again." Bloodstained Frost's face was dark and cold. Beside him, Bloodstained Maple gritted his teeth and said, "You won't escape this time. We'll wash away the humiliation of last time." Suyu swept his indifferent gaze over the crowd, noting that each of them was fully geared in black iron equipment. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smirk. Well, it seems the brothers of Bloodstained are here to deliver supplies again?" At his words, Bloodstained Frost froze for a moment, not immediately understanding Suyu's meaning. But then he followed Suyu's gaze, and the realization hit him. Rage surged uncontrollably within him. "You're too arrogant." Bloodstained Frost snarled viciously. "Eternal Night, I know your damage output is high, but you can only insta-kill with the first arrow. We've brought 40 guild elites this time, what do you have to fight us with? Be smart. Hand over all your equipment and sign a system contract to serve the Bloodstained Guild forever. Otherwise, we'll utterly cripple you." The crowd unsheathed their weapons in unison. Suyu let out a cold chuckle, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What bold words! Then let me tell you this, from now on, whenever I see a member of the Bloodstained Guild, I'll kill them on sight. You'd better pray you don't run into me." Given how hostile the opposition was, Suyu had no intention of showing mercy. He mentally added the Bloodstained Guild to his personal kill on-sight list. Courting death. Bloodstained Frost suddenly pulled out a blood-red scroll. A blood duel scroll? Suyu's eyes flickered with surprise. This item was incredibly rare. Its function was to forcibly drag both parties into a blood duel arena, where only when one side was completely wiped out could anyone return to the game world. The losing side would permanently lose 10% of their stats, and their dropped items would double in quantity. Meanwhile, the victors would gain permanent attribute bonuses based on the number of defeated foes. In later years, players frequently used blood duel scrolls to ambush and eliminate their enemies. Of course, a player could only enter the blood duel arena once per week. At this moment, Suyu's gaze toward Bloodstained Frost turned peculiar. Good heavens, not only were they delivering a batch of equipment, but they also wanted to gift him attribute points? Where else could he find such a generous offer? The next moment, Bloodstained Frost decisively tore the scroll open. A blood-red bronze gate rose into the sky, and endless crimson light poured out from within, enveloping the surrounding several hundred meters of forest. The environment shifted instantly, and everyone appeared within the blood duel arena. Ding! Welcome to the blood duel arena. Rules? A system notification echoed in his ears, but Suyu didn't bother to read the rule description. After all, in his previous life, he'd experienced countless blood duels. The rules were engraved in his memory. Bloodstained Maple was the first to react, activating a talent that reduced Suyu's attack and defense stats. Warriors, use your taunt skills to lock him down. Rearline DPS, focus fire with all you've got. Bloodstained Frost commanded immediately. This group's combat coordination was clearly leagues ahead of the last encounter. Each person took their role seriously, launching an all-out attack on Suyu. Blink! Without hesitation, Suyu activated his teleportation skill, instantly appearing to the left rear of his opponents. He raised his hand, gripping the Demon Hunter bow, and loosed arrows that streaked through the air like lightning, their surfaces igniting with pale blue flames. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. The arrows struck their targets in the bloodstained group with pinpoint accuracy, reducing their movement speed by 400 points. Their mobility dropped to 0, -5,223, -231, -220. While Suyu's basic attack damage was only a little over 200 points, the passive effect of Ice Flame, which added 1000 frost damage per hit, was devastating. For most level 6 to level 8 players, whose health hovered just above the 1000 mark, surviving even 1 second was nearly impossible. By the second, death was inevitable. In a mere instant, 3 players from the Bloodstained faction were dead, their corpses frozen in place. The remaining 3 were immobilized. Quick, Wangkon, use your talent to cleanse the debuffs. Bloodstained Frost roared. A priest raised his hand, summoning golden light to dispel the effects. However, the 3 frozen players remained motionless. Impossible. My talent is supposed to cleanse low-priority debuffs and negative effects. The priest exclaimed in disbelief. This was where the hidden effect of Suyu's sky-piercing arrow path talent came into play. The passives converted by the talent had a priority equal to the talent's rarity. Even a mythic-grade purification talent couldn't dispel the slow effect of Ice Flame. Bloodstained Frost's expression grew darker. Forget the frozen ones. All ranged classes, focus fire on Eternal Night. The mage and the archer immediately unleashed their skills. Ice Arrow, Fireball. A barrage of skills rained down on Suyu like a storm. He had no choice but to endure some of the attacks head-on, as the numbers above his head flashed continuously. -0, -0, -0. Still, none of the attacks broke through his defense. Thanks to the priority granted by Suyu's passive abilities, the Bloodstained Maple Guild's talents were utterly incapable of reducing his defense or negating his attack bonuses. Seeing this, Bloodstained Frost muttered in despair, why is it like this? In order to take down Eternal Night, he had pulled out all the stops. He had secured a set of black iron gear and 40 black iron skill books from the guild. The team he assembled boasted enough strength to defeat any level 10 bronze tier boss. And yet, they were utterly crushed by Suyu alone, pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten. His overwhelming power was absurd, as if he were using cheats. Under Bloodstained Frost's disbelieving gaze, Suyu swiftly wiped out the rest of the team. The ground erupted with loot, yielding double rewards, a staggering total of 78 pieces of black iron equipment. Even slaying 10 bosses wouldn't guarantee such a bountiful haul. Not to mention, killing players was far easier than killing bosses. Suyu turned to look at Bloodstained Frost, his expression calm as he said, remember to bring more people next time if you're planning to ambush me. Oh, and wear better gear, it makes restocking easier for me. Restocking? This was beyond humiliating. Did he really see them as nothing more than a wholesale supplier of Bloodstained Guild's gear? Furious, Bloodstained Frost roared, Eternal Night, don't get cocky. I won't let you off. Before he could finish, Suyu shot an arrow straight into his head, killing him instantly. 2 pieces of bronze tier gear fell from Bloodstained Frost's corpse. With this move, the Bloodstained Guild suffered such heavy losses that they'd practically been stripped to their underwear. With the death of Bloodstained Frost, the system notification echoed in Suyu's ears. Ding! Congratulations on winning the bloody duel. Rewards: Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 10. For Suyu, this was nothing short of a bountiful feast. At his current rate of progression, accumulating such a significant number of attribute points would normally require leveling up at least 10 times. Excitement flickered in Suyu's eyes. He quickly exited the bloody dueling arena and returned to a clearing surrounded by trees. Scattered all around were piles of rare equipment. I need to deal with this gear as soon as possible, Suyu thought to himself. To him, black iron and bronze grade equipment were utterly worthless. Their attribute boosts were too low to be of any use. Keeping them in his inventory would only take up space. It was far better to sell them off quickly. After carefully counting his spoils, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Suyu's lips. He had a total of 6 bronze grade items, 88 black iron items, and 76 common grade pieces of equipment. The majority of them were level 5 gear, with only a handful of level 10 items among them, most of which were of common quality. This transaction was bound to fill his coffers to the brim. Suyu opened his interface and sent a message to Gale Tempest in Shattered Clouds, arranging to trade the gear at the east entrance of Koro Village. He attached a photo of the equipment as well. Almost instantly, Shattered Clouds responded. Holy crap, that's a ton of gear. Bro, I'm heading to the village entrance right now to meet you for the trade. Gale Tempest also sent a reply. After glancing at the message, Suyu closed the interface and quickly retraced his steps. More than half an hour later, Suyu finally emerged from the depths of the Clue Forest. Waiting at the entrance were the leaders of the Shattered Clouds and Gale Tempest guilds. The moment they spotted Suyu, broad smiles broke out on their faces. Ha, Nightfall, my friend. You're finally back. Shattered Clouds stepped forward eagerly. Where's the gear? Let's take a look. With a casual wave of his hand, Suyu summoned the equipment, piling it on the ground like a small mountain. Holy sh! Onlookers around them were stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor in disbelief. So much gear. Witnessing the scene with their own eyes, Shattered Clouds was so shaken that he was momentarily at a loss for words. This quantity is insane. I spent an entire day grinding mobs and only got 5 pieces of gear, all of them common grade. Compared to Nightfall's haul, I don't even have the words to express my envy. The gap between people is really bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. My bronze sword suddenly feels utterly worthless. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with envy and awe. At this moment, Shattered Clouds turned to Suyu and cautiously asked, Brother, did all this gear come from the Bloodstained Guild's players? What's the matter? Is the Shattered Clouds Guild afraid to buy it? Suyu replied with a faint, playful smile. Buy? Of course we'll buy. Shattered Clouds nodded repeatedly. Wait a second. Gale Tempest scratched his head, looking puzzled. Your conversation is confusing me. What does this gear have to do with the Bloodstained Guild? Shattered Clouds explained. Earlier today, Bloodstained Frost led a squad of elite guild members to hunt down Nightfall, but they were all defeated by him. Oh my god, if each of them dropped 1 piece of black iron gear, doesn't that mean Nightfall, you took down nearly 100 elite members of the Bloodstained Guild by yourself? Gale Tempest exclaimed in amazement. Suyu smiled faintly and teased, defeating them? All you need is hands. Even if we had 100 hands, we wouldn't be as strong as you. Shattered Cloud sighed helplessly. Alright, enough talk. As for the gear, you two can divide it however you see fit, Suyu said. Got it. The 2 guild leaders nodded vigorously. They began inspecting the attributes of each piece of equipment and discussing how to distribute them. 10 minutes later, Shattered Clouds Guild purchased 4 of the bronze grade items, while Gale Tempest's guild bought 2. The remaining gear of other qualities was evenly split between the 2 guilds. This single transaction earned Suyu 15,256 gold coins, instantly pushing his total wealth past the 30,000 mark. At this point, Shattered Clouds grinned and said, Nightfall, you've really hit the jackpot these past couple of days. Besides the gear, your strength potion collaboration with Moonshadow is selling like crazy nationwide. It's just a small profit, Suyu replied with a calm smile. He knew full well that all of this stemmed from his close monitoring of the Divine Realm forums. Major guilds across the country were spending heavily on strength potions to improve their grinding efficiency and compete for the achievement of being the first level 10 player. The Moonshadow Guild was making a fortune as a result. According to their contract, Suyu was entitled to 30% of the profits, which would be settled monthly. If he ever needed the money urgently, he could ask Moonshadow Dawn for it at any time. Of course, in the real world, Suyu was already a billionaire. If it weren't for concerns about revealing his identity through cash transactions, he wouldn't hesitate to spend billions to buy up all the gold coins in the Divine Realm. After a brief exchange of words, the 3 of them parted ways. Suyu headed straight for the shop in Koro village. Before the shop, he saw the merchant caravan from before parked at the entrance. Everyone had their heads lowered, their faces filled with shame and despair. Useless. You're all a bunch of useless fools. If we can't retrieve the Stone of Radiance for the festival, the Radiant Church will surely execute all of us for blasphemy. Do you understand? The merchant roared in fury. After shouting, he slumped against the doorframe, his face a picture of hopelessness. It's over. Everything is over. Seeing this, the corners of Suyu's lips curved into a mysterious smile. He stepped forward slowly and said softly, "Merchant sir, it seems like you're in some serious trouble." "You?" The merchant turned his head and, upon seeing Suyu, gritted his teeth. "Eternal Knight, don't think that just because I'm about to die, you won't have to repay your debt. The contract is under the protection of divine rules. If you can't pay me back, you will die." Suyu chuckled lightly. "Not necessarily." He casually opened his backpack. With a loud thud, the corpse of the Frost Bear King suddenly appeared on the ground. The caravan members widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, This is the Bear King that attacked us and stole the Stone of Radiance." "What?" The merchant sprang to his feet and stared at Suyu, cautiously asking, "Could it be, the Stone of Radiance is in your possession?" "That's right." Suyu nodded. "Wonderful." The merchant was ecstatic. "I want to make a deal with you. Hand it over, and I'll cancel the debt contract." Suyu smirked playfully. "Merchant sir, is your life only worth 10,000 gold coins? If you don't repay the debt, you'll die anyway. Even if you hand over the item to the church, they won't reward you too generously," the merchant argued, trying his best to persuade him. "Ha!" Suyu snorted coldly, suddenly pulling out 11,000 gold coins from his backpack. He said flatly, "Do you think I can't afford to pay you back?" The merchant was utterly devastated. He couldn't fathom it. If Eternal Knight was this wealthy, why had he borrowed money in the first place? Could he have foreseen today's situation? Impossible. Eternal Knight wasn't a follower of the Church of Fate. How could he possess the ability to foresee the future? After much deliberation, the merchant realized he was utterly at Suyu's mercy. Clenching his teeth, he asked, "What terms will it take for you to return the Stone of Radiance?" The situation was entirely under Suyu's control now. A faint smile played on his lips. Suyu extended 3 fingers and said coldly, 3 conditions. "Agree to them, and I'll return the Stone of Radiance to you." "Deal." The merchant hastily agreed, fearing Suyu might add more conditions. With a devilish grin, Suyu spoke slowly. "First, cancel the debt contract in the system." The merchant's face turned slightly pale, but he endured silently, thinking, "This is still manageable." "Second, I want 100,000 gold coins." Each condition Suyu listed weighed heavier on the merchant's heart. "And third," Suyu's voice paused, his smile carrying an oppressive weight, "I will select any 3 treasures from your collection as compensation." "Wait, that last one is worth 3 conditions on its own." The merchant protested hurriedly. However, Suyu shot him a cold glance, and the merchant immediately fell silent, muttering to himself, "Better to stay alive." "I accept your terms, but we must sign a transaction contract," the merchant whispered in defeat. "No problem," Suyu replied with a faint smile. Soon after, they signed a new temporary contract. The merchant, with great reluctance, handed over 100,000 gold coins, nearly half of his total assets, to Suyu. "Here, these are treasures I've collected over decades. You may pick 3, the merchant stammered. As he spoke, a virtual panel appeared before Suyu. Ding! You've unlocked the hidden shop of Merchant Pickle. 1. Life Crystal Elixir Gold. Effect, 3/3 charges, instantly restores 50% of the user's health. Recharges once per day. Usable for levels 15 to 35. Price, 250,000 gold coins. 2. Adventurer's Expert Backpack Gold. Effect, upon equipping, expands backpack space to 800 slots, increases rare drop rate by 1%. Price, 380,000 gold coins. 3. Ring of Glory Gold. Description, level 15 archer class equipment, no level requirement for equipping. Price, 190,000 gold coins. Suyu scanned the list. While there weren't many remarkable items, he reminded himself that Pickle was merely a merchant in the beginner's village. Rumor had it in his previous life that Pickle possessed extraordinarily rare treasures, but nothing beyond the gold tier had ever been discovered. Could he be hiding something intentionally? Suyu's gaze sharpened like a blade, locking onto the merchant. After a brief moment of contemplation, a thought emerged in Suyu's mind. He spoke coldly, his voice sharp, "Merchant, you're not being honest with me. We agreed you would let me choose 3 treasures from all your collections. But," the merchant stammered nervously, "are you sure what you've laid out before me is everything?" Suyu's tone carried an unmistakable threat. The merchant began to stutter, panic flashing across his face. I suggest you think carefully. What's more important, your life, or those treasures? Suyu reminded him icily. I do have one treasure I didn't show, the merchant finally admitted after much hesitation, his expression defeated as he revealed the hidden item. A small, black angel sculpture, no larger than a palm, appeared before Suyu's eyes. He was instantly shaken. Could this be a world relic? Stunned, he quickly examined the sculpture's properties. World relic, Angel of Death, sealed. Grade, intermediate. Effect, unknown. Unsealing method, absorb 10,000 strands of death energy, which corresponds to killing 10,000 monsters. It truly was a world relic. These were artifacts born alongside their worlds, imbued with unfathomable powers. Each world had a fixed number of these relics. In the Sanctified Dragon world, where the Blue Star players resided, there were only 49 world relics in total, 60% of which were in the hands of the native inhabitants, while the rest remained unclaimed. The abilities of an intermediate-grade relic were on par with those of epic-tier treasures. Suyu felt a surge of excitement. The Angel of Death. I wonder what its specific abilities are. As for the unsealing condition, killing 10,000 monsters, it was a trivial task for him. At most, it would take him a week to fully unseal this intermediate-grade world relic. At that moment, the merchant attempted to intervene with a fawning smile. Mr. Eternal Knight, while this may be a world relic, it's sealed. Even if you take it, it won't be of any use to you. Why not exchange it for another treasure? The NPC couldn't see item interfaces and naturally had no way of knowing the unsealing conditions. No need. Suyu shook his head and decisively refused. I want this sculpture, along with the glory ring and the explorer's backpack. The total value of these three items was at least 10 million gold coins. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Suyu's debt contract with the merchant was nullified. Alright then, here's your Stone of Light. From now on, our dealings are settled. Suyu smiled as he handed back the artifact. Why yes, of course, the merchant replied reluctantly, his face darkened with frustration. A golden backpack, golden equipment, and even a world relic, everything was gone. The merchant's heart felt as though it had been sliced apart, but he harbored no thoughts of revenge against Suyu. After all, if he couldn't even defeat the Frostbear King, how could he possibly stand a chance against Suyu? He could only swallow this bitter pill. From today on, I'll deal even more ruthlessly with those adventurers to make up for my losses. The merchant vowed silently in his heart. Meanwhile, Suyu's attention shifted to the golden equipment he had just acquired. Glory ring, gold. Slot, finger. Health, plus 800. Strength, plus 25. Constitution, plus 35. Spirit, plus 20. Feature, critical hit rate plus 8%. Required level, 15. Class requirement, Archer. This kind of equipment, without any strict level restrictions, could even be used by level 1 players. Naturally, its value was astronomical, at least 3 times the price of ordinary golden gear. Since Suyu wasn't in need of money, he decided to keep this rare piece of equipment for himself. He quickly swapped out his old, basic ring. The system notification followed immediately. Ding! Your equipped item, Glory Ring, has successfully ranked first on the equipment leaderboard. Suyu glanced at the leaderboard. Rank 1, Glory Ring, Gold, Eternal Knight. Reward, plus 3% damage. Rank 2, Empire's Glory Leather Armor, Gold, Eternal Knight. Reward, plus 2% damage. Rank 3, None. Currently, there were only 2 pieces of ranked equipment in the entire world, and both belonged to Suyu. The cumulative rewards from these rankings granted him a 5% damage boost. Other players could only see the equipment names, they had no way of knowing the specific attributes. This was one of Suyu's trump cards, and he certainly wasn't foolish enough to reveal it. Another active leaderboard, the skill leaderboard, was fiercely contested. Suyu held 2 positions in the top 10, granting him an additional perk, a 5% reduction in experience cost when upgrading skills. After checking the leaderboards, Suyu purchased 200 bundles of arrows from the merchant and turned toward the western exit of Koro Village. His destination for the village chief's quest, the Black Crow Mountain Range, happened to border the dark forest. Over half an hour later, Suyu finally arrived at the Black Crow Mountain Range. This region, adjacent to the dark forest, was a popular leveling spot. Many players, after reaching level 6, formed parties to venture into the level 10 Black Crow Mountain Range, hunting monsters to gain experience. The dense forest around was teeming with crows, flocking in groups. These crows had become the most common type of monsters in the area. Each of these crows exuded a strong aura of black mist, making them appear particularly eerie. Black Crow Common. Level, 10. HP, 3000 of 3000. Attack, 170. Skill, Dark Arrow. Although their attributes were ordinary, Suyu could easily take down these black crows with a single arrow, thanks to the passive damage effect of his skill, Ice Flame. The crows' attack methods were either using their sharp beaks to peck at enemies or condensing dark energy into arrows to shoot at their targets. Against such flying monsters, melee classes like warriors and knights were at a significant disadvantage. In the early stages of the game, they had almost no ranged skills to rely on. As a result, mages and archers became the core of most player teams. Suyu glanced around briefly before withdrawing his gaze. The outer areas were overcrowded with players, and the monster resources were nowhere near enough for everyone. With that in mind, he started walking deeper into the mountains. Not long after, he happened to pass by a group of players. One of the knights in the team noticed the longbow in Suyu's hand. His face lit up as he called out, "Hey, buddy, wanna team up to farm black crows? We're short one long-range DPS." "No need," Suyu shook his head and declined, "I'll solo." "Solo? Are you sure?" The knight looked surprised. "Buddy, no matter how skilled you are as an archer, you're still a squishy class. You definitely need a melee to tank damage for you. Cut it out, will you?" A female player in the group, Qing Yuan, quickly interrupted the knight as her eyes fixed on Suyu's golden leather armor. She seemed to have recognized something extraordinary. At this stage of the game, Suyu was the only player in the entire Divine Realm to possess a piece of golden quality equipment. That armor had practically become a symbol of his identity. Realizing this, Qing Yuan's cheeks flushed with excitement. She struggled to suppress her emotions and asked eagerly, "Are you the legendary player, Eternal Knight?" "That's me," Suyu admitted calmly. "I can't believe I'm meeting you in person, brother Eternal Knight. I'm one of your fans." Qing Yuan exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. "Hello," Suyu responded with a faint smile, sizing her up. Qing Yuan was dressed in simple robes that hugged her graceful figure, with her long, shapely legs drawing particular attention. Most notably, she held a longbow in her hands. She was an archer. A female archer was a rare sight in the game. Most female players preferred summoner, mage, or healer classes, as archery demanded high operational skills and precision. Naturally, there were very few of them. Suyu noticed her in-game ID, Qing Yuan. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the future, this very player, known as Qing Yuan, would rise to great fame. Her archery skills would earn her a spot among the top 100 players on Earth. However, most of her renown would come from her legendary pet, a black dragon of the legendary tier. She would later be hailed as the Black Dragon Archer God by the player base. It was said that the black dragon was her innate companion pet. Upon closer inspection, Suyu spotted a tiny black lizard, about the width of a finger, perched on Qing Yuan's left shoulder. Of course, no matter how strong Qing Yuan might become in the future, what did that have to do with him? Could she surpass him? Moreover, Qing Yuan hadn't yet matured into her future self. At this stage, she was merely an ordinary player with decent archery skills. After pondering for a moment, Suyu nodded slightly as a gesture of acknowledgement. He then turned, ready to leave. "Wait!" Qing Yuan called out urgently. "Brother Eternal Knight, can I add you as a friend?" "A friend?" Suyu hesitated for a moment before replying, "Sure." After adding her to his friend list, he walked away without looking back, soon disappearing from their view. Watching her younger sister admire another man so openly, the knight, Sword Song, felt a pang of jealousy. "Xiao Yuan, Eternal Knight is strong, no doubt. But you're the disciple of a master archer. With your expertise, I'm sure you'll surpass him one day." "That's impossible," Qing Yuan shook her head. "Brother Eternal Knight's archery skills are thousands of times better than mine. Even my mentor admitted defeat after watching his combat footage." "What?" Sword Song was stunned. "Your mentor, Master Wu, is a 5-time world champion in archery competitions. He's considered the best archer in the world. Are you saying Eternal Knight is even better than him?" "My mentor was shocked too, but it's the truth," Qing Yuan said with a bitter smile. Sword Song stared in the direction Suyu had left, feeling a pang of regret. "If I'd known he was Eternal Knight, I would have insisted on inviting him to join our team. How great would it be to have a top player carry us?" Qing Yuan shot him a glare, exasperated. "Can you have a little dignity, brother? All you ever think about is leeching off others. What a waste of your epic tier talent." "I can't help it. My talent is literally designed for supporting teammates," Sword Song replied with a cheeky grin, his eyes gleaming with a carefree spirit. "Ugh." Qing Yuan sighed deeply. She turned her gaze to the small black lizard on her shoulder. "Little Black, it seems you're the only reliable one here. I need to train you quickly so I can stop relying on my useless brother." About 10 minutes later, Suyu arrived in an area sparsely populated by humans, where the surroundings were eerily silent. "Caw!" A sharp, piercing cry shattered the tranquility. Turning his head, he saw a flock of black crows, diving like arrows with their wings spread, heading straight for him on the ground. Suyu gripped his demon hunting bow tightly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of arrows. Whoosh! Minus 5,563. Minus 563. Minus 563. Each arrow carried a pale white flame, striking the black crows with precision and triggering the passive effect of frostfire. The crows' speed instantly dropped by 400 points, and they suffered an additional 1,000 frost damage per second. The black crows froze mid-air, their bodies stiffening as they fell helplessly like raindrops. In just 3 seconds, system notifications rang out continuously. Ding! You have slain a level 10 black crow, gaining 36 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 3 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered the skill Dark Arrow, rare. But Suyu's gains weren't limited to this, his experience bar steadily climbed. Thanks to his talent, he continued to plunder agility points and skills. He quickly checked his skill panel. Dark Arrow passive, 1 out of 100. Effect, arrows are imbued with dark energy, dealing an additional 10 points of dark damage. Now, every arrow Suyu shot carried both dark and frost damage, significantly amplifying his firepower. His enemies wouldn't stand a chance. He continued to advance while taking down more monsters. The system panel constantly refreshed with notifications. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 2 points of agility. Eventually, Suyu harvested 60 agility points and fully stacked 100 layers of passives from the Black Crows. His experience bar had risen to 90.2%. He was getting closer and closer to his level 10 target. At that moment, Suyu suddenly stopped and surveyed his surroundings. A faint gray mist drifted through the air. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept by, dispersing the mist and revealing dozens of pale gray figures within his view. Ding! Congratulations! You have discovered the first anomaly zone in the Black Crow Mountains. Quest progress plus 10%. Finally, he had found it. According to his memories from his previous life, completing the village chief's exploration quest required locating 5 anomaly zones, 3 anomaly items, and uncovering the mastermind behind the mutations. Suyu remembered the coordinates of these objectives with crystal clarity. Roar! The pale gray figures let out eerie, guttural growls. It was a group of zombies. Zombie Black Iron Elite. Level 10. HP 20000/20000. Attack 350. Skills: Corpse Poison, Undead Physique. A horde of Black Iron Elite monsters far stronger than the Black Crows. Each of them had an intimidating 20,000 HP. Yet, Suyu's expression remained calm and composed. In his eyes, these monsters were nothing more than walking experience points. Moreover, slaying monsters in anomaly zones had a small chance of dropping a rare item called Black Soulstone, the entry pass for the first dungeon in Koro Village. Only 1,000 of these stones would drop. This meant that only 1,000 players from Koro Village could participate in the dungeon event. Let's deal with this batch first. Suyu refocused, his sharp gaze locking onto the zombies as he pulled his bowstring taut and released a flurry of arrows. Minus 5,486. Minus 506. Minus 1,000. With the passive effect of Heavy Claw activated, each arrow reduced the zombies' defense by 20 points and dealt an additional 1,000 dark damage. Combined with the frost effect from Frostfire, the zombies' movement speed was reduced by 400 points. Already slow-moving tanks with high health, the zombies were now completely immobilized after his attack. Suyu's attack speed reached an impressive 4.22 attacks per second, his damage output astonishing. In mere moments, he had wiped out 35% of a zombie's health. In just 3 seconds, he had taken down one of the zombies. Ding! You have slain a level 10 zombie, gaining 216 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered the skill Undead Physique, rare. Killing the first monster had already rewarded Suyu with a passive skill. His luck was off the charts once again. Undead Physique passive, 1/10. Effect, permanently increases HP by 500 points. When fully stacked, this passive would boost HP by 5,000 points, equivalent to the bonus provided by 250 points of Constitution. This was incredibly powerful. As a fragile archer, Suyu desperately needed such a passive. Suyu's eyes gleamed with fiery determination, and his attacks didn't slow for even a second. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 4 points of Constitution. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 3 points of Constitution. For every zombie he killed, besides earning attribute points, the experience bar also increased by about 2.3%. When he killed the 5th zombie, the experience bar hit 100% all at once. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10. You've gained +1 to all base attributes, +1 free attribute point. Since the launch of Divine Realm, it had been less than a day, yet Suyu had already reached level 10. This was 2 hours faster than in his previous life. He had once again achieved a world milestone. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Knight, for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Rewards, Gold X 2000, Reputation X 3000, Life Essence X1, and Golden Treasure Chest X1. The announcement was broadcast 6 times in a row, and players across the globe received the news. Holy crap! Is Eternal Knight planning to monopolize the world announcements? This is the 4th time in 2 days. He's really giving no face to the guilds of other nations. I've been grinding mobs all night just to reach level 7, and compared to Eternal Knight, I feel like absolute trash. You're level 7 and still think you're trash? Then as a measly level 5 player, should I just go bury myself alive? Woohoo! Looks like Dragon Nation is about to give birth to another god-tier player. Dawa Village. This was the starting village where the main members of the 9 provinces, guild from the Dragon Nation were located. At this moment, under the leadership of the Guildmaster, 9 provinces Tianyun, the pioneering team successfully completed a mission, unlocking the village's first beginner dungeon, Blood Duke's Castle. Perhaps inspired by Suyu, this time around, they completed the mission a full hour earlier than in their previous life. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Knight. Just as the system announcement echoed, the excitement on everyone's faces froze instantly. The Vice Guild Master, Tianya, exclaimed in disbelief, "How is Eternal Knight leveling up so fast? Our guild's leveling squad is composed of elites handpicked by the official team, with unmatched grinding speed. And yet, we're being outpaced by a solo player? Eternal Knight is so overpowered it's like he's cheating." The guild members burst into discussion. Looks like we still couldn't snag the first level 10 achievement. The Guildmaster, Tianyun, sighed, his expression calm, clearly having prepared himself mentally for this outcome. Find an opportunity to reach out to Eternal Knight. See if we can invite him to join us. If he agrees, our guild will gain a top-tier powerhouse. With that thought in mind, Tianyun turned towards the guild members of the pioneering team and spoke resolutely. Don't dwell too much on the announcement. While Eternal Knight has earned the announcement rewards, those just improve his personal strength. It doesn't impact our collective progress as a guild. We've discovered a new novice dungeon that will significantly boost the guild's overall strength. If we secure the first clear of the dungeon, we'll also receive a system-wide announcement reward. Everyone nodded fervently, their fighting spirit reignited. The guild master is absolutely right. No matter how strong Eternal Knight is, he can't possibly overpower our entire guild's elite team. We, 9 provinces, were the first to discover this dungeon. The first clear is ours, without a doubt. They could hardly wait to enter the dungeon. Tianya, inform the leveling group leader about the dungeon and have them join us in strategizing for the raid. Tianyun instructed solemnly. Understood, Guild Master. Vice Guild Master Tianya nodded resolutely. Once all preparations were complete, the vanguard team of 9 provinces charged into the dungeon ahead of everyone else. Black Raven Mountain Range. After receiving the system rewards, Suyu remained calm. After all, the monsters within the anomaly zone had yet to be dealt with. He pressed forward into battle. A few minutes later, Suyu had slain the last of the ghouls. With his innate talent, he plundered 50 points of constitution and fully stacked the passive skill Undying Physique, boosting his health by a whopping 6,000 points. His health bar surged past the 10,000 point mark. Then, Suyu swiftly gathered all the loot dropped by the ghouls. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the following loot: 160 silver coins, 8 black soulstones, 3 poison claws, and various other materials. Wow! My luck is through the roof. Dozens of Black Iron tier elite monsters had dropped 11 rare Black Iron quality items. This was clearly thanks to the rare drop rate attribute of his adventurer's backpack. Under normal drop rates, there would have been at most 3 to 5 rare items. Suyu's gaze fell on the Black Soulstones. Black Soulstone, Special. Type, Dungeon Item. Effect, grants access to the Novice Dungeon. Current quantity, 8 out of 1,000. Since the exploration task wasn't yet complete, players were temporarily unable to see the name of the Novice Dungeon. Stowing away the Black Soulstones, Suyu decisively opened the system's golden treasure chest. You've obtained 2,000 gold coins. You've obtained Zealot's Leggings, gold. Another piece of gold tier equipment acquired. Zealot's Leggings, gold. Slot, legs. Health plus 600. Defense plus 40. Constitution plus 30. Agility plus 20. Trait, each attack increases attack speed by 5%, up to a maximum of 25%. Equip requirement, level 10 archer. Without hesitation, Suyu equipped the new gear. Right, earlier, the Frost Bear King dropped level 10 silver tier boots. Time to equip those as well. Suyu quickly opened his inventory and retrieved the item. White Bear Boots, silver. Slot, feet. Health plus 300, defense plus 20, agility plus 40. Trait, movement speed plus 10%. Equip requirement, level 10, all classes. He immediately put on the White Bear Boots and consumed his 4th vitality elixir, pushing his attribute synchronization rate to 20%. His real-world combat strength had taken another leap forward. Opening his character panel, Suyu eagerly examined his attributes. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 10. Health, 12,800/12,800. Mana, 12,500/12,500. Attributes, Strength 185, Constitution 235, Agility 203, Spirit 125. Attack Speed, 4.56/s. Physical Defense, 324. Magical Defense, 206. With these beefed-up level 10 stats, Suyu could easily crush ordinary level 20 players, especially with his powerful equipment. In a word, unstoppable. A satisfied smile spread across Suyu's face. Just then, another group of ghouls emerged from the gray mist. He didn't engage them this time, he had already reaped enough rewards. Now, he was solely focused on completing the village chief's exploration task as quickly as possible. After organizing his spoils, Suyu dashed toward the next anomaly zone. Suyu maintained his swift pace. The anomaly zones weren't far apart, and within an hour, he had completed a full circuit, pushing his task progress to 40%. Half an hour later, he finally reached the 5th anomaly zone. This place was shrouded in an especially dense gray mist, with an eerie, unsettling silence permeating the air. Gripping his demon hunter bow, Suyu stepped into the fog without hesitation. A massive silhouette began to take shape within the thick mist. Suyu quickly aimed at the creature's head and unleashed a skill without warning. Thunder Strike. Golden lightning flashed abruptly, the deafening roar of thunder shattering the fog's oppressive stillness. Minus 7,578. Weak point. At the same time, the passive effects of Frost Flame and Dark Arrow activated, revealing two -900 damage numbers. The dual damage of Frost and Darkness, though diminished by magic resistance, still enraged the creature immensely. Roar! The massive monster's green eyes flared wide with fury as it let out an earth-shaking roar. Swinging its massive arms, it stirred up a violent gale, scattering the surrounding gray mist and revealing its true form. Undead King Black Iron BOSS. Level, 10. HP, 184,000/200,000. Attack, 980. Skills. Corpse King's Body, significantly increases health and recovery rate. Corpse Mist, releases a large cloud of poisonous mist, dealing toxic damage to nearby enemies. Heavy Leap, jumps toward an enemy, crushing them with its body weight. The Corpse King slightly bent its legs and sprang up like a coiled spring, launching itself at Suyu. Boom! The ground at the impact site shattered with a thunderous crack, forming a spiderweb of fissures. However, Suyu had already activated Blink, instantly teleporting 20 meters away to create distance while unleashing a barrage of arrows. Simultaneously, he laid down a frost trap at his feet. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Arrows continuously struck the Corpse King's head from behind, with damage numbers relentlessly popping up. The average damage per second remained steady at over 5,500. While attacking, Suyu swiftly retreated, maintaining an optimal distance and perfecting his attack rhythm. For an archer, this was absolutely critical. His mastery over such techniques had long reached perfection. 3 seconds later, the slow effect from Frost Flame came off cooldown. The Corpse King immediately charged forward, but after only 20 meters, it stepped onto the concealed frost trap. With a loud crash, it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. However, the control effect lasted only 0.5 seconds. As the control attempts increased, the Corpse King's resistance to freezing effects grew stronger and stronger. The Corpse King's regeneration ability was formidable, but after several minutes of relentless assault, Suyu finally brought it down. Ding! You have slain a level 10 Undead King, gaining 2,160 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the skill Corpse Mist, rare. The battle had been effortless. A mere black iron boss, taking it down was as easy as flipping a hand. As for the loot the Corpse King dropped, Suyu casually tossed it into his bag without even checking its attributes. Black iron equipment and items were of little use to him anymore. He glanced at his new passive skill. Corpse Mist passive, 1/10. Here's the English translation of the passage, adapted for an American audience while ensuring clarity, accuracy, and maintaining the novel's tone. Effect: for every 3 arrows that hit an enemy, a cloud of poisonous mist is summoned, inflicting a toxic effect on nearby foes. This poison drains 200 health points per second for 10 seconds. Another passive skill with a negative effect. Now, Suyu's arrows could trigger poison, bleeding, defense reduction, and slowing effects. Once he plundered enough passive abilities, his arrows would carry hundreds, even thousands, of negative effects and control techniques, capable of tormenting his enemies to the brink of despair. Just imagine an arrow that stuns an enemy for 100 seconds, then freezes them for another 100 seconds, and finally burns them for 100 seconds. It's downright terrifying. Alright, time to find those 3 anomalies, Suyu muttered to himself. With precise coordinates in hand, there was no need for him to wander aimlessly through the mountains like a headless chicken. Before long, he located all the anomalies. When the 3 map fragments were combined, they revealed the coordinates of the mastermind's location. The mission had reached its final stage. At this moment, it was 1 p.m. The world's top 10 guilds had already launched their respective beginner village dungeon raids, sending pioneering teams to study strategies for clearing the instances. I need to pick up the pace. With steady determination, Suyu stepped deeper into the mountain range. Not long after, he came across a wooden cabin, surrounded by the scattered bones of various creatures. The cabin itself was empty. The mastermind must be nearby. After a moment of thought, he decided to circle the area. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from a distant valley. There! A glint of light flashed in Suyu's eyes, and he immediately dashed toward the source of the sound. Sure enough, the mastermind, Joseph, a necromancer of the Dark Empire, was in the valley. However, to Suyu's surprise, there was another person present. This individual was clad in golden armor, bearing a cross and shield emblem on his chest. A paladin of the Church of Light? Suyu raised an eyebrow, activating his detection ability on both figures. Necromancer Joseph, severely injured, level 10 of 30. Paladin Caden, severely injured, level 9 of 28. Description: a reserve member of the Paladin Order, tasked with protecting Saintess Carol of the Church of Light. Their identities were instantly revealed before his eyes. Saintess Carol. At the sight of that name, an image of a breathtakingly beautiful woman, both talented and virtuous, surfaced in Suyu's mind. Carol was a household name in the Light Empire. It was said that at her birth, the gates of heaven opened, and countless angels descended to sing hymns and bestow blessings upon her. She was even recognized as the heir to the God of Light. Among the common folk, her fame far surpassed that of the current Pope and the Emperor of the Empire. Yet, such a brilliant figure met a mysterious demise. Later, during a diplomatic mission to the Dark Empire, Carol was assassinated, triggering a war between the two nations. Even by the war's end, the identity of her killer remained unknown. Of course, Suyu had met Carol a few times, but their interactions were limited. In his previous life, he left the Light Empire after reaching level 30. Due to a hidden quest, Suyu spent most of his time in the Elven Kingdom's territories. After pondering for a moment, he decided to remain concealed. Crouching in the woods, Suyu silently observed the two figures. At that moment, Necromancer Joseph sneered, "My friend, you're nothing but an insignificant reserve knight of the Paladin Order. Why throw your life away for this? Who will even remember you if you die here?" The young knight Caden, however, stood resolute and unwavering. "Even as a reserve knight, I'm still a member of the Church of Light. I'm willing to give my life to protect the people." With that, he launched his attack without hesitation. Holy Sword Slash! Caden charged toward the necromancer, his longsword unleashing a narrow blade of light that streaked forward with incredible speed. Haha, as expected of the Church of Light. Such foolish tactics. We in the Dark Empire bow to your absurdity. Joseph grins sinisterly. A bone shield materialized out of thin air, blocking the light blade's assault. "Little knight, since you're so stubborn, I'll send you straight to hell." With a wave of his hand, the ground erupted as scores of skeletons surged forth like a tide, surrounding Caden entirely. Caden targeted the direction with the fewest skeletons, charging forward in an attempt to break through. However, the skeletons seemed endless, like a nightmare that wouldn't end. The damage he sustained grew increasingly severe, his health dangerously low. Clenching his teeth, he appeared ready to unleash a forbidden technique. "It's my turn to act." In the shadows, Suyu fixed his gaze on the undead necromancer. Undead necromancer Yosef Bronze BOSS. Level 9/30, severely injured. HP 240,000/1 620,000. Attack 1925. Skills: Skeleton Summon, Bone Shield, Bone Spear, Life Drain. The necromancer's level had dropped by another notch during this period. In his previous life, when the team from Kolo village encountered Yosef, his level had already fallen to level 5. The players easily defeated him and obtained the quest item. Suyu grasped his Demon Hunter bow, knocked an arrow, and decisively activated a skill. Power Shot. With a sharp whistle, the arrow sliced through the air and struck the necromancer squarely in the eye. Blood sprayed violently. Minus 5,957. Weak point. Arg. The necromancer let out a blood-curdling scream. Damn it! Who dares to ambush me? Clutching his right eye, his face twisted into a ghastly snarl. Ha! Knight Caden froze mid-chant, his attempt to cast a forbidden spell interrupted. Turning around, he spotted Suyu stepping out from the shadows. Who are you? Caden demanded. I'm an adventurer from Kolo Village, Suyu replied solemnly. Leave this necromancer to me. Get out of here, quickly. It seemed as though Caden wanted to argue, but Suyu cut him off, saying, Sir Knight, I know what you're about to say, but can you still fight? Staying here will only make things harder for me. I understand. Caden hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Ding! Knight Protector Caden's favorability towards you plus 40. Current favorability, 70 points. Adventurer, thank you for your assistance. Caden said as he departed, glancing back one last time. Now, only Suyu and the necromancer remained in the clearing, along with the skeletons, of course. Damn archer. I'll kill you and turn your corpse into an undead puppet. Yosef roared with a savage grin. Don't worry. The only one dying here today is you, one-eyed wolf, Suyu retorted with a smirk. You're courting death. Enraged, Yosef immediately commanded his skeletons to attack Suyu. Without hesitation, Suyu loosed several arrows in quick succession. On the third shot, the corpse fog passive skill was triggered. Gray mist rapidly spread out, enveloping over a dozen skeletons. Minus 200, minus 200, minus 200, dash 200. The poison damage ignored both physical and magical defenses, leaving only poison resistance as a countermeasure. Moreover, with Suyu's high attack speed of 4.56 shots per second, the corpse fog passive could be triggered 3 times within 2 seconds. The skeletons were only level 9, with just over 2000 HP each. The 10-second poison effect alone was enough to kill them. Yosef quickly grasped the grim reality of the situation. The skeletons he summoned were entirely ineffective against Suyu. Instead, they were continuously struck by arrows, their health plummeting rapidly. Damn it, what's with this archer's arrows? Yosef was horrified. The arrow's negative effects and elemental damage were making him sick to his core. He couldn't endure it any longer. No, I have to get out of here. Yosef gritted his teeth, panic flashing in his eyes. The plan has already succeeded anyway. Once the undead army destroys the village, I can return to harvest souls and bodies. With that thought, the necromancer turned to flee. Trying to run? A cold glint flashed in Suyu's eyes as his lips curved into a cruel smile. Yosef, severely injured, was already moving at a snail's pace. Meanwhile, Suyu's arrows not only boosted his own speed but also slowed Yosef's movements. With one accelerating and the other decelerating, the gap between them closed swiftly, a predator closing in on its prey. Yosef's HP had dropped below 3,000. Fear gripped his heart. Merciful archer, I'm willing to offer you all my treasures. Please, spare my life. Yosef fell to his knees, trembling as he begged. Ha! Suyu sneered, his eyes brimming with mockery. If I kill you, won't I get your treasures anyway? This, Yosef stammered, his voice quivering. I'll do anything you ask, as long as it's within my power. Alright then, tell me the coordinates of the undead lair, Suyu said, his voice as sharp as a blade. I can, Yosef stuttered, nodding hesitantly. But then he added cautiously, but you must swear to the rules that once I give you the coordinates, you won't kill me. Hearing this, Suyu frowned slightly, contemplating, let the necromancer go? Absolutely not. A severely injured level 30 bronze boss represented enormous gains. There was no way he could let Yosef escape. But how could he kill him and still obtain the coordinates of the undead lair? Suddenly, an idea struck him like lightning. Suyu's heart raced as he devised a plan. He looked at the necromancer, a strange smile spreading across his face, and slowly said, let me think about it for a moment, and then I'll give you my answer. Why yes, of course, Yosef stammered, swallowing nervously. In his heart, he silently prayed that Suyu would agree to his request. Suyu then pretended to be deep in thought as he slowly walked behind Yosef. Every 20 seconds, he discreetly placed an ice trap on the ground. These magical traps were completely invisible. Overwhelmed by fear, Yosef dared not turn around, entirely unaware of what Suyu was doing. 2 minutes later, Suyu had successfully set 7 ice traps, a sly sense of satisfaction filling his heart. At this point, Suyu returned to stand in front of Yosef, smiling as he said, I accept your request. Swearing to the rules was essentially a system contract. Suyu declared loudly, I, Eternal Knight, swear to the rules. As long as the necromancer Yosef hands over the coordinates of the necromancer's nest, I will no longer initiate any attacks against him. Ding! Contract established. The system notification echoed. At first listen, the oath seemed flawless. Yosef let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. Thank goodness, I survived, he thought to himself. Damn humans. Just wait until I recover from my injuries, I'll come back for revenge. Yosef lowered his head, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Suyu's lips curled into a cold smile, fully aware of Yosef's deep-seated hatred for him. But he didn't care at all. After all, this necromancer would never leave this valley alive. I've already sworn to the rules. Now it's your turn. Tell me the coordinates of the necromancer's lair. All right, Yosef replied quickly, his tone anxious. Your Excellency Eternal Knight, do you have a map of the Black Crow Mountains? I can point out the coordinates to you. Suyu pulled out a map he had collected earlier from his chest pocket. The necromancer's lair is right here, Yosef said, taking the map. He used his own blood to mark a spot with an X. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the quest item. Quest progress has reached 100%. Please submit the quest to the village chief as soon as possible, the system notification chimed. Yosef raised his head and plastered on a fawning smile. Your Excellency Eternal Knight, I've already told you the location of the lair. Can I leave now? No problem. Go ahead, Suyu nodded, gesturing for him to leave. Yosef's face lit up with a relieved smile. In a flash, he got up and bolted toward the valley's exit without hesitation. I survived. Human, when I return, I'll make sure to flay you alive, tear out your tendons, and torture you to death. As Yosef ran, his mind filled with vicious, vengeful thoughts. However, just as he took his first step out, a sudden surge of magical energy erupted from the ground. Yosef's triumphant smile froze in an instant. Damn it! You set me up? The thought barely crossed his mind when, boom, 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 frost traps detonated, unleashing countless icy arrows that swallowed the necromancer's figure. His body froze instantly, transforming into an ice sculpture. -970, -970, -970. A series of frost damage numbers floated above him. Yosef's health had already been below 3,000 points. The 3 frost traps were more than enough to kill him. For good measure, Suyu had actually set up 7 frost traps, ensuring that Yosef couldn't possibly survive. The damage was overwhelming. Yosef was as dead as one could be. Ding! You have killed level 30 Necromancer Yosef, gaining 163,440 experience points. Due to defeating a higher level enemy, you receive an additional 100% experience bonus. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained the rare skill, Life Drain. The rewards were incredibly generous. Hiss! Suyu couldn't help but suck in a breath. In Divine Realm, every 20 levels marked a tier. Killing a higher tier enemy granted a significant experience boost. This time, the 326,880 experience points alone were enough for him to level up multiple times. However, Suyu couldn't level up just yet. The monsters in the beginner dungeon capped at level 15. If his level exceeded the monsters, he wouldn't gain any experience from them. Moreover, players couldn't access higher level maps until they completed the main quest in the beginner village. I'll use this experience to upgrade my skills instead, Suyu decided. At that moment, an odd noise reached his ears. He turned toward the source to see Yosef's frozen body lying on the ground. The necromancer's eyes still held a faint glimmer of life. In a raspy voice, Yosef croaked, You liar. Suyu shrugged innocently. I swore not to attack you directly. But you stepped into the traps yourself, how is that my fault? Yosef's eyes widened in fury, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. His gaze dimmed, and he died with his eyes open, filled with rage and regret. Around his corpse, a pile of shimmering loot appeared. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the following loot: 580 gold coins, bone staff, black soul crystal, white wraith robe. The equipment was all for level 30 magic classes, which Suyu couldn't use for now and couldn't sell yet. As Suyu continued sifting through the loot, one particular item caught his attention. Black soul crystal, gold, type, soul item. Effect: contains the soul of Necromancer Yosef. With the Dark Church's secret rituals, it can be used for resurrection. Well. Suyu had thought Yosef was utterly dead, but it turned out the necromancer had a chance to revive. What should I do with this thing? After some thought, Suyu decided to store the black soul crystal in his spatial inventory for now and deal with it later. Then, he opened his skill panel to upgrade his abilities. Suyu possessed 3 golden quality skills. Among them, Thunder Shot, already dealt sufficient damage. As for Frost Trap, it wasn't worth upgrading due to his low mental attributes, which limited its effectiveness. Thus, Suyu poured 360,000 experience points into upgrading Blink. Ding! You have consumed 1,520 experience points to upgrade Blink to level 2. Ding! Thanks to rewards from the skill leaderboard, the experience cost for upgrades was reduced by 5%. Eventually, Suyu successfully leveled Blink up to level 5. Flash, Gold. Level, LV5. Experience to upgrade, 1280/1.6 million. Effect, traverse space, teleport to any location within a radius of 50 plus Spirit X 0.14 meters. Cooldown, 82 seconds. Consumes 700 mana. After upgrading, the cooldown is reduced by 8 seconds, and the teleport distance increases from 22 meters to 67 meters, a threefold improvement. The last reward was a new passive skill. Life Drain Passive, 1/10. Effect, each arrow you shoot that hits an enemy restores 500 HP. As expected of a rare grade passive skill, its effect was incredibly powerful. Restoring 500 HP per arrow hit meant that, based on Suyu's current attack speed, he could recover up to 2000 HP per second, nearly 1/6 of his total health. Not bad, Suyu exclaimed in satisfaction. With this passive skill, his sustained combat ability was significantly enhanced. Alright, I've got what I came for. Time to head back, Suyu thought to himself. Currently, he was quite far from the beginner's village, nearly 2 hours travel away. Fortunately, he had prepared a return scroll earlier in the morning. Injecting mana into the scroll, a teleportation circle swiftly formed on the ground. In an instant, Suyu was transported back to the inn room he had set as his respawn point. Afterward, he headed straight to the village chief's house. Upon seeing Suyu, the village chief greeted him with a smile. Eternal Knight, did you encounter anything unusual in the Black Crow Mountains? Yes, I did, Suyu replied. I killed an undead mage in the mountains and learned from him the exact location of a large undead nest. He handed over a map. The village chief examined the map closely, his expression turning grave. So there really is an undead nest. Immediately, he said to Suyu in a serious tone, Sir Eternal Knight, thank you for this information. I will dispatch the militia to investigate right away. Once they've confirmed the details, please return to me to claim your reward. Alright, Suyu nodded. System prompt, please return to speak with the village chief in 1 hour. In just 1 hour, he would be able to collect his mission rewards. At the same time, the beginner's dungeon of Kolo Village would officially open to players. Suyu was filled with anticipation. Shortly after Suyu submitted the mission, system announcements began to echo one after another. Ding! Announcement from Kolo Village. Thanks to the player, Eternal Knight, successfully completing the main quest, the beginner dungeon, Undead Lair, will open in 1 hour. Notice, the first team worldwide to clear the beginner dungeon will receive generous system rewards. Notice, the beginner village contribution leaderboard is now active. Players can earn contribution points by defeating dungeon monsters. At the end of the event, rewards will be distributed based on the leaderboard rankings. The announcement repeated 3 times, sending the players of Kolo Village into a frenzy of excitement. Holy crap! Our Kolo Village is actually opening a beginner dungeon. This is all thanks to Eternal Knight, the god-tier player. I hereby solemnly declare that from now on, I am Eternal Knight's #1 fan. My girlfriend just said that if I take her through the dungeon, she'll agree to, connect with me. Who's willing to help me out here? Bro, that sounded a little weird. But hey, I'll help you. The allure of the dungeon was irresistible. Players scrambled to form teams and rushed toward the Black Crow Mountains. At this moment, Suyu prepared to log off and enjoy a hearty lunch. After all, the intense battles of the morning had drained much of his energy, and this was the perfect opportunity to replenish himself. Considering the upcoming dungeon battles, Suyu also needed assistance from the elite members of several guilds. Therefore, before logging off, he sent messages to Kenyan Tian, Shang, Kwang Fengwan Zhang, and others, informing them about the requirement for black soul stones to enter the dungeon, as well as the areas where these stones could be found. Otherwise, once the dungeon officially opened, they'd waste time searching for black soul stones in the Black Crow Mountains. The recipients quickly replied, expressing their gratitude and offering 1,000 gold coins as a reward. Suyu didn't particularly need the money, but after their insistent requests, he accepted the payment. Soon after, Suyu returned to the inn and logged off. Back in his villa bedroom. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of mysterious energy erupted from deep within his body, flowing through his limbs and meridians, continuously strengthening his physique. Moments later, the sensation of enhancement faded, and his physical attributes had reached 5 times that of an ordinary person. Once I manifest the skills from the game, I'll truly become extraordinary. Suyu smiled faintly. The manifestation of life essence had already boosted his stats. However, to manifest skills and equipment, he would need knowledge essence and nature essence, both of which could be acquired through special dungeons and events. As for talent, one only needs to achieve 100% synchronization with their attributes to naturally acquire it. Getting up and leaving the bedroom, Suyu ordered lunch from the hotel. After taking a refreshing shower, he felt invigorated and lay down comfortably on the sofa. While waiting for the food delivery, he opened the forum and began browsing the trending news. The major global guilds were live streaming on the forums, showcasing their elite teams as they attempted to conquer the dungeons. However, it was the first time the players from Blue Planet were exploring the Divine Realm dungeon. Combined with the fact that the difficulty of the beginner dungeon had reached a hard level, world-renowned guilds like the Kyushu Guild, Angel Guild, Olympus Guild, and War God Guild were all stuck on the first boss of the dungeon. Over 3 hours had passed, and still, not a single team had cleared the first stage. Meanwhile, the news about the opening of the Koro Village dungeon was gradually climbing into the forum's top 10 trending topics. Which guild do you think will claim the first clear of the dungeon? Isn't it obvious? It's definitely going to be our Cosmic Guild from Korea. Ha! Your Korean guild is trash, it didn't even make the top 10. How could they stand a chance? The Angel Guild has already brought the boss's HP down to 65%. They're leading globally. The first clear is definitely theirs. All of you, shut up. Our Indian Holy Elephant Guild will obviously take the crown. Fans of various guilds were engaged in heated arguments. As for the Koro Village dungeon, hardly anyone paid attention to it. After all, even global guilds with hundreds of expert players couldn't conquer the dungeon. And in Koro Village, there was only one prominent player, Eternal Knight, who was also 3 hours behind. How could he possibly secure the first clear? Regarding this situation, Suyu merely smiled faintly. Today, he was destined to amaze the world. After finishing lunch, Suyu rested at home for an hour before logging back into Divine Realm. He headed straight to the village chief's house. The village chief had been waiting for him and solemnly said, "Eternal Knight, we have verified your information. There is indeed an undead lair in the Black Crow Mountains. Thanks to your valuable intelligence, the village has made preparations in advance. This time, I must properly thank you." As his words fell, a notification sounded. Ding! The village chief's favorability towards you has increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 85 points. Congratulations on completing the main quest, exploring the Black Crow Mountains. Rewards, 2,000 experience points, 50 gold coins, the village chief's gift, and plus 500 reputation with the Bright Empire. The village chief smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling. Come with me. He led Suyu into the house, where he opened a massive chest that had been secured with a magic formation. Instantly, dazzling light illuminated the dim room. Hiss! Suyu gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the treasures before him. So many golden quality treasures. It was no wonder the village chief was known as the hidden millionaire of the beginner village. Such wealth was enough to make anyone envious. Due to your contributions to the village, you may choose one treasure from this chest as your reward, the village chief said with a smile. Understood. Suyu nodded slightly, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Ding! You have unlocked the village chief's hidden shop. Frost Quiver Gold Quality. Effect, automatically retrieves nearby arrows and imbues them with frost magic. Price, 350,000 gold coins. Mysterious Orb Unknown Quality. Effect, contains an unknown power. When placed in your inventory, luck +1. Price, priceless. Everything here is incredible. The Frost Quiver not only automatically retrieved arrows but also enchanted them with frost magic, making it an absolute weapon of war. On the market, its price would easily exceed 1,000,000 gold coins, rivaling diamond-level equipment. As for the mysterious orb, while its complete effects couldn't be identified, just the luck +1 attribute alone made it invaluable. In Divine Realm, such enigmatic items often hinted at higher, hidden opportunities. Which one should I choose? Suyu's face showed a trace of hesitation. He glanced at the village chief and couldn't help but ask, "Village chief, can I choose one treasure and then purchase additional treasures?" Of course, the village chief replied with a smile, "But I have an even better proposal for you. Please, go ahead," Suyu asked curiously. "I'd like to invite you to destroy the undead lair. Upon completing this task, you may choose another treasure as a reward," the village chief said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I accept your terms," Suyu replied without hesitation. After all, completing the main quest was a necessity. Now that he could also earn extra rewards, why not? Ding! Congratulations on accepting the main quest, destroy the undead lair. Quest objective, clear the hard-level dungeon, Undead Necropolis, and defeat the final boss alone. Suyu accepted the mission, a fire of determination igniting in his heart, and chose the Frost Quiver as his reward. This item would undoubtedly be a great aid in his upcoming battles. As for the mysterious orb, he decided to leave it temporarily with the village chief, saving it for another opportunity. Having acquired the quiver, Suyu immediately checked its attributes. Frost Quiver, Gold. Type, Special Equipment. Effect 1, consumes a small amount of mana to automatically retrieve undamaged arrows within a 100-meter radius. Effect 2, consumes mana to enchant arrows. Upon hitting an enemy, the enchanted arrow reduces their movement and attack speed by 15%. Capacity, 0/20,000 arrows. Suyu slung the quiver onto his back and transferred all his arrows into it. As a piece of special equipment, it didn't occupy a slot in his equipment inventory. He tested the two main effects of the Frost Quiver. Retrieving arrows consumed a negligible amount of mana, but enchanting a single arrow required 10 mana points. Even with Suyu's mana surpassing the 10,000 mark, it was impossible to enchant all his arrows with frost power. He decided to enchant only 1,000 arrows, keeping them as a trump card. Next stop, the Black Raven Mountain Range, Suyu thought to himself, waving farewell to the village chief. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived at the entrance to the Black Raven Mountain Range. The area was bustling with players, as the system had set up a dungeon teleportation portal here. Players only needed a black soul stone to enter the Nest of the Undead dungeon. This dungeon is ridiculously hard. Even the big guild leaders from Residual Clouds, Furious Winds, and Moonshadow teamed up for the raid and couldn't even find the first boss. Players gathered around the dungeon portal, exchanging complaints and theories. Because Residual Cloud's leader, Cloud Sky, had started live streaming their attempts, many players in Kolo Village, even those unable to access the dungeon, had some idea of what was inside. Cloudsky's move was aimed at leveraging the collective wisdom of all players to figure out a strategy for the dungeon. After all, without clearing this beginner dungeon, no one could leave the starter village. To incentivize players further, several guilds had even issued a joint statement offering generous rewards to anyone who could devise a viable strategy. At that moment, a player in the back noticed Suyu and shouted in excitement, "Nightfall is here." The voice drew everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to Suyu. Over the past 2 days, Suyu's repeated appearances on the world leaderboard announcements had firmly etched his ID into the minds of most players in Kolo Village. Under their gazes, Suyu remained composed and unperturbed. This was nothing compared to the grander scenes he had experienced. He had once been part of a war involving civilizations numbering in the billions. "Wow, big shot, you finally arrived. This is amazing. With Nightfall here, we're sure to clear the dungeon." Cheers erupted from the crowd as players eagerly made way for Suyu, allowing him direct access to the dungeon portal. Suyu responded with a faint smile, saying, "Thank you, everyone." He strode forward with confidence. Just then, the teleportation portal glowed, and Cloud Sky, Furious Winds, and Moonshadow emerged with their team members, returning to the mountain's entrance. "Brother, you're finally here." Furious Winds greeted him with a hearty laugh. "It's been a while, Mr. Nightfall," Moonshadow said with a faint smile. Suyu asked, "How's the progress on the dungeon raid?" Cloud Sky let out a bitter chuckle. "No progress at all. We haven't even caught a glimpse of the first boss. But we do have some ideas. Maybe a few more attempts will lead us to the boss." Suyu nodded slightly. In his previous life, the Residual Clouds Guild had indeed spent a considerable amount of time just locating the first boss. He got straight to the point. "I know how to clear this dungeon. Let's head in together." "All right," the trio agreed without hesitation. The rest of the players assumed that since Suyu was leading the raid, he must have obtained some crucial information from the NPCs. After taking a few steps, Suyu suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, are the members of the Bloodstained Guild inside the dungeon?" Cloud Sky couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, Nightfall, don't even get me started. What did you do to them this morning?" "I invited them to join the dungeon raid. When I asked if they'd join, I said I'd be participating. They immediately declined the collaboration. Now, all the Bloodstained members have fled to other maps to grind and level up." Suyu casually waved his hand and said, "I just told them, anyone from Bloodstain that I see, I'll kill." Hearing this, the three exchanged glances. Canopy Skies frowned and said, "If you do this, I'm afraid the grudge between you and Bloodstain will become irreconcilable." Moonshadow Eve asked with concern, "Do you need me to find people to help you?" Suyu was a partner of Moonshadow, so of course, she didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Besides, the forces backing the Moonshadow Guild were no weaker than those behind Bloodstain. "Don't worry," Suyu smiled confidently. "I can handle Bloodstain myself. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they do, I'll pay them back in full." This was Suyu's principle in life. Since enmity had already been formed, Suyu would go all out, suppressing his enemies until they were crippled. After all, the Bloodstain Guild was nothing but trouble. In the future civilizational wars, the higher-ups of Bloodstain would even collude with enemy civilizations, betray the Dragon Nation, and harm their own people, leading to a devastating defeat. For such a traitorous guild, Suyu would never show mercy. Canopy Skies gave him a long, thoughtful look before saying, "If you need anything, our Canopy is willing to help." "Alright, enough talk. Let's get ready to enter the dungeon." Suyu waved his hand. Canopy Skies pulled Suyu into the party and handed him the leader's authority. Soon after, the group stepped onto the magic formation. A virtual panel appeared before them. Dungeon, Undead Lair. Type, Team. Difficulty options, Hard. Clear condition, defeat the final boss, the Skeleton King. In Divine Realm, dungeon difficulties were divided into 6 levels: Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, and Abyss. The higher the difficulty, the more terrifying the monsters inside. Ping. Do you wish to enter the Undead Lair dungeon? Yes. As soon as Suyu confirmed, his figure vanished from the spot. The group arrived inside the dungeon. Countless bones formed the massive undead lair, and faint blue flames floated in the sky. These weak glimmers of light gathered together, casting an eerie glow over the dim lair. Crack, crack, dense, unsettling sounds echoed around them. Surveying their surroundings, the players found themselves surrounded by a sea of undead. The monsters were primarily of 2 types, skeleton spearmen and ghouls. Skeleton Spearman Black Iron Elite, Hard, Level, 10, HP, 23000/23000. Attack, 680. Skills, Throw Spear, Pierce. The dungeon was filled with Black Iron Elite monsters, with little variation in their attributes. However, under the hard difficulty enhancement, the Skeleton Spearman's stats were at least 30% higher than monsters of the same level. At this moment, Canopy Skies warned, "Eternal Night, these skeleton spearmen are particularly troublesome. A single round of their spear throws is enough to instantly kill players of the same level." "I'm aware." Suyu nodded, his gaze firm. "Brother, do you know where the dungeon boss is?" Gale Heights asked impatiently. A faint smile curled on Suyu's lips. "To summon the first boss of the dungeon, you need to kill 4 undead leaders within 30 seconds. "I see." Canopy Skies suddenly understood. "The last few times we entered the dungeon, we noticed a stone pillar at the rear of the Undead Sea on the left side. Breaking it summoned a leader monster. Based on Eternal Night's explanation, the other 3 leader monsters must be in the front, right, and rear directions." The pioneer's eyes lit up with excitement, their fighting spirit ignited. "Correct," Suyu affirmed confidently. The Canopy Guild's pioneering team truly lived up to its reputation as the world's best. The team members were exceptionally skilled. In their previous life, major domestic guilds frequently invited members of Canopy's pioneering team to assist in dungeon strategies. If not for Canopy Guild's relatively weak overall strength and lack of sufficient resources from its backers, they would have beaten the 9 Provinces Guild to claim the first dungeon clear. "Eternal Night, you assign the tasks. We'll fully cooperate with whatever you plan," Canopy Skies declared resolutely. "You all handle the monsters in the left, right, and rear directions, they are the weakest. I'll handle the ones in the front," Suyu instructed. "When the leader monster's health is down to a sliver, finish them off simultaneously." "Got it. Let's do it your way." The 3 responded with excitement. They led their guild members and scattered players toward the 3 directions. As a guild focused on crafting and trade, Moonshadow's combat players were slightly weaker than the other 2 guilds, but at least stronger than solo players. With Canopy members helping with coordination, Suyu was confident they could defeat the leader monsters. "Let's begin the operation." As soon as the words left his lips, Suyu charged ahead to face hundreds of undead on his own. He didn't let the warrior players absorb any damage for him. Whoosh! The skeletal spear throwers in the front line, numbering more than a dozen, immediately activated their throwing ability. Bone spears rained down from the sky. -396, -396, -396. The surrounding space was quite narrow. Suyu took several hits from the bone spears, and his health instantly dropped by 2,376 points. Yet, he remained unfazed. While retreating backwards, he grabbed his demon hunter bow and aimed precise shots at the second row of monsters. Bayou, bayou, bayou. Arrows fell like a torrential downpour onto the group of monsters. -6,001. Critical hit. -620. -640. The third arrow instantly summoned a gray mist that spread around, inflicting a poisoning effect on over a dozen skeletons. Their health began to plummet rapidly. Various passive effects were triggered. Thanks to the life drain passive, a series of plus 500 numbers floated above Suyu's head, and his health bar was restored to full in an instant. Meanwhile, Frost Flame reduced the movement speed of the skeletons to 0, leaving them frozen in place. They blocked the advance of the skeletons behind them, preventing any from getting close to Suyu. Additionally, the first row of skeletal spear throwers had their ranged abilities on cooldown. During this window of time, Suyu was completely safe from attacks and could unleash his full damage output. At this moment, curiosity got the better of the other players. They couldn't help but glance back at Suyu, and what they saw left them utterly stunned. Holy crap! Nightfall boss's defense is insane. The skeletal spear thrower's attacks barely deal 400 damage to him. Did you guys notice his health bar? He's got at least 12,000 health. I'm gonna cry. I'm a tank, and yet my health and defense are both lower than a freaking archer's. Nightfall God's skills are on a whole other level, world class, for sure. Damn, when you put it that way, he's like the ultimate all-around archer. No weaknesses whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, members of the 3 major guilds, as well as solo players, were filled with admiration. In their hearts, they all thought the same: he's way too strong. Unmoved by the players' astonishment, Suyu remained entirely focused on the battle. After locking down the second row of skeletons, he shifted his attention to the front row of monsters and began to unleash his full firepower. Ding! You have slain a level 10 skeletal spear thrower, hard mode, and gained 280 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted 4 agility points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the skill, piercing, exceptional. The monsters in this hard mode dungeon not only had superior stats, but their experience points were also 30% higher than those of monsters outside. The rewards were abundant. After killing 5 skeletal spear throwers, Suyu finally looted a skill, and it turned out to be a passive ability of exceptional quality. His eyes lit up slightly as he thought to himself, piercing may be a basic skill, but for it to be upgraded to an exceptional quality passive means its effect must be incredibly well suited for an archer. Without hesitation, Suyu began checking his character panel. Piercing, passive, 1/10. Effect: when your arrow strikes the first enemy, there is a 10% chance of piercing through the target, dealing 5% damage to enemies behind it. What a skill! The piercing passive seems tailor-made for archers, significantly boosting their damage output. Once it reaches level 10, the arrow's piercing probability skyrockets to 100%. Suyu's heart raced with excitement, his interest in the skeleton spearman instantly surging. Following his tried-and-true monster-killing routine, he advanced steadily. Even alone, he could hold off hundreds of Black Iron elite monsters. His movements were fluid and seamless, with not a single wasted action. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 2 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations on plundering the rare skill, throwing. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 11. Rewards: all attributes +1, free attribute points +1. Half an hour later, Suyu returned triumphant, armed with 2 new passive skills. His agility had increased by 60 points, and his strength had grown by 30 points. Throwing, passive, 50-50. Effect: your arrow attack range is extended by 200 meters, and arrow flight speed is increased by 10 meters per second. This passive was yet another perfect match for an archer. Suyu collected his thoughts and fixed his gaze on the stone pedestal ahead. It was finally time to face the boss monster. If not for giving the other 3 teams some leeway, Suyu would have long since dealt with this boss. Calmly, he shot an arrow toward the stone pedestal. Boom! The ground exploded with a thunderous roar as a massive skeleton spearman emerged from the earth. His target had appeared. Skeleton Spearman Commander, Black Iron Boss. Level, 14. HP, 105,000/105,000. Attack, 1,250. Skills, Piercing, Throwing, Dark Spear. The 4 boss monsters ranged from level 10 to level 14, each representing different types: Skeleton Soldier, Skeleton Warrior, Zombie, and Skeleton Spearman. Their strength increased progressively from lowest to highest. Seeing the other 3 teams already engaged in battle with their respective bosses, Suyu decisively sprang into action. He adopted a more conservative approach, slowing his attack rhythm and evading the boss's strikes as much as possible. While this method required more time, it ensured that Suyu and the teams of Remnant Cloud and Gale could simultaneously bring the boss's health to critical levels. More than 20 minutes passed. The health bars of all 4 boss monsters reached critical levels. Simultaneously, they unleashed their final attacks. Ding! You have slain the level 14 Skeleton Spearman Commander, hard mode, earning 3,796 experience points and 140 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 12 points of agility. With a resounding crack, the skeleton commander's body shattered, scattering white bones across the ground. After slaying so many dungeon monsters, Suyu's contribution points had surged to an impressive 3,410, firmly securing his first-place ranking on the contribution leaderboard. At this point, his agility stat had reached a staggering 274 points. Combined with the attack speed bonuses from his gear, his attack speed had broken past the threshold of 5 strikes per second. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, buzz. The air trembled with intense energy fluctuations. At the center of the dungeon's first layer, a massive surge of dark energy erupted. Guided by a mysterious force, the corpses of the 4 boss monsters were drawn to the center, enveloped in a dense black fog. System notification: the guardian boss of the first layer has appeared. You must defeat it within 1 hour, or the dungeon will be considered failed. The black fog swiftly dispersed, revealing the true form of the boss. A stunningly beautiful face, flowing black hair, and a graceful figure. If not for the grotesque, decayed body, she could have been mistaken for a peerless beauty. Damn, this boss is something else. No wonder they call this game the Realm of Lust instead of Realm of Gods. Look at how little she's wearing, this is downright distracting. Sheesh, you guys are sick. The nearby players widened their eyes, chattering excitedly. Corrosion Queen, Bronze Boss, Hard Mode, Level 14, HP 490,000/490,000, Attack 2,550, Skills, Corpse Summoning, summons 100 corpses to assist in battle. Corrosion Fog, summons a poisonous mist that corrodes enemies within the area. Devour, consumes a corpse to restore 20% of maximum health. Dark Impact, bombards enemies with dark energy. After examining the boss's attributes, Remnant Cloud asked, Eternal Night, how should we approach this boss? Suyu replied seriously, you all know the standard procedure for fighting bosses. The only thing to watch out for is not to waste any crowd control skills, wait for my command to use them. This time, I'll take the role of primary damage dealer. Your job is to focus on clearing the smaller mobs. Alright. The 3 nodded in agreement, swiftly commanding their team members to form ranks. The support players took the lead, casting a variety of debuffs on the Corrosion Queen: defense reduction, attack reduction, slowing effects, and healing suppression. Simultaneously, someone applied buffs to Suyu to boost his damage and attack speed. Once the preparations were complete, Suyu launched his attack immediately. Thunder Shot. A resounding thunderclap echoed through the cavern. In an instant, Suyu fired a lightning arrow, striking straight through the heart of the Corrosion Queen. -3,936. Weak point, -544. Dark damage. With a single attack, Suyu had taken down nearly 1% of the Corrosion Queen's health. This level of damage was truly astonishing. For other players, at most, they could only deal single-digit damage. Instantly, Suyu became the primary target of the boss's aggro. Servants, kill this human for your queen. Standing in the center, the Corrosion Queen waved her bone staff, unleashing a veil of black mist. Hundreds of decaying corpses crawled out from the soil, attempting to bypass the players and attack Suyu. However, the other players quickly intercepted the minions, allowing Suyu to focus entirely on his battle with the boss. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Switching to frost-enchanted arrows, Suyu unleashed a relentless barrage, targeting the Corrosion Queen. -876. Critical. -250. Each arrow carried dark damage, and every third shot inflicted bleeding and poison effects. Suyu's DPS, damage per second, reached a staggering 5,000 points. Damn you, human! The Corrosion Queen roared in fury, channeling a massive surge of dark energy and launching it straight at Suyu. This was one of her skills, Dark Impact. Nothing to worry about. Facing the attack, Suyu remained calm, a faint smile on his face. Activating Blink, he instantly teleported 60 meters to the right. The ground where he had stood exploded, leaving a massive crater. The team continued their concentrated assault. Before long, the Corrosion Queen's health dropped to 80%. She grabbed a rotting corpse from the ground and devoured it with a few crunches, instantly regenerating her health. This boss's attacks weren't particularly strong, but her immense health pool and powerful regeneration abilities made her a time-consuming and challenging opponent. Every time her health dropped by 5%, she would cast Dark Impact. Unfortunately for her, apart from the first successful cast, all subsequent attacks were interrupted by the player's crowd control skills under Suyu's precise commands. Of course, the boss's ultimate skill, Corrosive Mist, couldn't be interrupted. Suyu had no choice but to endure it directly. But, with over 100 dedicated healers continuously restoring his health, combined with his passive ability, Lifesteal, Suyu's health bar instantly filled back up. The sight was truly jaw-dropping. After just over 10 minutes, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! You have slain a level 14 Corrosion Queen. Contribution, 56%. You gain 12,754 experience points and 235 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted plus 25 constitution. Suyu's damage output was equivalent to that of hundreds of players combined. With a loud crash, the Corrosion Queen collapsed to the ground, dissolving into sludge and merging with the earth. She left behind over a dozen pieces of loot, including 4 pieces of bronze equipment. Even more excitingly, there was a silver tier item among them. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at his incredible luck. The reason higher tier items could drop from a boss of this level was due to a unique mechanic in high difficulty dungeons. Upon defeating a boss, there was a chance to obtain loot 1 tier higher in quality. On the other side, the players from Koro Village stared in disbelief at the fallen boss. This is unbelievable. We actually took down the first boss of the dungeon? If I recall correctly, none of the other starter villages, not even the 9 Provinces Guild, have cleared the first stage yet. Nightfall is absolutely incredible. We have to secure the first clear of this dungeon. Ha, it feels amazing to be carried by a god tier player. While chatting, the players busied themselves gathering the loot scattered across the ground. The items were automatically stored in the shared team inventory. After clearing the dungeon, players could select rewards based on their contribution points. Alright, let's move on to the next floor, Suyu said with a calm smile. The team immediately set off, advancing through the tunnels toward the second level of the nest. This undead stronghold had 3 levels in total. The second level had no boss but was guarded by a type of elite enemy called skeleton guards, with levels ranging from 11 to 15. The squad from Koro Village steadily cleared the monsters while progressing toward the third level. Ding! You have slain a level 15 skeleton guard, hard mode. You gain 1,341 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the skill, Giant Skeleton, ultra rare. Ding! Through relentless battles, Suyu's experience and contribution points skyrocketed. It was almost certain that the top spot on the contribution leaderboard would belong to him. Meanwhile, as Suyu led his team to slay the first floor boss of the dungeon, guilds across the globe received the news. At the headquarters of the Bloodstained Guild, the current guild leader, Bloodstained Sky, real name Jo Hongyun, was seething with rage. He was well aware of the animosity between Suyu and the Bloodstained Guild's branch in Kalo Village. After all, under the orders of their shadowy backers, Bloodstained Sky himself had commanded that Eternal Night be placed on the guild's kill onside list and had allocated resources to strengthen Bloodstained Han's team. Yet Suyu had single-handedly defeated dozens of their elite players. And now, Suyu had taken the lead in defeating the dungeon's first floor boss. If he obtained the first clear achievement, his strength would grow significantly, a scenario Bloodstained Sky absolutely could not allow to happen. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out a rare item. Furious Divine Jade, Diamond. Effect, upon use, boosts the attributes of 50 units by 100% for 2 hours. After the effect ends, their health points are permanently reduced by 50%. The Bloodstained Guild had paid a steep price to acquire this Divine Jade. Originally intended for the guild's own use, Bloodstained Sky now decided to hand it over to another faction to suppress Suyu's growth. Xiao Wang, contact Budro, the guild leader of the Angel Guild, and tell him I have a deal that can help him secure the first clear of the dungeon. Bloodstained Sky said with a grim expression. Assistant Wang froze for a moment, hesitating. Guild leader, are you sure you want to sell this to the Lighthouse Nation? Bloodstained Sky smiled faintly. Xiao Wang, you need to understand our guild's biggest financial backers are in the Lighthouse Nation. Building good relations with their guilds will only benefit our guild's future. Besides, does it matter whose money we take? I understand. Assistant Wang nodded and turned to carry out the task. As Wang walked away, Bloodstained Sky narrowed his eyes slightly, musing to himself, back then, out of respect for Wang's father, I made him my assistant. But now it's clear, he's unreliable. I'd better find a dependable replacement from within the family. After careful consideration, Bloodstained Sky decided it was time to replace his assistant. Not long after, Bloodstained Sky contacted Budro. After some negotiations, the Angel Guild purchased the Furious Divine Jade for a staggering $10 million. Eternal Night, you'll never have the chance to claim the first clear achievement. The thought of Suyu losing the first clear filled Bloodstained Sky with immense satisfaction. He summoned his new assistant. Informed the guild's strategy team to start gathering all available intel on Eternal Night, analyze his patterns and come up with a plan to neutralize him. Once the plan is ready, present the report to me. If they do well, each member will receive a hefty bonus. Understood. The new assistant immediately set to work. Kalo Village, Beginner Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 12. Rewards, +1 to all primary stats, +1 free stat point. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 13. Rewards, +1 to all primary stats, +1 free stat point. The second floor of the undead nest was a long, narrow tunnel connecting the first and third floors of the dungeon. After over an hour of fierce battles, Suyu led his team to the entrance of the third floor, where they slew countless skeleton guards, amassing a vast amount of experience and contribution points, and advancing 2 levels in the process. Additionally, he looted 60 points of constitution, 40 points of strength, and a max-level passive ability from the monsters. Colossal Skeleton Passive, 50-50. Effect, grants plus 10,000 HP and plus 1,000 defense. This passive ability was a massive boost to his strength. Without hesitation, Suyu allocated his free attribute points to strength and opened his character panel. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 13, 23.3%. HP, 24,560. Mana, 12,560. Attributes. Strength, 262. Constitution, 323. Agility, 276. Spirit, 128. Attack speed, 5.03/s. Physical defense, 1,512. Magic defense, 1,350. Others. Looking at his stats, Suyu's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Among players of the same level, his health, defense, attack, and speed were all at the pinnacle. With my current strength, I can easily solo a silver tier boss, he thought to himself, feeling a surge of confidence. He was well aware of the mission's requirements, no outside help was allowed. He would have to face the final boss alone. At that moment, Kenyin Tian spoke gravely, I just received some bad news, the Angel Guild from the Lighthouse Nation has already reached the third floor of the dungeon. What? Suyu was stunned upon hearing this. The Angel Guild's beginner dungeon had a notoriously unique mechanic. In their past life, they had entered the third stage of the dungeon at 1 a.m. and only barely managed to clear it by 6:30 a.m. the next day. Unexpectedly, in this life, the Angel Guild's progress had advanced by several hours. What had happened? Suyu pondered for a moment before he couldn't help but ask, do you know why the Angel Guild's progress has significantly improved? According to information provided by the Kyushu Guild, they purchased a diamond tier item called Furious Divine Jade from the Bloodstained Guild, Calmcloud Sky explained with composure. Unbelievable. Those bloodstained bastards actually aided the enemy? Gale Fury cursed angrily. The Bloodstained Guild really spared no expense, Suyu sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Moonshadow Eve voiced her concern, Eternal Knight, do you still stand a chance at securing the first clear? Don't worry, Suyu replied with a calm smile. The first clear for the beginner dungeon is mine for the taking. There's no way the Angel Guild can snatch it from me. With that, he stepped into the third layer of the dungeon first. Turning back to the group, he said, you don't need to follow me. I have a quest that requires me to take down the boss alone. The group exchanged uneasy glances. They were already trailing behind the Angel Guild's progress, and now Eternal Knight was planning to solo the boss? Were they about to hand over the first clear on a silver platter? Just as their anxiety began to grow, Calmcloud Sky reassured them, everyone, we need to trust Eternal Knight. Think about his monstrous strength. Is it not far superior to the hundreds of elite players in the Angel Guild? That's true. Recalling Suyu's performance in previous battles, it was nothing short of terrifying. The group immediately felt a little more at ease. The third layer of the dungeon was a massive cavern, its floor covered with pale bones. Looking up, a throne of white bones towered at the cavern's center. The final boss, the Skeleton King, sat upon the throne, armored in gleaming plate and wielding a massive dragon-scale greatsword. The moment Suyu stepped inside, 2 ghostly blue flames ignited in the hollow sockets of the Skeleton King's skull. Human, you have finally arrived. The majestic voice echoed through the cavern, sending chills down one's spine. Hearing the Skeleton King speak, Suyu froze. Something wasn't right. In his past life, when he tackled the beginner dungeon, the Skeleton King had never spoken. How do you know me? Suyu asked suspiciously, staring at the undead monarch. The Skeleton King replied evenly, I am the lifebound undead of Nose. Through our soul contract, I can see all his memories. I must say, adventurer, you have done quite well. Thanks to you enraging Nose and driving him to madness, forcing him to resort to his final measures, I was able to awaken my consciousness. The Skeleton King seemed to recall the scene of Nose being thoroughly outwitted by Suyu, and a hint of amusement crept into his tone. Final measures? What do you mean? Suyu keenly caught the key phrase in the boss's words. Bound by the constraints of the contract, I cannot reveal it to you. But I warn you, beware of the danger that lies ahead. Having said that, the Skeleton King stood up from his bone throne, giant sword in hand, and began to approach Suyu. Rather than fading into obscurity in the river of time 100 years from now, I would rather fall in battle at your hands, the Skeleton King roared thunderously. Come, adventurer, show me your strength. A horrifying pressure radiated from its body. Skeleton King Silver Lord, Hard Mode. Level, 15. HP, 900,000/900,000. Attack, 4,800. Skills. Aura of Fear, inflicts fear on enemies, lasting 3 seconds. War Stomp, leaps to a distant location, stunning nearby enemies upon landing and dealing massive damage. Earthshatter Slash, strikes the ground, sending shockwaves to attack enemies. Draconic Bone Armor, forms armor from dragon bones, significantly boosting damage resistance and shield value for 5 seconds. Description: the first monarch of the Silver Dragon Kingdom, Garen. 300 years ago, his corpse was seized by the legendary necromancer Nose and transformed into his lifebound undead. Once, the Skeleton King was a legendary undead. But over time, its power has waned to its current state. Kill, the Skeleton King bellowed ferociously as it activated Aura of Fear, releasing a wave of spiritual energy that swept across the cavern. Combat notification: you are immune to the fear effect. Suyu remained entirely unaffected. Thanks to his passive skill, Undead Physique, he was immune to fear, stun, and other mental control or negative effects. He swiftly retreated. The Skeleton King's attack power was terrifying. A single casual strike could instantly kill an ordinary player. Even for Suyu, he can only withstand 4 hits at most. Power Shot, -5,400. The first arrow, enhanced by his passive abilities, dealt astonishing damage. A series of -249 elemental damage notifications floated above the boss's head, triggered by his secondary passive effects. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. Suyu frantically drew his bow and fired arrows. The frost-enchanted arrows struck the Skeleton King, covering its bones in frost and reducing its attack speed and movement speed by 15%. -0, -0, -9, -798. Critical hit. The damage from normal attacks was pitifully low. Only critical hits could deliver triple-digit damage. If there had been a priest player present, a single weakening spell could have significantly reduced the boss's defense and attack power, and Suyu's damage output would have benefited greatly. Unfortunately, due to mission restrictions, he had to face the boss alone. However, there was a silver lining. Once Suyu's passive skill, Heavy Claw, stacked to its maximum, it reduced the boss's defense by 200 points. His normal attack damage reached 169 points, and each arrow added an additional 449 points of dark damage. This made his damage per second stabilize above 3,000 plus. Impressive. Your archery is the finest I've ever seen, the Skeleton King said with a hint of pleasure in its tone. Now, I shall fight you with my full strength. Dragonbone Battle Armor. The Skeleton King suddenly raised its massive sword, and the dragon scales along the blade emitted a silvery glow. The light swirled around its body, forming a phantom-like dragonbone armor. Suyu's attacks instantly dealt 0 damage. Realizing this, he decisively stopped attacking, retreated immediately, and created distance between himself and the boss. The Skeleton King leaped high into the air, descending with the force of a mountain crashing down. Boom! The cave reverberated with a thunderous explosion. By then, Suyu had already used Blink to teleport 60 meters away, effortlessly dodging the heavy blow. Suddenly, the Skeleton King swung its sword backward, slashing it into the ground. A shockwave erupted, spreading outward in all directions. -7,888. The attack had an exceptionally wide range. Moreover, having just teleported, Suyu had no mobility skills available and couldn't avoid the residual impact of the shockwave. His health bar took a significant hit. Of course, the damage was still within his tolerable range. After 5 seconds, the defensive and offensive buffs granted by the Dragonbone Battle Armor faded. The boss returned to its normal state. The Skeleton King still had 95% of its health left. Once its health dropped to 85%, it would unleash 3 special skills. During that phase, the Skeleton King could only rely on normal attacks to fight him. After the first round of attacks, Suyu found his rhythm. Next time, he wouldn't take any damage. He could predict the boss's initial movements and interrupt its Earthshatter and Dragonbone Battle Armor skills using Thundershot and Frost Trap. However, the War Stomp skill couldn't be interrupted because the Skeleton King entered an unstoppable state while casting it. Therefore, Suyu had to ensure that his Blink skill was off cooldown whenever the boss's health dropped another 10%. During the 82-second cooldown period of Blink, he had to rely on positioning to dodge normal attacks as much as possible. Of course, taking a few normal hits during the fight was inevitable, but the minor health loss could be fully recovered through his passive skill, Life Drain. Suyu executed his maneuvers with absolute precision. If other players outside had witnessed this scene, they would likely have been awestruck, bowing down in admiration. After all, Suyu was only level 13. Defeating a level 15 silver tier boss enhanced by the dungeon was almost an impossible feat. Throughout the battle, Suyu remained calm and composed. Under his relentless assault, the Skeleton King's health steadily decreased. 45%, 30%, 15%. When the Skeleton King's health finally dropped below 1,000 points, it gave up resisting. It seems I have lost, it said, dropping to one knee and lifting its gaze to Suyu. This village, under your protection, shall not fall to Norse's destruction. Do you have any last words? Suyu asked, looking at the Skeleton King calmly. If you could, would you take my remains to Silver Dragon Island and bury them beside my queen's tomb? The Skeleton King pleaded earnestly. Ding! Congratulations! You've triggered a hidden quest, a king's last wish. Would you like to accept it? I'll take care of it. Suyu nodded in agreement. The reward for a hidden quest was bound to be generous. Thank you, the Skeleton King said gratefully. It reached out, grasping its massive sword to support itself, standing tall once more. Adventurer, do it. To die by your arrow is an honor for me. Farewell. Before the words fully left its mouth, Suyu fired an arrow, ending the Skeleton King's life. The boss's health bar instantly emptied. The dungeon's timer stopped counting. In that moment, the Skeleton King's massive body collapsed with a resounding thud. A radiant burst of light erupted around its corpse, and equipment spilled out like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. At a glance, Suyu spotted several gleaming pieces of silver and gold tier gear, including the massive sword the boss had wielded. This was a true harvest. Ding! You have slain level 15 Skeleton King, hard mode, gaining 53,664 experience points and 3,600 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 14, gaining +1 to all 4 main attributes and +1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the skill Dragonbone Battle Armor, perfect. Another passive ability of extraordinary quality. Recently, Suyu had used his innate talent to plunder passive abilities of various qualities. Common, rare, super rare, uncommon, excellent, and perfect. In the future, higher quality passive abilities would undoubtedly await him. The Dragonbone Battle Armor was far superior to piercing in quality, and Suyu eagerly anticipated its effects. He quickly opened the panel to inspect his new passive ability. Dragonbone Battle Armor Passive, 1/1. Effect, for every 10% of health lost, gain 20% damage reduction and a shield equal to 5% of max health for 5 seconds. The duration is stackable. This perfect quality passive ability was indeed powerful. Suyu's survivability was instantly elevated. Moreover, according to the description, if his health dropped by 20%, the damage reduction and shield would not increase further, but the duration would stack, extending to 10 seconds. When Suyu's health pool was high enough, this passive ability would allow him to stand his ground against a boss without flinching. This dungeon run was absolutely worth it. Suyu nodded in satisfaction and casually picked up the loot scattered on the ground. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 150 gold coins, Dragon Scale Sword, Dragon Bone Ring, Skeleton Summoning Skill Book. All loot has been stored in the team's shared inventory. After a quick glance, Suyu discovered the spoils included 2 pieces of gold tier equipment, 3 pieces of silver tier equipment, 1 silver tier skill book, and a total of 14 pieces of equipment of other qualities, along with various materials and items. The reason players were so enthusiastic about clearing dungeons was precisely because of the generous rewards. At that moment, other players clearing the dungeon had received a system prompt and rushed into the 3rd cave layer. Boss, you're incredible. You actually soloed a silver tier boss. Those guys from the Angel Guild probably need at least 5 more minutes to take down the final boss of the dungeon. Ha, that's why you're the best. The players discussed excitedly. It was nothing, Suyu replied with a calm smile. Come on, let's leave the dungeon. With that, he opened the dungeon interface and clicked Exit Dungeon. Ding! Calculating dungeon results. Clear time, 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 19 seconds. Contribution points, 19,238. Final rating, perfect. You've obtained Gold Tier Dungeon Chest X1, Medium Skill Experience Token X10. With the calculation complete, Suyu and his team were instantly transported to the entrance of the dungeon at Black Crow Mountain. At the same time, a system-wide notification was broadcast. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Knight, and the Coraville team for clearing the dungeon, Undead Lair, becoming the first team in the world to complete the dungeon. Eternal Night achieved a contribution of 64% and has been rewarded by the system: 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 gold tier chest. The announcement repeated 3 times, listing the rewards for the player with the highest contribution. Since Suyu's contribution exceeded 50%, his rewards included a life essence. The second highest contributor on the team only received gold coins, reputation points, and a silver tier chest. At the same moment, teams from major guilds worldwide were in the heat of battling their bosses. However, the announcement of Suyu's first dungeon clear distracted them, causing their movements to falter. The boss seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating ultimate move that wiped out the raiding party in an instant. They were forced to restart the dungeon, their prior efforts and rewards completely wasted. Damn it! The second boss was just about to die, and then we got wiped. Eternal Night, huh? The Lone Wolf Guild won't forget you. Mark my words, if we don't avenge today's humiliation, the Lone Wolf Guild doesn't deserve its name. The players from the guilds that had suffered heavy losses grumbled angrily. Among them, the Bloodstained Guild was the most furious. Damn it! Is this Eternal Night hacking? How did he still manage to get the first clear? Bloodstained Sky's face darkened. The Angel Guild had been advancing 10 times faster than other teams, but what was the result? They still failed to claim the first clear. It was simply unbelievable. However, when he thought about the losses suffered by the Angel Guild, Bloodstained Sky felt a bit better. At least the furious Divine Jade had brought him a profit of $1 billion. That deal alone was an astronomical success. In contrast, the Angel Guild not only suffered a complete financial loss but also lost 50 elite players. Their health points were permanently reduced by 50%, rendering them nearly useless. This was truly a devastating blow. To make matters worse, Boudreaux, as the guild leader, would undoubtedly face punishment from the financial consortium backing the guild. Thinking about this, Boudreaux was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Eternal Night! I swear I'll kill you, he roared with a twisted grin, as though he could devour everything in his path. Turning to his assistant, Boudreaux barked, "Have you found Eternal Night's real-world identity yet?" Guild leader, I'm sorry, his assistant Carl stammered nervously. We've combed through every third-party channel, but there's no record of any transactions tied to Eternal Night. Boudreaux let out a cold chuckle. Eternal Night's profits in the Divine Realm are worth over 100 million. If he hasn't cashed out externally, that means his real-world assets must be at least this much. Now, mobilize all our resources and investigate every young person in Dragon Country with assets exceeding 100 million. We must uncover Eternal Night's true identity. Although there were some battle clips of Suyu circulating on the forums, the rules of Divine Realm protected players' privacy. Without the individual's consent, any photos or videos taken would automatically alter their appearance. Thus, the players from Lighthouse Nation had no way of knowing Suyu's real face. Yes, guild leader. The assistant nodded quickly and was about to leave. Wait. Boudreaux stopped him and added, also, notify Bloodstained Nine Heavens to immediately return the $50 million. Otherwise, I'll join forces with other factions to sanction the Bloodstained Guild. If he could recover part of the money, it might soften the punishment he would face. Understood, guild leader. The assistant hurried off to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Kyushu Guild, after receiving the global announcement, the vice president, Tenya, said with relief, although our Kyushu Guild failed, at least it was someone from our own country who claimed the first clear of the dungeon, rather than a foreign player. Indeed. President Tianyun nodded in agreement, then mused, this player named Eternal Night is far more powerful than we anticipated. To be able to single-handedly defeat a silver tier boss in such a short time, Eternal Night's strength surpasses everyone in our guild. Ever since Koruo Village cleared the first stage of the dungeon, major guilds had been closely monitoring its progress. Everyone was aware that Suyu had completed the final stage alone. At this moment, Tianyun asked, have any of you had contact with Eternal Night? Is he willing to join the Kyushu Guild? Another vice president smiled bitterly and replied, Eternal Night has disabled private messages and friend requests from strangers. We haven't been able to reach him. That's why I plan to ask King Yun Tianshan for help. You've done well, Tianyun said with a sigh. If Eternal Night joins us, the Kyushu Guild's position in the world will become even more secure. After their conversation ended, the Kyushu Guild continued to advance through the beginner dungeon. At the entrance of the Black Crow Mountains, a tide of players gathered. Ding! Koruo Village announcement. The beginner dungeon has concluded. All players will receive the following basic rewards: 10 gold coins, 100 reputation points, and 1 piece of black iron tier equipment. As the player ranked first on the contribution leaderboard, you have earned 500 gold coins, 1000 reputation points, and the Blackwing Bow. Upon exiting the dungeon, Suyu once again reaped tremendous rewards. The Blackwing Bow, a weapon of gold tier quality, brought a smirk of satisfaction to his face. He didn't immediately check the weapon's attributes, as the dungeon loot had yet to be distributed. According to the rules, the player with the highest contribution points would have priority in choosing items. Each selection would deduct a corresponding amount of contribution points, with higher quality items requiring more points. However, with 19,238 contribution points under his belt, Suyu could claim every single rare quality item. Without hesitation, he selected 2 gold tier pieces of equipment, for silver tier items, 6 silver tier consumables, and a heap of bronze tier loot. Had it not been for Suyu's involvement, the other players wouldn't have achieved such exceptional results or earned such handsome rewards. As a result, everyone accepted his actions without complaint. After all, these spoils rightfully belong to him. "Hey, brother Eternal Knight, are you selling those 2 gold tier items?" Kuang Feng Wanzhang asked, his eyes gleaming with greed. Can Yun Tianshang also cast a longing glance at Suyu? "Of course I'm selling. I don't need equipment for other classes," Suyu replied with a grin. As always, highest bidder wins. He took out the Dragon Scale Sword and Dragon Bone Ring. These were general-purpose items for warriors and knights, and the surrounding players' eyes instantly burned with desire. As expected of legendary gold-tier equipment. It's insane. The Dragon Scale Sword comes with a 10% damage reduction bonus. It's practically every warrior's dream weapon. The attributes are 7 or 8 times better than my Black Iron Sword. The crowd was in awe. "I'll take both of these items," Zanyun Tianshang roared. "I'm willing to pay 250,000 gold coins." Kuangfeng Wanzhang couldn't help but interject, "Brother Tianshang, that's not very fair of you. Last time, I let you have that armor. This time, you should let me have a turn." "I can't do that." Zanyun Tianshang shook his head firmly. "This time, I really can't give in. You know we have some of the world's top warriors in our guild, and these 2 golden items will significantly boost their strength. So this time, I'll have to insist. But next time we come across golden gear, I'll definitely let you have it." Kuangfeng Wanzhang raised an eyebrow. "Then I guess we'll just have to see who has the greater resolve. I'm offering 300,000 gold coins for the 2 items. I'll pay 350,000, 370,000, 400,000. The competition between the two was fierce, and the bids kept escalating higher and higher. Kuangfeng Wanzhang's younger brother was one of the world's top knight players, and he was determined to get the equipment no matter the cost. However, the price eventually reached an absurd level. In the end, Zanyun Tianshang and Kuangfeng Wanzhang each purchased one of the golden items for 300,000 gold coins apiece. Under normal circumstances, mainstream-level golden equipment would cost no more than 100,000 gold coins. However, with fewer than 10 golden items available worldwide, a threefold markup was entirely reasonable. Following this, Suyu sold off the rest of his surplus equipment and items to the players, amassing a fortune of 766,000 gold coins. Once the players had finished picking their spoils, they each went their separate ways. Suyu immediately used a teleportation scroll and returned to his inn room. For the time being, he decided not to turn in the quest to the village chief. Instead, in his room, he began sorting through the spoils from the dungeon. After spending a few minutes organizing, he took out several key items, 10 medium-level skill experience scrolls, 2 golden treasure chests, the Blackwing Bow, and a life essence. He consumed the life essence, increasing his attribute synchronization rate to 25%. Then, he turned his attention to the golden weapon reward he had earned from the contribution rankings. Blackwing Bow, golden, type, weapon, strength, plus 55, agility, plus 30, spirit, plus 15, special traits, attack speed plus 10%, physical penetration plus 15%. Equipment requirement, level 14 archer. Impressive, a dual trait bow with both attack speed and physical penetration bonuses. Suyu exclaimed. Compared to standard golden weapons, the Blackwing Bow was worth at least twice as much. Without hesitation, Suyu swapped out his old silver bow for the Blackwing Bow. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 treasure chests. Suyu casually opened them. You have obtained 4,000 gold coins. You have obtained the skill book Flame Arrow Rain, golden, and the recipe for Mighty Potion, golden. A recipe and an area of effect skill book, exactly what he needed. Suyu first examined the recipe's details. Mighty Potion recipe, golden. Type, item. Effect, brewed using 5 ingredients. Upon consumption, strength increases by 32% for 5 minutes. Permanently increases strength by 16 points, one-time effect. Not bad. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. This potion could permanently increase strength, a trait nearly every warrior, knight, archer, and assassin would covet. After all, attribute points earned from leveling up were limited. A potion that granted additional permanent attributes was immensely valuable. Every player would clamor to buy it. The mighty potion represented a massive market worth billions. Even just the recipe itself was worth hundreds of millions. However, with the current strength of the Moonshadow Guild, they likely couldn't afford the costs of mass production. So then, how could he maximize the value of this recipe? A bold idea began to take shape in Suyu's mind. Take control of the Moonshadow Guild. From his memories, Suyu knew that at its peak, the Moonshadow Guild had practically monopolized industries like potions, equipment, and skill scrolls. Even the combined strength of the world's top 10 guilds couldn't compete with it. But right now, the Moonshadow Guild had just been restructured with investment from the Weihai Corporation, and its valuation was under 50 billion. This was the perfect opportunity to seize control of Moonshadow. With a plan forming in his mind, Suyu quickly stored the mighty potion recipe. Next, he turned his attention to the dungeon chest reward, the Flame Arrow Rain skill book. This was the area of effect skill he had been missing. With a clap of his hands, the skill book dissolved into a glowing red light, merging into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Flame Arrow Rain, Golden. Flame Arrow Rain, Gold. Level, LV1. Upgrade, 0/1600 EXP. Effect, condenses mana into arrows, which split into multiple flaming arrows upon release, attacking all enemies within range and dealing 300 plus Spirit X 5.2 fire damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 500. This was a fairly standard area of effect attack skill. However, the skill description sparked a peculiar idea in Suyu's mind. In previous battles, he had discovered that the arrows released by his skills could actually trigger his innate talent and passive effects. For instance, after entering combat mode, the first arrow's damage would increase by an additional 5,000 points. So, if he began a fight by casting the Flame Arrow Rain skill, would the first arrow that splits into flaming arrows carry his passive effects? The thought filled Suyu with curiosity. If it truly carried the effects, the damage of Flame Arrow Rain would become extraordinarily terrifying, and it could even combine with the passive effect Ice Flame, forming a crowd control skill. Unfortunately, it's too late now to test the new skill. Suyu sighed. Regaining focus, he decisively used 4 medium-tier skill EXP scrolls, investing a whopping 400,000 skill experience into the new skill. Ding! You consumed 1,504 experience points and upgraded Flame Arrow Rain to LV2. Ding! 3 of Suyu's skills ranked among the top 10 on the skill leaderboard, earning him a special reward, a 6% reduction in experience cost for skill upgrades. The skill was instantly upgraded to LV5. Flame Arrow Rain, Gold. Level, LV5. Upgrade, 37000/1-600,000 EXP. Effect, condenses mana into arrows, which split into multiple flaming arrows upon release, attacking all enemies within range and dealing 1,500 plus Spirit X6 fire damage. Cooldown, 13 seconds. Mana cost, 900. The skill jumped 4 levels, significantly reducing its cooldown while greatly enhancing its damage. After finally sorting through his spoils from the dungeon, Suyu left the inn and quickly headed to the village chief's house. However, he encountered an unexpected figure. Respected Mr. Eternal Knight, thank you for extending your hand and destroying the undead nest, saving the villagers of our town. The speaker was none other than Knight in Training Kaidan. Ding! Knight Kaidan's favorability toward you has increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 85, Reverence. Sir Knight, why have you returned? And how do you know my name? Suyu looked at him in surprise. Before Kaidan could respond, the village chief quickly explained, I told him. Kaidan is the son of the village blacksmith, and he happened to take leave to return home. But who could have expected him to face mortal danger on the way? Thankfully, you, Mr. Eternal Knight, came to his rescue. Suyu responded calmly, it was nothing, no need to thank me. No, Kaidan said solemnly. To you, it may have been a small matter, but to me, you saved my life. Please, accept my token of gratitude. He retrieved a potion that radiated a golden glow. Suyu gave the knight a deep look and said, since you insist, I shall accept the potion. He reached out and took the potion. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a gift from Knight Kaidan, Holy Light Baptism Potion, Epic. Hearing the notification, Suyu was slightly taken aback. A potion supplied exclusively by the Church of Light? It was said that only those with a reputation of 100,000 points within the Church of Light, and who were also members, could exchange for the Holy Light Baptism Potion, making it incredibly valuable. This gift was extraordinarily precious. Thank you for your generosity, Suyu said earnestly. Kaidan shook his head. It is what you deserve. After a brief pause, he continued, Mr. Eternal Knight, if you ever encounter trouble in the future, you can use this token to find me in Northwind Main City. My leave is short, and I must return to the church promptly. Understood, Suyu nodded. Kaidan then bowed deeply to Suyu before mounting his horse and riding out of the village. Watching his departing figure, the village chief stroked his beard and smiled. Kaidan has always been the pride of our village. He's bound to become a true knight in the future. I hope so. Suyu responded with a smile as well. Then, the village chief took out a mysterious orb. Mr. Eternal Knight, since you've destroyed the undead nest, I must keep my promise. This treasure is yours. Ding! Congratulations on completing the main quest, destroy the undead lair. Rewards, Experience X 10,000, Gold X 100, Mysterious Orb. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly as he held the orb in his hand, his heart filled with anticipation. Curiosity prompted him to ask, Village Chief, where did this orb come from? I've long forgotten, the village chief said, shaking his head as a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. When I was young, I ventured into ruins across the continent. Perhaps this orb is a relic from one of those sites. So you don't know what it does? Suyu frowned slightly, pondering in his heart. The origin and purpose of this orb had become a complete mystery. That's right, the village chief sighed. That's why I just kept it at the bottom of a chest. I see. Suyu fell into thought, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Noticing his silence, the village chief reminded him, if you want to know the orb's purpose, you could visit the Church of Knowledge. They are well versed in all things of this world. That's right. I almost forgot about the Church of Knowledge. Suyu's eyes brightened, and a wave of excitement surged within him. Although the national religion was the Church of Light, other minor churches still existed. He recalled that in the Light Empire, the Church of Knowledge had a presence in the 4 major cities. If he could pass the trials of the church's sages, he might gain the guidance of the God of Knowledge. Thank you, village chief, Suyu said gratefully before bidding him farewell, already planning his next move. He quickly returned to the inn to log off and rest, intending to organize his plans for the future. But before that, he decided to use the potion he had received from Kaidan. Holy Light Baptism Potion, Epic. Type, Consumable. Effect, upon consumption, a trace of holy light essence will form within the body, increasing affinity with light creatures by plus 100%, resistance to dark-type negative effects by plus 50%, and permanently enhancing the spirit attribute. Description, a potion personally crafted by Saintess Carol. Though the potion's effects didn't quite reach the standard of an epic-grade item, its true value lay in the trace of holy light essence it contained. This essence served as a pass to enter the high-difficulty dungeon, Sanctuary of Holy Light. Unfortunately, Suyu's current level wasn't high enough to meet the dungeon's entry requirements. He wasn't particularly concerned about the dungeon, so he decisively drank the potion in one gulp. His spirit attribute immediately increased by 40 points. At this moment, there was still over an hour left before the game's forced logout time, and Moonshadow Eve hadn't logged off yet. Suyu's mind stirred. He decided to discuss cooperation with her to see if he could gain control over the Moonshadow Guild. Opening his friend list, Suyu sent Moonshadow Eve a message. Come to the inn to discuss a deal. He attached a screenshot of the Fierce Strength Potion recipe. Moonshadow Eve replied instantly. I'll be there right away. Shortly after, her figure appeared at the entrance of the inn in Kolo Village. Eternal Knight, can you let me take a closer look at the attributes of this potion recipe? Moonshadow Eve asked eagerly. Of course, Suyu replied with a faint smile, handing over the recipe. Moonshadow Eve studied the recipe intently. When she saw the words permanently plus 16 strength, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As the daughter of the head of the Moonsea Corporation, her sharp business instincts immediately recognized the massive market potential behind this recipe. Currently, players gained at most 2 strength points per level up. Yet a single bottle of the Fierce Strength Potion could provide the equivalent of 8 levels worth of strength attribute. Such a tempting offer, who could resist? Although most players were financially strapped at the moment, as time passed, they would surely save up enough to purchase a golden quality potion. Noticing the expression on Moonshadow Eve's face, Suyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Clearly, she was hooked. Suyu spoke slowly. President Eve, I trust you can see the value of this recipe. Globally, there are at least 3 billion physical class players. Even if each bottle of the Fierce Strength Potion is priced at 3,000 gold coins, the profit margin remains at 40%. This represents a market worth tens of billions, even trillions. That's why the price of this recipe isn't cheap. 1 billion gold coins, no negotiation. Currently, 1 billion gold coins was equivalent to 200 billion national currency. Impossible, that's too expensive, Moonshadow Eve said, shaking her head. Once in negotiation mode, she exuded a calm and composed demeanor. I think it's quite affordable. Once your Moonshadow Guild acquires it, you'll rake in profits, Suyu responded with a smile. Moonshadow Eve held up a finger. First of all, how can you guarantee that all 3 billion players will buy this potion? A price of 3,000 gold coins is equivalent to 600,000 national currency with the current exchange rate. That's the cost of a house, not many people can afford it. Suyu silently watched her, his expression completely unchanged. In truth, by the mid-stage of the game, potions that provided permanent attribute increases were always in high demand, with players scrambling to purchase them. Every 20 levels, players must undertake a rank-breaking quest. During the quest, players can only rely on their own attributes, skills, talents, and equipment. No consumables or external items are allowed. If a player fails the quest, they will never be able to level up again. To enhance their strength, players are willing to pour all their resources, sparing no effort to boost their stats or to collect high-quality skills and equipment. However, Suyu couldn't directly disclose these details. After all, no one had reached level 20 yet. He didn't respond immediately but instead listened quietly as the other party laid out their terms. She raised 2 fingers again. Secondly, players' alchemy skill levels are too low to craft gold-tier potions, and it's nearly impossible to gather gold-quality materials at this stage. It might take months of preparation before we see even preliminary results. Thirdly, she paused, her gaze locking onto Suyu. Our guild doesn't have 20 billion gold in liquid assets, and on top of that, you insist on using gold coins for the transaction. This condition is even harder to meet. It seems like you have another method of trading, don't you? Correct, you guessed it. Suyu replied calmly, the other trade is simple. I want shares of the Yueying Guild. Shares? That's an interesting condition. Yueying's expression turned pensive. After mentally calculating for a moment, she said, the Yueying Guild is currently valued at 50 billion. We can offer you 20% of the original shares. That's too little, Suyu replied firmly. I want 52% of the original shares. Mr. Eternal Knight, that joke isn't funny at all. She shot him a glare. The recipe for the mighty strength potion isn't worth that much. Don't rush, let me finish, Suyu said with a faint smile. I can provide your guild with a large number of potion recipes and equipment blueprints, as well as the locations of all the necessary materials. If you can truly deliver on what you're claiming, this deal might be possible. But, she didn't finish her sentence, though Suyu understood what she meant. She didn't believe he could provide such a vast amount of recipes and blueprints. Suyu remained composed. How about we sign a betting agreement? A bet? How so? Yueying's beautiful eyes shimmered with a trace of intrigue. In 3 days, if I can produce 4 more attribute potion recipes of black iron and bronze quality, I'll get 52% of the original shares. If I can't, I'll trade the mighty strength potion recipe for only 5% of the original shares. Yueying fell into deep thought. For formulas for black iron and bronze grade attribute potions, with a guaranteed profit of at least tens of billions, potions of this quality would undoubtedly find eager buyers among the players. Yueying raised her head, her expression serious. The guild's shares are controlled by me, my sister, and my father. I'll have to discuss it with them. Yongyi, could we discuss the details offline? It might be more convenient that way. Offline isn't an option. Suyu refused without hesitation. Until his strength was sufficient, he didn't want anyone to know his true identity. After a moment of thought, Yueying continued, then, could I give you an answer by tomorrow? Sure. Suyu nodded, a smile spreading across his face. He knew this deal was as good as sealed. The benefits he was offering were enticing enough. Yueying would certainly agree. After all, the Yueying Guild was still a fledgling organization with an uncertain future. As for acquiring the attribute potion formulas, Suyu was brimming with confidence. Once he completed the hidden quest in Kolo Village, not only would he unlock the advancement quest for the archer class, but he would also obtain several potion formulas, including 8 formulas for attribute-enhancing potions. Thinking of this, a faint smile played on Suyu's lips. After their conversation ended, Yueying left, and Suyu logged off, returning to his bedroom. At this point, his synchronization rate had risen to 25%, and his physical body in the real world had unlocked a higher level of 4-dimensional attributes. By his estimate, his current physical fitness was about 8 times that of an ordinary person. Right now, Suyu was undoubtedly the strongest man in the world. Once his attributes increased by several dozen times, even ordinary firearms wouldn't be able to harm a single strand of his hair. I have to keep working hard, Suyu murmured to himself. After finishing dinner and taking a bath, he lay on his bed, scrolling through trending posts on the Divine Realm forums. Most of the discussions revolved around beginner dungeon raids. After skimming through the posts, he noticed that aside from Kolo Village and the Angel Guild's beginner village dungeon clears, the progress of other guilds was still in line with what he remembered from his previous life. Closing the forums, Suyu turned his attention to his own class advancement quest. My class quest requires me to teleport to the map near the Takamagara Guild's beginner village. If I remember correctly, the Takamagara Guild will clear their beginner dungeon around 2 p.m. tomorrow. His eyes lit up as a bold idea flashed through his mind. Why not steal their boss? In his past life, Suyu had completed the quest and teleported straight back to Kolo Village. Back then, he was naive, never even considering the idea of stealing someone else's boss. But things were different now. What would happen if I took down the boss from another beginner village? A surge of curiosity bubbled up inside Suyu. The next morning, after finishing his breakfast, Suyu swiftly logged back into Divine Realm and returned to the inn in Kolo Village. Ding, you have one private message from a friend. The system notification chimed. Suyu checked. It was a message sent 10 minutes ago by Yue Yingxi. The content was short and clear. She asked to meet him at the village entrance. The deal was sealed. A faint smile appeared on Suyu's lips. He immediately replied to the message and set off. Before long, Suyu arrived at the village entrance, where Yue Yingxi and her guild members were waiting. Yang, your wager agreement has been accepted on behalf of the Yue Ying Guild and the Yue Hai Corporation, Yue Yingxi said solemnly. Suyu smiled faintly. Then let's formalize it through the system contract. In Divine Realm, major corporations no longer signed real-world contracts. Instead, they used system contracts, which bound the souls of both parties with severe consequences for breaches. Yue Yingxi nodded. All right. After confirming the terms, the two signed the contract without hesitation. The system notification sounded, and Yue Yingxi's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Yang, I hope you can fulfill the wager. It seems Guildmaster she believes I can secure 52% of the original shares, Suyu teased. When that happens, don't forget to call me boss. Suyu already had a plan in mind to take control of the Yue Ying Guild. All he needed to do was provide formulas, blueprints, and information on material locations. The management would be left to Yue Yingxi and her sister, Yue Yingwei. Yue Yingxi chuckled and nodded. Well then, good luck. With that, she left with her guild members. Suyu stood in place, contemplating his next steps. Next, I'll head to the Scarlet Wilderness to acquire the hidden quest from the hunter. As for the main storyline quest in the Novice Village, it couldn't be completed yet, as it required all players to reach level 10. Recalling the action plan he devised the previous night, Suyu immediately set out. The Scarlet Wilderness was a level 10 to 20 map located south of Kolo Village. It was one of the more challenging maps in the game. The monsters there were strong and numerous, making it easy for solo players to get surrounded and killed. But Suyu felt no fear. On the contrary, he was eager to test the effectiveness of his new skills. Spending some coins, he took the teleportation array and instantly arrived at the militia camp in the Scarlet Wilderness. To defend against the frequent attacks from hordes of beasts, the village chief had stationed a militia team there. After walking through the wilderness for a few minutes, Suyu finally encountered a group of monsters. Squeak, squeak. Sharp, piercing sounds came from ahead. Looking closely, he saw dozens of scarlet rats crawling out of burrows. Their sharp teeth and bloodthirsty eyes were intimidating. Using the system's scan ability, Suyu confirmed the monsters' levels. Blood rat iron rank normal. Level, 15. HP, 8500/8500. Attack, 530. Skill, Bloodfang. These were ordinary iron tier monsters, whose attack power couldn't even penetrate his defense. Perfect for some practice. Suyu drew his Blackwing Bow and activated the skill Flame Arrow Rain. Mana surged from within him, flowing to his fingers and forming a crimson energy arrow. He released his grip, and the arrow shot skyward like a bolt from a bowstring. It then split into dozens of flaming arrows, striking each blood rat with precision. The creatures couldn't escape the skill's area of effect. -7454. -7454. -7454. Instantly, damage numbers soared into view. This move not only activated the passive Heavy Slash but also triggered other passive skills like Ice Flame and Dark Arrow, adding an extra -850 elemental damage per arrow. The blood rats were annihilated in an instant. Ding, you've killed a level 15 blood rat, gaining 344 experience points. Ding, congratulations. You've plundered 2 points of constitution. Ding, congratulations. You've acquired the rare skill Bloodfang. The system panel overflowed with hundreds of notifications. The combination of the Flame Arrow Rain skill and his passive abilities had created a devastating synergy, far exceeding expectations. The only minor disappointment was that life drain only restored 500 HP. Of course, that was within reason. The passive skill explicitly stated, each arrow that hits an enemy restores 500 HP, regardless of the number of enemies struck. Even so, the skill was immensely powerful, and Suyu was more than satisfied. Next, he turned his attention to the newly acquired passive skill, Blood Fang Passive, 5/20. Effect, every third arrow fired inflicts 250 bleed damage over 3 seconds. The passive effect of Rend is quite similar. Both inflict a bleeding status, and what's more, the damage from different passive bleed effects can stack. With that thought, Suyu casually closed the panel and quickly picked up the loot scattered on the ground. Perhaps it was due to the mysterious orb raising his luck by 1 point, but he could clearly feel an increase in the drop rate of items. After sorting through the spoils, Suyu continued onward. Along the way, he once again encountered an attack from a type of monster known as Blood Wolves. Blood Wolves were also level 15 black iron monsters, but Suyu nonchalantly unleashed a rain of fire arrows, reducing them to ashes in an instant. 20 minutes later. Ding! You've killed a level 15 Blood Wolf and gained 344 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you've looted the skill Blood Claw, rare. His experience bar had already risen to 91.6%. The next level up was imminent. Meanwhile, Suyu had plundered 50 constitution points, 36 strength points, 50 agility points, and fully maxed out stacks of the Blood Fang and Blood Claw passives from the Blood Rats and Blood Wolves. Despite their different names, these two passives had identical effects. Blood Fang/Blood Claw passive, 2020. Effect, every third arrow fired inflicts 1000 points of bleeding damage over 3 seconds. With all 3 bleed passives stacking, each second inflicted 2100 points of bleeding damage. Not even a boss could withstand that. As for other players, they weren't even worthy of enduring the bleeding damage from Suyu's third arrow. Against his attacks, players of the same level wouldn't survive past the second arrow. This game felt so real, it was suffocating. Pulling himself back from these thoughts, Suyu opened the map and muttered to himself, according to my memories from my previous life, the hunter should be nearby. He scanned his surroundings. A whoa! A deafening wolf's howl echoed from afar. It was the Wolf King boss. Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Turning to look at the small hill a few hundred meters away, he confirmed his target was just on the opposite side. Without hesitation, Suyu advanced swiftly. Upon reaching the hilltop, he saw the Blood Wolf King, leading over 100 blood wolves, chasing after a figure. A human clad in brown leather armor, wielding a bow. Finally found you, Hunter Uncle, Suyu murmured with a bright smile on his face. The hunter suddenly felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. The wolf's howls grew louder around him, the sound suffocating in its oppression. Despair surged like a tide. His injuries left him unsure of how much further he could run. No, I can't give up. My wife and daughter are still waiting for me back home, the hunter roared internally. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a figure on the hillside to his right. Thank goodness, someone's here. Excitement lit up his face as he prepared to run toward the figure. But then he hesitated. Wait, if that person isn't strong enough, getting close would only put them in danger. He clenched his teeth, abandoning the thought of seeking help, and continued to flee. At this moment, Suyu calmly drew his Blackwing bow and launched his attack without a second thought. Flame Arrow Rain. A single arrow shot into the sky. The cluster of wolves below was tightly packed together. Instantly, the lone arrow split into countless fiery arrows, raining down like a meteor shower. Each arrow exploded upon impact, igniting a fiery bloom, a sight as breathtaking as it was deadly. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the entire Blood Wolf pack was annihilated, reduced to charred corpses scattered across the ground. Only the Blood Wolf King remained, standing alone. Ding! You've killed a level 15 Blood Wolf and gained 344 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 15. Rewards, +1 to all 4 stats, +1 free attribute point. Because he had already maxed out the lootable stats and skills from Blood Wolves, so you only received experience points this time. His experience bar broke past the 100% threshold, leveling up was effortless. Amazing! What an incredible archer! The hunter turned back to glance at him, utterly stunned and at a loss for words. Suyu, gripping his longbow, strode toward the Blood Wolf King boss. Grr! The Blood Wolf King let out a low growl, its eyes fierce and alert. Though its gaze was filled with fury, it did not attack immediately, choosing instead to warily observe Suyu. Using his system's detection ability, Suyu analyzed the boss's stats. Blood Wolf King Bronze BOSS. Level, 15. HP, 384,000/390,000. Attack, 2030. Skills, Blood Fawn, bite the enemy with fangs, inflicting a bleeding status. Blood Rage Berserk, sacrifice HP to greatly boost speed and attack power. Blood Arrow, spit a blood arrow at the enemy. Wolf King Howl, let out a piercing howl, stunning nearby enemies. As the boss appeared, a system-wide notification was broadcast, revealing the Blood Wolf King's coordinates to all players near Koro Village. Suyu, however, remained unfazed. A cold smile spread across his face. You're cautious, beast. But today, even if you don't want to fight, you'll have no choice but to make your move. He raised his longbow and lazily fired several arrows. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. The arrows whizzed through the air. The Blood Wolf King immediately leapt into open space to dodge, but even so, several arrows struck its body. -318, -1264. Critical hit. -358. With the aid of the passive skill Hunter's Instinct, so you easily predicted the Wolf King's movements. The first arrow was just a decoy, the real attack was yet to come. Roar! The Blood Wolf King was enraged, feeling humiliated. How dare a mere human toy with me? It opened its massive blood-stained jaws, gathering a crimson light into an arrow, which shot out in an instant, spanning dozens of meters in mere moments. Child's play. Suyu remained calm and unflustered. He had already anticipated the Wolf King's move. With a slight tilt of his body, he quickly dodged the attack. Whoosh! The blood arrow streaked past, grazing him by mere inches. What followed was a display of expert agility, as Suyu's fluid movements allowed him to effortlessly evade skill after skill, leaving the Blood Wolf King stunned at its inability to land a hit. This battle was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. The boss's health bar plummeted at an astonishing speed. Before long, the Blood Wolf King's health dropped below 30%. It let out a furious roar, its body igniting with surging blood-red energy, clearly preparing to unleash its ultimate skill, Blood Fury Rampage. Battle alert, the Blood Wolf King has entered a berserk state. Loses 1% health per second, movement speed plus 100%, attack power plus 50%. The Blood Wolf King charged ferociously, but Suyu swiftly retreated. Boom! As soon as the Wolf King landed, it triggered an ice trap. Sharp ice arrows shot out, striking a precise and vulnerable spot between its hind legs. Awah! The Blood Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching howl. Just as it prepared to counterattack, the frost power froze it in place for 0.5 seconds. Once it broke free, its blood-red eyes burned with fury as it took another step forward only to trigger yet another trap. In the following 10 seconds, it was a comedy of errors. Every step the Blood Wolf King took landed it in a trap. Suyu seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. Finally, the Blood Wolf King collapsed with a ground-shaking thud, its body brimming with bitterness and rage as it dropped a trove of rare rewards. Ding! You have slain the level 15 Blood Wolf King, gaining 20,640 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the skill Blood Fury Rampage. Perfect! This battle had been a walk in the park for Suyu, largely because he had completed this quest in his past life and knew every detail about the Blood Wolf King. Furthermore, this version of Suyu was far stronger than his former self. He scanned the Blood Wolf King's corpse and reached down to collect the loot it had dropped. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the following loot: 180 gold coins, Blood Wolf gauntlets, Blood Wolf dagger, and various crafting materials. What incredible luck! Among the pile of items were 2 pieces of bronze tier equipment. One of them was something Suyu could immediately use. Blood Wolf gauntlets, bronze. Slot, hands. Plus 200 HP. Plus 30 strength. Plus 18 agility. Plus 12 defense. Trait, plus 5% critical rate. Equipment requirement, level 15 archer. The stats were excellent. Without hesitation, Suyu swapped out his level 4 hunter's gloves for the new gauntlets. At this moment, Suyu turned to look at the hunter, noticing the complex mix of fear and gratitude in his gaze. After a moment of thought, he realized that his brutal methods of dealing with the Blood Wolf King, especially the ice traps, each landing a critical hit, might have been a bit too much. As a man, witnessing such a slaughter might indeed send a chill down one's spine. But Suyu was no devil. The Blood Wolf King's gruesome end was simply a matter of bad luck. Ahem. After reflecting briefly, Suyu composed himself and asked seriously, "Hunter, are your wounds all right?" Hearing this, the hunter gave a bitter smile. "Adventurer, thank you for saving me. As for my wounds..." He looked down at his chest, where blackened blood was spreading outward like a spider web from the injury. With a resigned tone, the hunter said, "I've been cursed with blood rot. I doubt I'll last more than a few days." Though Suyu already knew the solution, he followed the proper steps and asked, "Is there a way to lift the curse?" "There is. The heart of the Blood Hawk King can dispel the blood rot curse. But that creature is terrifyingly strong and resides deep within the Crimson Ravine, a hunter explained bitterly. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest, Dispel the Curse. Quest objective, retrieve the heart of the Bloodhawk King for the hunter of Koro Village. I'll take care of it, Suyu responded decisively. He had accepted the quest. Thank you so much. The hunter was moved to the point of tears. Given Suyu's display of strength, the hunter had no doubts. After all, the Blood Wolf King's corpse lying nearby was proof enough. In his heart, the hunter made a decision. If Suyu returned with the Bloodhawk King's heart, he would offer the adventurer his most treasured possession. With the quest now in hand, Suyu smiled faintly. Hunter, head back to the village in the direction I came from. Most of the monsters along the way have already been cleared out. All right, the hunter replied with a nod. Mr. Eternal Knight, take care of yourself. With that, the hunter began making his way down the slope toward the village. Suyu withdrew his gaze, turning his attention to another significant gain, the perfect quality passive skill. Blood Fury Rampage passive, 1/1. Effect, after being hit 100 times, enter a berserk state. Lose -1% of max health per second, attack speed plus 100%, and strength plus 50%. Note, this effect has a 6-hour cooldown for activation. What an incredible passive skill! In critical moments, it could significantly boost his damage output and deliver devastating blows to enemies. The most ingenious part? If his health regeneration was high enough, Suyu could even sustain the massive boost from Blood Fury Rampage indefinitely. Most importantly, he could toggle this passive on and off at will, eliminating any risk of dying from the health drain. Not bad at all, Suyu murmured with admiration, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. Without delay, he set off toward the Blood-Red Ravine. This mission was like second nature to him. In his previous life, Suyu had racked his brains to complete it. Coupled with the influence of the Heart of Reincarnation, he could now effortlessly recall every detail of the task. The mission described how the Bloodhawk tribe inhabited the steep cliffs of the Blood-Red Ravine. Without flight abilities, reaching the Bloodhawk King was next to impossible, and even if he managed to slay the boss, the loot would likely fall into the ravine. Therefore, his first step was to locate an item called Bloodfruit. Though Bloodhawks were carnivores, they couldn't resist the enticing aroma of Bloodfruit. This fruit enhanced their bloodlines, thereby increasing their strength. Fortunately, the location where Bloodfruit grew was not far from the ravine, just a 10-minute walk. Before long, Suyu arrived at his destination. The sparse trees around him were laden with crimson fruits, each no larger than a fingernail. At the moment, many Bloodhawks were fiercely battling one another over the Bloodfruit. Bloodhawk Black Iron Common. Level, 15. Health points, 10,500. Attack power, 500. Skills, Beginner Vitality, Peck. Description, a ferocious magical beast prone to violence. It will even attack its kin over food. Sensing the presence of a human, the Bloodhawks turned their vigilant gazes toward him. Caw! One of the Bloodhawks screeched loudly, and in an instant, the entire flock shot toward Suyu like arrows from a bow. Flaming Arrow Rain. Suyu countered without hesitation. Dozens of flaming arrows rained down, landing with pinpoint accuracy on one of the Bloodhawks. The attack unleashed devastating damage, reducing the creature's health bar to a sliver, and the Frostfire effect slowed its movements. Its body stiffened, and the Bloodhawk plummeted toward the ground. However, before it even hit the ground, its health bar had already been depleted. Ding! You have killed a level 15 Bloodhawk, gaining 344 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted 4 points in Constitution. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Beginner Vitality, excellent. Indeed, there was nothing quite as satisfying as using an AoE skill to farm monsters. With one move, his experience bar surged, attributes increased, and his passive stacks were maxed out. Meanwhile, the remaining Bloodhawks, those that hadn't been caught in the skill's range, were diving toward him relentlessly, seemingly intent on avenging their fallen kin. Suyu, however, stood his ground without any intention of dodging. After all, the Bloodhawk's attack power was no match for his defense. A tanky archer like him was meant to charge head-on. Since the monsters couldn't hurt him, he might as well endure their attacks and eliminate them swiftly. When the battle ended, Suyu began collecting his loot and found 3 pieces of Black Iron Tier equipment. His luck was incredible. In addition, he had looted 50 Constitution points, 24 Agility points, and maxed out his passive stacks. Beginner Vitality passive, 10 out of 10. Effect, permanently increases health by 10%. During his downtime, Suyu had discovered a pattern passive abilities converted from talents, starting at excellent quality, provided percentage-based bonuses, whereas passives of common, rare, ultra-rare, and uncommon quality offered fixed-value boosts. After reviewing his other passives, he noticed that 3 of them hadn't reached max stacks yet, which left him slightly disappointed. Fortunately, he knew which monsters possessed similar skills. Once he left the starter village, he'd find opportunities to max them out. With that, Suyu opened his character stats panel. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 15. Health points, 29,370. Mana points, 13,700. Attributes, Strength 362, Constitution 420, Agility 383, Spirit 185. Attack speed, 5.75/s, Equipment bonus plus 15%. Physical defense, 1,616. Magic defense, 1,406. These stats were absolutely insane. If he remembered correctly, there was a mythical grade Constitution talent player in the Dragon Kingdom who, at level 20, still had less than 20,000 health points, completely incomparable to Suyu's level 15 stats. This was precisely the kind of balanced and overpowered attributes that he envisioned for an ultimate archer. Suyu's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, he wasn't satisfied. After all, he was a player blessed with a supreme grade talent. If his health were 10 times higher, wouldn't that be perfectly reasonable? He chuckled softly to himself. Next, without the interference of the blood eagles, Suyu began collecting the blood fruits from the shrubs. The small tree's speed at picking blood fruits was just too slow, but Suyu had previously learned the gathering skill from an NPC. In Divine Realm, basic life skills for secondary professions were easy to learn. As long as you had money or completed specific tasks, you could learn skills like alchemy, forging, or gathering from NPCs like alchemists and blacksmiths. Placing his hand on the small tree, Suyu activated the gathering skill. A loading bar appeared before his eyes. After a little over 10 seconds, ding! You successfully gathered blood fruit X30. After spending some time, Suyu managed to harvest every single blood fruit from the small trees. Alright, time to deal with the Blood Eagle King, Suyu muttered to himself. Before long, Suyu arrived at the Scarlet Ravine. According to legend, this ravine was created during a battle between a demigod and a blood dragon. The wilderness was stained red because the dragon's blood had soaked into the soil after it was wounded. Of course, this was just an ancient tale, and its authenticity was impossible to verify. Soon after, Suyu found an open area, took out thousands of blood fruits, and piled them into a small mountain. The enticing aroma of the blood fruits gathered and spread in all directions, masking Suyu's human scent. Inside the ravine, the blood eagles suddenly erupted into chaos. They were utterly unable to resist the fragrance of the blood fruits and flocked toward the source in a frenzy. Unfortunately for them, their simple minds failed to recognize this as a trap. This pile of blood fruits concealed deadly intentions. Squawk! A sharp cry pierced the heavens as a massive figure emerged from the depths of the ravine. It was none other than the Blood Eagle King. The other blood eagles scattered in fear, leaving a clear path for their leader. It had arrived. Suyu's eyes lit up as he watched the Blood Eagle King land before the mountain of blood fruits, preparing to feast alone. Swoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air rang out, and the unsuspecting Blood Eagle King was immediately struck. -5,239. -156. Dark damage. Scree! The Blood Eagle King shrieked in rage as it spotted Suyu. How dare these sneaky humans use such a delicious pile of blood fruits to deceive me? This was unforgivable. Enraged, the Blood Eagle King flapped its wings furiously and charged at Suyu. The battle had begun. The Blood Eagle King prepared to engage the human, yet none of the blood eagles from its flock stepped forward to assist. Deep down, they secretly hoped the Blood Eagle King would fall to Suyu. The reason was simple: the king's superior bloodline was something they all coveted. By consuming its flesh and blood, even an ordinary blood eagle had a chance to evolve. This obsession with higher bloodlines was deeply ingrained in their genes. As carnivores, they were even willing to feast on blood fruits when necessary. At this moment, near the pile of blood fruits, the boss launched its attack. Boom! The Blood Eagle King's razor-sharp talons gouged a crater into the ground, missing Suyu entirely. After firing his first arrow, Suyu had already retreated to the side of the blood fruit pile, easily dodging the strike. Immediately, Suyu activated his detection ability to check the boss's attributes. Blood Eagle King's Silver Tier Boss. Level, 15. HP, 734,000/740,000. Attack, 3,750. Skills. Minor Vitality, increases max HP by 10%. Scarlet Hurricane summons a bloodstorm to attack enemies in a frontal area, applying a bleeding effect. Rapid Speed greatly boosts movement speed. Eagle's Cry across the sky lets out a piercing screech, increasing its attack and stunning enemies for 3 seconds. For a level 15 Silver Tier boss, the Blood Eagle King's strength was far inferior to the Skull King. The Skull King, being a dungeon boss from a hard-level dungeon, had attributes that were 30% higher than those of a typical field boss of the same level. This Silver Tier boss is too weak, Suyu remarked. I can take its normal attacks head-on and recover my health effortlessly with my lifesteal passive. The only real threat is its Scarlet Hurricane skill. With a physical resistance of 16 points and an additional 200 damage block, the Blood Eagle King's normal attacks could only deal 1934 damage to Suyu. However, thanks to his life drain ability, Suyu could fire 5 arrows in just 1 second, restoring 2500 HP in the process. After careful consideration, Suyu had already formulated a complete battle strategy in his mind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without hesitation, he raised his Blackwing Bow and fired a barrage of arrows at the Blood Eagle King's back. Thanks to his passive enhancements, the arrows flew at incredible speed, instantly catching up with the boss. Minus 259, minus 1249, critical, minus 299. Each arrow could reduce the Bloodhawk King's defense by 20 points, with the third arrow applying both bleeding and poison effects to the boss. Damage. Indicators of -1050 and -200 floated continuously above its head. Even with a 50% resistance to bleeding, the damage inflicted was still astonishing. In his mind, Suyu calculated that after reducing the Bloodhawk King's defense by 200 points, his average damage output per second had already exceeded 8,000. When the cumulative damage surpassed 5%, the boss decisively activated its skill, Eagle's Cry across the sky. Caw! The Bloodhawk King twisted its massive body, letting out a sharp screech that temporarily boosted its attack power. It then dove toward the ground, its sharp talons clawing straight at Suyu's body. Boom! Minus 3,809. Combat tip: your health has decreased by 12.9%, triggering the Dragonbone Battle Armor effect. Damage reduction plus 20%, shield value plus 1,468 points, lasting 5 seconds. The damage it dealt was almost embarrassing for a boss. Suyu paid it no mind and continued his steady assault. The Bloodhawk King's attack interval was a lengthy 8 seconds, giving Suyu ample time to recover the health he had lost. Not long after, the boss's health was suppressed to 80%. Scarlet Hurricane. Hovering in the sky, the Bloodhawk King flapped its wings furiously, condensing scarlet energy into a torrent that formed a hurricane, which descended upon the ground in a devastating sweep. Boom! Boom! The wind's destructive intent was clear. Suyu instantly activated his flash ability, teleporting 70 meters away. The area where he had just stood was obliterated, leaving behind a massive crater. As long as he grasped the timing of the boss's skill usage and maintained his attack rhythm, taking down a same-level Silver Tier boss was a piece of cake for Suyu. To borrow a popular phrase these days, it's so easy, even a novice could do it. In less than 10 minutes, the Bloodhawk King let out a mournful cry. Its health bar emptied, and its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! You have slain the level 15 Bloodhawk King and gained 41,280 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the skill Rapid Speed, ultra rare. Seeing the Bloodhawk King's death, the surrounding Bloodhawks could no longer restrain themselves. They swarmed in a frenzy, scrambling for the boss's flesh. Suyu swiftly gathered the loot. Congratulations! You have obtained the following rewards: 120 gold coins, Bloodhawk King's Heart, quest item, Bloodhawk Dagger, Small Blood Crystal, Bloodhawk Boots. With his rewards in hand, Suyu felt a quiet satisfaction. He turned and ran for over 100 meters, but not a single Bloodhawk gave chase. Once he was out of combat, Suyu decisively took out a return scroll, instantly teleporting back to the inn. Safe and sound, he began examining the spoils of battle. Small Blood Crystal. Quality, silver. Effect, permanently increases health by 1,000 points upon consumption. Limited to 10 uses. This was an extremely rare item, only dropped by specific types of bosses. Without hesitation, Suyu consumed the crystal, and his health skyrocketed to 30,470 points. Next, his attention turned to the boots, which he promptly equipped. Bloodhawk Boots, silver. Slot, feet. Health, plus 500. Defense, plus 30. Agility, plus 60. Trait, movement speed plus 10%. Requirement, level 15, all classes. As soon as Suyu put on the new boots, he felt a newfound lightness in his steps. Finally, the highlight of his loot was the skill he had plundered from the boss. Rapid Speed Passive, 1/10. Effect: after firing an arrow, movement speed is increased by 500 points for 10 seconds. This skill wasn't entirely unfamiliar, even the wild monsters near Northwind City possessed it. After leaving the beginner village, Suyu planned to find opportunities to stack this passive skill to its maximum level. Having sorted through his rewards, Suyu immediately set off for the hunter's house. 10 minutes later, Suyu passed through the alleyways of the residential district and arrived at a modest house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice came from within. A pale-faced middle-aged man stood in the courtyard, with his right hand and upper body wrapped in bandages to stop the bleeding. Beside him was a 5- or 6-year-old girl, presumably the hunter's daughter, who looked at Suyu with a hint of fear. Suyu's figure appeared before the hunter. The man froze for a moment before exclaiming, "Mr. Eternal Knight? You're back so soon?" Suyu gave a faint smile. "The Bloodhawk King has been taken care of. Here's its heart." He produced a crimson heart, its blood-red glow shimmering under the sunlight. "Thank you for your help. You're my savior." The hunter's eyes turned red with emotion, his voice brimming with gratitude. "Uncle, go ahead and dispel the curse on you," Suyu said with a smile. The hunter drew out a small knife and, without hesitation, sliced open the heart of the Bloodhawk King. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He swiftly smeared the fresh blood over the wound on his chest. The crimson blood met the dark curse upon his body, triggering an intense chemical reaction. Steam rose and dissipated into the air. Before long, the deadly curse of tainted blood was dispelled from the hunter's body, and a faint smile finally graced his face. A system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the hidden task, Dispel the Curse. Rewards, Experience X 5000, Gold Coins X 30, Hunter's Gift. The Hunter's favorability towards you plus 35, current, 90, Reverence. Anna's favorability towards you plus 40, current, 85, Reverence. The father-daughter duo's favorability soared instantly. "Sir Eternal Knight, please wait here for a moment," the hunter said solemnly. "I have some treasures to present to you as a token of gratitude for saving my life." The hunter stepped into the house, leaving his daughter in the courtyard. The little girl was no longer frightened. Instead, she said in a soft, sweet voice, "Big brother, thank you for saving Anna's father." With that, she gave a small bow to Suyu, then looked up and wiped the tears from her eyes, which had welled up from worry about her father. "No need to thank me," Suyu replied gently, reaching out to lightly ruffle Anna's hair. "Big brother, Anna also has a gift for you." The little girl cheerfully ran back into the house. Not long after, the hunter returned, carrying a treasure chest. "These are my most treasured belongings. Please accept them," he said with a respectful expression. "All right," Suyu agreed readily. He opened the chest and retrieved its contents. Ding! "Congratulations, you have obtained Swift Shadow Hunter Job Change Manual, Alchemy Compendium, Intermediate, Windring of Agility, and various materials." Aside from the materials, all the other items were of golden quality. Among them, the most valuable items were the Job Change Manual and the Alchemy Compendium. Suyu's gaze swept over the details of the two items. Swift Shadow Hunter Job Change Manual. Quality, Gold. Effect, upon use, you will be transported to Shadowwind Valley to undertake a class inheritance quest. After completing or failing the quest, using this item again will return you to your original location. Alchemy Compendium, Intermediate. Quality, Gold. Effect, contains 8 iron grade, 8 bronze grade, 3 silver grade, and 1 gold grade potion recipes. This alchemy compendium met the requirements of a wager Suyu had made, which demanded 4 iron grade and 4 bronze grade potion recipes. Now, the outcome of the wager was undoubtedly in Suyu's favor. However, he decided not to inform Yuingshi just yet, intending to handle it after completing his class inheritance. Lastly, the Windring of Agility was another exceptional piece of equipment with outstanding attributes. Windring of Agility, Gold Grade. Slot, Finger. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 50. Spirit plus 30. Special trait, Movement Speed plus 15%. Equipment requirement, Level 15 Archer. Suyu removed his level 5 bone ring and replaced it with the new ring, slightly boosting all 3 of his attributes. "What an incredible haul from this venture," Suyu remarked, deeply satisfied. At that moment, the hunter's daughter came skipping over, her small hands holding a dazzling, prismatic gemstone that radiated brilliant light. Suyu's eyes lit up. The quality of this magical gemstone was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Big brother, this is for you," she said expectantly. "Thank you, little Anna," Suyu replied with a smile, accepting the gift. He gave the father and daughter a nod of gratitude before leaving the courtyard. As he walked through the alleyways, he couldn't wait to examine the gemstone's detailed attributes. Exquisite Aurum Gemstone. Quality, Gold. Effect, when embedded in a weapon, adds 50 points of true damage to each attack. Durability, 10 out of 10. Requirement, can only be embedded in weapons of gold quality or higher. This was a rare gemstone that added true damage. In his past life, Suyu hadn't encountered the hunter's daughter after completing the quest, which meant he missed out on obtaining this gemstone. Today, it was an unexpected surprise. What a treasure, Suyu said with delight as he carefully stored the gemstone. He decided to head to the blacksmith's shop next, planning to spend 100 gold coins to have a slot opened on his Blackwing bow and embed the gemstone into the weapon. The gemstone's durability decreased by 1 point. In Divine Realm, gemstones could be reused, but each time they were embedded into a new piece of gear, their durability would decrease by 1 point. After completing his tasks, Suyu returned to the inn. He glanced at the ranking board of Koro Village, and, unsurprisingly, he was ranked first. Currently, 8,236 players had reached level 10, while another 1,764 players had yet to make the list, although their levels were close to 10. Suyu estimated that by this afternoon or evening, all players would have reached level 10, and the second phase of the Novice Village main questline would open to everyone. I still have enough time to head to Shadowwind Valley in the Kingdom of Drila and obtain my class inheritance, Suyu thought to himself. The Kingdom of Drila was located in the game region designated for players from Sakura Nation. In Divine Realm, players who possessed teleportation items could travel to other nations' game regions, unlike virtual games created by real-world companies, which typically locked regions by country in the early stages. As long as a player had the ability, they could even swim across the ocean to another nation's territory. Furthermore, the territory of the Light Empire was not exclusively occupied by its own players. Foreign players had established their presence as well. For example, players from the Beastmen Empire, Nordic Nation, and Bear Nation operated in the northern regions. In the western territories of the Dark Empire, players from the Sun Never Sets Nation and Western Europe Nation were present. With that in mind, Suyu took out the Class Advancement Codex and infused it with mana. The power of space descended, and he vanished instantly from the inn room. Shadowwind Valley, Kingdom of Drila. This map was close to Yarrow Village, the headquarters of Sakura Nation's core guild, Heavenly Plane Guild. What a familiar place, Suyu remarked nostalgically. This time, he had arrived in Shadowwind Valley a full day earlier than in his previous life, ready to undergo the trials for his class inheritance. I'll finish the advancement as soon as possible, then head to Yarrow Village and steal their newbie dungeon boss right out from under them. A confident smile played at the corners of Suyu's mouth. Without hesitation, he stepped into the quiet valley. The system notification rang out sharply. Ding! Player detected holding the Shadowhunter Inheritance Codex. You have entered Shadowwind Valley. Congratulations on unlocking the class advancement quest, Defeat Lovett's Avatar. Trial monsters have been refreshed based on the challenger's level. The valley's environment began to shift, eerie growls echoing faintly in the distance. Without a moment's pause, Suyu ventured deeper into the valley. Just over 10 minutes after Suyu entered Shadowwind Valley, a group of players arrived in pursuit. Their IDs bore the unmistakable prefix, Kino. Leading them was none other than the vice president of the Kino Guild, Sato. A night player, he sat tall on a black warhorse, exuding an air of authority. The Kino Guild ranked 5th in Sakura Nation but failed to break into the top 100 globally. Even Sakura Nation's top guild, the self-proclaimed Heavenly Plane Guild, boasting a membership of 8 million blessed by divine spirits, held only the 48th spot worldwide. The reason was simple: players from Sakura Nation were notoriously weak and had been repeatedly outclassed by players from other major nations in past virtual games. At this moment, Vice President Sato asked coolly, Matsu-san, where is the hidden area? Vice President Sato, it's at the valley entrance to the left, just ahead. A warrior player named Kino Matsu excitedly pointed to the left. Sato continued his questioning. What did you find in the valley yesterday? Yes. Kino Matsu replied respectfully. We scouted the valley and didn't find a single monster, which was very strange. Moreover, at the deepest part of the valley, we discovered a stone bow embedded in the rock wall. It does seem like a hidden area. Sato nodded arrogantly. My talent will prove useful once again. His talent, true insight, allowed him to uncover hidden information about the environment or items. Because of this, he led the guild's exploration team, specializing in searching for hidden quests. Fortunately, those jerks from Heavenly Plane Guild are busy clearing newbie dungeons. For once, no one is competing with us for hidden quests these past 2 days, he said confidently. Under my leadership, we've completed a total of 5 hidden quests. The Kino Guild members showered him with praise. Previously, Heavenly Plane Guild had deployed an assassin with a legendary grade stealth talent to shadow Sato 24/7, resulting in Kino Guild losing out on over a dozen hidden quests and their rewards. Listening to his team's flattery, Sato's lips curled into a satisfied smile. For this operation, if we secure the rewards, I'll give everyone a bonus. Thank you, Vice President Sato. You're the best guild leader in the world. The members bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude in unison. With that, Sato spurred his black warhorse forward, leading dozens of team members into the valley. Meanwhile, in Shadowwind Valley, the map's environment was intricate, resembling a labyrinth, with countless forks and dead ends that could easily disorient travelers. Fortunately, Suyu relied on his memories from his previous life to navigate the most direct route. Hoo! The sound of eerie winds howled from all directions. Gray mist rose from the soil, coalescing into shadowy figures holding longbows shrouded in fog. Shadow Archer, Black Iron Elite, Enhanced. Level, 15. HP, 38, 600/38, 600. Attack, 753. Skill, Swift Arrow. Map Aura, all attributes plus 30%. Due to the effects of the unique environment, these monsters possess strength far beyond that of ordinary elite monsters, transforming into energy-based entities immune to physical damage. Unfortunately, Suyu felt no trace of worry in his heart. Without hesitation, he raised the black wing bow and fired an energy arrow. The arrow split into dozens of flaming projectiles, descending from the sky like meteors to strike each monster with precision. -7,697. -7,679. Thanks to the passive skill, Heavy Slash, the first arrow dealt an additional 5,000 damage, and each individual arrow could pierce through the first target, dealing 50% of the damage to enemies behind it. An explosive output. In just one move, Suyu had taken down over a third of the Shadow Archer's HP. Kill! The enemies issued eerie, raspy cries, their skeletal hands gripping longbows. Yet, they couldn't launch an attack. Suyu was outside their range, and the Frost Flame effect further slowed their movement speed to barely over 100 points. The monsters struggled to move forward, but alas, they couldn't close the gap. If they had sentience, their mental state would have surely collapsed by now. Taking advantage of his superior attack range and speed, Suyu unleashed relentless barrages. Every 3 seconds, another Shadow Archer fell. The system panel continuously refreshed with notifications. Ding! You have slain a level 15 Shadow Archer, Enhanced, and gained 1,032 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 5 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Swift Arrow, Ultra Rare. Even though the Shadow Archers were enhanced monsters, their experience points were the same as regular Black Iron Elites. Of course, Suyu didn't care much about experience points. As long as he could plunder attributes and skills, that was enough. Amid the battle, Suyu glanced at his passive skill panel. Swift Arrow, Passive, 1/50th. Effect, Arrow Flight Speed plus 10 meters per second. Ha! This is a pretty good passive. With Suyu's formidable strength, his arrows were already frighteningly fast. Adding this passive at full stacks would make them even faster than a rifle bullet. Even he himself might not be able to dodge such swift arrows. At this thought, Suyu's eyes gleamed greedily as he scanned the remaining Shadow Archers. Your lives. I'll take them all. Bayou. Powerful shots. Normal attacks. Arrows rained down as Suyu fired relentlessly into the horde of monsters. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Swift Arrow, Ultra Rare. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 4 points of agility. In less than a minute, Suyu eliminated the first wave of monsters and pressed forward. After about 40 minutes of relentless combat, Suyu had reached his plundering limit, 40 points of agility, 20 points of strength, and the full passive stacks of Swift Arrow. At this moment, Suyu arrived at the final crossroads. A few hundred meters down the right path lay the final trial ground. Suddenly, Suyu felt something unusual and turned his gaze toward the left path. A haughty voice rang out. Hey, kid over there. This is our Mukino Guild's territory. Get lost. The shout came from Matsumoto of the Mukino Guild, his tone dripping with arrogance. Divine Domain had an in-game translation feature, allowing Suyu to understand the Japanese words perfectly. He looked toward the group from the Mukino Guild, his gaze settling on their leader, Sato, who was mounted on a black warhorse. Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected someone to already acquire a mount. A little nip? Suyu's gaze quickly turned cold, a dangerous aura radiating from him. He despised players from the Sakura Nation the most. In the future Civilization Wars, the Lighthouse Nation, the Triangle Nation, and the Sakura Nation betrayed Bluestar to join the enemy civilizations. The Sakura Nation was even the first to surrender. Thunder Strike. Without hesitation, Suyu raised the black wing bow. Lightning surged forth, a deafening roar echoing through the valley. The thunderbolt-infused arrow shot forth, instantly piercing through the skull of the Black Warhorse. Minus 4023. The Warhorse's HP bar was wiped out in an instant. The Mukino Guild members, Vice Guild leader Sato, they froze in place, their expressions blank with shock. Staring at his slain mount, Sato's lips trembled as he stammered, "And my horse is gone? This was a warhorse I fought so hard to win, and now it's just gone." As realization dawned, Sato's face twisted with rage. He roared furiously, "You bastard, how dare you kill my horse?" While Sato raged, Tsuyu sneered coldly, "You talk too much, prepare to die in peace." As soon as his words fell, he launched a second attack. An energy arrow in his hand shot forth like a bolt from the blue, instantly splitting into dozens of flaming arrows mid-air, raining down upon the crowd. It was his skill, Flame Arrow Rain. Swish! Just as Sato's team was about to be annihilated, a crimson barrier suddenly rose up. The fiery arrows struck its surface, causing ripples to spread, before dissipating into the air. Ruby Barrier? This Kino Guild actually has some interesting items, Tsuyu remarked with a hint of surprise, casting a glance toward them. On the ground in front of Sato lay a shattered skill scroll. It was a passive trigger scroll crafted from the mage skill Ruby Barrier. Judging by the aura emanating from the broken scroll, it appeared to be of bronze quality, capable of nullifying a single skill attack dealing less than 5,000 damage. Damn it! You dared to kill the guild leader's prized warhorse. I swear I'll kill you. Sato growled venomously. Oh, I don't believe you, Tsuyu replied calmly, almost dismissively. You! Sato's face twisted with rage, and he immediately roared, "Everyone, attack! Kill this bastard." He paid no mind to the massive damage Tsuyu dealt with his initial strike. At this stage of the game, how strong could a player really be? Sato was convinced that Tsuyu's first attack must have had some sort of special ability enhancement. His subsequent attacks couldn't possibly be as formidable. Besides, they had 35 members on their side, while Tsuyu stood alone. Victory was inevitable. In Sakura Nation, Sato had never seen any player capable of taking on dozens of opponents single-handedly. Sato bellowed once more, "Matsuzu, it's your turn." Understood, Guild Leader Sato. Kino Matsuzu responded loudly. He shot Tsuyu a sinister glare. "You there, just surrender already." With that, Matsuzu activated his talent, Void Chains. From the void, an airy, blue chain materialized, forcibly binding Tsuyu for 5 seconds, reducing his defense by 50%, and dragging him toward Matsuzu. Seeing this, Tsuyu's expression turned peculiar. "I wasn't even planning to come to you, but you actually dragged me over? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" At that moment, Sato snarled viciously, "Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Everyone, finish him off." The Kino Guild members drew their weapons and surrounded Tsuyu. A warrior swung his sword at him. Bang! -0. The blade struck Tsuyu, but a 0 popped up above his head. "Why didn't my attack penetrate his defense?" The warrior froze in disbelief. "Kobayashi-kun, did you skip breakfast? Your attacks are so weak." "Ha ha ha," others teased mockingly. The warrior protested, flustered, "It's not my fault. If you don't believe me, then attack him yourselves." "Alright, let us show you how it's done." The others unleashed a barrage of skills, each targeting Tsuyu. -0, -0, -0, -0. Unsurprisingly, none of their attacks broke through his defense. However, their minds were utterly shattered. "Nani? Why is his defense so high? Didn't Matsuzu use his talent on him?" They exchanged bewildered glances. Tsuyu's defense exceeded 1,600 points, with 1,100 of those coming from his passive abilities Giant Skeleton and Roar. Matsuzu's talent was utterly incapable of affecting those passive effects. There were 3 seconds left on the binding effect. Sato gritted his teeth and pulled out a scroll. "This will boost your attacks by 500 points. Keep hitting him." Tearing the scroll apart, a golden-yellow radiance enveloped the group, granting them a temporary attack damage buff. They resumed their assault. -11, -4, -8. This time, their attacks managed to break through his defense. However, as they stared intently, they realized Tsuyu's health bar remained unchanged. "Are you kidding me? Isn't this guy supposed to be a squishy archer? How is his health so ridiculously high? It's like he's cheating." At that moment, a voice as cold as death echoed beside them. "Have you all prepared yourselves for death?" Finally freed from the binding, Tsuyu's lips curled into a frosty smile. Without hesitation, he fired an arrow at the player who had chained him. This arrow triggered his third ability, summoning a cloud of poison mist. All nearby players were inflicted with a poison effect, losing 200 health points per second. Ding! You have killed player, Kino Matsuzu. As the player belongs to a non-Light Empire faction, no sin points are accrued. The enemy players received the same notification. Eternal Night? The name sounded vaguely familiar to Sato. A thought flickered in his mind, but Suyu gave him no time to ponder. Under Suyu's relentless onslaught, the Kino Guild players were all defeated. The ground was littered with spoils of war. A total of 26 pieces of black iron equipment, 8 pieces of bronze equipment, and 1 golden quality item lay gleaming amid the aftermath. Blue Dragon Crystal, 1 piece. Quality, gold. Effect, refine the soul using the spiritual essence of the Blue Dragon. Upon completing the refinement, permanently increase mental attributes and gain a Blue Dragon mark. Usage requirement, mental stat above 100 points. What a great item! Suyu's eyes lit up. The other player lacked sufficient mental attributes, leaving him unable to use it. What a stroke of luck for Suyu! Without hesitation, Suyu used the crystal. In an instant, he felt a wave of pressure within his mental sea. Moments later, the heavy pressure transformed into a cool and refreshing comfort. Mental power increased by 10 points. Blue Dragon Mark, Gold, blessed by the Blue Dragon, permanently increases skill damage by 5%. Not bad, Suyu praised. After checking the properties of the mark, Suyu turned his gaze toward the path behind him. Next, it's time to face the final trial. With firm resolve, he walked forward. Yarrow Village Resurrection Point. In a flash of light, Sato and his team appeared at the resurrection point. During the level 20 novice phase, death would not result in level loss, but the most valuable item in the inventory would be dropped. Hurriedly, Sato checked his backpack, only to find that his precious Blue Dragon crystal had been looted. His heart felt like it had been pierced by a knife. That was a golden tier item, worth tens of thousands of gold coins. To make matters worse, he had also lost a horse and wasted 2 rare scrolls in this operation. It was a total disaster. At this moment, the members of the Kino Guild exchanged glances and bowed 90 degrees in unison. With solemn voices, they said, "We deeply apologize. It was our lack of strength that caused President Sato to lose such a valuable item." Sato waved his hand and said calmly, "Enough, stop bowing. The priority now is to figure out the identity of that bastard." "Yes, President," everyone replied in unison. Sato frowned as he looked at the system interface. Eternal Night. This name sounds so familiar. Could it be someone I know? The group wore troubled expressions, deep in thought. "President, I know who he is," a player suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned to him. The player explained, "Eternal Night is none other than that Dragon Kingdom player you absolutely despise." "Nanny, Eternal Night? That Dragon Kingdom hacker?" They were stunned. Eternal Night is a player from the Light Empire faction. How did he end up here? It must be some kind of spatial artifact. The Kino Guild members all began speculating. Sato murmured under his breath, "Eternal Night's strength is just as terrifying as shown in the videos, absolutely overwhelming." The memory of Suyu single-handedly suppressing them with his bow resurfaced in Sato's mind, sending a chill down his spine. At this moment, Kinomatsu cautiously asked, "President Sato, should we rally more members and launch an assault on Eternal Night? If we hurry, we might still make it." "Are you an idiot? Did you not see how absurd Eternal Night's defense and health were?" Sato's voice suddenly rose by several octaves. "With our guild's current strength, we are no match for him. My apologies, President Sato. I wasn't thinking it through." Kinomatsu hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Enough, no need for more words." Sato's face turned grim. "We still don't know why Eternal Night came to Yarrow Village. This information must be passed on to those bastards at the Takamagara Guild. If he attacks the village, only they have the capability to defeat Eternal Night." "Understood, President Sato." Everyone nodded in agreement. The depths of Shadowwind Valley. In the center of an altar stood a towering structure, while embedded in the stone wall behind it was a stone bow. Crack, crack. The ground trembled faintly, and the stone bow began to shake, with bits of rock falling off. Before long, the stone bow suddenly broke free from the wall, floating midair above the altar. Its shadow grew solid, eventually transforming into the figure of a young man. The stone bow in his hands underwent a dramatic change, shedding its earthy color and gleaming with a metallic gray sheen. Suyu activated the system's inspection skill. Lovett's Avatar Silver Boss, Enhanced, Level 15. Health 800,000/800,000. Attack 4,965. Skills. Hunting Stance, greatly increases critical rate and field of vision. Shadow Clone, summons a shadow clone that inherits the main body's attributes and buffs. Dark Arrow Rain, deals dark damage to a wide area of enemies. Shadow Vines, extends vines from the shadows, restraining enemy movements. Description: a genius archer from the Drago Kingdom who created the swift shadow hunter profession. He perished at the age of 23 during his campaign against the legendary Crimson Flame Dragon. What a fierce character, Suyu mused. He dared to challenge a legendary dragon without even reaching his peak strength. Truly courting death. At this moment, Lovett slowly descended from the altar, his gaze falling on Suyu. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he spoke calmly, "Successor of the future generations, are you ready to face the challenge?" Of course, Suyu nodded in response. Then let it begin. Lovett's expression remained indifferent. In the next instant, he drew his bow and casually released an arrow. Whoosh! Having already anticipated the boss's move, Suyu took a small step to the side, effortlessly dodging the shot. Among all bosses, Suyu particularly enjoyed fighting against archer-type enemies. While their attacks had long range, the area of effect was limited. As long as a player had sharp reflexes, dodging their attacks was relatively easy. Seeing this, Lovett showed a hint of surprise and quickly fired several more arrows, only for all of them to be dodged by Suyu. "Your reaction speed is impressive," Lovett remarked, "not much worse than mine." As his words trailed off, the sound of something cutting through the air echoed nearby. Suyu had taken action. Whoosh! "Let me show you." Lovett began, preparing to demonstrate his agility, but his words were abruptly cut off as an arrow struck him square in the chest. -5,402. The damage was staggering. Moreover, the hit triggered the passive effects of Ice Flame and Dark Arrow, dealing an additional -298 elemental damage and 50 points of true damage from the embedded gems effect. Love it! He stared at Suyu in stunned silence. He had been about to show off, only to be completely humiliated. That arrow was absurdly fast, surpassing anything within his understanding. "What a swift arrow! Your strength has already exceeded my expectations," Lovett said solemnly. "Successor, show me your full power. Let me see if you are worthy of inheriting the profession I created." Shadow Vines. Shadow Clone. With a wave of his hand, Lovett unleashed a combination of skills. Shadowy vines emerged from Suyu's own shadow, attempting to restrain his movements. Seeing this, Suyu immediately activated Blink, teleporting 80 meters away. As soon as he landed, 6 arrows, fired by Lovett and his shadow clone, crossed paths and shot toward him from the front and left. "No big deal," Suyu smirked confidently. Utilizing the high movement speed provided by his passive skills, he swiftly repositioned himself, weaving through the 6 arrows like a dancer on a razor's edge. This maneuver was nothing short of breathtaking, as if he were performing a deadly ballet. Remaining calm, Suyu launched his counterattack. Ignoring the shadow clone, Suyu focused all his firepower on Lovett. Bayu. -1,409. Critical hit. -442. -462. Damage numbers rained down above Lovett's head like a torrential storm. Suyu's arrows were faster than bullets, leaving Lovett with no chance to evade. Realizing his predicament, Lovett gritted his teeth and braced himself against the relentless assault, engaging Suyu in an intense battle. Unlike previous bosses, Lovett's attack patterns were entirely unpredictable. He launched attacks as soon as his skills came off cooldown, with no discernible rhythm. However, Suyu understood the key to victory. He only needed to focus on avoiding the Shadow Vine skill. The other abilities, including Lovett's ultimate, could be endured thanks to Suyu's monstrous health regeneration. As long as he wasn't immobilized by the vines, he could keep control of the fight. After all, his recovery rate was almost inhuman. Even Lovett's ultimate skill could only deal around 8,000 damage. Suyu could recover that amount in just 4 seconds. Thus, this battle turned into a contest of archery skill. Basic attacks. Dodging. Power shots. More dodging. Every arrow Suyu fired was precise, dealing an average of 9,786 damage per second. Meanwhile, Lovett's attacks, aside from his ultimate skill, Dark Arrow Rain, were almost entirely avoided by Suyu's masterful maneuvering. If other players witnessed this battle, they would likely be left in awe at the sheer intensity of the fight. Archer players, in particular, might even revere Suyu as a god of archery. But in Lovett's mind, frustration mounted. How could Suyu's archery surpass his own? As a prodigy, this was a bitter pill for him to swallow. However, it made perfect sense. No matter how talented Lovett was, he was only 23 years old, with a maximum level of 60. On the other hand, Suyu, in his previous life, had ascended to godhood with his archery skills, surpassing level 100. Among players from Blue Star, his level of mastery was unparalleled. Glancing at Lovett's health bar, Suyu thought to himself, "Let's finish this quickly." He accelerated his attack tempo. In just a few more minutes, the battle came to an end. Lovett's shadow clone's health dropped to 0 in an instant. Ding! You have defeated level 15 Lovett's shadow clone, enhanced, gaining 41,280 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 16, gaining +1 to all attributes, +1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired the skill hunting stance, perfect. Lovett's doppelganger's health points had dropped to 0, yet he did not dissipate immediately. At this moment, he stared at Suyu with a bewildered expression on his face. After a long silence, he sighed and said, I don't understand. Why would someone with archery skills far superior to mine come to claim my legacy? But in the end, you defeated me. Perhaps the Shadow Swift Hunter will truly shine in your hands. Suyu smiled faintly but did not respond. He knew very well in his heart that the Shadow Swift Hunter was nothing more than a transitional class for him. If his level weren't so low, Suyu would have already sought out legendary or even mythical tier advanced classes. Such thoughts, however, were best kept to himself. Saying them aloud would be far too hurtful. Lovett continued, Adventurer, accept my legacy. Alright, Suyu nodded, taking the grey longbow from Lovett's hands. In the next moment, the longbow gradually turned ethereal, transforming into a wisp of energy that merged into Suyu's body. The system notification sounded. Ding! Your class has advanced to Shadow Swift Hunter, Gold. You have inherited the core class skill, Shadow Doppelganger, Gold. Player attributes have been recalculated based on the growth rate of your new class. Current stats, +75 to all 4 main attributes, +75 free attribute points. In Divine Realm, players only acquired the core skill of a class upon advancing. All other class skills had to be learned independently. Moreover, professions below epic quality lacked exclusive equipment and racial talents, aside from their growth rate and class skills. Class name, Archer Shadow Swift Hunter, Advanced. Class quality, Gold. Growth rate, 5 stars. Class talent, Keen Vision. Class skills, Mighty Shot LV1. Shadow Doppelganger LV1, summons a shadow clone that inherits 50% of your attributes and all active buffs. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 35 seconds. Mana cost, 10%. A 5-star growth rate. This meant that with each level up, Suyu would receive a generous reward of +5 free attribute points and +5 to all 4 main attributes, 5 times the benefits of an ordinary player. Additionally, the first gold tier class in Divine Realm would trigger a world announcement. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Eternal Knight for becoming the first player to acquire a gold tier class. Rewards, 2,000 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 gold treasure chest. On the 3rd day after the launch of Divine Realm, the world announcement arrived as expected, and the recipient was once again Eternal Knight. No way! Eternal Knight actually got a gold tier class. Ugh, I'm so jealous I could cry. It's been 3 whole days, and while I've been running around just for a piece of black iron gear, Eternal Knight has already advanced their class. Sigh, the less said, the better. It's just heartbreaking. Players across the Dragon Nation were filled with envy. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Bloodstained Guild was in the midst of preparing for their plan to ambush Suyu. At this moment, they were working on a hidden quest that granted a silver tier class as a reward, intending to boost the strength of their guild elites. And then, Suyu obtained a gold tier class, completely shattering their plans. Their early investments had gone up in smoke. Guildmaster, should we continue with the quest? A guild member hesitantly asked. The guildmaster, Bloodstained Skies, wore a dark expression and clenched his teeth. Of course we continue. Why wouldn't we? But tell the exploration team to keep searching for higher quality advanced classes. They had spent enormous amounts of time and money to deal with Eternal Knight, how could they give up halfway? Besides, the financial group backing Bloodstained had issued an order just last night, increasing their funding to deal with Eternal Knight. At this point, the Bloodstained Guild was far from lacking in resources. Understood. The guild members replied with bitter faces. Shadow Gale Valley. After the legacy transfer, Lovett's doppelganger no longer had enough energy to sustain itself. With a smile, he said, Successor, would you care to hear my story? Please go ahead, Suyu replied solemnly, his expression respectful. It was only right to show due courtesy after receiving such a great boon. Lovett then began to recount his tale. From the moment I was born, I displayed an extraordinary talent for archery. A trace of nostalgia crossed his face. Back then, my father would often boast to others, saying, my son has the potential to become an archery god. When I came of age, the people of the kingdom hailed me as the greatest archer in all of Dragu. I became intoxicated by this empty fame, and eventually, I foolishly challenged the Crimson Flame Dragon. As for the outcome, I hardly need to say it. I'm sure history books have made a point of highlighting the sheer idiocy of someone like me. Lovett let out a self-mocking chuckle before turning to Suyu. With a solemn expression, he said, "Inheritor, remember this, fame is always an illusion. Never let it blind your eyes." "Don't worry, I will remember those words," Suyu replied with unwavering determination, nodding firmly. "That's good to hear." Lovett's face lit up with a hint of relief, a faint smile of liberation. Suyu watched him silently, his gaze following Lovett until his figure completely vanished into the radiance. Letting out a sigh, he withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the newly acquired perfect grade passive skill. Hunting Stance Passive, 1/1. Effect, upon entering combat, critical rate plus 30%, vision range plus 200%, lasting for 10 seconds. For an archer, critical hit attributes were crucial, as they could significantly enhance damage output. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. On the altar, energy fluctuations surged violently, and a black vortex began to form slowly. Suyu's eyes sharpened as his heart skipped a beat. "I nearly forgot, hidden in here is a major figure." Memories of the Crimson Flame Dragon slaying battle came rushing back. Back then, Lovett's teammates were all devoured by the dragon. In a fit of rage, Lovett sacrificed his own life to permanently seal the dragon in this place, preventing it from ever escaping. "In my previous life, when I encountered the dragon, I was just an ordinary player. This time, though, I'll make you taste the countless traps players have devised to deal with something like you." The corner of Suyu's mouth curled into a cold smirk. With Lovett's departure, the power of the magic circle weakened significantly. The dragon seized this opportunity to forcefully open a small passage, attempting to communicate with Suyu from within. "Adventurer, please help me." A hoarse voice emerged from the swirling vortex. Feigning confusion, Suyu asked, "Who are you?" I'm Lovett's comrade. During that battle, I was gravely injured and had no choice but to seal myself within the magic circle to preserve my life," the dragon explained weakly. Suyu glanced at the vortex, his tone indifferent. "Is that so? I don't believe you. What if you're a bad guy?" The dragon sounded as though it was about to burst with anger but quickly regained its composure. "Adventurer, you must trust me. As long as you inject energy into the magic circle, I can break free. Once I'm free, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth." The dragon's voice carried a note of desperation. "Ha!" Suyu sneered inwardly. "If I truly let you out, the first thing you'll want to do is kill me." After pondering for a moment, he replied, "According to historical records, before Lovett led his team of heroes to slay the dragon, they forged a few specialized anti-dragon artifacts and pieces of equipment. Do you have any such artifacts to prove your identity?" The dragon's heart leapt with joy. It was clear it had fallen right into Suyu's trap. "Yes," it answered hurriedly. As a dragon, its instinctual love for treasures and gold was undeniable. After devouring Lovett's teammates, the dragon had hidden all their belongings in its stomach's spatial storage. Rummaging through its hoard, it finally found the highest quality artifact from among the spoils of that battle. To the dragon, since Lovett and his team had crafted these items specifically to counter it, their quality must be extraordinary and imbued with restraining effects. Blazing Amulet, Diamond. Suyu's eyes lit up. A diamond-quality artifact, what a find! Amulets were, essentially, items. However, players were accustomed to referring to them as special equipment, because as long as they were in the inventory, they would take effect without occupying any equipment slots. That said, each player could own no more than 3 amulets. Suyu's gaze swept over the amulet panel. Extreme Flame Amulet, Diamond. Effect, Constitution plus 50, Fire Resistance plus 50%, Diamond Priority. With this amulet equipped, a player would receive 50% less fire damage. To be honest, just obtaining this one amulet was already a massive profit for Suyu. However, judging by the dragon's attitude, it seemed there was still room to milk a bit more from this magic dragon. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Suyu shook his head and said, "There's no record of this amulet in historical documents. It doesn't prove your identity." I have other things." The magic dragon nearly cursed aloud. But it remembered that Suyu was the first living human it had seen in centuries. This rare chance couldn't be squandered so easily. So, the dragon continued rummaging through its treasure hoard, and its eyes soon lit up as it found a pale white spear. "Adventurer, this was my weapon back in the day. Surely, this proves who I am. Ice Shadow Spear, Diamond." Though it was a rare diamond-grade weapon, the problem was that it required the wielder to be level 50. Suyu couldn't use it right now, nor could he sell it. It was utterly useless to him. With that in mind, Suyu shook his head once more. Seeing this, the magic dragon in the sealed space was on the verge of exploding with rage. Then, Suyu asked skeptically, "Are you sure you're Lovett's companion? I suspect you're an imposter." Back then, Lovett's teammates didn't use spears. "I'm real. Absolutely real. Please, you must believe me." The dragon panicked. Back then, it had swallowed Lovett's weakling teammates whole in a single gulp. It hadn't paid attention to what weapons they used. Besides, the trophies in its collection weren't just from Lovett's group of adventurers but also from other parties that had come to challenge it over the years. The dragon carefully searched through its hoard again and finally found a golden badge. On its front was engraved Dre, and on the back were the words Champion of Honor. Adventurer, this is it. You must recognize this. The dragon eagerly presented the badge. Badge of Honor, Gold. Type, limited item. Effect, when equipped, Charisma +2, all attributes +10, monster kill EXP +10%. Description, a reward granted by the Kingdom of Dre to the champions of its annual adventurer tournament. After reading the item's effects, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Suyu's eyes. For the dragon to pull out something like this, if he continued claiming the dragon's identity was fake, it would surely realize he was toying with it. What a pity. After all, he had only managed to swindle 2 diamond grade and 1 gold grade treasures from this dragon, not nearly enough. Suyu sighed and shook his head in feigned helplessness. At that moment, the dragon anxiously asked, Adventurer, now you must know who I am, right? Of course, Suyu replied, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. He stored the items into his inventory and equipped the badge. Although his charisma was already an impressive 92, who would complain about an extra +2? Not to mention, this badge also boosted all attributes by 10 and increased monster kill experience by 10%. After equipping the badge, Suyu looked up at the swirling vortex above and cheerfully said, Your Excellency, Magic Dragon, I really like all 3 of these treasures, so I'll keep them. I hope you don't mind. The Magic Dragon froze in shock. A moment later, it snapped back to its senses and roared in outrage, You knew who I was all along? And yet you dared deceive a mighty dragon? The dragon felt utterly humiliated. It was a proud dragon that had terrorized the Kingdom of Dre for centuries, yet here it was, being played by a mere human. It was unbearable. But Suyu ignored the dragon entirely. Your Excellency, Magic Dragon, thank you for your hospitality. I'll be taking my leave now. You can wait here for the next fated visitor. As he spoke, Suyu calmly adjusted his clothes. Then, without looking back, he turned and walked toward the valley's exit. Human, get back here. Come back right now. Curse you, worm. When I break free, I'll tear you limb from limb. Ruwaeor. The dragon's enraged roars echoed behind him, gradually fading as Suyu quickened his pace. At the mouth of Shadowwind Valley, Suyu emerged. He was studying the map of Arlo Village, calculating in his mind. It's 11 a.m. now. At my current speed, I should reach Arlo Village's newbie dungeon by around 1 p.m. Following the map's guidance, he began his journey toward the coordinates of the Arlo Village dungeon. On the way, Suyu started organizing his recent gains. First on the list was the Life Essence. In just 3 short days, he had collected 6 essences, a speed that his past self could never have imagined. It was an absolutely godlike pace. In his previous life, even though Suyu had a god-tier talent, he had merely been a solo player. Those god-tier players and guilds had access to abundant resources backing them. World achievements were almost monopolized by the major guilds. But now, with his supreme talent, Suyu possessed the means to surpass everyone. He could claim all achievements for himself. This sense of invincibility was overwhelming. After a brief moment of reflection, he used 1 life essence, boosting his attribute synchronization rate to 30%. His physical body in the real world also became significantly stronger. Next, he opened a treasure chest. You've obtained 2,000 gold coins. You've obtained Nightstalker gloves, gold. Finally, a piece of equipment he could actually use. Nightstalker gloves, gold. Slot, hands. Strength +40. Agility +40. Defense +30. Spirit +15. Trait, critical hit rate +8%. Equipment requirement, level 15 archer. Equipping these gloves would raise Suyu's base critical hit rate to 16%. And during the first 10 seconds of combat, thanks to the hunting stance effect, his critical hit rate would skyrocket to 46%. Such a number was downright terrifying. Satisfied, Suyu removed his old gloves and put on the new ones. After equipping himself, Suyu opened his character panel. 75 unallocated attribute points shimmered temptingly. As for attributes, his constitution and agility were already exceptionally strong. Therefore, without hesitation, Suyu allocated all the unspent attribute points to strength. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 16. Class, Apprentice Shadow Hunter, eligible for rank advancement trial at level 20. Health, 33,132. Mana, 16,220. Attributes, Strength 512, Constitution 541, Agility 546, Spirit 311. Attack Speed, 6.16/s. Physical defense, 1761. Magic defense, 1490. Skills, Thunderstrike LV4, Flame Arrow Shower LV5, Blink LV5. Click to view details. Among the billions of players on Blue Star, Suyu's stats could truly be described as unmatched. After carefully reviewing his stats, his gaze finally settled on Shadow Clone. This skill could inherit his buffs and attributes, making it practically tailor-made for him. Through the passive skill gained by his talent Plunder, Suyu had acquired various buffs such as Bite, Giant Bones, and Hunting Stance. The only downside was that the gold tier clone skill could only inherit buffs and attributes. If it were a legendary tier skill, the clone could also inherit the player's other abilities, a feature that would be unbelievably powerful. Unfortunately, with Suyu's current capabilities, obtaining a higher tier clone skill was still beyond his reach. Well, my stats aren't too bad, are they? Suyu smiled in satisfaction. If other players overheard this, they'd probably be so enraged they'd want to punch him. After taking stock of his gains from this operation, Suyu dashed toward the entrance of the Arlo village dungeon at full speed. On the way, he killed monsters to obtain dungeon entry tokens. Meanwhile, Sato from the Makuno Guild, upon seeing the world announcement about Suyu obtaining a gold-class profession, immediately led his team back to Shadowwind Valley to explore, hoping to obtain a gold-class profession for themselves. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Suyu reached the dungeon entrance, where only a few players lingered. The Takamagara Guild was in the final stages of clearing the dungeon. He stepped onto the teleportation array. A virtual panel appeared in front of him. Dungeon, Scarlet Mines. Type, Team. Selectable difficulty, Hard. Current team, 1 of 20. Current players, 856/1000. Completion objective, defeat the dungeon's final boss, Scarlet-Eyed Rat King. Ding! Would you like to enter the Scarlet Mines dungeon? Yes. Suyu responded decisively, and his entire being was teleported to the underground mine. All around him were crisscrossing tunnels, littered with monster corpses. This was the first novice dungeon, with monsters capped at level 15. For Suyu, their experience points were no longer significant. Securing the dungeon boss was the true objective. His goal was crystal clear. At this very moment, in the third layer of the dungeon, Takahashi, the leader of the Takamagara Guild, was commanding his team in an all-out battle. We are the people blessed by 8 million gods. This terrifying and disgusting rat boss is about to face our judgment. Everyone, keep pushing, Takahashi shouted passionately. Yes, Takahashi President. The guild players in the midst of battle responded in unison. Roar! The rat-like boss let out a furious roar. The boss swung the metal rod in its hand and smashed it into the ground. The resulting shockwave sent nearby players flying and caused significant damage. The healer players immediately cast spells to heal the wounded. Simultaneously, they used skills to reduce the boss's defense and attack power. As time passed, the boss's health steadily declined. Blood-Eyed Rat King Silver Boss, Hard Mode. Level, 15. HP, 12000/920000. Attack, 4400. Skills, Pummel, Blood Ray, Life Drain, Frenzy. The first dungeon kill in Sakura Nation is about to be ours. As expected of the guild I lead, Takahashi said smugly. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a player holding a bow standing at the back of the crowd. The player's handsome appearance stirred jealousy in him. Takahashi immediately reprimanded, "Hey, you over there, what are you doing? Everyone else is fighting hard, and you're slacking off in the back? Keep this up, and I'll kick you out for sure. Join the fight now," Takahashi bellowed at the end. "If you say so, then I'll join in," Suyu replied with a calm smile. The timing was perfect. Shadow Clone, Flaming Arrow Rain. In Takahashi's line of sight, a black shadow appeared beside Suyu, and the two simultaneously drew their bows and fired. Baiu. Hundreds of flaming arrows rained down, blanketing the Rat King and the surrounding players. -8432. -8426. Ding. You have killed player, Takamajihara Teru. As the target was not from the Light Empire faction, no sin value has been added. Ding. You have killed player. The system panel refreshed instantly, and the numbers soared dramatically. Takahashi also received a notification. Yang Yi, he muttered, completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Fragments of information from the Kino Guild flashed through his mind. The Long Kingdom's Yang Yi had appeared in Yarrow Village. Takahashi had initially thought the Kino Guild was joking, but now he realized it was true. While they were all dumbfounded, the arrows fired by the Shadow Clone sliced through the air and struck the Rat King boss. -6108. Critical hit. The Shadow Clone also carried the passive effect of Heavy Strike. The first arrow's damage was boosted by an additional 5,000 points, instantly depleting the boss's health bar. Ding! You have killed level 15 Blood-Eyed Rat King and gained 0 experience. As you are not a Yarrow Village player, you cannot earn contribution points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill Life Drain. The Rat King's corpse fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, dropping several pieces of golden quality loot. Seeing this, Suyu immediately used a blink ability to appear beside the loot. With a swift motion, he collected all the items into his inventory. Since he wasn't in the same party as the players from the Takamajiehara Guild, all the loot went straight into his bag. Goodbye. Suyu left behind those cold words before decisively clicking to exit the dungeon. His movements were smooth and effortless. However, because he hadn't earned any contribution points, the dungeon rewards upon settlement were minimal, just an intermediate skill experience token. You bastard! You damn Long Kingdom player dared to steal my Takamajiehara Guild's boss. I'll MMPH. Thwack! Before Takahashi could finish his words, an arrow fired by Suyu's shadow clone struck him right in the mouth. The impact silenced him instantly, leaving him writhing in pain with his eyes rolling back. The damage was devastating, and the insult was even worse. Takahashi's health bar plummeted, nearly reaching 0. The ice flame effect was still active, forcing him to quickly consume a rare health potion to barely restore his health. Clutching his jaw, Takahashi roared in fury, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly settle the dungeon and hunt down Yong-yi. We must retrieve the loot." Yes, Takahashi President. The surviving players were burning with rage as they hurried to finalize the dungeon settlement. However, since the final boss hadn't been killed by the Yarrow Village team, the dungeon was marked as a failure. This meant they would have to restart the Scarlet Mine dungeon from scratch. What's worse, the rewards for defeating the boss a second time would be significantly reduced, rendering all their prior efforts meaningless. "You bastard! I swear I'll kill you!" Takahashi screamed in fury. But Takahashi was overthinking things. By the time he led his team back to the dungeon entrance, Suyu had already used a teleportation scroll to instantly return to the inn at Koro Village. "Damn you, Yong-yi! Just you wait. The Takamajiehara Guild will one day destroy everything from the Long Kingdom." Takahashi's face darkened, his expression resembling that of a demon's descent. Translation: Ueda-kun, didn't the Lighthouse Nation contact us earlier to join forces against the top players of Dragon Nation? Now, send them a reply, "We are willing to cooperate," he said coldly. "And also, notify the Dragon Nation guilds we are supporting to gather all possible intelligence on Eternal Night." Understood, President Takahashi. The player nodded hurriedly. After giving the orders, Takahashi turned to the other guild members and said in a frosty tone, "Let's go, continue clearing the dungeon." Yes, the team members responded in unison, their morale soaring. They stepped back into the Scarlet Mine dungeon, facing the first wave of monsters. Everyone excitedly discussed, "With the experience we gained from our previous attempts, we'll definitely clear the dungeon this time." "Come on, everyone. Nanako said that if Yarrow Village clears the beginner dungeon, she'll agree to marry me. My lifelong happiness depends on you all. You're so sly, Nokuin. With the strength of the Amaterasu Guild, how could we not clear a beginner dungeon?" Amid the light-hearted banter, the group was brimming with confidence, completely unaware of the disaster looming over Yarrow Village. In the inn at Koro Village, this trip was incredibly rewarding. Suyu looked at the loot in his inventory, a joyful smile spreading across his face. The haul was indeed delightful. The Rat King boss alone had dropped 3 golden tier items, 1 piece of equipment and 2 consumables. Had anyone else defeated the boss, they might not even have gotten a single golden item. After all, Suyu had the dual advantage of rare drop rate and luck bonuses. He then pulled out the golden equipment. Bloodstained mask, gold, slot, head, plus 600 HP, plus 20 defense, plus 30 constitution, plus 30 spirit. Trait, physical lifesteal plus 8%. Requirement, level 15, universal. Finally, a golden piece of gear with lifesteal. Although the lifesteal percentage was only 8%, given his damage output, the healing amount, though lower than his passive skills, was still significant. Every little bit counts, and Suyu would never turn down an advantage. Since he lacked a headpiece, he immediately equipped the mask. Then, he disabled its visual display so other players wouldn't see it on his face. The final major gain was a passive skill. Life Drain passive, 2/10. Effect, each arrow you shoot that hits an enemy restores 1000 HP. 1 arrow restores 1000 HP. With Suyu's attack speed, he could heal up to 6000 HP per second, which was nearly 1/5 of his maximum HP. Most players' total health wouldn't even match Suyu's healing rate. Moreover, in his Blood Rage state, which drains 1% of his maximum health per second, This self-damage was far below his healing ability. Therefore, during combat, Suyu could maintain Blood Rage indefinitely, enjoying its plus 100% attack speed, plus 50% strength boost. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. While fixed healing effects might lose their significance in the late game, in the early game, they provided a massive advantage. Not bad at all. Suyu chuckled. After organizing his spoils, he opened his skill panel. He poured the experience from 7 medium skill experience scrolls into his new skill. Ding! You have consumed 1,504 experience points to upgrade Shadow Clone to LV2. Ding! In one go, Suyu upgraded the skill to level 5. Shadow Clone, Gold, level, LV5. Progress, 345,000/1,600,000 EXP. Effect, summons a Shadow Clone that inherits 70% of your stats and all active buffs, lasting for 12 seconds. Cooldown, 33 seconds. Mana cost, 15%. The skill's effectiveness had increased significantly. Frankly speaking, most players on Blue Star probably didn't even have stats comparable to Suyu's casually summoned clone. After upgrading the skill, Suyu closed the panel and checked his friend list. To his surprise, Yuingshi and the others were offline. With no one to share the loot he had obtained from the Sakura Nation players, he decided to keep it in his inventory for now. With that in mind, Suyu decided to log off and take a break, grabbing some lunch in the meantime. Elsewhere, in Shadowwind Valley, Sato, the president of the Kino Guild, led dozens of members back into the area. The disappearance of Lavette's clone had caused the suppressed monsters in the valley to gradually reappear. President, do you think there are still hidden quests here? Kino Matsuri asked. Don't worry, Matsuri-san. I have a feeling there's still something major to discover here, Sato replied confidently. The others nodded, their hearts filled with anticipation. They continued venturing deeper into the valley. Before long, they arrived at an altar. A black vortex continued to swirl above it, seemingly devouring the surrounding light. Another group of humans has arrived? Within the sealed space, the eyes of the infernal flame dragon glimmered with excitement. Wait! It mused internally, this time, I must proceed with caution. Humans nowadays are far too cunning. The great dragon was deceived once before, and it shall not happen again. The infernal flame dragon pondered for a moment, then spoke in a deep, majestic voice, Humans, for what purpose have you come to this place? Sato's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha, as expected, my intuition was right. My talent detected the presence of a powerful being sealed here. Unfortunately, his talent wasn't potent enough to discern the specific nature of the entity. After a moment of thought, Sato asked, Mighty One, do you require any assistance? The dragon's lips curled into a faint smirk. Humans, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can pass my trial, you will receive rewards as bountiful as that previous person. The previous person? That must be Eternal Night. Sato's heart raced with excitement. Thus, in a firm tone, he declared, Mighty One, please tell me what the trial entails. Listen closely. Destroy that altar and defeat the guardian within. If you succeed, I shall personally bestow upon you your reward. The dragon casually fabricated a trial. Due to Suyu's past actions, the dragon's heart had long been filled with hatred toward humanity. It silently vowed that once it was free, it would ensure every human experienced the taste of death. Without hesitation, Sato commanded his teammates to attack the altar together. The altar's durability rapidly dwindled. At last, it hit zero. Boom! The altar shattered with a deafening roar, and a colossal pillar of black and crimson flames surged tens of meters into the sky. Roar! At last, I am free. Damnable humans, prepare to face my wrath. A towering figure, over 100 meters tall, hovered in the air. Its massive wings spread wide, casting a shadow that blanketed the ground. Infernal Flame Dragon Legendary Boss. Level, 60. AA Dragon? Sato and his team froze in place, their faces brimming with shock and terror. Nani, this is the Guardian from the trial? Sato's expression was filled with disbelief. A level 60 legendary boss? They were only in their teens level-wise, how could they possibly defeat it? With one swipe of the dragon's claw, the group would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Mighty One, this trial is far too difficult. We can't possibly overcome it. Sato was on the verge of tears. No! The infernal flame dragon's mouth curled into a cold smile. You have already completed the trial. I shall grant you the ultimate reward. This voice. Is it really you, Mighty One? The group was momentarily dumbfounded. But upon hearing the dragon's words, they immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, shouting with excitement, O great dragon, bestow upon us your reward. Foolish humans, take this reward from me. With a sinister grin, the dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of black and crimson flames. Ah! Sato instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in horror. No, mighty dragon, you can't. -2,910,000. -2,910,000. The screams abruptly ceased, and the group was reduced to ash. With fools like you, how dare you demand rewards from me? Know your place. The dragon felt a slight sense of satisfaction, though the burning hatred in its heart remained unresolved. It turned its gaze toward the direction of Arrow Village, its eyes blazing with intensity. I can sense a multitude of humans in that direction. That accursed individual must be among them. With that thought, dark mist surged from the dragon's body, swelling its size to an astonishing 300 meters. With one powerful beat of its wings, it soared across dozens of kilometers, arriving above Arrow Village in mere moments. Humans, prepare to face the punishment I bring. Heavenly scorching meteor. Over a dozen fiery meteors descended from the skies, slamming into the plains outside Arrow Village. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed relentlessly, transforming the plains into a sea of fire, where players met their tragic demise. Ding! World announcement. The kingdom of Dreela's Arrow Village has been attacked by the infernal flame dragon, triggering the world's first monster siege event. Players in Arrow Village are tasked with defending the village. If the defense is successful, all players will receive bountiful rewards. If the defense fails, players will lose 3 levels, gain a 24-hour debuff reducing experience gain by 30%, and be randomly respawned at a nearby starting village. The announcement flashed repeatedly, catching the attention of players worldwide. Damn it! A Sakura Nation player actually made it onto the world announcement. This is unbelievable. Why can't we ever have such good luck? The Dragon Nation players' faces were filled with envy. While foreign players also felt jealousy, they were mostly thrilled. Finally, we don't have to see that eternal night guy from Dragon Nation on the announcements anymore. Sakura Nation players, well done. Thank the 8 million gods for their blessings. Our Sakura Nation's Takamagara Guild is about to rise to glory. Foreign players flooded the chat with frantic comments, venting the frustration of being overshadowed by Eternal Night's continuous world announcements over the past few days. At this moment, the Takamagara Guild was fiercely battling on the 3rd floor of a dungeon. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Monster Siege Event? Takahashi's expression changed, and he groaned in frustration. Damn it! Can't we just clear the dungeon in peace? A message came in from a guild member outside. President Takahashi, we're doomed. Takahashi's heart sank with a foreboding feeling. He quickly asked, Ueda-kun, what's happening out there? Image. The player didn't reply with words but sent a screenshot instead. Takahashi looked at it. Crimson Flame Dragon, Legendary Boss. Level, 60. HP, 125 million/125 million. Attack, unknown. Skills, unknown. Even though the attack and skill details were hidden, the sheer HP exceeding 100 million was enough to showcase the dragon's terrifying power. How could this be? Takahashi muttered to himself. The next moment, his face twisted with despair as he shouted, No, this is impossible. We're just beginner players, how could we encounter a legendary boss? Unfortunately, no one could provide him with an answer. Divine Realm wasn't just a virtual game designed by humans, it was a digitized real world where anything could happen. At that moment, another system notification rang out. The Crimson Flame Dragon destroyed the core of Yarrow Village. All players in the village lost 3 levels and were then teleported to nearby beginner villages. The pride of Sakura Nation, the Takamagara Guild, was utterly decimated. Put! Takahashi spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision went black, and he fainted at the respawn point in a neighboring beginner village. Ding! The system detected an abnormal physical condition in the player. The player has been forcibly logged out of the game. Something's wrong. The president is in trouble. The guild members panicked in disarray. This scene, witnessed by numerous Sakura Nation players, left them utterly stunned. In the real world, Suyu finished his lunch and opened the Divine Realm forums to browse the latest significant updates. To his surprise, a post with a staggering 50 billion views instantly caught his attention. The content was a video of a press conference held by the Takamagara Guild. In the footage, the guild's vice president, Takahashi Tsukasa, stood solemnly with his team before a crowd of media representatives. Bowing deeply, he spoke with visible grief. We're sorry. Takahashi Vice President, where did the Crimson Flame Dragon come from? One reporter asked urgently. Takahashi Tsukasa's expression remained grim. Apologies, but we don't know either. What about the dragon's current location? The reporter pressed. It has flown toward the western seas of the Drairan Kingdom. Takahashi Tsukasa's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The reporter continued questioning, why isn't your guild president attending? Rumor has it he was so furious he coughed up blood and has been hospitalized. Can you clarify? Before the question could be finished, Takahashi Tsukasa interrupted sharply. You're spreading rumors. President Takahashi is currently discussing strategies to subdue the Crimson Flame Dragon, which is why he couldn't attend. At that moment, the reporter held up a colorful printed photograph. The image showed President Takahashi being rushed into a hospital. How do you explain this? The reporter smirked coldly, pushing Takahashi Tsukasa into a corner. Takahashi Tsukasa was momentarily speechless, rendering the atmosphere awkward and tense. After watching the video, Suyu's expression was complex. Sakura Nation actually let the Crimson Flame Dragon loose? Are they digging their own graves? He had never anticipated such an event to unfold. However, Sakura Nation's officials quickly released a statement, rallying nationwide support for the Takamagara Guild while uniting the top 10 domestic guilds to confront the crisis in Divine Realm. At the same time, they harshly denounced Eternal Night for seizing bosses across national borders. Suyu and Dragon Nation's officials, on the other hand, chose to ignore these accusations. Discussing such matters openly would only make them the laughingstock of other nations. What Suyu cared about most was the whereabouts of the Crimson Flame Dragon. The Western Seas. Could it be heading for Dragon Island? He pondered silently. The current world was known as the Holy Dragon World because it was created by a dragon god. Before departing, the dragon god had left behind numerous offspring with dragon bloodlines. These pure-blood dragons resided across various dragon islands scattered throughout the world. Perhaps there will be a chance to encounter the demon dragon again in the future, Suyu silently mused. Finally, he closed the forum, returned to his bedroom, and logged back into the game. The system notification immediately rang in his ears. System notification: all players in Koro Village have reached level 10. The second phase of the main storyline is now available. Please proceed to the border camp of the Dark Forest to receive the quest from an NPC. While Suyu was having lunch, the second phase of the main storyline in Koro Village had already been unlocked. I should get rid of the unnecessary loot first before heading to the Dark Forest camp, Suyu thought, already having a plan in mind. He opened his friend list and saw that the leaders of several major guilds were online. The relationship between them had always been amicable, and naturally, Suyu was willing to maintain this cooperation. However, once he fully assumed control of the Moonlight Guild, matters concerning loot could be handed over to Yue Yingxi to manage. Before long, figures like Kenyun Tianshang and Kwangfeng Wanjiang arrived at the teleportation plaza in Koro Village. "Heh, brother Eternal Night, what gear are you selling this time?" Kwangfeng Wanjiang asked curiously. 4 pieces of silver gear, 17 pieces of bronze gear, 56 pieces of black iron gear, and a handful of skill books, Suyu replied, his tone carrying a hint of pride. This was his haul from a single day. Among the silver gear, 1 piece came from another player, while the rest were loot dropped by bosses he had defeated. As for the black iron gear, it was the result of him killing nearly 1,000 black iron level monsters, with only a dozen pieces dropping, still a low drop rate. In Divine Realm, only defeating bosses guaranteed loot of equal or lesser quality than the boss itself. Most of the black iron and bronze gear came from players in the exploration teams of the Mieno Guild. Next, Suyu took out all the gear and displayed it in front of him. Kenyun Tianshan glanced at the items and looked at Suyu with a peculiar expression. How could killing monsters possibly yield so much gear? Don't tell me, Eternal Night, you really went to the Sakura Nation's region? That's right, Suyu admitted freely, smiling faintly. Most of the gear came from the exploration teams of the Mieno Guild. Even I didn't expect their loot to be so abundant. Kenyun Tianshang suddenly understood. No wonder Sato, the president of the Mieno Guild, has been ranting about you in the community all day. Oh, that little punk is bad-mouthing me behind my back? Suyu said in surprise. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, next time I get the chance, I'll have to pay them another visit. Did that even sound like something a human would say? It was as if Suyu had turned the Mieno Guild into an equipment wholesale shop. And not the kind you pay for. Eternal Night was the ultimate freeloading master. Everyone present couldn't help but silently offer a moment of sympathy for Sato. You guys can discuss how to divide the gear amongst yourselves. Once you've settled on a price, let me know together. By now, Suyu no longer cared for the small profits from selling gear. Potions, after all, were where the real money was. With that, he called Yue Yingxi over to have a private conversation. The formulae for the 4 black iron and 4 bronze quality attribute potions required by the agreement are all in this compendium. Please confirm, Suyu said, taking out the potion compendium. Yue Yingxi accepted the compendium and carefully flipped through its pages. Her eyes immediately lit up with excitement. The 20 formulas recorded inside would bring immense profits to the Moonlight Guild. Her breathing quickened as she asked, Mr. Eternal Night, Where did you get something like this? You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways, Suyu said with a smile. In any case, this bet is my victory. Taking a deep breath, She composed herself. She solemnly said, we will honor the bet. My sister, my father, and I will transfer 52% of the original shares to you, as stipulated in the agreement. Mr. Eternal Knight, congratulations on becoming the controlling shareholder of the Moonlight Guild. You will also assume the position of Guildmaster. Ding! Both parties have met the contract conditions. Hearing the system notification, She playfully quipped, Big boss, I guess I'm officially working for you now. Suyu chuckled and shook his head. Miss Shi, you still hold a significant percentage of shares. How can you say you're working for me? We're clearly partners. Yes, partners, She replied with a sweet smile. Since we're partners, what aspects of the guild's operations do you plan to oversee? After a moment of thought, Suyu said seriously, from now on, management will remain in your hands. I will focus on providing formulas, blueprints, and material information. Of course, if you encounter any other issues, you can always seek my help. Do you agree with this division of responsibilities? Agreed, She nodded slightly. Right. Suddenly recalling something, Suyu added, I won't be joining the Moonshadow Guild, so you two will continue to act as the guild leaders. Moonshadow, she raised an eyebrow, surprised. Mr. Eternal Knight, are you planning to just wash your hands of the whole thing? In terms of management, you are the true experts. I won't interfere unnecessarily, Suyu replied candidly. In his previous life, the Moonshadow Guild had become the wealthiest guild in the world, and the Lee sisters had contributed the most to this success. Their exceptional management skills were something that simply could not be wasted. After delegating responsibilities, the two began to discuss the guild's future development plans. Drawing from his memories, Suyu offered her several suggestions, leaving Moonshadow she astonished. At the same time, Suyu shared a few hidden quests related to alchemy with her. For instance, bribing an alchemist's apprentice with gold coins could directly unlock alchemy experience, instantly elevating the player's alchemy skill level to intermediate. With this, bronze-quality potions could be crafted effortlessly. Meanwhile, Kenyan Tian and Kwangfeng Wanjiang had distributed their equipment and spent 35,000 gold coins on new gear. They quickly left the area with their team in tow. It's getting late. Let's continue our discussion another day, Suyu said. All right. Moonshadow she nodded but then asked, the sales revenue from the strength potions over the past few days has already reached 5 million gold coins. Do you want to claim your profit share now? The profit-sharing ratio had recently surged from 30% to an impressive 52%. Suyu pondered for a moment before replying, there's no rush for that. After leaving the novice village, he had a hidden quest that required him to amass 10 million gold coins, but he didn't need the money just yet. With that, Suyu stepped onto the teleportation array and headed straight for the camp in the dark forest. Moonshadow she, on the other hand, eagerly logged off, impatient to share Suyu's insights with her sister and father. At the border camp of the dark forest, an elite Imperial battalion was stationed. Suyu's target lay deeper within the Order of the Radiant Knights. The main storyline quest could only be obtained from the Knight Commander, Bal Thor. Moreover, deeper in the dark forest, a hidden quest awaited him, with rewards so precious they rivaled the inheritance of a legendary class. The thought filled Suyu with excitement, quickening his pace. Along the way, he encountered waves of skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors, ranging from level 10 to level 15. Their levels were far too low, and defeating them yielded no experience points. Suyu had no interest in them. However, to activate the World Relic, Angel of Death, he had no choice but to take action. A single rain of fire arrows instantly obliterated all the monsters. 7 or 8 minutes later, Suyu finally reached the outer ring of the forest. Ahead, a cluster of pale blue spectral figures drifted amidst the trees. These were spirit-type monsters, levels ranging from 15 to 20 wraiths. Suyu's gaze locked onto the monster's attribute panel. Spectre Common. Level, 20. HP, 9000/9000. Attack, 300. Skill, Dark Strike. This was nothing more than a common monster, with average strength and a health pool under 10,000. Its only advantage lay in its immunity to physical attacks. Spectres surged forward like a tidal wave. Rain of fire arrows. Suyu suddenly raised his longbow and fired an arrow that instantly split into dozens of flaming arrows. They rained down, engulfing the spectre horde in a sea of fire. -8,623. -8,623. -8,623. With the boost from the heavy strike skill, the power of the attack was terrifyingly massive. Combined with the frost and dark damage attached to the arrows, it instantly drained the health bars of the specters to 0. Ding, you have killed a level 20 Spectre and gained 367 experience points, plus 10%. Ding, congratulations. You have plundered 3 points of spirit. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the skill Dark Strike, rare. In just a few minutes, Suyu effortlessly wiped out over 30 monsters. Experience points surged toward him like a flood, the efficiency astonishing. After collecting the spoils of battle, he continued his journey along the forest path he had cleared. Along the way, waves of specters kept appearing. Suyu showed no hesitation, slaughtering them all. 10 minutes later, Suyu had plundered 50 points of spirit and maxed out a passive skill from the specters. Dark Strike passive, 100 out of 100. Effect, arrows imbued with dark energy deal an additional 1,500 points of dark damage. This passive skill was similar to the Dark Arrow ability, they both added extra damage to arrows. However, the maxed out damage of this one was 500 points higher. Now, even a casually fired arrow by Suyu, boosted by this passive skill, could deal 2,500 points of dark damage to enemies. With his attack speed, unless his opponent possessed extraordinary defense and health, Suyu could effortlessly one-shot players of the same level. Not bad, Suyu said with a faint smile curling at his lips. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the forest to his left. Found it! Suyu's eyes lit up as he quickly turned and headed toward the source of the sound. Stop! After walking just a few hundred meters, 2 knights clad in armor with resolute expressions appeared before him, blocking his path. Who are you? Why have you intruded into the dark forest? One of the knights asked sternly, his piercing gaze locked onto Suyu. Suyu responded with a calm smile, I am the adventurer Evernight. I heard that Commander Bart is seeking the help of adventurers, so I came here. The 2 knights exchanged surprised glances. You are the adventurer Evernight who destroyed a major undead lair? That would be me, Suyu admitted openly. With his 500 points of reputation in the Light Empire, the NPCs in Kolo Village were all familiar with his name. Lord Evernight, welcome. Let me escort you to Commander Bart, one of the knights said respectfully. Suyu followed the knight deeper into the forest. Looking around, he saw corpses strewn across the ground, clearly the fallen enemies of the Light Empire. Not far ahead, over 100 Knights of the Light were forming a defensive line. At the center stood a towering man, over 2 meters tall, the commander of the Light Knights, Bart. A formidable warrior at level 45. At that moment, Bart was gripping a black-clad enemy, sneering, the assassins sent by the Dark Empire are truly pathetic. With such weak strength, I wonder how you even managed to earn your keep. Tell me, what is your mission here? His voice thundered like a clap of lightning. The black-clad man spat disdainfully. Ha! You church dog! You'll die at the hands of my comrades soon enough. Courting death. Bart's brows furrowed, and holy light erupted from his hand, instantly reducing the black-clad man to ashes. Suyu. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a slight shock at the scene. If someone unaware of the Light Knights' identities were to witness this, they might mistake Bart for the real villain. Lord Evernight, these are enemies of the Dark Empire, carrying out some nefarious plan in the Dark Forest. For the safety of the nearby villagers, Commander Bart must uncover their intentions. The knight beside him quickly explained, fearing that Suyu might misunderstand their actions. Don't worry. I know Commander Bart isn't a bad person, Suyu replied with a nod. With memories of his past life, Suyu was well aware that, among the mid to high-ranking members of the Light Church, Bart was one of the few genuinely good individuals. The knight then stepped forward to inform Bart of Suyu's arrival. Bart turned his gaze toward Suyu. Ding, Commander Bart's favorability toward you has increased by 20. Current favorability, 75, friendly. Such a high initial favorability? Suyu felt a bit surprised. At that moment, Bart strode toward him with a hearty laugh. So you're the adventurer Evernight who saved Kaiden's life? Handsome and dashing, reminds me of my younger days. Suyu instinctively asked, Commander Knight, do you know Kaidan? He's my nephew. Bart raised an eyebrow and replied, back then, I personally recommended Kaidan to join the Holy Maiden's Order of Guardian Knights. What a revelation! Who would have thought that the young knight Kaidan had such a strong backing? Alright, enough about that. Bart waved his hand dismissively, his expression turning serious. I happen to have a task that requires the help of adventurers like you. Eternal Knight, are you willing to assist us? Of course, Suyu agreed without hesitation. Bart continued, starting yesterday, the enemies of the Dark Empire began summoning large numbers of corrupted creatures through their altars and releasing them into the Dark Forest. The Order of Light Knights is occupied dealing with the Dark Empire's assassins and doesn't have the manpower to spare. So we hope you can eliminate these corrupted creatures. Leave it to me, Suyu promised decisively. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a main quest, eliminate the corrupted creatures. Quest objectives: kill at least 200 corrupted creatures. Quest rewards: 5,000 EXP, 50 silver coins, 1 piece of black iron class gear, 1 skill book for your class. The rewards for this quest weren't fixed. The more creatures slain, the greater the rewards. If the altar summoning the corrupted creatures could be destroyed, so you might even earn Bart's personal reward. Finally, Bart handed over a pass and said, "This is your authorization. Keep it safe. With it, you'll be able to move freely within the restricted zone." Understood, Suyu nodded slightly, anticipation bubbling in his heart. He turned and headed deeper into the forest. The hidden quest in the dark forest was located within this restricted zone. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, Bart sighed, "Once upon a time, I too longed to be an adventurer like Eternal Knight. Who would have thought I'd pass the trial of light and become a Commander Knight of the Church of Light? Fate truly works in mysterious ways. All the Knights of Light." Hearing Bart's self-satisfied remark, they were left utterly speechless. After all, within the Light Empire, who wouldn't aspire to become a revered Commander Knight? The problem was that the trial of light was an insurmountable obstacle for most. A Commander Knight was truly 1 in 10,000. With that thought, the knights cast resentful glances at their leader. "Let's go. We still need to search for those filthy rats hiding in the sewers," Bart commanded, waving his hand as he led the group toward another area. Restricted zone of the dark forest. A black mist permeated the air, piercing cold seeping into the very soul. Notification: undead physique, effect triggered. Immunity to fear effect activated. Thankfully, Suyu had this passive ability. Other players, if they wished to traverse this region, would need to either team up with a priest skilled in purification or carry purification potions. As a result, the number of players on this map was sparse. Suyu passed by a party of 10 players, 2 of whom were priests. Without paying them any mind, he headed straight toward the area with the highest level monsters. The monsters here were all level 20. Not long after, he encountered an attack from a horde of demonic beasts. A massive demonic tiger, its body shrouded in black mist, with eyes radiating madness and cruelty, appeared before him. Demonic Tiger Black Iron Elite. Level, 20. HP, 54000/54000. Attack, 980. Skills, Claw Strike, Pounce, Roar. The demonic tiger lunged forward ferociously, surrounding Suyu. "Finally, a monster that can penetrate my defense." A faint smile curved on Suyu's lips. The demonic tiger's skill damage barely managed to harm him. -108, -8, -8. Upon being attacked, Suyu entered a combat state, triggering the passive skill, Roar, which increased his defense by 100 points, reducing the damage he received to single digits. He couldn't be bothered to dodge. Casually, he raised his longbow and unleashed a rain of fiery arrows. Instantly, damage numbers surged in the air. Total damage, 16,162 points. This shaved off 30% of the demonic tiger's health. At the same time, frost spread across the battlefield, drastically reducing the enemy's movement speed. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Suyu kept drawing his bow and firing arrows, systematically targeting the surrounding beasts. -2,350. Critical hit. -2,370. Critical hit. -1,105. In the first 10 seconds, his critical hit rate reached a staggering 46%, meaning almost every other arrow was a critical hit. His average damage output per second was 16,761 points. It took him merely 3 seconds to finish off a heavily injured demonic tiger. Kill notifications kept ringing. Ding! You have slain a level 20 demonic tiger and gained 2,204 experience points, plus 10%. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 3 strength points. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Pounce, Rare. In less than a minute, Suyu had annihilated 13 demonic tigers. A few items were scattered across the ground. The drop rate from elite monsters was indeed significantly higher. Suyu picked up the loot. Congratulations, you have obtained the following spoils: 39 silver coins, blueprint, demonic tiger boots, blueprint, demonic tiger tunic, and blueprint, demonic tiger pants. Seeing the names of the spoils, Suyu's eyes lit up. Well, it turns out to be the famous demonic tiger 3-piece set blueprints. This was the first black iron quality set available in the beginner's village. If memory served him correctly, during the level 20 phase, this set was incredibly popular among solo players. Each piece had excellent attributes. The set bonus provided an additional 20 points to all 4 main attributes, making its value surpass that of 3 standalone bronze quality equipment pieces. Its cost-effectiveness was unmatched. Wearing the demonic tiger set would increase the success rate of passing the level 20 tier advancement trial by at least 20%. Looks like my luck is quite good today. With a smile, Suyu opened his friend list and sent the 3 blueprints to Yuingshi, asking her to arrange for someone to purchase the materials needed to forge the demonic tiger set. Afterward, Suyu continued moving forward. All the demonic tigers within his field of vision were slain one after another. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 3 constitution points. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Pounce, Rare. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 17 and gained, +5 to all 4 main attributes, +5 free attribute points. Over the course of an hour, Suyu killed 200 demonic tigers, easily achieving the basic objective of the main storyline quest. At the same time, he plundered 42 constitution points, 30 strength points, and a fully maxed out passive skill from the demonic tigers. Suyu checked the details of his new passive skill. Pounce passive, 50-50. Effect, +100 meters to arrow attack range, +10% accuracy. No wonder it was a rare quality passive skill, it even enhanced the accuracy attribute. This was a dream attribute for every archer, greatly improving the hit rate of their arrows. If accuracy reached 100%, it would essentially mean locking onto the target without fail. However, accuracy had an upper limit and could only be increased to a maximum of 40%. I wonder if passives converted through talents can break through the cap. Suyu pondered this. Currently, he only had one passive skill that increased accuracy, so there was no way to verify this hypothesis. Without hesitation, Suyu allocated his free attribute points to strength and quickly opened his character panel. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 17. HP, 35,486. Mana, 17,920. Attributes, Strength 552, Constitution 618, Agility 551, Spirit 396. Attack Speed, 6.17/s. Physical Defense, 1,858. Magic Defense, 1,549. Aside from agility, the other 3 attributes had seen significant improvements. Next, I need to claim the hidden quest as soon as possible to prevent anyone else from snatching the rewards, Suyu thought to himself. In his previous life, this hidden quest was discovered by the Bloodstained Guild. They paid a heavy price to complete it but ultimately reaped rewards far beyond their expectations. In this life, however, the Bloodstained Guild players in Kolo Village had already been thoroughly defeated by him. They probably wouldn't have a chance to complete the quest now, would they? Suyu hesitated briefly before quickening his pace. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived at the vicinity of the quest area. With his extraordinarily high mental attributes, he could sense something amiss. He instinctively turned to look at the shadowy forest nearby, noticing several figures flickering in and out of his field of vision. Who's hiding there? He questioned coldly. The forest remained silent, offering no response. Without hesitation, Suyu raised his longbow and loosed an arrow, activating the skill, Hunting Stance. His field of vision instantly doubled. He could now clearly see the faces of the group. Bloodstained Han? So it's you lot. The corners of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly. The appearance of enemies made things much simpler. Without a moment's delay, he unleashed his skill, Flaming Arrow Rain. Given his attack range, even if Bloodstained Han had a 100-meter head start, there was no escaping death. In the next moment, dozens of flaming arrows rained down from the sky, striking each player of the Bloodstained Guild with pinpoint accuracy. Ding! You have killed player, Bloodstained Shing, evil value +1. Ding! As the system notifications rang in his ears, Bloodstained Han's face twisted in rage. He roared furiously, Eternal Knight, just you wait. One day, you'll be begging for mercy on your knees. Knowing full well he couldn't defeat Suyu, he resorted to empty threats. After all, the Bloodstained Guild had already pooled the intelligence of hundreds of players to devise an incredibly detailed ambush plan. As long as Eternal Knight stepped out of the novice village, it would be his doom. Bloodstained Han swore to witness Eternal Knight's downfall with his own eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't rest in peace. However, Bloodstained Han also perished under the flaming arrows. The enemy team was completely annihilated. Suyu stepped forward, surveying the scattered equipment on the ground, and smiled faintly. Running all this way just to deliver gear to me? How thoughtful of you. Too bad, they didn't have any resurrection items. Had Bloodstained Han heard this remark, he would have probably spat out 3 liters of blood in rage. Picking up the bloodstained loot left behind by the defeated player, Suyu turned and stepped into a concealed area. Buzz! Suddenly, a magic array lit up on the ground. Black energy surged forth and, under Suyu's watchful gaze, swiftly coalesced into 10 humanoid black statues. Each held a stone spear in one hand and a stone shield in the other. As the energy infused them, a dim light flickered in their eyes. They were the guardians summoned by the magic array. Defeating these creatures provided no experience points. To break the array, one had to eliminate the core guardian among them, otherwise, the other guardians would remain invincible. Let's make this quick. Suyu had no intention of wasting time. His sharp gaze swept over the guardians, quickly identifying the core guardian. Its dark blue eyes had distinct patterns that set it apart from the rest. Demon Suppressing Statue Bronze Leader, Special, Level, 20, Health, 270,000, Attack, 2,060, Skills, None. In the world of Divine Realm, monsters were categorized by titles: Normal, Elite, Leader, and Lord, among others. Lords were what players often referred to as bosses, while leaders ranked just below them, making them formidable opponents. Because of this, leader-tier monsters were often nicknamed mini-bosses by players. Suyu knew he had to give it his all against such an opponent. Without hesitation, he used a skill to summon a shadow clone. Clatter! The demon-suppressing statue stood up, shaking off fragments of stone from its body. Holding a spear in its right hand and a shield in its left, it stepped out of the array's boundary with heavy strides. A surge of overwhelming power swept across everything within several hundred meters, excluding the statues themselves. System notification: affected by the beginner demon sealing array. Units below level 20 will enter a silenced state, rendering all skills unusable. Though his skills were sealed, Suyu remained unfazed. I'm an archer, not a mage. He relied on basic attacks to deal damage. What need did he have for spells? Moreover, the dozens of passive skills on him were completely unaffected by the silencing effect. Intruders shall perish. The demon-suppressing statue spread out and advanced toward Suyu. Attack it! Suyu commanded his shadow clone to launch an assault. In an instant, the clone fired 4 consecutive arrows, each hitting its target. Minus 6,345. Critical hit. Minus 498. Minus 1,385. Critical hit. Minus 538. The shadow clone's arrows could also trigger damage-dealing passives, resulting in an average damage output exceeding 15,000 per second. The massive damage drew the attention of the demon-suppressing statues, which turned to attack the shadow clone. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suyu swiftly moved to the rear, unleashing a flurry of arrows aimed directly at the core guardian. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. When it came to sheer damage output, Suyu was undoubtedly far more terrifying. The statues, with their short reach and sluggish speed, were utterly outmatched by an archer like Suyu. They couldn't even get close to him. In this safe environment, Suyu's damage output reached its peak, exceeding 22,000 points per second. The health of the core demon-suppressing statue plummeted, rapidly draining to zero. The battle was over in less than 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 20 points of constitution. Although defeating the statues didn't grant experience points, Suyu's innate talents still came into play. Boom! Boom! The moment the core guardian fell, the remaining statues shattered into pieces, scattering stone fragments across the ground. The magic array dimmed and lost its power, and the silencing effect dissipated. With the seal lifted, a palm-sized token materialized out of thin air. Young man, thank you for saving me, an elderly voice echoed in Suyu's ears. The next moment, a gray, translucent figure emerged from the token, floating in midair. The figure's gaze fixated greedily on Suyu. The battle between Suyu and the demon-suppressing statues had been witnessed by the figure. Such power, immune to silence, stirred a deep desire within him. In 100 years, I've never seen a human with such extraordinary talent. Your body, it's mine. Dark malice surged within the figure's heart. Ding! The soul of Sorcerer Haman has decreased its favorability toward you by minus 50. Current favorability, minus 10. The sudden notification made Suyu pause for a moment. I saved you, and yet you dare harbor ill intent toward me? Realizing this, Suyu's gaze toward the figure became wary. He immediately inspected the figure's status. Soul of Sorcerer Haman. Level, 15. Status, weak. Due to the sorcerer's weakened state, Suyu's system could only provide limited information. However, upon noticing the sorcerer's level was nearly 15, a bold idea formed in Suyu's mind. With my current strength, I should be able to solo a gold-tier boss, right? Initially, Suyu had planned to accept a hidden quest from the sorcerer and complete it after leaving the beginner's village. The reward would have been a valuable piece of equipment. But now, his plans had completely changed. After all, the hidden quest reward could be obtained through other means. Lowering his head slightly, Suyu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Question mark. A chill ran down Wizard Harmon's soul. He actually felt a trace of coldness. What a joke. I'm just a soul now. How could I possibly feel cold? Wizard Harmon was utterly puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke to Suyu in a kindly tone. Young man, to thank you, I am willing to reward you with a treasure. Before finishing his sentence, Wizard Harmon waved his hand grandly, and a panel instantly appeared before Suyu. Ding, you have unlocked Wizard Harmon's hidden shop. Beast King's leather armor gold quality. Effect, level 15 universal class equipment, part of the Beast King set. Price, 290,000 gold coins. Beast King's boots gold quality. Effect, level 15 universal class equipment, part of the Beast King set. Price, 240,000 gold coins. Beast King's leggings gold quality. Effect, level 15 universal class equipment, part of the Beast King set. Price, 260,000 gold coins. Good heavens! The sheer number of treasures this old monster possessed was staggering. A total of 13 items were displayed. Among them, the most eye-catching was a diamond-grade large skill experience talisman, which could provide a whopping 1 million skill experience points. As for the gold-grade items, there were 12 in total, 6 of which were pieces of equipment. The Beast King set was particularly tempting. It was actually a universal class set of gold quality. If memory served correctly, in his previous life, the very first gold tier set came from the Church of Knowledge's celebratory event and was exclusively designed for mage-class players. However, it was another matter that left Suyu feeling surprised. When the Bloodstained Guild discovered Wizard Harmon's soul in the past, they did not receive any treasure. Instead, they were granted a hidden quest and a token imbued with the wizard's soul. But now, for some reason, Wizard Harmon bore malice toward him, and the hidden quest had vanished altogether. At this moment, Wizard Harmon chuckled and said, "Young man, feel free to choose one treasure." "Just one? That's not enough." Suyu raised an eyebrow, clenched his fist, and said coldly, "I won't bother choosing. I'll take all of these treasures." Wizard Harmon froze, utterly stunned, unable to react for a moment. "Young man, please stop joking. Just pick one." The wizard's voice turned cold. "It seems you don't understand human language." Suyu smiled faintly. "In that case, I'll help myself." "Young man, you're far too greedy," Wizard Harmon said viciously, his tone darkening. "Don't force me to teach you a lesson." Boom! -8,772. A thunderous roar erupted, cutting off the wizard's words. In the instant he was caught off guard, Suyu unleashed a thunderbolt shot, which pierced through the wizard's head with pinpoint accuracy. Unfortunately, as a soul, the wizard was intangible and had no weaknesses, making him immune to all physical damage. "You dare to challenge me?" Wizard Harmon was seething with rage. A flash of light, and his soul grew more solid. Wizard Harmon's Soul Golden Lord. Level 15, weakened. HP 150,000/1,900,000. Attack 7,420. Skills. Mind Blast. Directly attacks the soul, stunning the target for 3 seconds and dealing massive soul damage. Blizzard. Summons a blizzard within a designated area, with a chance to freeze enemies. Weakening Curse. Reduces the enemy's defense and damage. Magic Shield. Creates a shield from magical energy to block physical and magical damage. As expected of a gold tier boss. In the early stages of Divine Realm, players on Blue Star had no way to solo a gold tier boss. Only well-prepared elite player teams could achieve this. Despite being in a weakened state, Wizard Harmon's stats were still terrifyingly high. His skills were especially formidable, particularly Mind Blast, which dealt true damage and completely bypassed physical and magical defenses. Suyu had 0 soul resistance. If hit, his health would plummet by half. Moreover, he was clueless about the wizard's attack patterns, so he had to tread carefully. "You've succeeded in angering me, young man." Wizard Harmon's voice was greedy and menacing. "I will kill you and take over your body." "Oof, old fool, you're overestimating yourself." Suyu sneered, finally understanding why the wizard harbored malice toward him. He was after his body. "Today, I must end you." Without hesitation, Suyu equipped his enchanted frost quiver. "Baiyu." Suyu turned and fired an arrow, his speed instantly surging as he darted deeper into the forest. The arrow struck Wizard Harmon's soul, significantly slowing him down and quickly widening the distance between them. "Bastard!" The Wizard Harmon cursed under his breath. He tried to cast a spell, but realized Suyu had already escaped his attack range. Frustrated, he could only chase after him. "Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu." Arrows flew out from the forest, each one striking the wizard's soul with pinpoint accuracy. -720. Dark damage. -740. -760. While in his soul state, Wizard Harmon had 100% resistance to both bleeding and physical attacks, rendering him immune to all bleeding. Effects and physical control. Suyu could only rely on dark damage and poison effects to gradually chip away at the boss's health. The chase was on. With Harmon relentlessly pursuing him from behind, Suyu's health remained at full capacity. In contrast, Harmon's health was steadily decreasing. "You bastard! How can this world have such an infuriating archer?" Harmon roared in anger. "If you have the guts, stop running and fight me." Both were ranged combatants, but the wizard's attack range couldn't compare to Suyu's, who was enhanced by various passive abilities. The disparity was ridiculous. This only solidified Harmon's determination to seize Suyu's body for his own. Thankfully, Harmon is a magic-based class with low movement speed, Suyu thought to himself with a sigh of relief. If I were facing an assassin, or a melee boss, I would have been caught a long time ago. In that case, no matter how long my attack range is, I'd have no chance of survival. Of course, the main issue was that Harmon was immune to physical damage, and Suyu's elemental damage output was too low. Otherwise, Suyu could have fought the boss head-on from the start. Before long, Suyu entered an area swarming with corrupted monsters. Taking advantage of the attacks from a corrupted tiger, he successfully triggered one of his passive abilities. Battle notification: you have been attacked 100 times, triggering the effect of Blood Fury Berserk, attack speed plus 100%, strength plus 50%, lose 1% of maximum health per second. Minus 359, minus 359, minus 359. Damage numbers flashed continuously above Suyu's head as his attack speed soared to an astonishing 11.78 attacks per second, with each arrow dealing 900 points of dark damage. His maximum damage output per second exceeded 10,000 points, while his health regeneration reached an impressive 11,000 points per second. These stats were absolutely insane. The time has come. A sharp glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. He abruptly turned around. Wizard Harmon froze for a moment, then sneered menacingly. "Oh, weren't you so good at running just a moment ago? Why the sudden change of heart? Ha! Prepare to face my wrath, boy." Psychic blast. An invisible force rippled out within a 100-meter radius, causing the very air to tremble. Minus 24,000. Suyu's heart tightened as his health plummeted, but he remained calm. Without hesitation, he raised his longbow, aimed at the boss, and unleashed a relentless volley of arrows. Plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 1,000. Green numbers floated above his head as his health rapidly returned to full. Once Berserk mode was activated, Suyu had only one thought in his mind. A real man shows no fear. Charge in and fight. In less than a minute, Wizard Harmon's health dropped by 10%. The wizard panicked. "Damn it! Once I find a physical body and recover my strength, I'll come back and kill you for this." Harmon turned to flee. Trying to run? Too late. Suyu's eyes turned icy as he swiftly gave chase. It was then that the wizard realized, to his dismay, that his speed was no match for Suyu's. A hint of despair flickered in his eyes. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air, instantly depleting Harmon's remaining health bar. "I will not forgive you." Harmon's final words remained unfinished as his soul disintegrated into nothingness. A cascade of multicolored loot rained down from the sky, scattering across the ground. "Your soul's already been obliterated, and you still think you can come after me?" Suyu scoffed, completely disregarding Harmon's empty threat. "Ding! You have slain the soul of Wizard Harmon, level 15, earning 0 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, Weaken Curse, Perfect Quality." Because Harmon's level was lower than Suyu's, there was no experience reward for the kill. But that didn't matter. There was another reward awaiting him. When a player killed a boss of Gold Tier, Diamond Tier, or higher for the first time, and contributed more than 50% of the damage, the system would trigger a world announcement. Sure enough, the system notification followed promptly. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Knight, for becoming the first player to slay a Gold Tier boss. Rewards: 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond treasure chest. As the announcement echoed, players across the server were left speechless, their ears practically numb from the shock. Wow, this guy Never Knight really is a total cheat. We're still struggling with black iron bosses, and he's already taking down gold bosses. I feel like Never Knight treats the world announcements like his personal stage. He appears whenever he wants. Wah! Never Knight-sama, can you carry me, please? Listen up, ladies. Women will only slow down Never Knight's archery skills. All you cross-dressing big shots, kindly step aside. The players from the Dragon Nation were causing an uproar in the world chat, joking and teasing endlessly. Meanwhile, foreign players kept their heads down, too afraid to speak, fearing they might end up humiliated, just like during the siege incident in Sakura Nation. At the same time, the Bloodstained Guild was rallying its members nationwide, scouring for rare items and gold-tier class missions, to execute a plan aimed at assassinating Su Yu. Behind the scenes, the Lighthouse Nation's officials were secretly providing their support. Notably, even Sakura Nation, after their defeat in the siege, reached out to Bloodstained Nine Heavens, offering assistance, with one sole objective: to obliterate Nevernight and prevent the Dragon Nation from producing a transcendent powerhouse. After all, Nevernight's strength in the Divine Realm seemed almost as if he were using hacks. If that power could somehow transfer to the real world, it would be akin to possessing a nuclear weapon. Although players from all nations were aware that the power within Divine Realm could manifest in reality, no one knew the exact method. For now, only world announcements provided access to the mysterious life essence. Damn it! Damn it! Bloodstained Nine Heavens gritted his teeth. Why is his power growing so fast? Can't he slow down and let the rest of us catch up? Each world announcement felt like a heavy blow to his morale, further deepening his anxiety. His frustration reached a boiling point, and for a fleeting moment, he even considered giving up the plan to assassinate Nevernight. But alas, the arrow had already been loosed, and there was no turning back. Matters had spiraled far beyond his control. The shadowy financial consortium backing his guild had finally revealed their true identity. They were none other than officials from the Lighthouse Nation. Now that he knew the identity of the mastermind, refusing to cooperate was no longer an option. Otherwise, the spies embedded in his guild would undoubtedly end his life and replace him as guild leader. Nevernight, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Bloodstained Nine Heavens' hatred for Su Yu intensified. He immediately summoned a new assistant and asked coldly, "How's the item collection coming along?" The assistant replied, "With help from several other guilds, we've gathered over 100 items of at least bronze quality. Their effects range from silence and stun to debuffs for enemies or buffs for allies." Good, well done. For the first time in days, Bloodstained Nine Heavens heard some good news. If they had enough crowd control effects, Nevernight would be at their mercy. He could already envision the scene of Nevernight being locked down to death. When the time comes, we'll livestream the global execution of Nevernight and let the whole world witness his fall. Only then can I ease the rage in my heart. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The new assistant, a junior member of Bloodstained Nine Heavens family, lowered his head, a flicker of hesitation flashing across his face. Deep within the dark forest, Su Yu paid no attention to the world announcements. He was long accustomed to them. After killing the wizard Harmon, he deactivated his Blood Fury Berserk mode, which placed the passive skill on a 6-hour cooldown. Then, he quickly ran over to collect the scattered loot. Congratulations! You have obtained the following spoils: 1,250 gold coins, Wizard's Token, Large Skill Experience Scroll, Beast King's Leather Armor. Su Yu counted a total of over 40 rewards, each one of impressive quality, with the lowest being Black Iron. Awesome! Simply awesome! As expected of a special boss, the loot it dropped far surpassed that of ordinary field bosses. Now that I have the Yi Wizard's Token, let's see if I can obtain that rare hidden item from the Wizard's Servant. Looking at the token in his hand, an idea began to form in Su Yu's mind. He then turned his attention to the other rewards. The first thing that caught his eye was the Beast King's set, a full set of level 15 gold tier equipment. Beast King's Leather Armor, Gold. Part, Torso, 1/3 pieces. Health, plus 1,200. Defense, plus 60. Constitution, plus 50. Strength, plus 30. Special effect, Health Regeneration plus 15 HP/SEC. Beast King's Boots, Gold. Part, Feet, 2/3 pieces. Agility, plus 80. Constitution, plus 20. Defense, plus 35. Special effect, Skill Movement Distance plus 20 m. Beast King's Leg Guards, Gold. Part, Legs, 3/3 pieces. Constitution, plus 40. Agility, plus 40. Defense, plus 50. Health, plus 900. Special effect, Health Regeneration plus 15 HP/SEC. The stats of the 3 pieces were outstanding. Without hesitation, Su Yu equipped the Beast King's set. In the next moment, a new effect appeared in his buff bar. Beast King set, 3/3 attack speed plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%, all attributes plus 20 points, damage plus 30% when attacking non-lord units. The effect was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving one speechless. Moreover, the 30% damage boost against normal, elite, and boss monsters significantly increased his efficiency in clearing mobs. It was as if he had just grown wings on a tiger. Apart from this, while other loot was valuable, it was utterly useless to Su Yu. He casually glanced through them and stored them in his inventory. Finally, Su Yu turned his attention to the system rewards. Without hesitation, he used the 7th life essence. His attribute synchronization rate soared to 35%. He confidently estimated that his physical fitness in the real world was now at least 20 times that of an average person. With a single punch, he could probably kill a cow. Not bad. Suyu's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Then, he opened the diamond treasure chest. Congratulations! You've obtained 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations! You've obtained the fruit of the life tree, small, X1. This thing. Suyu's eyes sparkled as a wave of excitement washed over him. Fruit of the life tree, small, quality, diamond. Effect, after consumption, gain 20 free attribute points. Limit, 3 fruits. In Divine Realm, items that increased free attribute points were exceedingly rare. Suyu swallowed the fruit in a few bites. System notification, you have gained 20 free attribute points. After pondering for a moment, he allocated all the points to strength. His strength increased to 622 points, equating to 1,244 attack power, filling him with confidence. It's getting late. Once I destroy the altar summoning the corrupted creatures, today's task will be complete. Suyu opened the map to confirm his target. There was still a significant distance between him and the altar. By now, dusk had fallen. Pale blue flames flickered in the surroundings, their eerie glow illuminating the dark forest. Half an hour later, Suyu finally arrived near the altar. Ahead was a dense forest, with no apparent path visible. This was the magic formation arranged by the Dark Empire. The environment was cleverly camouflaged, making it impossible to locate the altar without a method to break the formation. But Suyu was different. He clearly remembered the altar's coordinates. Opening the system map, he marked the altar's location and headed toward the marked direction without hesitation. He was getting closer and closer to the altar. This was the true power of having a navigation system. The forest surrounding the altar was shrouded in heavy shadows. The enemy's camouflage formation consisted of 36 nodes, intricately interconnected. The Dark Empire had dispatched numerous dark assassins, organized in pairs, stationed at each node to guard the formation meticulously, ensuring no intruder could breach it. Node 16. 2 assassins hid in the bushes, nervously scanning their surroundings. One of them whispered, "Brother, something feels off. Could someone have infiltrated?" "Don't worry," the other replied confidently. "This formation was set up by High Priest Lorne himself. There's no way outsiders could discover it. Besides," he smirked coldly, "even if someone accidentally stumbles into the formation, I have 100 ways to make them wish for death." "Is that so?" Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the distance. "Ha! If you think what the?" The assassin froze, his face turning pale as he urgently shouted, "We've got an enemy flanking us." Before he could say more, the 2 assassins swiftly drew their weapons, turning to face the dimly lit forest. "Who are you?" they demanded sharply. Swoosh! In an instant, Suyu flashed to their right, wielding the black wing bow and aiming at one of the assassins. His voice was icy as he declared, "The one who's going to kill you." Thunderbolt shot. He released the bowstring, and the arrow shot out like lightning, piercing through the chest of his target. A direct 2-for-1 hit. In the real world, such a grave injury would be fatal. But in the digitized world of Divine Realm, unless one's HP was depleted, even a pierced skull wouldn't mean death. Minus 12,342. Minus 6,171. Thanks to the passive skill Pierce, the enemy behind also took 50% of the damage. A series of elemental damage numbers floated above their heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suyu relentlessly drew and fired arrows. Minus 3,654. Critical. Minus 1,827. Minus 3,674. Critical. Minus 1,837. The 2 enemies were merely level 15 bronze elites, with only 50,000 HP each. Yet Suyu's accumulated damage in the first second alone reached 35,865, instantly killing them both. Following this, he summoned his shadow clone with a wave of his hand, finishing off the last assassin. Ding! You have slain a level 15 dark assassin and gained 0 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 5 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the skill Poison Blade, rare. The battle lasted less than 2 seconds. For other players, it would have taken a party of at least 10 to even stand a chance against the Dark Assassin. Suyu glanced at his interface. Poison Blade passive, 1/10. Effect, coats your arrows with deadly poison, causing enemies to lose 100 HP per second for 5 seconds. At maximum level, poison damage reaches 1000 HP per second. The damage was impressive. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the forest. The enemy was coming. Suyu's goal was to destroy the altar. He had no intention of tangling with the assassins, so he quickly retreated into the darkness. Quick! Stop that guy. He's definitely planning to destroy the demonic altar. Don't let him escape. Hearing the commotion, the assassins gave chase, trying to block Suyu's escape. Unfortunately for them, their speed couldn't match his. With the agility of a cheetah, Suyu easily left hundreds of assassins far behind. Before long, he found the altar. Around it stood dozens of black-robed mages, all focusing intently as they channeled magic into the altar. From the swirling black vortex above, demonic creatures emerged one after another. Dark Priest Bronze Elite. Level, 15. HP, 50,000/50,000. Attack, 1115. Skills, Dark Strike, Magic Shield. Kid, looks like you wandered into the wrong place, one of the black-robed mages sneered. This isn't somewhere you belong. The dangerous glint in their eyes betrayed their intentions. Sorry, but I came here exactly for this. Suyu sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile. Flaming Arrow Rain. He raised his hand and unleashed the skill. The dim forest was instantly illuminated by crimson firelight as dozens of flaming arrows rained down, precisely striking each of the black-robed mages. -8,925. -8,925. -8,925. Each of them lost nearly a fifth of their health in an instant. Kill him now. The mages' faces turned pale as they hastily focused their attacks on Suyu. A tidal wave of dark magic surged toward him, their signature skill, Dark Strike. Suyu didn't dodge. He simply continued his assault. Boom! Boom! Thanks to his exceptionally high magic defense and passive block ability, the skill inflicted a maximum of just -322 damage each time. Even with repeated hits, Suyu's HP only dropped by about 10,000 points. No need to panic. In just 1 second, Suyu could regenerate 6,000 HP. Meanwhile, the mage's skills required a 5-second cooldown. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. Under Suyu's relentless, storm-like attacks, it took only 2 seconds to eliminate one enemy. Kill notifications rang out continuously. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 5 points of spirit. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the skill Magic Shield, ultra rare. Though there was no experience point reward, the ability to plunder attributes and skills left Suyu more than satisfied. 1 minute later, Suyu had wiped out all the black-robed mages. In total, he had gained 60 spirit points and maxed out his passive skill. Magic Shield passive, 10/10. Effect, grants a 10,000-point shield that absorbs both physical and magical damage. The shield value refreshes every 10 seconds. With this passive skill, Suyu's survivability grew even stronger. Without hesitation, he launched an assault on the altar. Its durability quickly dropped to 0, and it shattered with a thunderous crash, revealing the core of the formation, a dark crystal. As long as he took the crystal, the enemy would be unable to rebuild the altar. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the hidden item, Dark Crystal. Please deliver it to Knight Commander Bart as soon as possible. Suyu stowed away the item, scanning his interface briefly. He thought to himself, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Right on schedule. He turned toward the forest behind him. As expected, hundreds of assassins emerged from the shadows, their figures blending into the darkness. You wretched scum! How dare you destroy the altar? You're surrounded by hundreds of us now. Let's see where you can run. Their expressions were grim, their voices heavy and thunderous. Run? Why would I need to run? Suyu smirked, his tone light, almost mocking. On the contrary, you should be careful, because you're the ones who are surrounded. The moment he finished speaking, Suyu teleported straight into the crowd, unleashing a ferocious massacre. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 5 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the skill Poison Blade, rare. Even though the Dark Empire assassins came in overwhelming numbers, they couldn't all attack at once. Only those close to Suyu had any chance of landing a blow. Under the influence of the passive skill Weaken Curse, their damage output was reduced by 20%. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate his defense at all, and only skills could inflict minimal double-digit damage. If not for the Poison Blade skill's ability to apply venom effects, Suyu's health wouldn't have dropped even slightly. In the end, Suyu picked off the assassins one by one, amassing 60 points in agility and stacking 10 tiers of the Poison Blade passive. He glanced at the newly acquired passive skill. Poison Blade passive, 10/10. Rarity, rare. Effect, your arrows inflict venom on enemies, causing a poison effect that deals -1000 HP per second for 5 seconds. Weaken Curse passive, 1/1. Rarity, perfect. Effect, arrows that hit enemies reduce their defense and damage output by 20% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. By continuously attacking the same target, Suyu could refresh the poison effect's duration, effectively dealing an additional 1000 poison damage per second. Furthermore, Poison Blade could stack with other passive poison damage effects. As for Weaken Curse, it was a devastating passive skill he had looted from the sorcerer Haemon. It packed an incredible punch. Whether it was a boss fight or a regular battle, these skills were game changers. Alright, I've got the mission item. Time to turn this quest in, Suyu thought to himself. The Radiant Knights were currently hunting down assassins from the Dark Empire within the forest. Since Suyu wasn't sure of the Knight Commander's exact location, he messaged Kenyun Tianshang and the others. Before long, they responded with the Knight Commander's coordinates. After expressing his thanks, Suyu immediately set off. By utilizing auto-attacks to trigger his passive skills, his movement speed increased exponentially. Half an hour later, Suyu finally located the Radiant Knights. The ground ahead was littered with the corpses of enemies, while several players were speaking with Knight Commander Barth. At that moment, Suyu felt something unusual. His peripheral vision caught a faint shift near the trees on either side. On the other side, hearing the sound of footsteps, all the knights turned their attention toward the source. Suyu emerged from the shadowy forest, standing about 100 meters away from them. "Eternal Knight, you finally returned," Barth said, smiling as he left the players to greet Suyu. But in that instant, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! The faint sound of wind slicing through the air was heard. Barth's expression stiffened slightly as he barked, "Be careful!" The space around them suddenly distorted, and in the next moment, 7 assassins wielding daggers materialized. "You filthy rats lurking in the sewers, couldn't hold back any longer, could you?" Suyu said calmly. With his extraordinary mental acuity and hunter's instinct, he had long since detected the hidden enemies. Kill him. Though surprised, the assassins remained resolute in executing their orders. Instantly, they activated their poison blade skills, their daggers gleaming with an eerie green glow as they lunged toward Suyu. Whoosh! Suyu effortlessly blinked 10 meters away, dodging the attack with ease. "You lapdogs of the Radiant Empire all deserve to rot in hell," the assassin leader snarled with a hideous expression. "Attack!" The assassins vanished into stealth and rapidly closed in on Suyu, their daggers poised to strike. "He's finished now that we've closed the distance. Let's see how this fragile archer plans to escape." Suyu's expression remained indifferent, even amused. Fragile? That word had nothing to do with him. -0, -0, -0, -0. 7 zeros floated above Suyu's head. His health bar remained completely untouched. While NPCs couldn't see the damage numbers, the players present saw it all too clearly. "What the hell?" The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Although it was their first time seeing Suyu in person, as players from Collar Village, they were well aware of the countless unbelievable rumors surrounding him. "Holy crap!" Several players gasped audibly. "So this is Lord Eternal Knight. A level 15 Bronze Elite's attack can't even break his defense? This is absolutely insane. No wonder players from all over the world call him a cheater. That nickname is spot on. Damn it, I'm a warrior, and I'm crying tears of envy. This level of defense shouldn't even exist outside of warriors or knights." Among the onlookers, warrior players were having a mental breakdown. Meanwhile, the assassins also realized their attacks had done absolutely nothing to breach Suyu's defense. "Damn it, what kind of archer is this? Retreat, now." Having failed their initial strike, the assassins began to retreat. With the powerful Radiant Knights nearby, getting surrounded would spell their doom. However, the moment they decided to attack, they had already lost their last chance to escape. Flame Arrow Barrage. Suyu released a single arrow, which instantly split into 7 flaming arrows. With a whooshing sound, they streaked through the air and struck each assassin with pinpoint accuracy. -9,357. -9,357. A massive damage explosion erupted as arrows imbued with the Frost Flame effect instantly reduced the enemy's speed to a crawl. They couldn't move at all. Shadow Clone. Basic attack. Suyu and his shadow clones unleashed a torrent of attacks on the enemies. In less than 10 seconds, all 7 assassins collapsed and died on the spot. The players. The Light Knight. Good heavens! Eternal Knight's defense was already astonishing, yet his damage output and attack speed were utterly outrageous. He was practically omnipotent. Watching this scene, the archer players realized for the first time that they and Suyu were not even playing the same class. Suyu was the true archer, while they were merely sewer dwellers in comparison. Among the crowd, only Knight Commander Bark remained relatively composed. After all, he was a level 45 mid-tier class professional, far stronger than anyone present. In his eyes, Suyu was no match for him. After all, Suyu was merely a level 17 apprentice professional, a gap far too wide to bridge. Impressive, Eternal Knight. Your abilities are not far from what I had in my youth. Your future is boundless, Bart said with a hearty laugh. Suyu, are you complimenting me, or just reminiscing about yourself? Shaking his head, Suyu replied helplessly, Knight Commander, the task you assigned me is complete. Moreover, I discovered the altar used to summon corrupted creatures. An altar? Where is it? Bart's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a stern expression. I've already destroyed it, Suyu answered, pulling out the dark crystal. As he spoke, Bart examined it closely, and his eyes lit up. Indeed, this is the core of the corruption array. Ding! Knight Commander Bart's favorability towards you has increased by +10. Current favorability, 85 points. Due to fulfilling the hidden condition of the main quest, eliminate corrupted creatures, your rewards have been upgraded. Congratulations! You've received Experience X 10,000, Gold Coins X 100, Bart's Gift, Pending, and +500 Reputation with the Bright Empire. The system notification chimed. Bart mustered all his strength and crushed the dark crystal in his hand. His eyes gleamed with firm resolve as he turned to Suyu, speaking solemnly, Eternal Knight, on behalf of the Bright Empire, I thank you for destroying the corruption altar. As a reward, I offer you 2 items. As he spoke, Bart pulled out a skill book and a cloak from his belongings, both of golden quality. These items are yours, Bart said, handing the rewards to Suyu with genuine sincerity. Suyu nodded. Thank you. Receiving the rewards, he couldn't suppress the wave of excitement surging through his heart. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained Skill Book, Purification, and Holy Feather Cloak. The golden glow radiating from the cloak immediately caught the eyes of other players, who looked on with envy. Another golden tier item, Eternal Knight is truly in a league of his own. Eternal Knight is already monopolizing 8 out of the top 10 slots on the equipment leaderboard, and now he's adding another piece. All his gear is golden tier, while I'm still breaking my back for a junky iron tier item. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Feels bad, man. At this moment, even Suyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy as he examined the 2 items. In Divine Realm, cloaks were the rarest and most valuable equipment slot, often worth 3 times as much as other pieces of the same tier. Their scarcity made them a treasure among treasures. Meanwhile, the Purification Skill Book was a universal necessity for the mid-early game. With a clap of his hands, Suyu activated the skill book, its light merging into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you've learned the skill, Purification, Golden. Purification, Golden. Level, LV1. Experience to upgrade, 0 of 1,600. Effect, removes all control and negative effects with a priority lower than Golden tier. Grants immunity to control and negative effects for the next 1 second. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Mana cost, 500 points. Level 1, Purification, was already sufficient for Suyu's needs, and he had no plans to upgrade it further for now. Next, he eagerly checked the cloak's attributes. Holy Feather Cloak, Golden. Slot, Cloak. Health, plus 1,200. Defense, plus 60. Constitution, plus 50. Special trait, increases health regeneration by plus 8%. Requirement, level 15, universal use. This cloak was an excellent piece of equipment. Its health regeneration boost enhanced both passive healing and lifesteal effects. With Suyu's current setup, each arrow he fired restored at least 1,000 HP. The 8% increase meant an additional 80 HP per shot. The cloak was woven from the feathers of the radiant bird, its texture incredibly soft and imbued with a warmth and tranquility that soothed the wearer. Without hesitation, Suyu equipped the cloak, feeling a surge of strength flow through his body. Then, turning to Bart, he asked, Knight Commander, is there any other task where I might be of assistance? That's all, Bart shook his head and said. Now that the source of the demonic creatures has been destroyed, the remaining matters can be handled by the Order of Radiant Knights. As if recalling something, he added, if there's anything else, I'll send someone to notify you. All right. Suyu crushed the return scroll in his hand and instantly reappeared at the inn in Kolo village. He glanced out the window at the bright moon and thought to himself, with the dark crystal destroyed, the Dark Empire will undoubtedly accelerate their plans. The final main quest will definitely be unlocked tomorrow at noon. According to the rules, as long as one novice village activates the final quest, all novice villages globally will follow suit. If the players in that village are too weak and fail to complete the main quest, they'll simply have to fend for themselves, as no one else can intervene to help. At this point, Suyu logged out of the game, his vision plunging into darkness. In the next moment, he was back in the bedroom of his villa. That day, Suyu drove out for a rare treat at a 5-star restaurant. As the restaurant's most distinguished VIP, he didn't need to make reservations and could dine at any time. The restaurant had even reserved a private dining room just for him. Suyu enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. With his current physical condition, he could eat whatever he pleased without concern. After his meal, he took a walk outside. The real world was incredibly peaceful at the moment. However, as the interference of Divine Realm with the world's rules deepened, it was only a matter of time before real-world animals and plants began to evolve. There might even be a day when monsters from the game crossed into reality. When that day came, the world would become a much livelier place. Lost in thought for a moment, Suyu returned home and went straight to bed. The next morning, Suyu had a simple breakfast and rested briefly before logging back into the game. Ding! Welcome back to Divine Realm. He returned to the inn, and the system notification chimed again. Ding! World announcement. At 12 o'clock today, the final main quests for all novice villages in the Sacred Dragon World will be unlocked. The difficulty level is set to hard. Note, if the quest is completed successfully, the players of the respective novice village will receive generous rewards. Otherwise, they will face severe penalties from the system. The announcement repeated 12 times. What? The main quest is starting so soon? Our village hasn't even cleared the dungeon yet. Jawburn, declare that the Lighthouse Nation will be the first to complete the main quest. You all can just continue basking in the glow of our achievements. Under the leadership of Mr. Kim Chong-soo, our great Han Underworld Kingdom will surely surpass your Lighthouse Nation. Eternal Night has spoken, all of you here are just trash. As soon as the announcement dropped, players flooded the world chat, spamming wildly. Dragon Nation players immediately switched to full-on taunting mode. Seeing this, foreign players who suffered from Eternal Night PTSD erupted in a frenzy, hurling insults at the Dragon Nation players. Meanwhile, Suyu remained oblivious to the chaos, his attention focused on the quest countdown. Still over 5 hours before the mission begins. I can't just sit idle in the novice village. I might as well use this time to retrieve the hidden items from the wizard's servant. Suyu made up his mind. The wizard's servant resided on a map outside Kolo village, quite a distance away. He needed to prepare thoroughly. Suyu headed to the shop in Kolo village. However, he was surprised to find the shop closed. Why is the merchant not here? Suyu muttered in confusion. Looking around, he spotted a player named Rainy Night Umbrella, and decided to ask, "Hey, do you know why the shop is closed?" The player, Rainy Night Umbrella, looked at him in surprise and said, "You haven't checked the forums? Late last night, some guy killed the merchant." The merchant was killed? Suyu was taken aback. In his previous life, merchants being killed was something that only happened at level 20 or later. "You have no idea," Rainy Night Umbrella said with a hint of exasperation. That merchant suddenly doubled his prices and even started selling shoddy goods. Some guy, who got scammed really badly, lost his temper and killed the merchant. Now he's locked up in jail, and everyone's brainstorming ways to rescue him. I see. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Could it be that I scammed the merchant too hard, and now he's trying to recoup his losses by ripping off other players? He couldn't help but speculate. With no other option, Suyu had to enlist Moonshadow Eve to help him purchase a few return scrolls and speed scrolls. Once he had everything he needed, Suyu swiftly activated the acceleration scroll. With the passive skill triggered by an empty basic attack, his movement speed surged to an astonishing 2,590 points, equivalent to a real-world speed of 72.9 meters per second. This speed was faster than an ordinary car. However, this was merely the peak speed he could achieve in a short burst. Traveling at such velocity came with a significant stamina drain, allowing him to sustain it for no more than 3 minutes. Under normal circumstances, as long as his movement speed stayed below his constitution value of 738 points, Suyu could maintain it for at least an hour. And a movement speed of 738 points translated to 28 meters per second, a pace that was absolutely not slow. Thus, Suyu set off briskly toward the moonlit mountain range to the north of Koro village. He opened the system map, preparing to check the coordinates of the wizard's servant. At the entrance, an assassin player accidentally caught sight of Suyu. When his gaze swept over Suyu's dazzling equipment, his pupils instantly dilated. Holy crap, this guy has 9 pieces of golden gear? Could he be the legendary Eternal Knight, the god who dominates the top 9 spots on the equipment leaderboard? The assassin player swallowed hard. His in-game ID was Third Hand. He was somewhat infamous within Koro village, not for being a merchant, but for his notoriety as a scoundrel. He possessed a diamond-tier stealing talent. Not only could he see the items carried by other players, but he could also enhance his stealing skills. As long as his agility exceeded his targets by 300 points, he could designate and steal a specific item. Over the past few days, Third Hand had used his talent to pilfer numerous items from both players and NPCs. His speed was so exceptional that no one could catch him. "What a filthy rich guy," Third Hand muttered, his face full of envy as he stared at Suyu. Jealousy burned within him. Compared to Suyu's golden gear, the best equipment Third Hand owned was only bronze tier. His bitterness grew stronger by the second. Slowly, greed overtook caution. A daring thought surfaced in his mind. Even though Eternal Knight has golden tier gear and a golden tier class, he's only 4 levels higher than me. His agility can't possibly exceed mine by 300 points. Besides, I have an item that temporarily boosts my agility by 50 points. Not to mention, the forums all say that Eternal Knight is a tanky, high-damage marksman. Speed is definitely his weakness. With that, Third Hand's eyes gleamed with avarice. He quickly entered stealth mode and silently crept up behind Suyu. Suyu instinctively withdrew his gaze from the map, sensing something amiss. Ding! Player Third Hand has used the steal skill on you. Your agility is 671 points, 473 points higher than your opponent's. Steal attempt failed. In Divine Domain, failing a steal attempt resulted in the thief gaining 10 sin points. The failed thief was immediately revealed, and their ID turned red above their head. 671 agility points? That can't be possible. Third Hand's face twisted in disbelief. To increase his chances of success, he had specifically sought out numerous agility-enhancing equipment and items. He was confident that, among all players on Blue Star, almost no one could surpass his speed. And yet, his agility was less than 1/3 of Eternal Knight's. At this moment, Suyu turned around, his expression calm as he stared at Third Hand. "Brother, you seem to have picked the wrong target." "Boss. Third Hand stammered, his throat feeling as if it had been clenched by an invisible hand. Fear consumed him, and he was on the verge of tears. But Suyu acted without hesitation, unleashing a thunder shot. Boom! Minus 10,995. Accompanied by the roar of lightning, the attack instantly wiped out Third Hand's remaining health, which was less than 2,000 points. Furthermore, his 10 sin points caused him to suffer a 10% death penalty. As a result, Third Hand dropped double the usual amount of gold and items upon death. Among the loot were 2 items. Skill Experience Token, Small, and Gale Staff. These were Silver Tier and Golden Tier items, respectively. Gale Staff, Golden. Type, Item. Effect, for the next 60 seconds, increases agility by 50 points and movement speed by 30%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Not bad, I guess. At least it'll be useful during boss fights. Suyu gave the item a cursory glance before casually storing it in his inventory. To him, this incident was utterly insignificant. He paid it no mind and continued to open the map, marking the coordinates of the wizard's servant. Then, Suyu swiftly set off. In the area near Koro village, numerous beasts roamed, wild boars and black bears ranging from level 10 to level 15. Killing them neither granted any experience nor yielded skills or attributes, as Suyu had long since slain similar creatures. Thus, he had no interest at all. He quickened his pace, heading straight for his destination. Time flew by. More than 2 hours later, Suyu finally arrived near the dwelling of the wizard's servant. Roar! A strange sound echoed from ahead. In the next moment, over 100 black monsters emerged from the soil, their bodies covered in decaying flesh, with eerie green lights flickering in their eyes. Evil Corpse Beasts Bronze Elite. Level, 20. Health, 82,000. Attack, 1,485. Skills, Poison, Corrosive Claw. Description, magical beasts created by the wizard Hayman's servants. Finally, some monsters that pose a bit of a challenge. The corner of Suyu's lips curled upward slightly. These evil corpse beasts possessed a disgustingly troublesome skill, Corrosive Claw. If it struck equipment below gold quality, there was a chance it would permanently reduce 1 attribute point from the equipment. If the attribute dropped to 0, the equipment would be completely destroyed. Roar! At this moment, the horde of evil corpse beasts charged toward Suyu. Flaming Arrow Rain. Suyu raised his longbow and shot a single energy arrow toward the sky, which then transformed into hundreds of blazing red arrows, raining down directly onto the monsters' heads. Minus 9,213. Minus 9,213. Minus 9,213. All the monsters were afflicted with various passive effects, their movements becoming significantly slower. While retreating to widen the distance, Suyu infused his arrows with the power of frost. Then, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Bayu. Minus 2,780. Critical hit. Minus 2,210. Dark damage. The damage was astonishing. Each arrow could also penetrate the first target and deal 50% of the same damage to subsequent enemies. In just a single second, Suyu had reduced the corpse beast's health by 39%. It only took 3 seconds to take down one monster. Moreover, against these melee monsters, Suyu's advantage in attack range was on full display. The monsters couldn't even touch the hem of Suyu's clothes, forced to endure his attacks helplessly. Ding, you have slain a level 20 evil corpse beast and gained 4,408 experience points, plus 10%. Ding, congratulations. You have plundered 5 constitution points. After killing several corpse beasts, he still hadn't looted any skills. It seemed today's luck wasn't great. However, Suyu wasn't discouraged. With over 100 monsters here, he was certain he could loot the corrosive claw skill. Suyu continued his fight, gripping his Blackwing bow, slaughtering the evil corpse beasts one by one. System notifications kept ringing in his ears. Ding, congratulations. You've reached level 18 and gained, plus 5 to all 4 attributes, plus 5 free attribute points. Ding, congratulations. You have plundered the skill Corrosive Claw, perfect. Within 5 minutes, Suyu had slain more than 50 evil corpse beasts, finally acquiring the Corrosive Claw skill. Before that, he had already looted 48 constitution points and 22 spirit points. Corrosive Claw passive, 1/1. Quality, perfect. Effect, when an arrow strikes a piece of equipment, there is a 30% chance to permanently remove 1 attribute point from it. Hiss. Suyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The skill had transformed into a passive ability, and the quality restriction was lifted. Even against divine artifacts, arrows fired by Suyu had a chance to remove an attribute point. This was overwhelmingly powerful. This kind of effect would be immensely useful in the upcoming level 20 tier breakthrough trial. A satisfied smile appeared on Suyu's face as his gaze shifted back to the evil corpse beasts. Bang! A dull sound reverberated through the forest. The evil corpse beasts suddenly halted, their eyes dimming. It's here! A thought flashed in Suyu's mind as he turned toward the source of the sound. There, he saw an old man, gaunt and withered, standing under the shade of a tree. He held a long staff made of beast bones, his green eyes fixed intently on Suyu. Corpse Slave Mom Golden Lord. Level, 60. Attributes, unknown. Since the opponent's level exceeded Suyu's by more than 10 levels, the system's probing ability couldn't provide more information. Young man, you've slaughtered so many of my pets. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation today, this forest will be your final resting place. The old man's voice was hoarse and low. Mr. Mom, there's no need to rush, Suyu replied with a calm smile. I have come here today at the request of a great sorcerer to seek your assistance. A sorcerer? A flicker of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. Sensing something, he grew slightly agitated and asked, Tell me, what is the name of this great sorcerer? Haman, Suyu answered while secretly pondering how to acquire the hidden artifact from Mom. Good, excellent. It is indeed Lord Haman. The old man grew so excited that his eyes brimmed with tears. The next moment, he teleported directly in front of Suyu, grabbing his shoulder and anxiously asking, Respected adventurer, tell me, where is Lord Haman now? In a sealed magic array within the dark forest. That's impossible. You're lying. The old man reacted with a burst of emotion. Decades ago, I scoured every nearby region, including the dark forest, and found no trace of my master's presence or any sealed magic array. To be honest, Suyu wasn't entirely sure of the reason either. He waved his hand dismissively and fabricated an explanation. I was able to encounter Sorcerer Haman because he used his remaining strength to influence the array's operation, thereby leaking a trace of his presence. I see, the old man murmured, suddenly enlightened. Then where is the master now? Suyu pulled out the token that had once housed the sorcerer's soul and said slowly, Sorcerer Haman's soul is hidden within this token. He promised me that if I delivered the token to you, I would be allowed to select 3 treasures from his collection. He dared not elaborate further, fearing the old man might doubt his story. Thus, he referenced the reward quantity from his prior life's experience with the Bloodstained Guild's completion of the hidden quest. The old man took the token and, after sensing it, said, Indeed, there are traces of the master's presence, but I cannot feel the master's soul within the token. His expression grew puzzled. Mr. Mom, Suyu explained, if this token couldn't shield external perception, how do you think Sorcerer Haman managed to survive back then? Moreover, think about it. You searched for decades without finding him. The token's ability to block detection must be the reason. Mom fell into deep thought, mulling over Suyu's words, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Then, did the master instruct you to tell me anything? Mom asked cautiously. Yes. Suyu's tone was firm. Lord Haman wants you to continuously inject mana into the token. Once the mana reaches a sufficient level, he will be able to use that energy to revive. If the mana supply is too low, it could even lead to the master's soul perishing. On my way here, I exhausted all my mana trying to sustain the master's soul. Hearing this, Mom quickly inspected Suyu and indeed found that his mana was nearly depleted. A surge of gratitude filled his heart. Ding! Corpse Servant Mom's favorability towards you has increased by 50. Current level, 90, reverence. Hearing the system notification, Suyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. After his painstaking performance, this old creature finally trusted him completely. Young man, thank you for everything you've done for Lord Haemon. Here, take this arcane soul fruit as a token of my gratitude, Mom said respectfully. Thank you. Suyu nodded and reached out to accept the grayish fruit. He glanced at the fruit's details. Arcane soul fruit. Rarity, diamond. Effect, restores 100% mana and permanently increases mana by 5,000 points. Effect can only be triggered once. Requirement, level below 60. Not bad, Suyu praised inwardly. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit, and his mana instantly surged to 25,060 points. Looking at Mom, Suyu couldn't help but think to himself, if he knew my mana was drained because of enchanted arrows, he'd probably drop dead on the spot. Mom then began channeling mana into the token. His eyes lit up. This token really does absorb mana on its own. Master, your loyal servant will do everything to ensure your revival, Mom declared, pouring a significant amount of mana into the token. At this rate, he would soon deplete his own mana. Suyu hurriedly intervened, Mr. Mom, the token can't absorb too much mana at once. Lord Haemon's soul is very fragile and needs time to absorb the energy. Apologies, I was too impatient, Mom replied, quickly withdrawing his mana. He then carefully cradled the token and began heading back to his residence. After a few steps, he turned back and said, Young man, come with me. According to my master's instructions, I will let you select 3 treasures. All right. Suyu nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Would his conscience ache for deceiving an elder who had lived for centuries? The answer was a resounding no. Suyu remained composed, even contemplating going further with his act. In his memories, after the resurrection of the wizard Haemon, the first thing he did was lead Mom to massacre the people of Koro village, using human souls to craft some sinister artifact. If Suyu's strength were sufficient, he would have no hesitation in returning to send this wizard servant straight to hell, reuniting him with his master. Of course, the primary goal remained Haemon's treasure. Before long, the wizard servant, Mom, led Suyu to a wooden cabin. This is where this old man resides, Mom said, pushing the door open as they stepped inside. The wooden cabin appeared narrow, but it concealed secrets beneath its modest exterior. Mom began chanting incantations under his breath, and with a heavy thud of his staff against the ground, a dazzling teleportation array lit up. In an instant, the two of them vanished from within the cabin. When they reappeared, they were standing inside a sinister palace. Tiny gray sprites, the size of fingers, flitted through the air, their small hands clutching magical lanterns that illuminated the dim surroundings. On either side of the grand hall stood silent, level 60 guards, ghostly corpse slaves exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Mom carefully placed a token on the throne and turned to Suyu, his tone respectful. Young man, please follow this old man. With that, Mom led Suyu across the palace's long corridor, arriving at a treasure room. Suyu's gaze was immediately drawn to the glittering treasures adorning the walls, but Mom did not stop. This? Suyu asked in confusion, Mr. Mom, isn't the treasure here? Mom shook his head, speaking solemnly. These are not the master's treasures, but merely this old man's collection over the decades. Without the master's permission, these things cannot enter the master's treasury. I see. Suyu nodded, though his mind was preoccupied with another thought. In his previous life, the Bloodstained Guild had been pitifully duped. After aiding in the resurrection of Wizard Haemon, they were fobbed off with the servants' collection to appease the players. Miserly to the extreme, no wonder Haemon had only allowed the selection of one reward. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Mom, you are truly a loyal servant. I'm sure Master Haemon would be overjoyed to know of your dedication. Thank you for the compliment. Mom puffed out his chest. It is my highest honor to serve my master. To the corpse slaves, the wizard Haemon was akin to a creator or a father figure. If Haemon's soul hadn't dissipated and he learned of Mom's so-called loyal deeds, he might very well have leapt out of his coffin in rage. Not long after, the two arrived at another grand door inscribed with intricate runes. Pointing at the door, Mom said with an air of mystery, "This is the master's true treasury. As per our agreement, you may select 3 rewards." When the door opened, the sight left Suyu in awe. Hiss! He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Piles of gold coins were stacked like Small mountains near the entrance, while shelves in the distance were filled with various treasures, the lowest quality of which was gold tier. Master Haman's collection is truly vast, so you marveled. Of course, Mom said proudly. Centuries ago, the Master and Lord Noah's annihilated over 100 human kingdoms, amassing an enormous wealth of treasures. All humans became subjects of the two great lords. If not for the sudden alliance of the Dark Church and the Light Church, the Master would not have fallen in the dark forest, losing much of his treasure in the process. At the mention of the two great churches, Mom's tone was filled with resentment. The Light Church would stoop to such actions? Suyu feigned surprise. Mom seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, speaking incessantly. The two churches were once like two sides of the same coin. Their gods, one born of the night and the other of the day, are deeply intertwined in the rules of the world and cannot exist without the other. The Master once said that these two gods might even. Mom abruptly stopped speaking. Might even what? Suyu pressed, his curiosity piqued. Young man, our strength is too meager. Discussing gods may invite divine wrath. We should not delve further into this matter, Mom said, appearing slightly flustered. Now, quickly select your 3 rewards. All right, then. Finding the conversation dull, Suyu walked straight toward the shelves, ignoring the surrounding piles of gold coins. 10 minutes later, after browsing every shelf in the treasury, Suyu's attention was captured by a black, eye-like object. Before long, Mom led Suyu to another wooden cabin. This is where this old man resides, Mom said as he pushed open the door. The two stepped inside. The wooden cabin appeared narrow, but its surface did not reveal its true depths. Morm recited an incantation, his lips moving rapidly as he gripped his staff tightly and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Instantly, a dazzling teleportation circle lit up beneath them. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from the room. The next moment, they reappeared in a gloomy palace. In the dim air, numerous gray pixies, each no larger than a human finger, flitted about. Their tiny hands gripped magical lanterns, illuminating the shadowy surroundings. On either side of the grand hall stood motionless guards, towering like statues. They were formidable beings, each at level 60. These guards were corpse slaves, creatures reanimated from the bodies of humans and magical beasts, transformed into unique entities through an arcane process. Morm carefully placed a decree on the throne, then turned to Suyu with a solemn expression. Young man, follow me, he said gravely. With that, Morm led him through the palace's long corridor, heading toward the treasure chamber. Suyu's gaze was momentarily captured by an item on display, its value comparable to that of a legendary profession. However, Morm did not stop. This? Suyu asked in confusion. Mr. Morm, isn't the treasure here? Morm shook his head, his tone resolute. These are not the Master's treasures. These are merely my personal collection from decades of service. Without the Master's permission, these items cannot be placed into his treasury. I see, Suyu nodded, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. In his previous life, the Bloodstained Guild had met a tragic end. After aiding the sorcerer Haman in his resurrection, Haman had used his servant's collection as a reward for the players. Classic Haman. Utterly stingy. No wonder the sorcerer Haman, when expressing his gratitude to Suyu, had only allowed him to choose a single reward. At that thought, Suyu glanced over at Morm and, suppressing a smirk, said, Mr. Morm, you truly are a loyal servant. I'm sure Lord Haman would be proud of your dedication. Thank you for your kind words. Morm puffed out his chest in pride. Serving the Master is the greatest honor of my life. In the hearts of these corpse slaves, the sorcerer Haman was akin to a creator, a father figure. If Haman's soul had not dissipated and he somehow learned of his loyal servant's actions, he might very well have risen from his grave in rage. Before long, the two reached another gate, adorned with intricate runes. Morm pointed to the door. This is the Master's true treasury. As agreed, you may choose 3 rewards. The door creaked open, and the sight before Suyu left him utterly stunned. Hiss! He drew in a sharp breath. Astonishing! Piles of gold coins, stacked like small mountains, lined the entrance. In the distance, shelves were filled with treasures, each of the lowest grade being of gold tier quality. Lord Haman's collection is truly vast, Suyu exclaimed in awe. Of course, Morm said proudly. Centuries ago, the Master and Lord Noth laid waste to hundreds of kingdoms and amassed an immense hoard of treasures. Moreover, all humans were brought under the rule of the two lords. If not for the sudden alliance between the Dark Church and the Church of Light, the Master would not have fallen in the dark forest, nor would so much treasure have been lost. At the mention of the two churches, Morm's tone brimmed with resentment. The Church of Light would stoop to such deeds? Suyu feigned shock. Morm, as if a dam had burst, began to pour out his grievances. The two churches are but two sides of the same coin. The gods they worship, one born of night, the other born of day, are intricately linked by the world's laws, inseparable and interdependent. The master once said that these two gods might even. Morm abruptly cut himself off. Might what? Suyu asked curiously. Young man, you and I are far too weak. Speaking lightly of gods could incur divine retribution. Let us leave this topic aside, Morm said with a hint of apprehension. Hurry and select your 3 rewards. Alright then, Suyu replied, feeling a tinge of boredom. He walked straight to the section with the items, paying no attention to the surrounding piles of gold. After spending 10 minutes meticulously browsing through the shelves of the treasury, Suyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to a particular item resembling a black pupil. World Relic, Eye of Utter Malevolence. Tier, Basic. Effect, upon killing a unit, absorb 1 point of sin value. You may transfer stored sin value to similar units. Current sin value, 0 points. A basic tier World Relic. Suyu couldn't help but ask Morm, may I choose this item? You may, Morm replied. However, this World Relic serves no practical purpose. I suggest you select something more beneficial to yourself. Shaking his head, Suyu decisively declared, this is the one I want. The Eye of Ultimate Evil was nothing but trash to NPCs. But to players, it was an absolute artifact. According to the rules of Divine Realm, killing players from opposing factions wouldn't incur any sin points. This allowed players to fight recklessly during wars, knowing they'd only lose a single item upon death. While this mechanic seemed like a minor quirk, it became increasingly frustrating in the late stages of the game. However, everything changed with the Eye of Ultimate Evil. This artifact allowed players to transfer 1,000 or even 10,000 sin points to their enemies. Once the target was killed, they would drop hundreds of items, a veritable goldmine. Since you're so certain, I'll let you have it, Mom sighed. It's just a pity, those dozen or so useful relics have already been taken by the 2 major churches. And what other treasures would you like, young man? He smiled faintly, his gaze filled with anticipation. I'll take another look, Suyu replied, his eyes resolute. He walked over to another shelf and quickly picked out 2 items, both of epic quality, without a moment's hesitation. 1000 Poison Sacred Fruit. Quality, Epic. Effect, can be used in potion crafting or consumed directly. Permanently increases HP and grants 20% poison resistance, one-time use only. Advanced Skill Synthesis Book. Quality, Epic. Effect, consumes gold to fuse multiple skill books into a higher quality skill book, up to epic grade. The gold cost depends on the quality and quantity of the materials used. Both were one-time use items of immense value. Suyu wasted no time and decisively consumed the 1000 Poison Sacred Fruit, feeling an intense surge of energy flooding his body. His HP increased by 5,000, and his poison resistance rose by 20%, meaning he would now take 20% less damage from poison effects. Then, he allocated 5 free attribute points to strength, preparing himself for greater challenges ahead. Suyu opened his personal stats panel, his eyes gleaming. ID, Eternal Night. Level, 18. HP, 45,452. Mana, 25,060. Attributes, Strength 632, Constitution 791, Agility 676, Spirit 503. Attack Speed, 6.93/s, plus 20%. Attack, 1,264. Physical Defense, 1,986, plus 100 in combat. Magic Defense, 1,590, and more. With the significant boost to Strength, Constitution, and Agility, Suyu's attack speed soared to nearly 7 hits per second. Most notably, his HP had climbed to an astounding 45,000 plus, making him unrivaled among players on Blue Star. Satisfied, Suyu closed the panel, his heart brimming with anticipation for future battles. As for the skill synthesis book, it wasn't immediately useful. To synthesize an epic skill book, at least 2 diamond quality skill books were required. That would have to wait until after completing the main quest. Having chosen his rewards, Suyu turned to Mom. Mr. Mom, I've selected my rewards. Please send me back, Suyu said firmly. Alright, Mom nodded, a hint of relief in his gaze. Young man, I must thank you for returning the master's token. I hope we'll meet again someday, Mom said sincerely. Suyu smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with a deeper meaning. Don't worry, we'll definitely meet again. With that, Mom raised his staff. A glowing teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, Suyu found himself back in the small wooden hut in the Moonlight Mountain range. Mom, however, chose to remain behind. He walked slowly toward the grand hall, his eyes fixed on the token resting upon the throne. Kneeling, he spoke reverently, Great Master, I have fulfilled your promise, allowing the young man to choose 3 treasures from your vault as his reward. From now on, your most loyal servant will await your return here. Within the hall, the undead night guards gazed upon the throne with equal reverence. What they didn't know, however, was that the token was completely empty. Harmon's soul had long since been obliterated. Moonlight Mountain Range. Suyu glanced back at the wooden hut, thinking to himself, I hope that old guy doesn't figure out the truth too soon. If Mom discovered that Harmon's soul had dispersed, he would undoubtedly stop at nothing to hunt Suyu down for revenge. Right now, Suyu was no match for a level 60 gold tier boss. According to the trajectory from my past life, after the Bloodstained Guild handed the token to Mom, it took 5 months for the sorcerer Harmon to complete his resurrection ritual. I've got at least 2 months to strengthen myself, Suyu calculated. At his current growth rate, he could surpass Mom's strength in just 1 month or even less. Alright, I've got what I came for. Time to head back to Koro village and prepare for the final mission, Suyu murmured as he turned and began his journey toward the village. Due to the distance limitation of the return scroll, no more than 100 kilometers, he spent over an hour traveling to the appropriate range. Once there, he tore the scroll apart, instantly appearing in the inn at Koro village. This morning's mission had taken more than 4 hours, and at last, the main storyline quest was about to be unlocked. With a spare half-hour, Suyu logged off to have lunch before returning to the Divine Realm. It was now 12 o'clock noon. In the novice villages of various countries on Blue Star, announcements for their respective quests began to appear one after another. Ding! Announcement for Koro village. The final main storyline quest, Dark Invasion, has been unlocked. The Dark Empire has unleashed a massive horde of corrupted creatures to lay siege to Koro village while secretly plotting an ominous conspiracy. Note, should the mission fail, all players will face severe penalties. The players had already gathered outside the village walls, waiting for the quest to commence. The quest is finally starting. I hope we can snag the rewards quickly this time. We haven't even started fighting, and you're already thinking about rewards? Well, of course. With Eternal Night here, how could we possibly lose? The players of Koro village brimmed with confidence, while players from other nations appeared visibly tense, especially those from smaller countries, whose faces were etched with despair. After receiving the notification, Suyu headed straight for the outskirts of the village. Players, the Knights of Light, and the militia had all taken up their positions, fully prepared for the impending battle. Looking out across the western plains where they met the forest, a massive army of corrupted creatures was already in sight. Beside them stood soldiers of the Dark Empire, commanding the assault. Suyu found Knight Commander Barth, who was surrounded by players seeking information. Upon spotting Suyu, Barth immediately turned and approached him with a solemn expression. Eternal Knight, you're finally here. There's an important mission I need to entrust to you. Go ahead, Suyu responded firmly. Through the Knight's investigation, we've discovered that the legendary necromancer Norris, who was once sealed beneath the Dark Forest, has escaped his prison. He's now transformed into a powerful lich. I need you to eliminate him. Knight Commander Barth made the request earnestly. Leave it to me, Suyu nodded in agreement. Ding! Congratulations! You have accepted the main storyline quest, Eliminate the Source of Danger. Quest description, venture into the Dark Forest, clear the dungeon, Undead Encampment, and defeat the final boss, the Lich Norris. Quest difficulty, Nightmare. Quest requirements, complete within 12 hours. Seeing the difficulty level, Suyu was momentarily stunned. Nightmare? Why has the difficulty level been raised by 1 tier? In his previous life, Undead Encampment had only been a hard-level dungeon, with the Lich Norris as a level 20 silver tier boss. If the difficulty had been elevated to Nightmare, even the dungeon's regular mobs would easily crush ordinary players, and Norris himself would now be a level 20 gold tier boss. In the early stages of the game, not even players with god tier talents could defeat a Nightmare level boss. What's more, with the Nightmare difficulty buff, Norris's stats would be 50% higher than those of a regular wild boss. A single skill from him could leave Suyu's health bar hanging by a thread. Could this be because of me again? Suyu sighed in exasperation. By now, the players had erupted into a cacophony of voices upon learning of the dungeon's difficulty. What the hell? A Nightmare-level dungeon? Didn't this morning's global announcement say the main storyline quests were all supposed to be hard difficulty? I just asked my buddies in other villages, their difficulty is all hard. Seriously? What did Koro village do to deserve such a unique privilege? The players were utterly dumbfounded. Eternal Night, can we even clear this dungeon? Canopy Sky couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Suyu, waiting for his response. Yes, Suyu replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. This dungeon wasn't just a challenge, it was also an opportunity. Defeating a Nightmare-level gold tier boss would undoubtedly yield diamond tier equipment. Clearing a Nightmare dungeon first, coupled with obtaining the first diamond tier item, would result in 2 consecutive world announcements. Who could resist such a lucrative reward? This dungeon had to be conquered. Seeing Suyu's unwavering confidence, the players breathed a collective sigh of relief, their morale gradually restored. Without wasting any time, Suyu approached the dungeon's teleportation portal. Dungeon, Undead Encampment. Type, Public. Available difficulty, Nightmare. Player count, 0/5000. Entry requirement, Level 15. Completion condition, defeat the final dungeon boss, the Lich Norris. This was a public dungeon, meaning any player who entered would automatically join Koro Village's team. Ding! Would you like to enter the Undead Encampment dungeon? Yes. Suyu acted without hesitation, his entire figure disappearing instantly from the spot. At the same time, news of the increased difficulty of the Kolo Village dungeon spread rapidly across the globe. Major guilds received the news one after another. Some were filled with concern, while others were overjoyed. Among them, the ones most thrilled were undoubtedly the Bloodstained Guild, the Lighthouse Nation, and the Sakura Nation. Ha ha ha. Eternal Night, you've finally been punished by the system. This is so satisfying. Bloodstained Sky, who had been suppressing his frustration for a long time, laughed hysterically. A nightmare-level dungeon? Let's see how that bastard manages to clear it now. Inform the exploration squad to give it their all in the dungeon. We must secure the first clear of the main storyline dungeon, he instructed his assistant. Across the ocean, Boudreaux, the current president of Angel Guild in the Lighthouse Nation, wore a broad smile. Not bad, finally the damned Eternal Night is being targeted by the system. This time, we, the Lighthouse Nation, will be the first to clear the dungeon. At that moment, top guilds in various countries harbored the same ambition as Boudreaux. The first clear of the ultimate main storyline dungeon was something they were determined to claim. Within the dungeon, the dark forest suddenly became eerily sinister. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts and fresh blood, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Looking ahead, a camp made entirely of bones stood tall in the depths of the forest. The Lich Norse presided over the bone hall. Swish, swish. Amidst flashes of light, the figures of over 1,000 players surged into the dungeon like a tide. Creak, creak. A dense, eerie noise echoed in their ears. Following this sound, they saw the skeletal remains of beasts on the ground begin to twitch, instantly transforming into skeletal monsters covered in sharp bone spikes. Skeletal Demon Wolves Bronze Elite, Nightmare. Level, 20. HP, 121,000. Attack, 2,330. Skills, Charge, Piercing Body. Damn it! Even the mob monsters have over 120,000 HP and 2,000 attack power. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Doesn't this mean the boss deeper in will be invincible? Big Boss Eternal Night, can you really handle this? I'm starting to feel nervous. Seeing the monster stats panel, the players were all dumbfounded. In a hard-level dungeon, monster stats would only be enhanced by 30%. But the stat boost in a nightmare-level dungeon was terrifying. Plus 50% to all attributes, plus 20% to all resistances. In the early stages of the game, players' attributes were pitifully weak, and aside from leveling up, there were almost no ways to gain additional attribute points. Even a single mob monster in a nightmare-level dungeon was like a mini-boss to them. Everyone couldn't help but look at Suyu and asked, "Boss, what do you need us to do?" "We'll follow your instructions exactly." "You all?" Suyu glanced at them and said calmly, "Distract some of the mobs and try to stay alive. Oh, and make sure to pick up the loot they drop." Got it." They nodded. Boom, boom. At that moment, over 100 skeletal demon wolves charged toward the players, their thundering footsteps shaking the ground like rolling thunder. Flaming Arrow Barrage. Suyu raised his Blackwing Bow and unleashed a skill toward the sky. An arrow instantly split into hundreds of flaming arrows, raining down upon the group of monsters. Minus 10,972. Minus 10,972. Minus 10,972. A sea of damage numbers filled the player's vision. With the boost from the Beast King set, the arrow's base damage and their accompanying effects were all increased by 30%. However, the skeletal demon wolves' defenses were incredibly strong. Even so, Suyu's attack only managed to shave off about 13% of their HP. The monsters' bodies became enveloped in icy flames, their movement speed significantly reduced. Seeing this, the players were stunned. Holy crap, over 10,000 damage? This is just insane. Are we even playing the same game? The players began to question their own reality. Alright, stop standing around in shock. Let's get to work. Cloud Remnant Sky shouted commands. Priests, apply debuff buffs to weaken the monsters. Ranged classes, form groups of 20 and focus fire on the demon wolves. Warriors and knights, hold the front line and prevent the monsters from breaking through. Summoners, quickly summon tanky pets to take turns soaking up damage. Due to the skeletal demon wolves' high attack power, even when weakened, tank players could only endure 2 hits at most. Thus, Cloud Remnant Sky decisively used summon creatures as meat shields. The leaders of several guilds quickly contacted players outside and mobilized another group of summoners to enter the dungeon, prioritizing the distribution of mana recovery items to them. After all, the task Suyu had assigned them was to stall the monsters. Following this strategy, the players successfully restrained the movements of half the spectral wolves. As for the remaining half, Suyu handled them all by himself. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. Suyu unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks on the monsters. Ding! You have slain a level 20 skeletal direwolf, Nightmare, gaining 6,412 experience points, plus 10%, and 24 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 5 points of constitution. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Piercing Body, rare. The Nightmare tier monsters yielded exceptionally generous experience rewards. After killing a few spectral wolves, Suyu had successfully looted several skills, with a surprisingly high probability. He glanced at his newly acquired passive skill panel. Piercing Body passive, 1/50th. Quality, rare. Effect, plus 30 defense, reflects 40 physical damage back to the attacker when struck by melee attacks. Suyu's eyes lit up. A defense reflect passive skill was indeed quite rare. He thought that if the effect were percent-based instead of fixed value, this passive skill's quality could potentially surpass the perfect grade and reach an even higher tier. Not bad, Suyu muttered with satisfaction as he closed the skill panel and resumed battling the monsters. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, he launched another flurry of shots. Minus 3,574. Critical hit. Minus 1,618. Minus 1,638. The skeletal direwolf's health bars plummeted rapidly, akin to a waterfall. Without critical hits, Suyu's average damage per second, DPS, exceeded 28,700 plus, allowing him to finish off a weakened spectral wolf in merely 4 seconds. However, this efficiency still did not satisfy him. At this pace, reaching the final stage of the dungeon would take an excruciatingly long time. Too slow, far too slow. As this thought crossed his mind, a bold idea emerged. Without hesitation, Suyu acted on it. The next moment, Suyu teleported directly into the midst of the monster horde, confronting the spectral wolves head-on. The players behind him, still awestruck by his damage output, froze in shock at his daring move. Wait, what are you doing, boss? Eternal Knight, I know your defense is high, but these are Nightmare tier monsters. Their attack power. Their voices abruptly cut off as the wolves' attacks struck Suyu. Minus 29, minus 29, minus 29, minus 29. At this point, the weakening curse had already worn off. The skeletal direwolves' normal attacks barely scratched Suyu, each hit only dealing double-digit damage. Yet, even this meager damage was entirely absorbed by his shield, leaving his health untouched. Unbelievable! What a god! The players marveled in their hearts. Initially, they thought Suyu had recklessly charged into the monster horde in a frenzy. It turned out their perspective was far too narrow. Eternal Knight's defense capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Compared to him, they, the so-called warriors, weren't even qualified to carry his shoes. Before long, Suyu had endured enough attacks to trigger his passive ability. Berserk mode, activated. Combat notification, you have been struck 100 times, activating the effective, Blood Rage Berserk, attack speed plus 100%, strength plus 50%, lose 1% of max HP per second. Minus 454. Minus 454. Suyu's attack speed skyrocketed to 12.71/s, his hand movements so quick they became a blur. Minus 2,478. Plus 214. Minus 2,498. One skeletal direwolf after another fell under his relentless barrage of arrows. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 5 points of constitution. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Piercing Body, rare. The kill notifications sounded repeatedly. Meanwhile, more monsters continued to pour into the battlefield from both sides of the encampment. Fortunately, Suyu bore the brunt of the pressure. Otherwise, the regular players wouldn't have even been able to make it through the camp's gates. Nightmare difficulty dungeons were never meant to appear in the early stages of a game. Suyu's previous actions must have had a profound impact on the divine domain. At this very moment, players across the blue planet were striving to clear their respective dungeons, racing to claim the first clear of the main storyline dungeon. Moreover, this dungeon event was different from the last one. The contribution leaderboard was now synchronized across all beginner villages worldwide, ranking teams based on their cumulative contributions as a percentage of the dungeon's total contribution. Through the rankings, players could monitor the progress of each village's dungeon clearing in real time. First place, Koro Village, contribution ratio, 9.06%. Second place, Daoe Village, contribution ratio, 6.14%. Third place, Tade Village, contribution ratio, 6.03%. Fourth place, the Dua Village was home to the core members of the Nine Provinces Guild, while Ted Village was the stronghold of the Angels Guild. The progress of both guilds was nearly neck and neck. Initially, the overall strength of the two guilds was significantly different. However, the Angels Guild unexpectedly discovered a player with a unique epic talent, which greatly boosted their raiding team's capability. This player's talent granted exponential attribute growth with each level gained. While their late-game performance was fairly average, their early-game strength surpassed even players with god-level talents. In their past life, the Angels Guild had relied on this player to achieve numerous world milestones. At this moment, the current guild leader, Budro, wore an expression as dark as a storm. FK. Why is it always night again? What the hell is he up to this time? Isn't the dungeon in Koro Village set to nightmare difficulty? How on earth is their raiding progress so ridiculously fast? Someone, give me an answer. Budro roared furiously. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, unable to respond. Truth be told, they were just as baffled. Always Night was the only standout player in Koro Village, and their overall guild strength was below that of the Angels Guild. Moreover, their dungeon difficulty was higher. Yet, their progress was leaps and bounds ahead. As they stared at the real-time rising contribution ratio data, it felt as though a heavy blow had struck their hearts, leaving them in excruciating pain. They wanted to scream, "Is there a cure for this?" Suppressing his rage, Budro spoke through gritted teeth. In reality, we are the leading superpower, the beacon of human civilization. How can we stoop to such a level in divine domain? The Congress has issued an order. We must secure the first clear of this dungeon. Do you understand? The crowd looked bitter. But, we've already done our best. Don't worry, Budro said with determination. Congress is transferring a batch of buff potions and scrolls to temporarily boost our combat power. With that, it might not be impossible, someone said, rekindling hope among the members. Just then, a player shouted excitedly, "Look at the leaderboard. Koro Village's progress has slowed drastically." What? Their faces changed in surprise. They instinctively opened the leaderboard and saw that Koro Village's contribution ratio had reached 9.52%, but after a long while, it had only increased by 0.01%. This pace is more reasonable. Could something have happened to Always Night? A glimmer of hope rekindled in their hearts. A chance had finally presented itself. The players of the Angels Guild quickly doubled down on killing monsters while they still had time. At the entrance of the undead camp. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 19. Rewards, +5 to all core attributes, +5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered the bone-freezing body skill, rare. Suyu, alongside other players, had just defeated the first wave of monster assaults, earning a substantial amount of experience to successfully reach level 19, just one step away from level 20. Additionally, he gained 50 points in Constitution, 20 points in Strength, and a fully leveled passive skill. Bone-freezing body passive, 50/50. Rarity, rare. Effect, +1500 defense. After taking melee damage, reflects 2000 physical damage to the attacker. Should a monster attack him, the faster their attack speed, the faster they would perish. Suyu's gaze locked onto the camp gates. The first stage boss was about to make its appearance. Boom! A wisp of black light erupted from the skeletal hall at the center of the camp, descending upon a pile of bones on the ground. Under an inexplicable force, the bones floated into the air. Under their watchful eyes, the bones fused together to form a skeleton knight standing 5 meters tall, mounted on a bone wolf and wielding a spiked mace. Wolf Skeleton Knight Silver Lord, Nightmare. Level, 20. Health, 2,050,000/2,050,000. Attack, 8,000. Skills. Berserk Charge, commands the mount to charge at enemies, knocking them back and stunning them for 3 seconds. Bone Spike Storm, summons 100 bone spikes to attack enemies within range. Frenzied Smash, swings the spiked mace to deal massive damage, applying a bleeding effect. Wolf Howl, emits a piercing howl that terrifies all nearby units. Description: once the leader of the wolf demons under the legendary undead mage Noah's, it has now been resurrected by Noah's and remade into the Wolf Skeleton Knight. The Nightmare Dungeon boss was indeed formidable. Its stats put even outdoor golden tier bosses to shame. A single normal attack could easily one-shot a typical player. Whoa, this is brutal. Look at that mace on the boss, so huge and spiky. I love it. Dude, you're disgusting. Damn, what kind of looks are you giving me? Your old man here is eyeing that spiked mace in its hand, not the creature itself. The players erupted into laughter. After witnessing Suyu's combat prowess, their hearts were brimming with confidence. At this moment, Kenyon Tianchang caught sight of the boss's mount and his eyes lit up. He turned to a team member and said, "Ma Fei, it's time to put your talent to use." "Got it, guild leader." The player called Ma Fei chuckled mischievously. "I'm going to steal its mount." "Wait, what?" Suyu was slightly puzzled. Kenyon Tianchang smiled and explained, "His talent allows him to seal the mounts of non-player entities, reducing the boss's stats and making it easier for you to fight." "Well, that's certainly unique," Suyu said, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity as he looked ahead. Ma Fei crept within 100 meters of the boss and decisively activated his talent. In the next instant, the bone wolf under the Wraith Knight vanished into thin air. The boss's health plummeted by 300,000, its attack power dropped by 500, and its berserk charge skill was sealed. This kind of unconventional talent had an effect in this specific scenario that was almost on par with an epic tier ability. The Wraith Knight? Where's my beloved steed? It burned with rage, roaring furiously at the players. Roar! Seeing this, Suyu turned to the team and said, "Apply debuff skills on it, then fall back. Leave the boss to me." "Understood." The team responded in unison, quickly nodding in agreement. Their attacks couldn't even break through its defenses, and staying in the fight would only drag the team down. Although the boss had a 20% resistance to all elements, under the barrage of debuff skills and talents, its attributes were significantly weakened. Its attack power was reduced to just 6,000. The Wraith Knight swung its spiked mace and charged forward in fury. At the same time, Suyu raised his longbow, and the battle was about to erupt. Bang! Bang! The ground trembled as the Wolfbone Knight charged at Suyu like a raging storm. Its heart was ablaze with fury, and only one thought dominated its mind. "Horse thief, you must die." Though it could not speak, its jawbones clattered violently, emitting a sharp clack-clack sound, its anger evident without words. Unfortunately, it had no mount. Without its steed, the boss's speed was significantly reduced, though still slightly faster than Suyu. Baiyu. Suyu switched to enchanted arrows and quickly fired at the Wolfbone Knight. The arrows, imbued with various passive effects, flew one after another, landing with pinpoint accuracy. -1,304, -1,664, -1,684. Since Suyu was in a continuous state of blood fury, his combat never paused, preventing him from triggering the bonus effect of Heavy Slash. However, after the first arrow hit, the Wolfbone Knight was afflicted by a weakened curse, reducing its defense by 20%, further amplifying Suyu's damage. Above Suyu's head, green numbers like +143 and +1080 popped up consistently, with his health regenerating nearly 15,000 points per second. In the blink of an eye, his health bar was fully restored. As for the Wolfbone Knight, its entire skeletal frame was coated in frost, its speed drastically reduced, unable to keep up with Suyu's movements. From over 100 meters away, Suyu effortlessly kited the boss with precision. Roar! The Wolfbone Knight let out a sharp, piercing howl, the sound wave sweeping across hundreds of meters, spreading fear to nearby entities. But for Suyu, this mental attack was utterly ineffective. He continued his assault. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. With the combined damage of his arrows and passive effects, Suyu's average DPS exceeded 49,000 plus per second. 3 seconds later, the Frostfire effect entered cooldown, allowing the Wolfbone Knight's speed to recover slightly. Yet, just as it managed to advance a dozen meters and pass through Suyu's earlier position, snap! -3,348. The frost trap on the ground was triggered, and a chilling ice shard shot upward, striking the Wolfbone Knight squarely in the pelvis. Fortunately, it was a skeleton and felt no pain, but it was still frozen for 0.4 seconds, instantly widening the gap between them once more. The Wolfbone Knight was completely overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. Suyu's attack range and movement speed were absurdly superior. It was a classic case of long range versus short range. No matter how high the boss's attack power was, it was meaningless if it couldn't land a hit. Of course, this battle owed much to the player named Ma Fei, who successfully stole the boss's mount, rendering it unable to unleash its full potential and leaving it vulnerable to Suyu's kiting tactics. Roar! The Wolfbone Knight roared in utter frustration. How could such an unreasonable archer exist? Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. The boss was so enraged that it seemed as if its skeletal frame might fall apart. From several hundred meters away, the observing players couldn't help but pity the skeletal knight. How tragic. A dignified nightmare boss is being toyed with by a player. What a disgrace to nightmare bosses everywhere. Keep it up, Eternal Knight. Don't let it off the hook. At this moment, as the Wolfbone Knight's health dropped below 50%, its fury reached its peak. It unleashed its ultimate skill, a rare ranged attack, Bone Spike Storm. The bones on the ground shattered under the pull of its mana, transforming into countless gleaming bone spikes that shot toward Suyu in unison. This attack contains all of my power. Can you withstand it? The boss roared internally, and through its mental influence, its voice echoed directly in Suyu's mind. Seeing this, Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile. Sorry, but I can. This skill was lock-on and unavoidable, even by blinking or dodging. But Suyu had already calculated the timing of the boss's release. It was now the 10th second, and in the next second, his magic shield would refresh. This strategy was known as double shield timing. Meanwhile, the weakened curse on the skeletal knight still had 8 seconds remaining. Perfect timing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bone spikes flew toward Suyu, landing in rapid succession. -959, -959, -959. The shield absorbed 20,000 points of damage before his health began to decline. Until combat notification, your health has dropped by 10%, triggering the Dragonbone War Armor effect. Damage reduction plus 20%, shield plus 2,333 points, duration, 5 seconds. In Divine Realm, damage calculation followed a sequence: damage reduction, block, and then defense. As a result, the bone spike damage, after reduction and blocking, fell just below Suyu's defense threshold. -0, -0, -0. The subsequent attacks were rendered completely ineffective. With a quick counterattack of a few arrows, Suyu effortlessly restored his lost health. Having exhausted its ultimate skill, the Wolfbone Knight was now utterly powerless against Suyu, its health plummeting rapidly. 50%, 40%, 30%. Lord Noah's will avenge me, the Wolfbone Knight's voice echoed, low and resolute. The commander will be waiting for you in hell. Suyu shouted without fear, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. Before his voice even faded, the soul fire in the skeletal knight's eye sockets extinguished instantly. Its health plummeted to 0, and the entire skeleton collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its mount's body disintegrated into a pile of hollow bones. As the brutal battle concluded, a rain of loot poured from the sky, including the wolf-tooth mace that had been in its hand. Before engaging the boss, Suyu had deliberately deactivated the passive skill, Corrosive Claws, ensuring it wouldn't diminish the attributes of his equipment. Ding! You have slain the Wolfbone Knight, Nightmare difficulty, earning 128,000 experience points, plus 10%, and 23,760 contribution points. Congratulations! You have acquired the skill Wolf Howl, Exquisite. Congratulations! You have reached level 20, gaining plus 5 to all 4 main attributes and plus 5 free attribute points. As you have reached the level cap for the apprentice tier, please proceed to the professional guild as soon as possible to complete the rank advancement trial. Finally, Suyu had reached level 20. To continue leveling, he would need to break through to the primary profession tier. However, he wasn't in a rush. After clearing the final main storyline dungeon, he could head directly to Northwind City. Glancing at his passive skill panel, he noticed the new addition. Wolf Howl passive, 1/1. Quality, Exquisite. Effect: when arrows are in flight, they instill fear in enemies along their path for 1 second. Different passive control effects can stack duration. The same unit has a 5-second cooldown for re-triggering. I've finally obtained my first strong crowd control passive, Suyu thought with delight. The cooldown meant that after an enemy's initial fear effect ended, another 5 seconds would need to pass before they could be affected again. Satisfied with this reward, Suyu's lips curled into a smile. He closed the panel and turned to the players behind him, saying, "The loot on the ground is yours to pick up. I'll head into the camp to keep fighting. Don't worry about it, boss. Go show them what you've got." The players responded in unison, their enthusiasm palpable. "Yeah, leave this small task to us," they added, eager to please. With quick strides, Suyu entered the undead camp, his berserk buffs allowing him to mow down enemies with lightning speed. Meanwhile, the players from Kolo Village began collecting the fallen loot. Notifications in the team chat kept popping up. Ding! Your teammate has picked up Wolftooth Warhammer, which has been stored in the team inventory. Ding! Your teammate has picked up Steelbone Shield. As expected from a Nightmare tier boss, it dropped not 1 but 2 golden grade pieces of equipment, both tailored for warrior classes. When they examined the attributes of the weapon and shield, the warrior players couldn't help but drool. Wow! This golden mace has amazing stats. Smashing enemies with this would feel incredible, one warrior exclaimed excitedly. Slurp, the more I look at it, the more I love it, another player said, his eyes gleaming with desire. Guild leader, when you buy this gear, can I at least hold it for a bit? The players began clamoring, their anticipation barely contained. Remnant Cloud Sky shook his head helplessly. Less chatter, more action. Hurry up and gather the loot. We need to join the battle soon. Understood, Guild leader, the players replied, nodding eagerly as they dove into their task of picking up the loot. Early on, when Suyu slew the Bone Knight, players from various nations were still exploring the instance dungeon when a sudden system announcement interrupted them. Ding! System announcement, the team from Koro Village has defeated the first stage boss. Contribution rate plus 10%, currently ranked first. What? The nightmare boss is that easy to beat? Damn it! Evernight is that strong? How are we supposed to compete with him for the first clear of the dungeon? Why does the Dragon Nation always produce these godlike players? Despair filled the hearts of players across the globe. In the Angel Guild, Budro clenched his fists, barely suppressing his fury. He turned to his assistant and asked, "What's the report from the players we bribed in Koro Village?" The assistant hesitated before nodding. "There's news. The player claims that Evernight defeated the Silver Tier Nightmare boss alone. He even sent a video recording." "What? Alone?" Budro's face twisted in disbelief, and he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? Could it be that our Lighthouse Nation really won't secure the first clear of this dungeon?" An overwhelming frustration surged through him. However, reality was merciless. Budro had no choice but to accept the truth. With a dark expression, he said, "It's unlikely. We'll take first place. I'll explain the situation to the congressional members later. But at the very least, we have to surpass the Kyushu Guild and secure second place." "Yes, sir," the guild members responded in unison. Undead encampment. Surrounded by thousands of monsters, Suyu gripped his bow tightly and decisively felled a skeletal direwolf. Faced with the monster's relentless assault, Suyu didn't bother dodging. After all, their attacks couldn't penetrate his defenses, and the direwolves would even suffer recoil damage from his piercing body passive. Behind him, other players stared at his back with envious gazes. They moved cautiously, on high alert for even the weakest of monsters, terrified of being instantly killed. Meanwhile, Suyu's relaxed demeanor made it seem as if he were on a sightseeing tour of the undead encampment rather than clearing a dungeon. Who wouldn't want such power? Sighing and shaking off their unrealistic daydreams, the players refocused on their battle. An hour and a half later, the group finally advanced to the gates of the skeletal hall. Suyu glanced at his Angel of Death progress panel. After several days, it had accumulated 7,852 points of death energy. Just 2,148 more monsters, and the relic would be unsealed. Anticipation bubbled up inside him. As a mid-tier relic, its effects were bound to surpass those of his Eye of Malevolence. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed from within the hall. Creak! The massive 10-meter bone gate slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black gap. Then, 5 figures emerged, one after another. They were clad in gray robes, gripping staffs, their pallid skin exuding an air of decay. Corpse Wraith Silver Elite, Nightmare. Level, 20. HP, 600,000/600,000. Attack, 4,900. Skills, Dark Cloud, Weakening Curse, Necromancy. Foolish mortals, you dare disrupt Lord Noth's evolution ritual? A corpse wraith glared coldly at the players. Go, my spectral army. Devour them. Raising their staffs, the wraiths channeled dark magic into the air, summoning hordes of spectral apparitions that lunged toward the players. You deal with the summons. I'll handle the wraiths. Leaving those words behind, Suyu charged directly at the corpse wraiths. A mere archer dares challenge me. The lead wraith's chilling gaze locked onto Suyu but was abruptly interrupted. Boom! Minus 10,542. Weak point hit. Minus 5,271. A bolt of lightning-infused energy pierced through the wraith's skull, erupting into a dazzling flash that even struck another wraith behind it. The fear effect activated, leaving all 5 wraiths paralyzed in place, unable to move. You'll regret this. Breaking free from the control, the wraiths were consumed by rage. They raised their staffs to cast spells, only to find Suyu had already retreated out of their range. As they hurried to pursue him, arrows rained down to greet them. Minus 1,731. Minus 1,751. Minus 1,771. Damage numbers continuously floated above the lead wraith's head as its health plummeted. At the same time, Suyu summoned his shadow clone, focusing all attacks on the weakened monsters. The wraiths suffered a relentless barrage, taking nearly 90,000 damage per second. Within just 7 seconds, one nightmare-enhanced Silver Elite was eliminated. The remaining wraiths quickly realized their predicament. Their speed and attack range were inferior to Suyu's. Chasing him meant certain death, while standing still or retreating would invite his relentless assault. Suyu's tactics perfectly embodied the essence of kiting. Ding! You have slain a corpse wraith, Nightmare. You've gained 42,715 experience points, plus 10%, and 4,800 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered 10 points of spirit. It took just 1 minute. Suyu took down 5 Lich Sorcerers, gaining 50 points in mental attributes. With the death of the Lich Sorcerers, the phantoms they summoned also dissipated. Finally, it's time to take on the final boss, Suyu remarked, lifting his gaze toward the Grand Hall, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lich Norris is a gold-tier boss. You all are no match for him. The upcoming battle will proceed according to the strategy we used in the first stage, he instructed Kan Yun, Tian Shang, and the others. Understood, the group responded solemnly, their expressions serious. The team then stepped into the Bone Hall. A massive black cocoon loomed high above the throne, pulsating like a beating heart, its surface riddled with gray cracks. Thump, thump, thump. The muffled sound echoed through the hall, causing the players to frown instinctively. Suddenly, the black cocoon swelled rapidly, expanding to its limit before shattering abruptly. Gray liquid splattered in all directions as Norris emerged from within. He held a black staff in his hand, his initial soul weapon, which housed a fragment of his soul. Even if his physical body were destroyed, the Lich could resurrect himself using the soul weapon. Humans, we finally meet. Norris fixed his gaze on Suyu, grinding his teeth in rage. Having lived for centuries, he had never been so deceived before, and the humiliation burned in his heart. Hearing Norris's words, the players widened their eyes in astonishment. Eternal Knight, the legendary player, actually knew the final boss? At this moment, Suyu smirked coldly and replied, "Sorry, but meeting a monster like you is the last thing I want." He. Norris let out a sinister laugh. "You call me a monster? Isn't it you who made me this way? Still, I must thank you." After transforming into a Lich, the boundless power within me revealed a profound truth. The human body is fragile, limited. Only by transcending humanity can one step into the realm of the divine. Ha 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 ha. Norris's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the Grand Hall, shaking everyone to their core. In his previous life, Suyu had heard that Norris had transformed into a Lich with the help of a Demon King. His thoughts stirred as he decided to probe further. Fixing a pitying gaze on Norris, Suyu spoke coldly, "How foolish. You think you've been reborn? No. From the moment you accepted his power, death became your inevitable fate." Norris's eyes turned icy as he sneered, "Human, don't think you can deceive me. Never again will I fall for your lies." Suyu sighed helplessly, thinking to himself how ironic it was that his truthful words were dismissed as lies. Nonetheless, Norris's reaction confirmed Suyu's suspicion. There was indeed a formidable force backing him. At that moment, Norris clenched his fists, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Though my current strength is less than a fraction of my prime, it's more than enough to kill you. This time, I'll use your blood to herald my rebirth," he roared passionately, his tone brimming with fanaticism. "From today onward, I shall rise again, becoming this continent's calamity. The Dark Church, the Light Church, they will all bow to me." Norris's words boomed like thunder, his aura overwhelming. He descended slowly from the throne, as though he were already the sovereign of this land. Meanwhile, Suyu remained calm, rapidly analyzing the situation. He activated his system's detection ability to inspect Norris's stats. Lich Norris Gold-Tier Lord, Nightmare Difficulty. Level, 20. HP, 4,050,000/4,050,000. Attack, 16,100. Skills. Intermediate Vitality, significantly boosts HP. Dark Glint, deals massive damage to a single target and inflicts blindness. Frost Nova, causes area of effect frost damage, reducing movement and attack speed. Evil Domain, absorbs HP from all units within the domain every second. The stats were staggering. With over 4 million HP and an attack power of 16,100, Norris was near invincible. Moreover, as a Lich, Norris possessed a hidden racial trait, Soul Weapon Rebirth. For each soul weapon he had, he gained an extra life. "You all, apply debuffs to the boss and retreat from the hall immediately," Suyu commanded decisively and sternly. Understood. Kan Yun, Tian Shang, and the others responded in unison. They promptly unleashed all their available skills and items to apply debuffs to Norris, ultimately reducing his attack power to 14,600 and shaving off 100,000 HP. Once their task was complete, the players swiftly withdrew, leaving the battlefield to Suyu and Norris. Such feeble magic. Norris sneered contemptuously as he sensed the changes in his body. He seemed to recall something and locked his gaze onto Suyu, sneering coldly, "Human, I remember you mentioned having a teammate who possesses a legendary spell. Where is he? If it weren't for that bastard, you wouldn't have been able to defeat Kaid that day." Suyu waved a hand dismissively, his tone light. Sorry, I don't have such a teammate. It was all a lie I made up, and I didn't expect you to actually believe it. You. Nuoisiai's face darkened instantly. You sharp-tongued brat. This time, I will kill you for sure. He raised a black staff, and a bluish radiance shot out like a deadly beam. Seeing this, Suyu quickly predicted the trajectory of the attack. Without hesitation, he raised his longbow and shot a thunder arrow in response. Using the sudden burst of speed, he leaped sharply to the side. Boom! Minus 10,885. A string of damage numbers appeared above Nuoisiai's head, while Suyu evaded the attack with ease. The bluish beam unleashed by the boss blasted a hole into the ground, displaying terrifying power. Suyu knew how to deal with this long-range magic-type boss. Apart from the Dark Cold Gleam, Frost Nova and Evil Domain were all AoE skills, requiring extra caution. Frost Nova dealt the highest damage. Fortunately, Suyu had the passive skill, Magic Shield, which barely allowed him to withstand its impact. He only needed to stay vigilant about Evil Domain. This was the boss's method of healing, and he had to quickly figure out its recovery mechanism. Finally, Suyu's gaze fell on the soulbound staff in Nuoisiai's hand. A complete battle plan flashed through his mind. He opened the talent panel and activated the passive skill, Corrosion Claw. With each attack on equipment, there was a chance to remove one attribute point. Once the equipment's attributes dropped to 0, it would become damaged and automatically lose all its effects. Suyu began his offensive. He moved swiftly, striking with basic attacks continuously. While dodging attacks, he retaliated steadily, maintaining composure. Bayu. Minus 471. Plus 40. Minus 2,903. Critical hit. After stacking his passive fully, Nuoisiai's defense was reduced by 200 points, stabilizing Suyu's basic attack damage at 471 per hit. Although the damage seemed modest, the battle had only just begun. However, Suyu's attack speed was incredibly fast. Under the state of Blood Rage, his full output damage per second averaged an astonishing 11,609 points. Nevertheless, to dodge incoming attacks, his attack rhythm was slightly disrupted, reducing his damage output by about 50%. When the boss's health dropped to 95%, Nuoisiai finally couldn't resist unleashing his skill. Damned brat! Let's see how you dodge this. Nuoisiai roared in fury. He slammed the base of his staff into the ground. Frosty waves surged outward like a vortex, covering a radius of over 200 meters and sweeping through the entire hall. Only two corners of the hall offered relative safety. Unfortunately, Suyu was too close to the boss. Even with a blink skill, he couldn't escape the AoE and had no choice but to tank the hit. Minus 33,080. Coincidentally, the weakening curse's effect wore off, so Suyu took the full brunt of the damage. His health bar plummeted by nearly half in an instant. Combat tip: your HP has dropped by 49%. Dragonbone armor effect triggered, damage reduction plus 20%, shield plus 2,333 points, duration 20 seconds. Glancing at his status panel, Suyu thought to himself, as long as he maintained full health with the Dragonbone armor's buff, he should be able to withstand the explosive damage from Dark Cold Gleam. At this moment, Nuoisiai smugly declared, "Human, do you feel the overwhelming power I wield? Today, you will die gloriously by my hands. Why do you always think you can kill me?" Suyu smirked coldly. Blind confidence often leads to death. After speaking, Suyu used purification to dispel the debuffs on himself. Gripping his longbow tightly, he resumed his assault on Nuoisiai. Within mere seconds, he had fully recovered the health he had lost. Arrogant fool! Nuoisiai's fury burned even hotter. He failed to notice that Suyu's arrows occasionally struck his soulbound staff. Every 3 arrows reduced 1 attribute point from the weapon. Level 20 diamond tier equipment typically had no more than 200 total attribute points. As time went on, Suyu gradually figured out the boss's mechanics and began fighting at his own pace. Like a frog in boiling water, Nuoisiai's health was slowly but surely chipped away. 90%, 85%, 80%. Every time his HP dropped by 10%, the boss would unleash the Dark Cold Gleam skill. Since this wasn't a locking skill, Suyu could use Blink to evade it. Under Suyu's relentless barrage, Nuoisiai's health finally fell to 50%. In a panic, the boss activated his healing skill, Evil Domain. Black and red light surged from the ground, covering an area with a radius of 100 meters. Suyu immediately blinked to a location 100 meters away. "I'd like to see how you can still absorb." His eyes suddenly narrowed. Above Noth's head, a green number plus 80,000 floated up, and his health began to rise rapidly. "Isn't this skill supposed to drain health from living beings?" Suyu was shocked. He glanced around and finally noticed something. The fragmented black cocoon was releasing strands of blood-red light, which were gradually flowing into Noth's body. Looking closer, the liquid was actually composed of countless tiny black insects. Seeing the astonishment in Suyu's expression, Noth felt a surge of pride. A lich is an immortal existence far beyond humans. You'll never be able to kill me. Noth's face was filled with arrogance. In no time, he had restored 800,000 health points in one go, bringing his HP back up to 70%. In this world, even gods can die. What are you compared to that? A cold glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. He took a deep breath, his entire demeanor becoming eerily calm. Kill! Suyu raised his longbow and unleashed a full-scale attack. Arrows imbued with dozens of passive effects rained down on Noth like a storm. To ensure that his blink skill would finish its cooldown in time for Noth's next move, Suyu deliberately slowed his attack speed. After all, if a boss's health drops too quickly, the battle can turn on a dime. Noah's roared furiously, unleashing Frost Nova and Dark Glimmer one after another, as if he intended to freeze the entire battlefield. Suyu's heart tightened as he endured the dual burst of damage. With sharp awareness and agile maneuvers, he barely managed to suppress the boss's relentless assault. Time flew by, and half an hour passed. Noah's had already exhausted his 3 uses of the evil domain. By the 4th attempt, he finally realized his situation was beyond redemption. The surroundings were filled with black insects, long drained of energy by his power. Noah's health plummeted by 50% and continued to drop rapidly. Within less than 10 minutes, his health bar hit 0. However, the system notification did not appear. A gray soul emerged, breaking free from Noah's lifeless shell. Noah's soul, level 20, health 10,000. Noah stared in disbelief, roaring, This can't be possible. Why didn't I resurrect through the soul artifact? He hurriedly looked at his staff, its surface still shimmering with radiant light, yet devoid of any trace of soul energy. If Noah's had the ability to appraise items, he would have seen the equipment panel displaying the following. Corpse Soul Staff, Diamond. Attributes, 0. Effects, none. Status, completely damaged. This was now nothing more than a useless diamond-grade blank staff. Noah's eyes widened in rage as he pointed at Suyu and shouted, You bastard! This must be your doing, isn't it? Indeed, it was me, Suyu replied, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, admitting it without hesitation. Despair overwhelmed Noah as he howled, Why does such a monstrous being exist in this world? Back in his prime, he had been hailed as the world's greatest genius. And now, hundreds of years later, a young man could take him down with ease. Clearly, Noah didn't grasp the significance of the player's rise. The era had changed. Suyu raised his bow, aiming at Noah's soul. Victory over the dungeon's first clear was within reach. No, you can't kill me. Noah's heart surged with boundless fear. Seeing that Suyu had no intention of stopping, he hurriedly turned toward the statue on the wall and cried out, Lord Myros, save me. Myros? Suyu's eyes lit up. That name was all too familiar to him. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice echoed through the hall. As you wish. A shadow appeared in front of the statue. It extended a hand and lightly tapped the void, summoning countless black insects that materialized out of thin air. They converged to form a massive door, exuding dense black mist. Pass through the gate, and your soul shall attain immortality. Hearing these words, Noah's soul rushed toward the black door without hesitation. Trying to steal my first kill? Dream on. A flash of inspiration struck Suyu. He quickly opened his backpack, searching for a particular item. Meanwhile, Myros watched Noah's soul with greedy eyes, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Kick. A plan spanning centuries, and finally, the soul brimming with ultimate resentment is ready to ripen. This aura, oh, how delightful, how exquisite. Myros' expression revealed pure ecstasy. For Myros, saving Noah's had never been the goal. Centuries ago, he had nurtured Noah's into a legendary lich, only to orchestrate his death later. Step by step, Myros extracted Noah's power, refined his soul, and removed all impurities until Noah's became a soul of pure hatred. This was Myros' true objective. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the hall. Myros opened his eyes to see a crystal, glowing with a dim black light, flying past Noah's soul and heading straight for the black gate. It was none other than the Black Soul Crystal, which contained the soul of necromancer Joseph. Joseph? Boom! The crystal shattered instantly, releasing Joseph's soul. Swarms of black insects surged forward like a tide, devouring Joseph's soul. Ahak! Joseph's agonized screams echoed throughout the great hall. Myros, Noah's, both were utterly stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu decisively struck at Noah's soul, using passive damage skills to obliterate it in an instant. Ding! You have slain Lich Noahs, earning 256,000 experience points, plus 10%, and 96,000 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the intermediate life skill, perfect. As Noah's soul disintegrated, his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Around the corpse, a trove of rewards was scattered, including 3 diamond-grade items. What a haul! This was a massive profit. However, despite Noah's death, the dungeon's timer continued to run. What was going on? Why hadn't the dungeon ended? Suyu looked up ahead. The black insects, having devoured Joseph's soul, began attempting to return to Myros' body. Lowly soul, you are unworthy of being savored by me. Myros waved his hand, and the swarm of black insects disintegrated into nothingness. He then turned his gaze towards Suyu, his eyes gleaming with a strange delight. The flames of fury within Myratha's heart were extinguished in an instant. His sharp gaze turned icy as he spoke coldly. I did not expect this world to harbor beings from another realm. Judging by the look in your eyes, it seems you're quite familiar with me. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled into a faint smile. He replied nonchalantly, the demon king of the third layer of the abyss, Mirath. Who wouldn't recognize you? The abyss was one of the most supreme existences within the divine domain. It was composed of 72 stratified worlds, each guarded by a demon god. Among these 72 layers, the demon gods of the first to the 7th layers had already reached the pinnacle of divinity. They represented the most formidable combat power across all realms. These 7 supreme demon gods commanded a legion of demon kings at the rank of primary gods, forming a terrifyingly powerful faction. And Mirath? He was a trusted subordinate of the god of death. However, the Mirath standing before Suyu was merely an avatar, far from being the true demon king himself. Due to the restrictions of this world's rules, the Holy Dragon World could only accommodate entities at the demigod level at best. Good, as long as you recognize me, Mirath nodded slightly. In his eyes, the value of a mere vengeful soul paled in comparison to that of an otherworldly being. Yes, he had detected the presence of a player. As a being from a highly advanced world, possessing strength at the primary god level, he could resist some of the influences exerted by weaker world rules. However, the native inhabitants of the Holy Dragon World were different. In their memories, players were akin to adventurers, no anomalies could be perceived. Otherworldly being, I'll give you an opportunity. Accept the baptism of the abyss and become a follower under the great god of death. Mirath spoke with an air of calm confidence. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you the noble bloodline of the abyss. As soon as his words fell, a system notification echoed in Suyu's ears. Ding! The wrathful demon king, Mirath, invites you to join the abyss faction. Do you accept? Note, acceptance will grant the mythical bloodline, wrathful abyss worm bloodline, and increase abyss faction reputation by 1 million. Rejection will decrease abyss faction reputation by 1 million. Suyu's heart tensed up. If he refused, Mirath might kill him on the spot. This was a tricky choice. He had never expected such a development to occur in the dungeon. After a moment of thought, Suyu decided to use his probing ability to assess Myratha's status. Myratha's common avatar, Epic King. Level, 100. Realm, Epic Domain. HP, 21 billion/21 billion. Other, unknown. Good heavens! This was a boss with the title of Epic Domain King. How could he even fight something like this? If Mirath casually slapped his hand down, the entire Koro village would be obliterated. As Suyu remained silent, Myratha's gaze grew colder. Otherworldly human, tell me your choice. There was no way he could agree. Suyu understood the true intention behind the offer. Players were protected by the will of the myriad worlds and possessed extraordinary potential. Thus, native forces within the divine domain were eager to recruit them. But, accepting the baptism of the abyss meant eternal servitude to the demon gods of the abyss. No matter how strong one became, there would be no escape from their control. This was absolutely unacceptable to Suyu. Looks like I'll have to give up my first death. He sighed inwardly. Thankfully, he was still in the beginner phase. Being killed by a monster carried no penalties, and he could revive directly at the inn. At this moment, Myratha's expression turned indifferent. It seems you've already made your decision. Speak, do you want to live, or do you want to die? Ha! Suyu chuckled coldly, raised his middle finger at Mirath, and made no effort to hide his disdain. The provocation was crystal clear. One word, scram. Foolish human, you're courting death. Rage flashed across Myratha's face as he raised his hand. A swarm of black worms surged forth like a flood, rushing toward Suyu with overwhelming force. But then an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A blinding radiance coalesced into a sword hundreds of feet long. Golden divine lightning danced around its blade, exuding an awe-inspiring divine presence. Slash! With a single command, the divine sword descended from the heavens, obliterating the black swarm and cutting directly toward Myritha's form. Legendary domain? This is impossible. A century ago, I borrowed the hand of Noah's to annihilate all legendary powerhouses on this continent and sever the roots of ascension to the legendary domain. Who are you? For the first time, shock appeared on Myritha's face. Your Majesty, the Demon Lord, this world is not where you belong. Please return to where you came from. A commanding voice echoed from the heavens. Suyu turned around and was stunned to see two familiar faces, Knight Commander Barter and Village Chief Lawrence. The attack just now had come from the village chief. The village chief held a dull golden scale in his right hand and a long sword in his left. Although Suyu didn't fully understand what was happening, he knew one thing for sure: he was safe for now. He let out a sigh of relief. On the other side, Milo scrutinized the village chief closely, glanced at the scale, and suddenly realized, so, it's a scale of the holy dragon of creation. Human, your strength is merely at the epic realm. You are no match for this king. Is that so? The village chief chuckled. Do you think this old man only has one holy dragon scale? With a flick of his right hand, he produced an entire stack of golden scales, at least 20 of them. Milo's. Although my own strength is insufficient, with the power of these holy dragon scales, it should be enough to destroy this avatar of yours. The village chief decisively activated the power of 3 holy dragon scales, unleashing a sword beam twice as powerful as before. You damned humans! This king will never forgive you. Milos's face seethed with rage. Just as the terrifying sword beam was about to obliterate his form, his eagle-sharp eyes locked onto Suyu. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of black light pierced through the air and struck Suyu's body in an instant. Outlander, you shall be trapped in the death mirage, an eternal cycle of despair. Death mirage? Suyu's expression instantly turned strange, his heart filled with doubts. However, Milos gave him no time to think. His figure vanished abruptly, leaving behind a swirling black vortex that seemed to devour everything in its vicinity. At that moment, Canopy Sky and the others received a notification about Suyu having slain Noah's. They rushed into the area. Ha! Why is the village chief here? Forget that. Finding Mr. Eternal Knight is our top priority. The final boss is clearly dead, so why can't we exit the dungeon? The group was utterly baffled. Canopy Sky turned to the village chief, asking urgently, Village chief, do you know what's going on here? The village chief nodded, his expression grim. The camp is under the influence of the death mirage. We can't leave unless Mr. Eternal Knight breaks the mirage. But as far as I know, no one who has entered the death mirage in the past few centuries has ever returned alive. Beside him, Barter furrowed his brows and asked, even with the power of the holy dragon scales, we can't break the mirage? The village chief shook his head. It's useless. This is the power of rules. What? No way. Are we going to be trapped here forever? The players' hearts sank into despair. Mr. Eternal Knight, please, you have to pull through, they prayed silently. Before long, news of the Koro village dungeon spread rapidly across guilds in every nation. In the conference room of the Kyushu Guild, guild leader Cloud Sky furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. You're saying the players in Koro village are trapped in the dungeon and can't log out? Yes, even Eternal Knight has vanished within the dungeon, Deputy Guild Leader Horizon said with a helpless smile. Their contribution level was already at 100%. Cloud Sky mused for a moment and then asked, do they need assistance? Although the Kyushu Guild and Koro Village were competitors, they were all citizens of the Dragon Nation. As the leading guild, they couldn't turn a blind eye. Moreover, whether Koro Village could clear the dungeon directly affected the first clear rewards for the main storyline dungeon. Even if our Kyushu Guild doesn't get the reward, we can't let foreigners take it, Cloud Sky said firmly. Horizon shook his head. We know nothing about the Death Mirage, and Canopy Sky can't contact Eternal Knight. It seems we'll need to prepare for 2 outcomes, Cloud Sky analyzed calmly. Aside from Koro Village, only we in the Angel Guild have advanced the furthest in dungeon progress. I'll submit a request for additional resources to strengthen our warriors. This time, we must secure the first clear reward. Cloud Sky's voice was resolute. Understood. We'll give it our all. The Kyushu Guild's leadership nodded in agreement, their atmosphere both tense and determined. At the same time, in the Angel Guild of the Lighthouse Nation, ha ha ha, oh, my god, this is the best news ever. That bastard Eternal Knight actually dared to provoke the Demon Lord? He's digging his own grave. Let's hope he stays trapped in that so-called death mirage forever. President Boudreaux's face radiated with a carefree smile. Initially, he had been troubled by the Koro Village's contribution rate reaching 100%, but as soon as the news of Eternal Knight's disappearance arrived, his headache instantly vanished, leaving him refreshed and rejuvenated, as though basking in the warmth of spring sunlight. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced loudly, I feel it, our true opportunity has arrived. The first clear of the ultimate main storyline dungeon will belong to our Angel Guild, to the Lighthouse Nation. Once we succeed, I'll reward everyone with a generous bonus. Oh! The guild members erupted in cheers. Due to their earlier setbacks, Congress had been considering reinstating the former president of the Angel Guild, Lofet. Thus, only by securing the world's first clear this time could Boudreaux solidify his position as president. I really wish I could properly thank that great demon king. Surely, he must be a friendly ally to the Lighthouse Nation. Alas, I am but a devout follower of God, Boudreaux mused to himself. On the other side of things, Suyu had been transported to a gray and hazy world of death. This place was regarded as a forbidden zone by the gods of various realms. Once one set foot here, escape would become impossible, leading inevitably to one's fall into the monsters of the illusion. From ancient times to the present, there had been no exceptions. However, in Suyu's mind, there happened to be a way to break through this death illusion. It was a method discovered by a player purely by chance, and it was astonishingly simple, just a single phrase. Find life through death. A player could not kill any monsters within the illusion. Instead, they had to be killed by the monsters, accumulating 1,000 deaths in total, in order to successfully escape the illusion. The first clear even came with generous rewards. Of course, if one had already progressed past the newbie phase, deaths would cost experience points and levels. Fortunately, Suyu was still a beginner. He silently marveled at his own luck, how fortunate he was to have entered the death illusion at level 20. With that thought, Suyu began exploring this world, searching for the presence of monsters. Along the way, he glanced at the passive skill he had looted from the Lich Noahs. Intermediate life passive, 1/1. Quality, perfect. Effect, permanently increases HP by 20%. After acquiring this passive, Suyu's HP skyrocketed to 55,276 points. With his terrifying stats, he felt like a mini-boss, which left him quite satisfied. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled past his ears as a gray monster lunged at him, extending its sharp claws to tear into Suyu's body. Slash! -0. -1,676. A 0 damage number floated above Suyu's head, while the monster's HP dropped significantly. Damn, I almost forgot to turn off my passive skill, Suyu muttered. If the monster ended up dying from his reflective damage, he'd be at a complete loss. Hurriedly, Suyu opened his talent panel and deactivated all the passives he had looted, leaving only the still-draining, Blood Fury Rampage, active. As for his equipment, he stripped it all off as well. -3,800. Finally, the monster managed to deal full damage. Not bad, it'll take 4 hits to kill me, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. System notification, you have died. Before long, Suyu's HP was drained to 0. The monster that had attacked him also perished in turn, transforming into a wisp of deathly energy that merged into his body. Suyu resurrected on the spot. Time to find the next victim. Spending nearly half a day within the death illusion, Suyu finally reached 1,000 deaths. Ding! Death World Announcement. Congratulations to player, Eternal Knight, for becoming the first to clear the death illusion, earning the exclusive Secret Realm rewards, growth +1 star and the World Relic Key of Death, unique. The prize was in hand. Suyu checked the relic's details. World Relic Key of Death. Level, Ultimate. Effect, contains the supreme rules of death. Your resurrection effects cannot be affected by any external influences. In Divine Domain, there were many items capable of sealing resurrection effects, some even powerful enough to interfere with the system-granted resurrection ability for players. If resurrection were disabled, players could die permanently in real life. Now, with this ultimate quality world relic, Suyu finally had no more worries. Additionally, his growth rating had been boosted to 6 stars, meaning that from now on, he would gain +6 free attribute points and +6 to all 4 primary stats with each level up. The rewards are mine. Time to head back. With a single thought, Suyu returned to the undead camp dungeon, emerging from a swirling black vortex to appear before the others. The suppressive power of the death illusion disappeared in an instant. Holy crap! Eternal Knight, you actually cleared the death mirage? You truly are the eternal god in my heart. Ah, boss, you're amazing. Let me give you a hi-fi MMPH. Before one of the players could finish speaking, another player standing next to him quickly covered his mouth. Excitement surged in every player's heart. When they first learned from the village chief that the difficulty of the death mirage was hundreds of times greater than the undead camp, despair had already begun to seep into their minds. But to everyone's astonishment, Eternal Knight had exceeded their expectations. This dungeon run had been a roller coaster ride, filled with unexpected twists and turns that made hearts race as if they'd leap out of their chests. Even their hearts felt like they could hardly bear the intensity. Suyu smiled faintly. Let's not talk about this now. Let's focus on securing the first clear for the dungeon. Although he had spent half a day in the Death Mirage, due to the differing time flow between the two worlds, only a little over 4 hours had passed in the dungeon. Got it. Everyone quickly opened their dungeon panels and clicked the exit button. Ding. Calculating dungeon results. Completion time, 4 hours, 15 minutes, 14 seconds. Contribution points, 167,000. Final evaluation, perfect. You have received Diamond Tier Dungeon Chest X1, Large Skill Experience Scroll X10. In an instant, the group was teleported back to the outside of Koro Village's walls. Standing by the teleportation array were the village chief and Bart, both beaming with joy. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to the Koro Village team for clearing the Nightmare Dungeon, Undead Camp, becoming the first team in the world to complete this dungeon. Eternal Night achieved a dungeon contribution of 69.9% and has been awarded Gold Coins X10000, Reputation X10000, Life Essence X1, and Diamond Tier Chest X1. The system interface updated with 9 new notifications in one go. Among them, 3 announcements revealed that all players from the Bright Empire had received system rewards. Players from Koro Village, in particular, were granted double rewards, including 2 bronze tier equipment pieces and 2 skill books. The overall strength of Dragon Nation players skyrocketed, surpassing that of players from any other country on Planet Blue. As soon as the announcement was made, players in other Dragon Nation beginner villages froze in disbelief. Wait, do I also get extra system rewards? Their hearts filled with astonishment, which quickly turned into fiery excitement that lit up their faces. Heh, being a player from Koro Village and having such a powerful ally to rely on, it's just too good to be true. Thank you, Eternal Night. From now on, I'm your devoted follower. If you tell me to head east, I won't dare go west. What happened to the Lone Wolf Guild, who kept threatening to get revenge on Eternal Night? Why are they so quiet now? About that. Our guild has already changed its name to the Lone Dog Guild. We humbly beg the great boss for mercy. Players from Dragon Nation were in a frenzy of celebration, as if they had just won a glorious victory. Meanwhile, players from other countries were consumed with envy and jealousy, wishing desperately that it had been their compatriots who had achieved the first dungeon clear. At the same time, the Angel Guild, led by Budro, was pushing through the final boss in their own dungeon. The boss's health was down to less than 10%, and victory was within reach. We're so close. The Lighthouse Nation is about to claim the first global dungeon clear. Budro's face was filled with excitement. Suddenly, the world announcement echoed across their screens. His expression froze, and his words came to an abrupt halt. Congratulations to Koro Village. No, that's impossible. Wasn't Eternal Night captured by a demon lord? How could he possibly have returned? Budro's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared in fury. But less than a minute later, a second notification popped up. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to the Duo VA Village team for clearing the hard dungeon, Crimson Forest, becoming the second team in the world to complete a dungeon. The 9 Provinces Guild had successfully claimed second place. Dragon Nation players received an additional Iron Tier equipment piece and a skill book, while players from Duo VA Village were granted double rewards. The third place rewards, however, remained unclaimed. Overwhelmed with rage, Budro coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as his body slowly vanished. Ding! The system has detected abnormal physical conditions in the player. Forced logout has been initiated. Guild Master? The other players exchanged bewildered looks, utterly stunned. But with the boss's health so low, they were at a critical moment in the dungeon raid, and no one had the time to check on Budro. After what felt like an eternity, Budro finally regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in bed, surrounded by his family doctor and a crowd of high-ranking guild members. All of them were staring at him with strange expressions. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. In a hoarse voice, Budro asked, "What's the status of the dungeon raid?" The group exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Tell me, what happened?" Budro's voice rose sharply. "Enough!" A deep, resonant voice came from the doorway. Suddenly, a blond young man stepped forward, his expression cold and indifferent. "Mr. Boudreau, due to your foolish actions, you have brought great disgrace to the Lighthouse Nation and the Guild's reputation. The Congress has decided to expel you. I will continue to serve as the Guildmaster." "Loffit? You can't do this!" Boudreau shouted anxiously. "I am the most suitable person to be the Guildmaster." "Ha!" Loffit sneered. "You couldn't even deal with a mere member of the Dragon Nation. What qualifications do you have to lead the Guild? No, you don't understand how terrifying the one called Eternal Night truly is." Boudreau cried out sharply. "Terrifying? What a joke. Loffat's face was full of arrogance. If it weren't for the numerous conditions that my mythical talent requires to activate, do you think those world announcements would have ever gone to the Dragon Nation? Mr. Boudreau, just lie here and witness how I lead the Angel Guild to defeat Eternal Night and the Dragon Nation. Anything that obstructs the progress of the Lighthouse Nation will be personally eradicated by me. As he declared this, the crowd grew fervent with excitement. Only Boudreau, pale-faced, remained in despair. Hopelessness and agony flickered in his eyes. It's over. Everything is over. Outside the city walls of Koro Village, Suyu and the players were lining up based on their contribution rankings to select the spoils from the dungeon. With his contribution score towering above the rest, Suyu unhesitatingly claimed 3 diamond tier items as well as all the gold and silver tier items. The diamond tier loot consisted of a spellcasting skill book and 2 pieces of equipment. Although both pieces of equipment were junk with 0 stats, Suyu had no intention of leaving them for others. After all, no one in the world had yet earned the achievement of equipping the first diamond tier item. As for the skill book, selling it was out of the question. It was destined to serve as material for synthesizing an epic tier skill book. Following that, Suyu opened 2 diamond tier treasure chests. You have obtained 10,000 gold coins. You have obtained Skill Experience Scroll, Large, X3 and Pioneer's Bow, Diamond. The rewards from system treasure chests always matched the player's class. Sometimes they were tools, sometimes equipment. Suyu's luck was excellent. In the second chest was a weapon. Pioneer's Bow, Diamond. Slot, Weapon. Strength plus 100. Agility plus 70. Spirit plus 30. Trait, Attack Speed plus 20%. Equipment requirement, Level 20 Archer. It was a standard diamond tier weapon. In terms of attributes alone, it was quite impressive, but its traits were slightly inferior compared to the Blackwing Bow. After some deliberation, Suyu decided to equip the new weapon, instantly boosting his stats. At this moment, his name appeared in the top 10 of the equipment leaderboard. Of course, the Kyushu Guild had just cleared a dungeon and obtained 2 level 20 gold tier items. However, since they weren't high enough level to use them yet, they hadn't made it onto the leaderboard. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Night for becoming the first player to equip a diamond tier item. Rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 prestige points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond treasure chest. Another announcement followed. Since the news of the dungeon's completion had already been announced, players had expected Suyu to acquire diamond tier equipment. Their shock was slightly diminished, but envy still lingered in their hearts. Immediately after, Suyu used 2 life essences in quick succession. His attribute synchronization rate skyrocketed to 45%, and his real-world physical abilities improved accordingly. He then opened the diamond tier chest, which contained 3 skill experience scrolls, large. Suyu allocated his free attribute points to strength and then checked his personal stats panel. ID, Eternal Night. Level, 20, rank advancement trial incomplete. Health, 55,770. Mana, 26,940. Attributes, Strength 755, Constitution 870, Agility 745, Spirit 597. Attack Speed, 7.68/s, plus 30%. Attack Power, 1,510. Physical Defense, 3,565. Magical Defense, 3,130. Omitted. My other attributes are decent, but my spirit is slightly lacking, Suyu mused to himself. He had always aimed for balanced growth across all 4 attributes. Unfortunately, the lack of spirit-based monsters in the novice village had hindered that goal. Still, overall, his power far exceeded that of other players on Blue Planet. Even those with fixed attribute boosting talents could only match him in one specific stat but never surpass him. Suyu quickly closed the attribute panel and turned to walk toward Knight Commander Barth, ready to claim his quest rewards. The village chief stood beside him, and Suyu curiously examined his information. Village Chief Lawrence Epic Lord. Level, 100. Realm, Epic Domain. HP, 3 billion/3 billion. Hiss. The village chief had stepped into the Epic Domain. Previously, when Suyu had probed his stats, he was only level 20. It seemed the village chief had deliberately concealed his true power. But judging by his health points, his strength was only about 1/10 of the Demon King's avatar. The gap between a Lord tier boss and a Monarch tier boss was truly staggering. Mr. Eternal Knight, thank you for your help in preventing Kolo Village from being overrun by the undead army, the village chief said with a smile. Village chief, with your strength, you could have defeated the Demon King's avatar yourself. Even without my help, you would have been able to protect Kolo Village, so you responded helplessly. No, the village chief shook his head. Do you know why I chose to live in seclusion in this small village? Why? Suyu asked curiously. Because I don't want to expose my strength, the village chief explained. If I were exposed, countless factions would swarm in. While I'm not afraid of them, it would bring endless trouble. The Demon King had severed the path to ascension into the legendary domain through Neos. Apart from the dragon race, no other race had any legendary tier powerhouses. The epic domain was already the pinnacle of combat power on the continent. At this moment, Barth interjected, "Old man, if your strength gets exposed, the Holy Light Pope might personally come knocking." He wouldn't dare. The village chief glared at him. "I've got plenty of unsettled scores with those despicable old men. If he dares to show up, I'll make sure to have a long talk with him about reason. And you rebellious son, better quit that church of theirs as soon as possible." Knight Commander Barth's face turned awkward, clearly flustered. On the other hand, Suyu was dumbfounded by their conversation. The village chief was actually the father of the Knight Commander? That was some shocking news. In his previous life, no player had ever uncovered their relationship. Suyu scrutinized the two men's faces closely. There was some resemblance, but not entirely. Aside from their hair color, there were no other similarities in their appearances. It was hard to believe they were father and son. Thinking for a moment, Suyu turned to look at the group of NPCs stationed behind them, residents of Kolo Village. Before long, he spotted Caden's father, the village's best blacksmith, whose level was an astonishing 90. Nearby relatives of the village chief also had impressive strength, all at least level 50. On ordinary days, they all acted unassuming, pretending to be weaker than anyone else. Yet, when a crisis struck, they unleashed astonishing power. Suyu also recalled that the Protector Knight Caden, who was younger than him, already had a level close to 30. In the Holy Light Empire, that would absolutely count as a genius. Good grief! The village chief's whole family and extended relatives were all powerhouses. This Kolo village was deeper than the main city, utterly ridiculous. While Suyu was marveling at this revelation, the village chief had already finished verbally admonishing Barth, the towering 2-meter-tall knight. Commander now looked flustered, resembling a child being scolded, too afraid to talk back. It was obvious Barth had been beaten plenty of times as a kid. Then, the village chief turned to Suyu and said warmly, "Eternal Knight, to thank you for your contributions to Kolo Village, I plan to reward you with a few treasures." Ding! Congratulations on completing the final main storyline quest of the starter village, eliminate the source of the crisis. Rewards, EXP X100,000, Gold X1000, Village Chief's Gift, plus 2000 reputation with the Holy Light Empire. Here, take these. The village chief handed over 2 golden scales. Suyu glanced at them. Holy Dragon God Scales, one-time use. Quality, Mythic. Effect, when used, your next attack will deal 10x true damage. Can stack effects using up to 5 scales. Only effective against targets level 100 or below. Quantity, 2. Description, the primordial scales shed by the Holy Dragon God at birth, imbued with immense power. Hiss. Suyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The treasures the village chief had were beyond imagination. He even had mythic grade items. 10 times true damage, combined with a mythic grade skill, would produce devastating results. These could absolutely serve as a trump card. "Thank you," Suyu said decisively, accepting the scales. The village chief continued, "Eternal Knight, is there anything else you need right now? As long as it's not of higher quality than Diamond Tier, I can give it to you. Do you have any Diamond Tier archer skills?" Suyu asked without hesitation. The village chief replied, "I'm afraid not. I only have skills for assassins, warriors, and knights." "Is that so?" Suyu felt a bit disappointed. If he could learn a Diamond Tier skill, it would trigger a world announcement. Of course, there was still another way. Synthesize an epic skill book using the Advanced Skill Synthesis book. Coincidentally, Suyu had acquired a diamond skill book in a dungeon. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly said, "Village chief, please give me an assassin class skill book." "All right," the village chief handed him the skill book with a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent. At that moment, Bolt chimed in from the side, "Eternal Knight, I've already informed Northwind Main City about your contributions. The city lord said he'd like to meet you when you arrive." "Got it." Suyu nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. "Ding, congratulations. You have unlocked the second phase of the main storyline quest, meeting the city lord. Quest objective, head to Northwind Main City to meet City Lord Kelf." After finishing their explanations, the village chief and the others returned to the village. Suyu, however, couldn't wait any longer. He retrieved 2 diamond skill books, 4 gold skill books, and several skill books of lower quality from his backpack. To synthesize an archer class skill, the materials must include at least one Archer-class skill book. Previously, when Suyu defeated a dungeon boss, he had obtained a silver-tier skill book. Since he dismissed anything below gold quality, he hadn't learned it yet, leaving it in his backpack. His plan was to use a skill synthesizer in the main city to merge it into a higher-level skill. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain an advanced skill synthesis book from the sorcerer's servant, allowing him to use it ahead of schedule. Finally, Suyu selected 10 skill books and placed them into the synthesis book. Ding, synthesizing an Archer-class skill. Final quality, epic. Cost, 20 million gold coins, 10 skill books, 12 hours. The synthesis book guaranteed a 100% success rate, but it required a hefty amount of money. At present, only a small number of players could afford to use an advanced skill synthesis book. The skill synthesizer, on the other hand, was much cheaper but came with a chance of failure. Lucky players might succeed in one attempt, while unlucky ones might spend over 20 million gold coins without obtaining an epic skill book. Without hesitation, Suyu contacted Yuanxi and asked her to transfer 30 million gold coins. In recent days, thanks to strength potions and attribute potions, the guild had earned over 80 million in profits. After deducting costs, Suyu's share amounted to over 30 million gold coins. The reason for such massive earnings was the players' need to conquer new dungeons. To enhance their combat strength, they had purchased potions in bulk. Once players reached level 20, Suyu anticipated another profit surge. As soon as the gold coins were in his hands, Suyu confirmed the synthesis process. He then logged off to rest. Like Suyu, many players in Kolo Village decided to log off and recuperate. After completing the main storyline quest, players could leave the beginner village and head to a higher-tier main city. However, there were no teleportation arrays between the beginner village and the main city. To reach Northwind Main City, players had to trek through Moonlight Ridge, a journey that was extraordinarily long. Since it was already late, most players chose to conserve their energy. The next morning, after breakfast, Suyu logged back into the game and returned to the Kolo Village Inn. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained the item, Frost Hunting Grounds Skill Book, Epic. By now, 12 hours had passed. The synthesis book disappeared, transforming into an Archer-class Epic Skill Book. Due to the inclusion of a Diamond-tier Mage-class and Assassin-class skill book as materials, the newly synthesized skill exhibited characteristics of both classes. Suyu was eager to see its effects. With a clap of his hands, the skill book turned into dazzling light and instantly merged into his body. Ding, congratulations! You have learned the skill, Frost Hunting Grounds, Epic. Frost Hunting Grounds, Epic. Level, LV1. Experience to upgrade, 0/6400. Effect 1, summons a hunting ground with a radius of 50 plus Spirit X 0.2 meters, dealing 100 plus Spirit X 4 frost damage per second. Reduces enemy movement speed and attack speed by 30% for 30 seconds. Effect 2, nullifies stealth-type skills and grants 20% defense penetration on attacks. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Mana cost, 15%. An epic quality skill indeed. This was the very definition of terrifying. The skill's massive area of effect made it an unparalleled crowd control ability. Based on Suyu's current spirit stat, the hunting ground's radius reached 169 meters, far exceeding the attack range of most players. Once enemies fell into the hunting ground, the slowing effect, combined with Suyu's passive skills and the enchantment on his arrows, meant they couldn't escape unless they had displacement or cleansing abilities. Otherwise, they would be helplessly slaughtered by Suyu's arrows. Moreover, any cleansing abilities with priority below Epic could not dispel the slowing effect inflicted by the hunting ground. This 20 million gold coins was worth every bit, Suyu said with satisfaction. As the first player to obtain an epic skill, he naturally enjoyed the glory of a global announcement. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for becoming the first player to acquire an epic skill. Rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond treasure chest. The announcement repeated 6 times. I'm completely stunned. Is this going to be a daily world announcement? Is Eternal Knight planning to turn showing up in the world announcements into a daily quest? My highest quality skill is only bronze. Meanwhile, the big boss is already using epic skills. I feel like I'm falling behind the times. Players, just logging into the game after waking up and preparing to head to the main city, were hit with Suyu's world announcement. Their moods instantly took a nosedive. On the other side, Suyu used his 10th life essence, raising his synchronization rate to 50%. Then, he opened the diamond treasure chest. You have received 5,000 gold coins. You have received Traveler's Backpack, Diamond. Traveler's Backpack. Quality, Diamond. Effect, expands the player's inventory space to 1,600 slots upon equipping. increases rare drop rate by 2%, boosts out of combat movement speed by 5%. The stats were impressive, so Suyu immediately equipped the new backpack. Next, he used 8 large skill experience scrolls, pouring a total of 8 million experience points into his new skill. Ding! You have consumed 608,000 experience points to upgrade Frost Hunting Grounds to LV2. Ding! He upgraded the skill all the way to level 6 in one go. At this point, only 2 of his skills ranked in the top 10, reducing the experience cost for upgrading skills by just 5%. Even so, he had burned through over 7 million experience points in total. Frost Hunting Grounds, Epic. Level, LV6. Upgrade progress, for 85000/32000000 EXP. Details. After the upgrade, the skill's range expanded to 249 meters, and its slowing effect increased to 35%. When Suyu activated the skill, his enemies could do nothing but watch helplessly as they were shot down by arrows. This kind of skill was undeniably both overpowered and infuriating. Fortunately, its owner was Suyu. Having wrapped up these tasks, Suyu began contemplating his next steps. My top priority is to complete the tier breakthrough trial so that I can continue leveling up. Then, I need to visit the Lord of Northwind City. He recalled the action plan he had drafted the night before. Without delay, Suyu headed toward the Moonlight Mountain Range, located north of Koro Village. As he arrived at the village entrance, he ran into several players, including Kenyun Tianshang and Kwangfeng Wanjiang. They invited him to travel to the main city together, but Suyu declined. With his speed, no other player could keep up with him. Suyu ventured into the mountain range alone. At that moment, a group of people emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with hatred. They were members of the Bloodstained Guild. Their leader, Bloodstained Sky 9, had given them a mission: monitor Eternal Night and report his movements at all times. Completing this mission well would earn them assistance from the headquarters to recover their lost stats. They were thrilled. Captain, Eternal Night has already set off. Let's chase him, Bloodstained Maple said eagerly. All right, Bloodstained Han nodded, his gaze resolute. One of the team members hesitated, his expression uncertain. I think Eternal Night is a bit suspicious. How about we let him get farther ahead and just follow from a distance? Having recently been crushed by Suyu, his confidence was shaken. What are you afraid of, Xiao Wang? With the concealment items bestowed by the guild master, as long as Eternal Night's spirit stat isn't 200 points higher than ours, he won't detect us. Bloodstained Maple encouraged. We've all experienced Eternal Night's strength firsthand. Sure, his attack power is high, his health is massive, and his defense is strong, but his spirit stat must be his weak spot. The other team members chimed in. The hesitant players' resolve wavered. All right, then. The Bloodstained members quickly pursued. However, when they turned a corner, Suyu's figure had already vanished from sight. The group was stunned. Where is he? How is he this fast? They looked at each other, bewildered and at a loss. They had barely started, and they'd already lost their target. As a result, they were reprimanded by their superiors. However, Bloodstained Sky9 came to a realization: Eternal Night possessed extraordinary speed. He immediately summoned the decision-making team to revise their assassination plan. The team, who had already been pulling all-nighters, reluctantly abandoned their old strategy. They began analyzing new data on Eternal Night and drafting a fresh plan of action. The increasingly sleep-deprived decision-makers were gnashing their teeth in frustration. They swore to devise the perfect assassination plan and bring Suyu to his knees. Time flew by. Over 5 hours later, Suyu had crossed the mountain range and arrived at the vast Queen's Plains. Nearby was the famous Silverwing Ranch, where players could pay to capture mounts once they reached level 30. For players below level 30, completing the ranch owner's hidden quest could also grant them a chance to capture a mount from the ranch. Although Suyu was in urgent need of a high-level mount, he understood that completing the rank breakthrough trial was his most important task at the moment. Soon after, Suyu arrived at his destination. System notification: congratulations, you have discovered the new map, Northwind City. This was a border city in the northern region of the Bright Empire, bordering the Orc Empire. Due to differences in faith and race, humans and orcs had waged numerous wars throughout history. The relationship between the two races remained tense, with frequent skirmishes to this day. Northwind City. At the city gates, after undergoing an identity verification process, the soldiers finally allowed Suyu to enter the city. Shortly after, Suyu made his way to the professional guild. The building was notably quiet, with only a handful of players carrying torches hurrying to the main city at midnight. Without pausing, Suyu headed straight for the Bowman class mentor. Hello, I want to participate in the rank breakthrough trial. His tone was firm. The mentor gave him a quick glance, frowning slightly before asking, Which difficulty level are you planning to choose for the trial? Abyss. Suyu answered without hesitation. The rank breakthrough trial had 6 difficulty levels: easy, medium, hard, nightmare, hell, and abyss. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. Are you sure? The mentor's voice suddenly heightened, his tone filled with shock. Do you even understand how difficult the abyss trial is? Since the founding of the Bright Empire, no one has ever passed the abyss trial. Adventurer, I urge you not to overestimate your abilities. Each person is only allowed to take on 3 trial missions in total. Failing means wasting one of your precious chances. The mentor tried to dissuade him earnestly. No need to think it over. Suyu shook his head, his tone resolute. I've chosen abyss difficulty. You, very well. The mentor sighed deeply before finally agreeing. He retrieved a golden, prism-shaped crystal, and a floating interface appeared in front of them, detailing the various difficulty levels of the trial. Suyu was already familiar with the trial process. Without hesitation, he placed both hands on the surface of the golden crystal. Instantly, a brilliant light enveloped his body. A system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! You have been assigned the Abyss Trial Realm, Dark Castle. Participants, 4. Trial mission, assassinate the Dark Dragonborn Lord. You have 3 days to prepare. The first 3 difficulty levels were solo trials, while the last 3 were competitive trials. The system would match players with opponents from across various worlds, and ultimately, only one participant could successfully clear the trial. The others would fail together. After reviewing the trial realm's details, Suyu felt confident. He required no additional preparation and immediately agreed to begin the trial. In an instant, he was transported to a pure white space. After waiting for a few minutes, a portal appeared before him. Stepping through the portal, he arrived at the eastern gate of the Dark Castle. His 3 opponents were positioned at the other 3 gates of the castle. Suyu knew nothing about their specific information. However, he was certain of one thing: anyone who dared to participate in the Abyss trial would undoubtedly be a prodigy from their respective civilizations. Some of these civilizations, like Blue Planet, were newcomers to the Divine Realm, others had already established generations of players within this universe. With the support of veteran players, these older civilizations would naturally enhance the strength of their representatives. Nonetheless, Suyu knew that all 3 of his opponents would, at the very least, possess mythic-level talents. Given Suyu's own prowess, as long as he didn't encounter a player from an advanced civilization, he was confident he would emerge victorious in this trial. With this thought in mind, Suyu looked up toward the horizon. Outside the city walls, on the plains, stood 500 black-scaled dragonborn wielding swords and wearing tattered armor. Dragonborn Servants Silver Elite. Level, 20. HP, 150,000/150,000. Attack, 2,500. Skills, Resilient Constitution, Heavy Slash. The rules of the Trial Realm differed from those of standard dungeons. Monsters within the Trial Realm did not have their stats enhanced. The strength of the Dragonborn Servants was comparable to Silver Elite monsters found outside the realm. After all, there were no teammates to rely on within the trial. According to the trial information, enemies are distributed across 3 main areas: outside the castle, inside the castle, and the castle's central keep. If the first wave of enemies is already this intense, the later ones will only get more terrifying, Suyu thought to himself. In his previous life, his first attempt at the Hell difficulty trial had ended in failure. It was only on his second attempt, at the Nightmare difficulty, that he successfully completed the trial. With a sigh, Suyu stepped out of the protective zone of the portal. Immediately, the Dragonborn servants noticed his presence. A human! It's a human bowman! How dare you approach the Dark Lord's territory? Such audacity! Capture him and present him to the Lord. The Dragonborn servants' eyes gleamed with greed as they grabbed their weapons and charged toward Suyu. Rain of flaming arrows. Suyu raised his longbow and fired a single arrow into the sky, which instantly split into hundreds of flaming arrows, cascading down like a torrential rain upon the horde of dragonkin thralls. -11,873. -11,873. -11,873. Above the heads of the dragonkin thralls, damage numbers floated into view, accompanied by a series of debuffs: reduced defense, slowed movement, fear, and other negative and control effects. Before they could advance more than a few steps, Suyu unleashed a new skill, Frostbound Hunting Grounds. A surge of frost energy swept across the area, spanning several hundred meters. Razor-sharp snowflakes descended from the sky-like blades, slicing through the bodies of the dragonkin thralls. -4,751. -4,751. -4,751. The monster's movement speed plummeted dramatically. All they could do now was stare at Suyu from a distance and fire arrows in desperation. But the onslaught was unrelenting. This brutal assault would last for a full 40 seconds. For these monsters, it was nothing short of a nightmare. In this frozen battlefield, Suyu unleashed his full firepower, achieving an average damage output of 39,915 points per second. In just 4 seconds, he could eliminate one Dragonkin thrall. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered 5 points of constitution. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered 3 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered resilient physique, ultra rare. Defeating dungeon monsters didn't grant any additional rewards, but it did trigger the effect of his sky-piercing arrow path talent, allowing him to plunder attributes or skills from the monsters. Suyu glanced at the newly acquired passive skill. Resilient physique passive, 1/100. Rarity, ultra rare. Effect, permanently increases HP by 100 points. This was outrageous. Another passive that boosted his HP. If he maxed out this passive, his total HP would approach 70,000. Just the thought of it sent a thrill coursing through him. Suyu's gaze locked onto the Dragonkin thralls once more, his desire for carnage erupting like a volcano. He was determined to carry out the assassination mission against the Dark Dragon Lord in his own way. Meanwhile, 3 other challengers were also executing their assassination missions. At the northern gate was a player from the Moonsong civilization, a rogue named Orost. Hearing the explosions coming from the eastern gate, he sneered, "An assassination mission on Abyss difficulty, and you dare provoke the enemy so openly? You're courting death." Another fool who thinks they can clear Abyss difficulty. Thank the Moonsong god for blessing me with such weak opponents. Orost brimmed with confidence. He possessed a mythic grade talent, hundredfold annihilation. A single attack could be split into 100 strikes, though each strike's damage was reduced to 1%. At first glance, it seemed weak, but with the addition of true damage and other special effects, each of these strikes became devastatingly lethal. In the Moonsong civilization, Orost was hailed as the future god of assassins. Of course, at his current level, he could only split an attack into 20 strikes. Activating his stealth skill, Orost silently infiltrated the castle. The other 2 challengers also utilized stealth, bypassing the Dragonkin thralls as they prepared for their own assassination attempts. The players at the western and southern gates hailed from the Wind Elf civilization and the Dwarven race, respectively. The Wind Elf civilization had thrived in Divine Realm across 3 generations, boasting immense power. The dwarves, on the other hand, were newcomers to Divine Realm. Both players possessed mythic-grade talents and had prepared stealth abilities specifically for this mission. They successfully evaded the outer Dragonkin thralls and slipped into the area between the inner and outer castles, where a regiment of Dark Dragonkin soldiers stood guard. Anti-stealth arrays covered the ground. The lower a player's agility attribute, the easier it was to be detected. The dwarf player, being a warrior, immediately betrayed his weakness in agility and was swiftly identified by the array. "Foolish dwarf! How dare you invade the Lord's castle? Kill this little runt!" The Dark Dragonkin soldiers roared in anger and launched their attack. Though the dwarves had powerful racial attributes and mythic-level talents, facing such overwhelming numbers, he stood no chance. One competitor was eliminated. At the eastern gate, Suyu continued his relentless extermination of the Dragonkin thralls. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered resilient physique, ultra rare. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered 3 points of strength. The battle raged on for over 10 minutes. Suyu reached the plundering limit for the monsters he'd slain. A total of 50 points in constitution, 18 points in strength, and 100 stacks of his passive skill. Resilient physique passive, 100 out of 100. Rarity, ultra rare. Effect, permanently increases HP by 10,000 points. This was beyond comprehension. Suyu's health skyrocketed to 70,070 points. To be honest, his HP was indeed very high, but what he craved more was offensive passives. He felt his damage output was still somewhat lacking. At that moment, a notification sounded in his ear. System notification, player Baman has died. Remaining players, 3. Someone's already eliminated this quickly? Suyu remarked with slight emotion, but deep down, he remained indifferent. The more opponents died, the better it was for him. At the same time, reinforcement troops from the inner city arrived at the outer city walls. A full battalion of Dragonkin archers, they were all level 20 silver elite monsters, numbering 100. With 100,000 HP and 2,700 attack power, these were their base stats. Icy hunting grounds, flaming arrow rain. Suyu summoned the hunting grounds on the wall area. Cold snowflakes fell out of thin air, followed by a large-scale attack skill. Hundreds of flaming arrows rained down precisely, striking the enemies. -6,243. minus 6,243, minus 6,243. Massive damage numbers floated above the archers' heads, and they were inflicted with various negative effects. Volley attack. Kill this human. The Dragonkin archers pulled their bowstrings to the maximum, suddenly releasing a storm of arrows that blanketed Suyu's position. However, Suyu's health bar didn't budge an inch. In combat mode, his physical defense reached a staggering 3,715 points. Without using any skills, the Dragonkin archers' basic attacks couldn't even scratch his defense. Even when they used skills, under the Weaken Curse effect, the enemies could only deal 245 damage at most. Most of that damage was entirely absorbed by his magic shield. Before long, Suyu had endured enough attacks. Berserk mode activated. Combat notification: you have been attacked 100 times, triggering the Blood Fury Berserk effect. Attack speed plus 100%, strength plus 50%, lose 1% of max HP per second. At that moment, his attack speed soared to 13.59 attacks per second. Suyu began systematically shooting down the archers on the wall one by one. As for the Dragonkin thralls, he had completely lost interest in them. Unable to plunder attributes or skills, they were nothing more than trash to him, not worth a second glance. Under Suyu's storm-like assault, his damage output exceeded 80,000 per second. The level 20 silver elite monsters couldn't survive more than 2 seconds. Ding, congratulations, you've plundered 4 agility points. Ding, congratulations, you've plundered the skill Precise Sniping, legendary. Whoa, now that's something. To Suyu's surprise, it was a passive ability of higher rarity than perfect quality. His heart filled with curiosity. Precise Sniping passive, 1/1. Rarity, legendary. Effect: upon entering combat mode, the first arrow guarantees a critical hit and locks onto the target. Hiss. Suyu drew a sharp breath. As expected of a legendary quality passive, the effect was downright broken. Guaranteed headshot plus 100% critical hit. Who could possibly withstand that? Moreover, the passive description specifically stated that the first arrow guarantees a crit, which meant even magic-based skills like Flaming Arrow Rain could trigger critical hits. Just imagining the damage output was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, elemental damage couldn't trigger critical hits. Unless you had special talents or effects to enhance it, you couldn't deal critical damage with magic. However, the most powerful aspect of this passive skill lay in the target locking feature. Only a very limited number of time-based or space-based abilities could evade such an attack. Once other players were locked on, they were essentially at Suyu's mercy. Not bad at all. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. Just this passive alone makes clearing the trials a profit no matter what. With a faint smile, he collected his thoughts and re-engaged in battle. The Dragonkin archers were methodically eliminated, and his agility soared by another 60 points. Afterward, Suyu bypassed the thralls formation without hesitation, walking straight through the outer city gates and heading toward the inner city area. This time, the Dark Dragonkin Lord finally deployed its proper army. Dark Dragonkin Guards Gold Elite. Level, 20. HP, 300,000/300,000. Attack, 5,000. Skills, Dark Dragon Scales, Pierce, Block. These soldiers stood 4 meters tall, wielding steel spears and shields. They wore no armor, for they believed the toughness of their black dragon scales surpassed any armor. Intruder, die. The Dark Dragonkin's pale golden eyes gleamed with cruelty. They formed a defensive phalanx, advancing toward Suyu step by step. The ground trembled with a heavy, ominous rhythm. Good timing. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Suyu's heart ignited with blazing fighting spirit. Baiyu. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a rain of flaming arrows, each one cursing his enemies with a weakening spell, reducing their defense and attack by 20%. Minus 6,003. Minus 6,003. Minus 6,003. Due to his berserk passive being permanently active, Suyu remained in a constant state of combat, which prevented his skills from benefiting from passives like Precise Assassination. However, his exceptionally high attack speed made his sustained combat capabilities overwhelmingly powerful. The battle dragged into a war of attrition. Without the 25% defense penetration provided by the Frost Hunting Grounds, Suyu's average damage per second hovered around 60,000. It took him 5 seconds to take down a single Dark Draconian guard. This efficiency left him slightly dissatisfied. If only I could be a bit faster. I hope the final Dark Draconian Lord can give me a real surprise, he mused silently. Meanwhile, the system panel continuously flashed with notifications. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered 6 points of Constitution. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered the skill Piercing Strike, ultra rare. Suyu's power was escalating at an incredible pace. The northern district of the Dark Castle. Orost was fleeing desperately, with the Dark Draconian guards hot on his heels like a pack of wolves. Thanks to his high agility stat, his speed far outstripped that of his pursuers. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, anxiety burning in his chest. Half an hour ago, he had successfully infiltrated the inner city. But to his surprise, the anti-stealth array in the inner city was far more formidable than the one in the outer city. Although his agility was exceptional, his stealth abilities were completely suppressed, leaving him utterly exposed to the enemy's sight. To make matters worse, the north and south districts had the largest concentration of enemies, the east slightly fewer, while the west was occupied by Wind Elf players, with the least numbers. A frontal assault is hopeless. I must find another safe path. His mind raced furiously. Boom! A distant explosion rumbled from the east. A player at the east gate has also breached the inner city? Judging by the sounds, their combat strength must be formidable. Orost's heart stirred, an idea quickly forming. That's it. I can head to the eastern district. While they draw the enemy's attention, I'll slip straight into the castle. A sly smile curled at the corners of his lips. Quickening his pace, he managed to shake off the pursuers behind him. 20 minutes later, Orost finally approached Suyu. The battlefield before him was as breathtaking as a scene from a blockbuster movie. Across the frost hunting grounds, Suyu was locked in an intense battle with the Dark Draconian guards. How is this possible? A single archer, taking on hundreds of elite gold-tier mobs? Orost's face was filled with shock, his mind struggling to comprehend. He, too, was a fragile class player. How could the gap between them be so vast? Jealousy surged within him as his eyes roved over Suyu, noting that every piece of gear on him was of at least gold-tier quality. In contrast, Orost's equipment was a mix of silver and gold-tier, already considered top-notch. Yet, he was being utterly crushed in comparison. Envy, jealousy, and indignation. These conflicting emotions twisted on Orost's face. If you're so strong, then I'll just take this opportunity to eliminate you as a competitor. His voice carried a cold, sinister edge. Assassins were naturally the bane of archers, especially one with his powerful talent. Every attack of his could convert into 20 strikes. Although each strike dealt only 5% of its damage, thanks to his equipment and passive abilities, his true damage reached a staggering 6,000 points. With a DPS exceeding 24,000 per second, killing an archer would be a piece of cake. Brimming with confidence, Orost gripped his dagger tightly, entered stealth mode, and quietly crept up behind Suyu. On the other side, there's someone. Suyu's sharp senses detected an approaching presence behind him. He swiftly turned, locking his gaze on a seemingly empty patch of air. I've been spotted? Orost was momentarily stunned, but the distance between them had already shrunk to less than 30 meters, well within his attack range. Without hesitation, he activated his backstab skill, instantly teleporting to Suyu's back and aiming his dagger directly at Suyu's heart. Under the effects of his talent, this strike was converted into 20 attacks. Die, you fragile archer. Orost's lips curled into a sinister grin, inwardly gloating. The dagger struck Suyu squarely in the back. -0, -300, -0, -300, -1852, -1852, -1852. Instantly, a cascade of damage numbers appeared above both their heads. Suyu took 6,000 points of true damage, his health bar decreasing by 8.5%. Meanwhile, Orost suffered over 37,000 points of physical damage in total, his health bar instantly depleted. Orost. The smile on his face froze, replaced by utter confusion. Who am I? Where am I? How did I die? What's with his health bar? Is this guy really an archer? Before he could voice his bewilderment, he was already dead. When killed by another player, the most valuable item in one's inventory and a certain amount of gold would drop. Ding! You have killed player Orost. Suyu was stunned. He's dead? After confirming the situation, he shook his head helplessly. That was way too fast. Originally, he had planned to use Eye of Malevolence to transfer 1,000 sin points to Orost, which would allow him to loot 100 items from Orost's inventory. But the assassin had been taken down before Suyu could even react. Well, consider yourself lucky. Suyu sighed. At this moment, within the Dark Castle's secret realm, only one opponent remained. This was the perfect opportunity for Suyu to test the effects of the Eye of Extreme Malice. Without hesitation, he mercilessly slaughtered the Dark Draconian guards blocking his path, plundering 60 constitution points, 30 strength points, and a fully maxed out passive skill. Piercing strike passive, 100-100. Rarity, ultra rare. Effect, increases damage of each arrow by 2,000 points. This passive skill was drastically different from Heavy Slash. While Heavy Slash added plus 5,000 points to the damage of the first arrow, Piercing Strike added plus 2,000 points to every single arrow. Clearly, the latter was far superior. After reviewing the passive skill, Suyu's gaze locked onto the Dark Castle. It's time to assassinate the final boss. Stepping over the corpses littering the ground, he pushed open the grand doors and entered. In the castle's grand hall, a Wind Elf player, Alower, was fiercely battling the Dark Draconian Lord. Draconian, you're too slow. Alower looked at the boss with an air of arrogance, effortlessly toying with the Dark Draconian Lord thanks to his extraordinary speed. He possessed a talent that granted him 10 times normal movement speed. Though he could currently only unleash 5 times the speed, it was still terrifyingly fast. Moreover, as a prodigy of the Wind Elves, Alower enjoyed the best resources his race could offer. The elders of his clan had even sought out numerous speed-boosting and agility-enhancing skills and items for him, as well as a hidden archer class and exclusive class equipment. Now, aside from area of effect skills and lock-on attacks, no other strikes could even touch Alower. Damn you, Green Elf! Stop running if you've got the guts! The Dark Draconian Lord roared in fury, his face contorted with rage, wishing he could swallow this infuriating opponent whole. Why, thank you for the compliment, Alower replied with a calm smile. Wind Elves had slightly greenish skin, which they regarded as the color of nature and the wind. To them, being called a green elf was considered a term of praise. Arg, damn it all! The Dark Draconian Lord seethed with uncontrollable rage. Boom! Just then, the grand doors suddenly flew open, and light flooded into the hall. Suyu's figure appeared at the doorway. Both Alower and the Dark Draconian Lord turned their eyes toward him simultaneously. With a cheerful smile, Suyu said, "Go on, you two. Don't mind me." As he spoke, his gaze landed on Alower. Oh, my. Not a single piece of equipment below diamond grade, and even an epic grade ring? A true big spender. Clearly, this elf was a player from an older, well-established civilization. Alower's inventory was bound to hold some valuable treasures. Suyu thought to himself, transferring 2,000 sin points to this guy with the eye of extreme malice shouldn't be too much, right? At that moment, Alower suddenly felt a chilling sensation sweep over him. Suyu stepped into the grand hall, and the scene before him made his heart skip a beat. The Dark Draconian Lord, now reduced to half health, appeared weak and battered. If this abyss trial had proceeded without Suyu's intervention, the Wind Elf player Alower would undoubtedly have soloed the Dark Draconian Lord and emerged victorious. His natural talent was simply a perfect counter to melee-type bosses. As a third-generation player from his world, Alower had relied on his parents' support from an early age, using all sorts of attribute-enhancing items. From the moment he entered the game, he had advanced at breakneck speed. In terms of raw stats, he was undoubtedly far stronger than an average player just starting out in Divine Realm. Even Suyu, who in his past life possessed a mythical grade talent, couldn't compete with Alower in terms of starting advantages. At this moment, Alower's eyes fell on the longbow in Suyu's hands, and he spoke with cold arrogance. "Human, since you're an archer, I'll let you off this time. If you want to keep your diamond grade longbow, you'd better back out of this trial now." A faint smirk crept onto Suyu's lips as he replied with a cold chuckle. "And you're that confident you can defeat me?" Before the words finished leaving his mouth, he quietly activated the Eye of Extreme Malice, transferring 2,000 sin points to Alower. This caused Alower's death penalty to escalate by a staggering 20,000%. This was no idle threat. Elves are born master marksmen. Not only am I the prince of the Wind Elf Empire, but I'm also the Empire's #1 prodigy. A mere human like you could never be my match. Alower's confidence was unshakable, his arrogance palpable. Among the new generation of players, he was undefeated, and this had long fostered his overbearing demeanor. Suyu's mind raced, and he decided to provoke him. "You claim no player of the same level can hit you, but I guarantee you won't dodge the arrow I shoot. Elf, do you dare to wager on it?" "Ha, how foolish." Errol narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice remaining cold as he continued, "Since you're so eager to court death, don't blame me. I'll give you one last chance. Make your move." With that, Errol stood still in place, anticipating the look of despair and shock that would soon appear on Suyu's face. But instead, Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. His movement speed was 2,256 points, with a maximum speed of 74.5 meters per second. However, with the aid of various passive abilities and strength boosts, the flight speed of his arrow could reach nearly 1,000 meters per second, 3 times the speed of sound, over 10 times faster than his own movement speed. As long as he aimed at Errol and released the arrow, even if Errol's speed were 10 times his own, he would never be able to dodge it. Drawing his bow and taking aim, Suyu's lips twisted into a wicked smile. Watch closely. In the next instant, Suyu unleashed his skill, thunderous shot. A lightning-infused arrow tore through the air, its speed astonishingly fast. How Errol's words were abruptly cut off. The moment he realized Suyu had launched an attack, the arrow had already struck his body. Boom! Minus 8,423. Minus 1,500. Darkness. Damage numbers floated above Errol's head, and his health bar plummeted, leaving him critically injured in an instant. His total health exceeded 20,000 points. Such a fast arrow. It was only after suffering severe damage that Errol realized he'd been hit. A mixture of shock and fury surged within him. He suddenly understood Suyu's strategy, using his arrogance to lure him into a trap. At this moment, Errol was afflicted with a 2-second paralysis and a 1-second fear effect, rendering him unable to counterattack. Although control-clearing items couldn't be used within the trial realm, Errol had learned a purification skill. He activated the skill, dispelling the paralysis. However, the fear effect, a passive trait, remained completely unaffected. Another arrow struck him, and then another, each one hitting its mark. In his final moments, Errol closed his eyes in resignation, a fleeting thought crossing his mind: cunning human. The system's notifications echoed relentlessly in his ears. Ding! You are dead. Abyss trial failed. Exiting the trial realm. Ding! You have dropped the item, Blood Spirit Ring, Epic. Ding! You have dropped the item, Divine Wind Bow, Diamond. Over 200 notifications flooded the interface as Errol was transported back to the professional guild in his homeworld, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. What do these system messages mean? He muttered. Just then, commotion erupted within the guild. Gasps of disbelief echoed from all sides as the eyes of passing players locked onto him. Waves of chatter surged into Errol's ears like a tide. Oh my god, Prince Errol has that kind of hobby? Wow, the prince's skin is so green, perfectly vibrant. I really pity the future princess, her life must be miserable. Why is His Highness's ID so dark? Finger-pointing and murmurs filled the air, leaving Errol in stunned silence. He instinctively lowered his head. Wait, where's all my professional equipment? Errol? He was completely dumbfounded. Recalling the earlier system messages, rage boiled within him. Damn it! You and I are mortal enemies. Ding! Announcement in Sacred Tree City. A heinous criminal, Errol, has appeared in the city. The city lord has issued a bounty, requesting all players to assist the city guards in capturing the fugitive, Errol. The criminal's current coordinates, 0.250.196. The system pinned the message to the top of the interface, updating Errol's coordinates in real time. If he were to be caught completely naked and thrown into prison, today would undoubtedly become the headline across the entire Elven Empire. Damn you, Eternal Night. Just you wait. I swear I'll avenge today's humiliation. Errol bellowed furiously, logging off without hesitation. In the dark castle. With Errol's death, a pile of items scattered across the ground alongside small mounds of gold coins, their radiant glow dazzling. What a haul! The spoils were incredibly lucrative. 80% of the items were at least of gold-tier quality. This elven player was undoubtedly a wealthy playboy. Just then, a gruff voice echoed nearby. Human, thank you for ridding us of that disgusting green-skinned elf. The dark draconian lord sneered, his expression twisted. As a token of my gratitude, I'll personally tear off your head. Oh, I almost forgot. So you cast a casual glance at him and said indifferently, I haven't dealt with you yet, you oversized lizard. The draconian lord's face darkened. You're courting death. Raising his massive sword, the draconian lord charged at Suyu with ferocious momentum. Before the dark dragon lord launched its attack, Suyu had already analyzed its attributes. Dark dragon lord diamond tier leader. Level, 20. Health, 2.23m/4.55m. Attack, 17,500. Skills. Half-Dragon Physique, significantly enhances all 4 main attributes. Fury Slash, launches 5 consecutive slashes against enemies. Intimidation, inflicts a fear effect on enemies, reducing their attack power. Charge Strike, rushes quickly toward the enemy, dealing massive damage and applying a stun effect. Since this was a trial for advancing from an apprentice to an entry-level professional rank, the final boss wasn't as formidable as one might imagine. For the current Suyu, it was a trivial challenge. Only from the epic rank onward would breakthrough trials truly live up to their name in terms of difficulty. At this moment, the Dark Dragon Lord was already within 10 meters of Suyu. He thought to himself, let's finish this boss quickly and complete the rank advancement. Without hesitation, he casually shot an arrow at the Dark Dragon Lord. The arrow, imbued with a fear effect, instantly disrupted the boss's charge and triggered multiple passives. Attack! Once the control effect wore off, the Dark Dragon Lord resumed its charge toward Suyu. Observing this, Suyu quickly switched to enchanted arrows and activated Frost Hunting Grounds. Minus 1972. Minus 1972. Minus 1972. The biting snowflakes relentlessly tore into the boss's body. Then, with his bow in hand, Suyu launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Slowed by the frost effect, the boss's speed dropped to a crawl. Minus 2053. Minus 2053. The Dark Dragon Lord's defense was astonishing. Even after stacking numerous defense-reducing passives, Suyu's regular attacks could only deal 2-digit damage. Fortunately, his Piercing Strike passive added an extra 2000 damage per shot. Combined with the bonus damage from various passives, his average DPS reached 27,156 per second. Due to the slowing effect, the boss's massive sword couldn't even touch Suyu. Meanwhile, Suyu continued to kite the Dark Dragon Lord, steadily chipping away at its health. 40%, 30%, 20%. Damn it! Why are archers always so infuriating? The Dark Dragon Lord was on the verge of losing its mind. It had thought that with the death of the elven player, it would finally rise to power. But then, a far more annoying archer showed up. The arrows seemed to carry endless negative and control effects: bleeding, poison, slow, fear. The Dark Dragon Lord felt like a hapless dog being toyed with by this human. If not for its robust physique, it might have already keeled over from sheer rage. It wasn't long before the boss's health was completely depleted. I refuse to accept this. Its massive eyes bulged as it let out a faint cry. With a thunderous crash, the Dark Dragon Lord's enormous body collapsed to the ground. Even in death, its eyes remained fixed on Suyu, unwilling to rest in peace. The system notification promptly chimed. Ding! You have slain the Dark Dragon Lord and completed the rank breakthrough trial. You are now an entry-level Shadow Hunter. Congratulations! You have gained 50 Constitution points. Congratulations! You have received Abyss difficulty rewards: Growth plus 6 stars, Reputation plus 10,000 points, Transcendence points plus 1,000. With his growth reaching 12 stars, Suyu's 4 main attributes saw a significant boost. Of course, the most valuable reward from the trial wasn't the growth or reputation, it was the Transcendence points. These points served as a ticket to enter the Transcendence realm, a special domain that enhanced one's bloodline. Humans from Blue Planet were born with ordinary bloodlines, lacking attribute bonuses or innate talents. Only upon reaching an Iron Tier bloodline would they start gaining such advantages. Additionally, Suyu's system interface now featured a Transcendence Points leaderboard, ranking players across all realms by their total Transcendence Points. Suyu's current rank was 3,500,000,000,000, practically at the bottom. With so few Transcendence Points, he didn't even qualify to purchase an entry ticket to the Transcendence realm, so bloodline upgrades were out of the question for now. Afterward, Suyu's attention shifted to the loot dropped by the elven player. TSK, the Evil Eye is truly a devastating weapon for players. Suyu marveled silently. With over 200 rare items dropping at once, he could practically feel the elven player, Iral, cursing his name. Thankfully, they belonged to separate worlds, and the Holy Dragon world hadn't opened inter-world portals yet. Even if Iral wanted revenge, there was nothing he could do. Suyu quickly gathered the loot scattered on the ground, which included 200 pieces of equipment and items, along with 15.45 million gold coins. Killing 100 golden tier bosses wouldn't yield as much rare loot as this. This haul was beyond lucrative. A smile spread across Suyu's face as he spent a few minutes examining the equipment stats. Sadly, only the epic ring could be equipped by Suyu. The rest of the diamond tier gear was part of an exclusive set for the epic class Divine Wind Archer. These items grew progressively stronger as players leveled up, eventually evolving into a fully epic tier set priceless in value. But to Suyu, these items were nothing more than chicken ribs, not worth using, but too valuable to discard. On the other hand, the over 100 miscellaneous items he obtained proved to be quite practical, including 10 resurrection badges. These allowed a player to revive on the spot with full health and mana, completely avoiding the death penalty. Good thing items can't be used inside the trial realm, Suyu sighed with relief. He stowed away the badges and took out the epic ring. Blood Spirit Ring, Epic, Slot, Finger. HP plus 1500, Constitution plus 150, Strength plus 60, Spirit plus 60, Trait, Physical Lifesteal plus 12%, Skill, Blood Spirit instantly restores 50% of max HP, cooldown, 10 minutes. Equip requirement, Level 20, Universal. This was indeed an epic grade item, its attributes so powerful they were beyond belief. Not to mention, it came with a health recovery skill. Without hesitation, Suyu put the ring on, replacing his previous Gale ring. His physical lifesteal jumped to 20%. Since he was still in the trial realm, the announcement for acquiring his first epic item was temporarily suppressed. Suyu allocated his free attribute points to strength, then opened his personal stats panel. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 20, 89%. HP, 80,184. Mana, 29,820. Stats, Strength 1041, Constitution 1234, Agility 869, Spirit 741. Attack Speed, 7.95/s, plus 30%. Physical Defense, 3929. Magic Defense, 3312. His health had finally surpassed the 80,000 threshold. Overall, Suyu was quite satisfied with his stats, though his agility seemed a bit lacking. As an archer, how could his agility be so much lower than his constitution? This needs improvement, Suyu resolved internally. He began contemplating which map's monsters could help him boost his agility. The plains of Quinn and the area near the Silverwing stable outside Northwind City seemed like the ideal grinding spots. With that in mind, Suyu opened the system interface, clicked to exit the trial realm, and returned to the class guild. The moment he left, a system announcement rang out, flooding the screen with 12 notifications. Ding, World Announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for being the first player to complete the rank advancement trial, earning rewards, 5,000 gold, 5,000 prestige, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond chest. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for being the first player to acquire an epic item, earning rewards, 5,000 gold, 5,000 prestige, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond chest. The announcements echoed across the game world 12 times, as rumbling and impactful as thunder. Every day, the system spared no effort in reminding all players. Eternal Knight had grown stronger once again, undoubtedly so. Though many players couldn't fully comprehend this, the shock in their hearts surged like a tidal wave. Holy crap, is this even something a carbon-based lifeform can achieve? Epic skill in the morning, epic gear at noon, what's next in the evening? A divine artifact? Geez, is Eternal Knight planning to take over my entire daily meal schedule? I really want to know just how difficult his rank advancement trial was. To think it rewarded epic gear? Oh, I know. I saw him take on the abyssal difficulty trial with my own eyes. The back-to-back announcements led many players to connect the dots. They surmised that Suyu's epic gear must have been a reward from completing the rank advancement trial. As a result, many players who considered themselves capable resolved to attempt the abyssal difficulty trial once they hit level 20. Meanwhile, on the other side, hearing the announcement, Bloodstained Skies fell into an even deeper depression, teetering on the edge of despair. Class Guild. After completing the rank advancement trial, Suyu left the guild immediately and headed toward the city lord's mansion. On the way, he consumed 2 life essences, boosting his synchronization rate to 60%. Just 8 more life essences, and he would achieve 100% attribute synchronization within the game. At that point, his talents and passive skills would manifest in the real world. Next, Suyu opened the 2 chests. You have obtained 10,000 gold. You have obtained Skill Experience Scroll, Large, X3 and Conqueror's Gauntlets, Diamond. Conqueror's Gauntlets, Diamond. Slot, Hands. Strength plus 80. Constitution plus 30. Agility plus 60. Defense plus 50. Trait, Critical Rate plus 12%. Trait, Attack Speed plus 10%. Equip Requirement, Level 20, Archer. This is a piece of diamond quality equipment with outstanding attributes, and its additional traits make it even more valuable. Without hesitation, Suyu equipped the gauntlets. After organizing his spoils, he continued forward. Before long, he arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. The guards immediately stopped him, sternly asking, "Adventurer, who are you?" The guards needed to verify his identity. Suyu remained calm and replied indifferently, "Eternal Knight." As he spoke, he pulled out the token left to him by the Knight Commander. "You're the adventurer Eternal Knight, who defeated the necromancer knowers and saved Koro village." The guard's voice was filled with astonishment. Because Suyu had 3,000 Light Empire reputation points, his deeds in Northwind City were already well known among the NPCs. "Yes," Suyu confirmed with a nod. Ding! Northwind City Guard XX's favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability, 60. Ding! A flurry of system notifications refreshed on his interface. The guard's expression shifted to one of respect. At this moment, the guard captain spoke solemnly, "The city lord has instructed us that if you were to arrive, we are to escort you straight to him. Please, follow me." With that, Suyu followed the guards into the city lord's mansion and was led directly to the reception hall. One of the guards hurried off to inform the city lord of his arrival. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. A middle-aged man dressed in noble attire appeared in view. He was the city lord of Northwind City, and Earl of the Light Empire, Cliff. The city lord greeted him with a hearty smile. "Mr. Eternal Knight, it's great to finally meet you." Just as Lord Bart said, "You are indeed a man of remarkable appearance." "Greetings, Lord City Mayor. It is an honor to meet you," Suyu responded politely. At this moment, the city lord got straight to the point. "Eternal Knight, your timing is perfect. There is an important matter for which we require the assistance of adventurers like you. Please, do tell." Suyu gestured slightly, signaling his attentiveness. The city lord's expression grew serious. "Last week, our army clashed with the Orc Empire, resulting in numerous soldiers being severely wounded. At the same time, the Dark Empire's border forces in the west are quietly stirring. To prepare for the possibility of war, we must stockpile a large quantity of healing potions in advance. However, in the area where potion ingredients are harvested, a sudden influx of magical beasts has made it dangerous. I hope you can eliminate them." "No problem," Suyu nodded. "Leave it to me." As soon as he spoke, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the main quest, Protect the Herbs. Quest details: kill at least 300 evil magical beasts in the glorious woodland to safeguard the herb harvesting area. Quest time limit, 3 days. With the quest accepted, Suyu bid farewell to the city lord and set off for the glorious woodland. Due to the area's unique environmental factors, teleportation arrays could not be established within the forest, making it a long journey. This meant that the herbalists and their teams had to first teleport to the nearest military outpost and then proceed on foot to the glorious woodland. "It's time to get myself a mount," Suyu thought to himself. With a mount, the travel time would be significantly reduced. In the early stages of the game, there were 2 ways to obtain a mount. The first method was through mount items. By using such an item, a mount could be summoned, but these mounts functioned like skills and required a long cooldown period after a certain usage time. The second method was to use a mount lasso to capture a mount. These lassos were controlled by the Silverwing Ranch and the Church of Light. Naturally, the church could be ruled out as an option for Suyu. Thus, Suyu's next destination was the Silverwing Ranch. The Silverwing warhorses bred there were among the finest mounts in the entire Light Empire and even the world, second only to the light warhorses reared by the Church of Light. It was worth noting that the light warhorses were the exclusive mounts of the legendary legion, the Judgment Knights, with a total population of merely 1,000, making them extraordinarily rare. Of course, Suyu's real target was a secret breed of mount being cultivated by the Silverwing Ranch. These special mounts far surpassed the light warhorses in strength. However, this particular mount was the treasured possession of the ranchmaster, and there was no way it would be given away easily. Thus, this mission would require some unconventional methods that might leave the ranchmaster slightly displeased afterward. Thinking of this, a faint smile curved Suyu's lips. He quickened his pace, and within just over 20 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the ranch. On either side of the gate stood dozens of guards, and nearby, a few players were loitering about. "Finally, I'm here," Suyu muttered as he observed the interior of the ranch. According to the trajectory of his previous life, players would only be able to purchase mount lassos from the ranch once they reached level 30. These lassos allowed players to tame warhorses bred at the ranch. At this point, Suyu quickly reviewed his plan in his mind. He stepped forward and said, "I am Eternal Knight. Notify your ranch master that I have a way to resolve his predicament." Endless Night. The guard clearly recognized Suyu's name. After a moment of hesitation, the head guard said, "Sir, please wait here. I will go and seek instructions from the ranchmaster." "All right." Suyu nodded slightly. Nearby, a group of passing players noticed the scene and couldn't help but stop. They were members of the Rainy Night Guild, led by a player named Rainy Night Jia. He sneered, "Another one trying to enter the ranch? Isn't that just seeking death? I bet he'll be thrown out by the guards in no time." Many players had previously attempted to enter the ranch, but all of them had failed. However, to everyone's surprise, the next moment, the head guard returned and respectfully escorted Suyu into the ranch. "What?" Rainy Night Jia exclaimed in shock. "How did he manage that?" Another player named Rainy Night Dao said excitedly, "I think I heard him say he could solve the ranch's crisis." "Brother Jia, should we give it a try too?" Hearing this, Rainy Night Jia couldn't help but feel tempted. The allure of exploring an unknown map was no less thrilling than facing a boss. After a moment of contemplation, a sly smile appeared on his face. "Let's go. We're heading over." The Rainy Night Guild players strutted confidently toward the ranch gate. As they reached the gate, Rainy Night Jia called out loudly, "Brother guards, we can help solve the ranch's problems just like that guy." The guards exchanged glances, their expressions cold. "Who are you?" "I'm Rainy Night Jia, and these are my friends, Rainy Night Dao." Ding! Guard Wit's favorability toward you has decreased by 50. Ding! A series of notifications sounded, and the favorability of all the guards instantly dropped into the negatives. What's going on? Rainy Knight Jia was dumbfounded. He looked up to see the guard's eyes burning with rage. Rainy Knight Umbrella, who attacked our ranch maids earlier, must be one of your people, one of the guards roared. You vile scoundrels dare to walk right into our hands? Kill them! The guards drew their swords immediately, surrounding the Rainy Knight guild players. Blades gleamed as they descended. Brothers, let's talk this out. No need for violence. The players, all under level 20, were no match for the level 25 guards. They were swiftly cut down in a flurry of blades. In his final moments, Rainy Knight Jia roared in fury, Rainy Knight Umbrella, damn you. When I respawn, you're getting kicked from the guild. What they thought would be a smooth entry into the ranch ended in the complete annihilation of the Rainy Knight Guild. The ultimate clown turned out to be themselves. Looking at the players' bodies scattered on the ground, the guards spat disdainfully. A bunch of shameless fools, daring to compare themselves to Mr. Endless Knight. Inside Silverwing Ranch, Suyu was now face to face with the ranchmaster, Lon, who coldly scrutinized him. His tone carried a hint of disdain. Adventurer, what exactly can you do to help the ranch? Greylake Valley, Suyu replied with a faint smile. A flicker of wariness crossed the ranchmaster's eyes as he clasped his hands behind his back, making a subtle, cryptic gesture. Clang! Clang! The nearby guards immediately drew their weapons, their blades gleaming menacingly. Suyu raised an eyebrow, amused. Does the ranchmaster intend to take action against me? The reason Silverwing Ranch could cultivate Silverwing warhorses was due to a unique forage formula, one of whose key ingredients originated from Greylake Valley. However, a poisonous mist had recently emerged in the valley, preventing the ranchmaster's people from entering. In his previous life, this issue became public knowledge a few days later, when the ranchmaster officially released a quest to adventurers to resolve the poisonous mist in Greylake Valley. But for now, this matter remained a closely guarded secret, and the ranchmaster had begun to suspect there was a traitor within his ranks. Narrowing his eyes, Lon interrogated, Adventurer, how did you come to know about this? Suyu replied calmly, you don't need to know how I came by this information. All you need to know is that I can resolve the poisonous mist in the valley, and I can swear to the world will that I will not disclose any secrets about your ranch's formula. Hearing this, the ranchmaster pondered for a moment. The special forage reserves in the ranch were running dangerously low. If new materials couldn't be produced within a week, the cultivation of Silverwing warhorses would be severely impacted and unbearable loss. Finally, the ranchmaster spoke in a low voice, Adventurer, I accept your terms, but you must first swear to the world will. Very well. Suyu agreed decisively and immediately took an oath through the system. Seeing this, the ranchmaster motioned for the guards to stand down and continued, if you can resolve this issue, I will reward you with a mount lasso and grant you access to the ranch to capture a Silverwing warhorse. Ding! Congratulations! You've unlocked a hidden quest, Eerie Poison Mist. Quest details, disperse the poisonous mist in Greylake Valley within 3 days. Ha! Suyu let out a cold laugh, his thoughts swirling. The ranch owner had spent an exorbitant amount of resources without being able to clear the poisonous mist. And now, all he was offering was a single chance to capture a Silverwing warhorse as compensation? Truly, he underestimated Suyu. But Suyu didn't question it. He turned and left without hesitation. After all, his goal was never the silver-winged warhorse. Once he set foot on the ranch, he would have free rein to act, ensuring the ranch owner paid a price thousands, no, tens of thousands of times more painful. A sudden chill ran down the ranch owner's spine, but he dismissed it. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, a mocking smile spread across his lips. Using a single opportunity to capture a mount to manipulate you, what a foolish man. Alas, his vision was far too narrow. In this game of wits, the ranch owner was on the first floor, while Suyu was already navigating the stratosphere. Greylake Valley was located on the northwestern border. Over 2 hours later, Suyu arrived at his destination near the Angora Serpentfolk tribe. He began replaying his plan in his mind. The poisonous mist in the valley originated from a golden tier boss known as the Venomous Serpent. Killing it would dispel the mist. Therefore, he needed to find an item that could resist the venom. However, Suyu had another purpose for this journey. That was to hunt down the venomous serpent's parent, the serpent god Angora. Angora, a demigod-level beast with terrifying power. 1,000 years ago, it had made the mistake of provoking the dragon race, leading to the annihilation of its entire clan. It had barely escaped with its life, its bloodline nearly drained to extinction. Eventually, it fled to the Venom Plain, clinging to survival. What drew Suyu's interest was the world relic in Angora's possession, a beast-taming bracelet. To Suyu, this treasure was priceless. And yet, the question remained, how to lure this serpent god, who was barely surviving in the venom plane, into the holy dragon world. After a night of careful thought, Suyu had devised a brilliant plan. The answer lay in the Angora serpent folk tribe. The tribe possessed a mysterious serpent god altar. By offering a sacrifice, one could communicate with serpent god Angora. Suyu's plan was straightforward. He would use the corpse of Angora's last remaining offspring, the venomous serpent, as the sacrifice to activate the magic array. He was confident this would summon the serpent god, and even if it failed, the losses would be negligible. Taking a deep breath, Suyu's heart ignited with determination. He strode toward the serpent folk tribe, his thoughts brimming with anticipation and excitement. Angora serpent folk tribe. At the gates, 2 sentries stood watch. Within, serpent folk warriors kept a close eye on the forest, on guard against potential beast attacks. Just then, a human figure appeared in their line of sight. A human! Everyone, stay alert! We're under attack! The serpent folk sentries shouted sharply. Clang! The sound of alarms echoed throughout the tribe. Countless serpent folk armed with stone spears and wooden bows gathered at the entrance, their eyes fixed warily on the approaching figure. Kakik, a lone human dares to trespass into our tribe? He's courting death. Cruel glints flickered in the serpent folk's eyes. A female serpent folk hissed with a sinister smile, if it's a man, he's ours. If it's a woman, she's yours. Deal. The male serpent folk agreed without hesitation. Such was the nature of serpentine creatures. Moments later, they got a clearer look at Suyu. The female serpent folk widened their eyes in disbelief. How could a man in this world be so handsome? Ding. Serpent folk Elsa's favorability toward you has increased by +50. Current, 80, fake. Ding. The interface suddenly flooded with favorability notifications. Among them, shockingly, were even male serpent folk? This was absurd. But Suyu had no interest in these serpent folk whatsoever. They were simply too hideous. While most serpent folk were known for their striking beauty, 99% of them being handsome men and stunning women, the Angora serpent folk belonged to the unfortunate 1%. Their bodies were passable, but their faces were akin to abstract art exhibits in a museum, utterly incomprehensible to Suyu. As for the fake indicator next to their favorability scores, it signified that, for some reason, the serpent folk held a high opinion of him, yet they remained fundamentally opposed to him. Oh, I've never seen such a perfect man. Capture him. Don't let the human escape. I can't hold back anymore, I must savor him. The female serpent folk shouted excitedly. Suyu's expression darkened. With faces resembling ancient deities, how dare you entertain such thoughts about me? Wait. I have something to discuss, he said coolly, maintaining his composure. A serpentine figure stepped forward, gripping an iron sword tightly in its scaled hand. This was the chieftain of the tribe. The chieftain spoke coldly. Human, what business do you have here? I have come for the glory of the great serpent god, Angora. Suyu declared with a feigned fervor, his voice booming with conviction. His performance was flawless. The snake folk exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with doubt. After all, the serpent god Angora was their revered ancestor, a faith deeply rooted in their very bloodline. The chieftain narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You claim to be a follower of the serpent god? That's right, Suyu affirmed without hesitation. I am the most loyal disciple of the serpent god, and today, I have come to the Angora tribe with one purpose only, and that is to assist the serpent god in returning to the mortal realm. The snakefolk were utterly dumbfounded by Suyu's righteous declaration. What kind of joke was this? How could a mere human possibly be the most loyal disciple of their serpent god? It should be them, without question. Yet, Suyu's demeanor somehow stirred a faint sense of favorability among them. Ding, snakefolk Elsa's favorability towards you has increased by +20, genuine. Compared to the average snakefolk, the chieftain remained far more composed. He replied in a deep voice, Human, our tribe has worshipped the serpent god for thousands of years. But for the past century, no matter what offerings we present, the serpent god has given us no response. Why should we believe you? A subtle smile curved on Suyu's lips. Because your offerings were wrong. But I know of a sacrifice that will absolutely summon the serpent god, and I will need your help to prepare it. Besides, looking at the state of your tribe, do you really think I have any reason to deceive you? The snakefolk were momentarily struck by his words, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, since the serpent god withdrew its blessings, their tribe had been in steady decline. At this rate, they might cease to exist within decades. If this human could truly summon the serpent god, wouldn't their tribe have a chance to rise again? This thought filled the chieftain with excitement. At this moment, Suyu offered them a further assurance. With a solemn expression, he proclaimed, "I, eternal knight, swear upon the laws of the world, if I fail to summon the serpent god Angora, the snakefolk tribe may deal with me as they see fit." Ding, contract established. The system notification echoed in Suyu's mind. Leveraging tricks learned from previous players' experiences in manipulating NPCs, Suyu skillfully wove his words. The latter part of his vow could have been phrased as, "may deal with me however they like," which would have carried a completely different meaning. By omitting the phrase "however they like," he merely agreed to let the snakefolk deal with him, without promising to surrender or refrain from resistance. If it really came to a fight, the current state of the snakefolk tribe was no match for Suyu's abilities. Thus, even if the serpent god Angora failed to descend, Suyu would suffer no losses. But for the snakefolk, it was a different matter entirely. Ding, snakefolk XX's favorability towards you is increased by +30. Current favorability, 90, absolute reverence. Hearing Suyu's oath sworn upon the laws of the world, the snakefolk's favorability surged to its peak, and they now regarded him as an honored guest. At this moment, the chieftain respectfully inquired, "My lord, what do you require of us? Does your tribe still possess any relics bestowed by the serpent god in the past?" Suyu asked. There should be some," the chieftain replied awkwardly. "Shall I take you to the treasure vault to have a look?" "All right." Suyu nodded calmly. Shortly after, the group made their way to the tribe's treasure vault. In Suyu's memory, this very tribe would be destroyed by players in about half a month. However, the vault's door would remain sealed, only accessible months later once players had grown significantly stronger. For now, though, the chieftain chanted a series of mysterious incantations, causing the vault's stone door embedded in the ground to creak open, revealing a dimly lit passageway. Suyu's objective lay within. The group ventured inside. The vault was filled with meager supplies, food stores for the winter and wild fruits harvested from the forest. Nothing of true value seemed to be present. Yet, under Suyu's insistence, the snakefolk worked together to meticulously search every corner of the vault. Finally, they uncovered two special items. Blueprint for basic mount lasso. Rarity, bronze. Materials, beast blood, beast hide. Effect, increases capture rate of bronze quality mounts by 13%. Success rate decreases by 4% for every level of quality above bronze. Requires alchemy level 3 to craft. Fong of Angora. Rarity, diamond. Effect, grants immunity to poison damage below 1000 points from any toxic effect. Got it. Suyu felt a wave of joy rise in his heart. The basic mount lasso could capture mounts of up to diamond quality, making it perfect for the Silverwing warhorse he had his eyes on. Opening his friend list, Suyu sent a message to Yuinshi, "Have all the guild members with level 3 alchemy gather and start crafting mount lassos. By tomorrow, I need at least 2000 of them." Understood. Yuinshi replied swiftly, without questioning his motives. After completing the arrangements, Suyu turned to the serpent folk and said, "Next, I will go in search of a special offering. Meanwhile, you should head into the forest and hunt some magical beasts to sacrifice to His Excellency, the serpent god." Understood. The serpent folk chieftain nodded resolutely. Suyu turned and left the tribe. The chieftain looked at the other serpent folk, his face brimming with excitement as he roared, "Brothers and sisters, as long as the serpent god descends, our tribe will surely rise again. We must do everything in our power to assist the honored one." "Yes." The serpent folk responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. Then, they shouted together, "For the great serpent god Angola." Their thunderous cries shook the skies, echoing across the tribe. Outside the settlement, Suyu heard their impassioned chants. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You think you can rise again? Sorry, but you'll never see tomorrow's sun." Suyu advanced at full speed. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Greylight Valley, where a layer of gray, toxic mist churned ominously. Within this valley resided the offspring of the serpent god, Angola, the venomous serpent. However, to call it the offspring of the serpent god was somewhat misleading. It was more accurate to say that the serpent god had condensed this entity using the last vestiges of its bloodline and remaining power. Once the venomous serpent devoured enough life forms and grew stronger, the serpent god would not hesitate to seize control of its body, using it as a vessel to restore its power from a millennium ago. Unfortunately for the venomous serpent, it encountered players. Death was its ultimate fate. Suyu strode into the valley without hesitation. Ding! System notification, due to the environmental effects, you are afflicted by a poisoning effect, losing 500 health points per second. The toxic mist pervading the valley was the very reason why the ranch owner's hired hands couldn't enter. In his previous life, players were only able to complete the mission because, a few days later, it coincided with the molting period of the venomous serpent. During that time, its strength would temporarily decline, and the toxicity of the mist would diminish significantly. But now, Suyu possessed the Yifang of Angola, which allowed him to easily nullify poison damage below 1000 points. Hiss, hiss. From the bushes within the valley, dark green venomous snakes began to emerge, their emerald eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. These snakes were the venomous serpent's symbiotic creatures. They functioned much like worker ants in an ant colony, hunting magical beasts outside the valley and dragging their prey back for the venomous serpent to devour. Suyu activated his reconnaissance ability, focusing on one of the snakes to examine its stats. Angola Venomous Snake Bronze Elite. Level, 21. Health, 160,000/160,000. Attack, 2,800. Skills, Basic Poison Resistance, Venomous Fangs. For monsters, levels 20 and 21 marked a critical threshold. Upon breaking through, they evolved into second-tier creatures, undergoing a significant transformation in strength. At this moment, more and more venomous snakes slithered out from the bushes, gradually encircling Suyu. So be it. I'll use you as a warm-up. Suyu raised his longbow and decisively activated his skill. Flame Arrow Rain. Arrows rained down like a fiery storm, splitting into dozens of flaming projectiles that shot toward the group of venomous snakes. The searing flames illuminated the dark valley in an instant. Minus 23,045. Critical hit. Minus 23,045. Critical hit. Minus 1,944. Thanks to the effect of precision sniping, the first arrow dealt critical damage, triggering a series of passive effects. A flurry of damage numbers floated above the monsters' heads. Shadow Clone. A shadowy duplicate of Suyu appeared at his side, joining him in focusing fire on the venomous snakes. Bayu. Minus 4,783. Minus 7,972. Critical hit. Minus 4,902. Clone critical hit. With the buff from Piercing Strike, each arrow's damage was boosted by 2,000 points. Suyu's damage output exceeded 60,000 per second. Alongside the additional attacks from his shadow clone, they quickly killed one venomous snake after another. Ding! You've killed Angola Venomous Snake and gained 7,444 experience points, plus 10%. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered a skill, Basic Poison Resistance, ultra rare. Not bad. Suyu grinned. He had already looted a skill from the first monster he killed. The experience points from these creatures were also exceptionally rewarding. Keep going. Suyu unleashed a relentless storm of attacks, slaughtering the venomous snakes and converting them into valuable experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered 5 agility points. Ding! Congratulations! You've plundered 3 constitution points. The notifications kept ringing as Suyu pushed deeper into the valley. After more than 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations! You've leveled up to level 21. Rewards, plus 12 to core attributes, plus 12 free attribute points. A faint glow enveloped Suyu's body, he had leveled up. Additionally, the total gains he had plundered from the venomous snakes reached their limit, 40 agility points, 15 constitution points, and a fully maxed out passive skill. Basic Poison Resistance Passive, 2020. Quality, Ultra Rare. Effect, permanently increases poison resistance by 10,000 points. When afflicted by poison damage, 10,000 points of poison damage are negated first. Marvelous. The effect was outstanding. Suyu closed the interface with satisfaction and turned his gaze forward. What he saw was a massive serpent, over 20 meters long, sprawled on the ground, its eyes closed as it slept soundly. Venomous Serpent Golden Lord. Level, 22. Health, 5,700,000/5,700,000. Attack, 19,000. Skills. Paralyzing Toxic Mist, inflicts paralysis and poison effects on enemies within range. Tail Sweep, swings its tail to attack enemies. Venomous Breath, sprays venom at enemies, inflicting poison damage. Acid Rain Assault, reduces the attack and defense of enemies. The Venomous Serpent's stats were slightly superior to those of the Dark Dragon Lord. This was to be expected, after all, the two belonged to entirely different tiers of power. The mere enhancement of first-tier attributes could never bridge the vast gap between their tiers. However, among the Venomous Serpent boss's arsenal of skills, aside from the move Sweeping Strike, all other abilities were primarily poison-based. For Suyu, this presented an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively summoned the Frost Hunting Ground within the valley. Razor-sharp snowflakes descended like blades, mercilessly slicing into the boss's colossal body. Roar! The Venomous Serpent's massive eyes snapped open. Assaulted, it grew agitated and charged furiously at Suyu. To make the serpent easier to control, the snake god had deliberately reduced its intelligence during its creation. Seeing this, Suyu quickly switched to his enchanted arrows, firing them like a rainstorm. -745, -1822, -1844. Due to the boss's high defense and poison resistance, the passive damage from darkness and poison effects amounted to 0. Only the bleeding passive could deal its full damage of 2,100 points. Once the defense reduction stacked to 200 points, Suyu, with his attack speed of 8.72/s, was able to inflict an average of 23,412 damage per second. Under the triple slowing effects of the Frost Hunting Ground, enchanted arrows, and his passive skills, the venomous serpent's movement speed plummeted. The boss's health began to drop rapidly, like a stream flowing downhill. When its health fell to 95%, the venomous serpent let out a furious roar, opening its maw wide and spewing out a dark green venom. It was none other than its skill, Venomous Breath. Yet Suyu did not retreat. Instead, he stood firm against the venom, maintaining his relentless assault. -14,120. A chunk of his health bar vanished instantly. Having once consumed 1,000 poison sacred fruit, Suyu had gained a 20% resistance to poison. Coupled with his passive poison resistance, the boss's attack only inflicted damage slightly over 10,000 points. Suyu could endure it entirely. In less than 2 seconds, he had fully regenerated the lost health. However, the venomous serpent boss was oblivious to the fact that Suyu's health had already recovered. Seeing that its skill had finally hit its target, it roared excitedly. "Damned human! I'll kill you for sure!" The venomous serpent accelerated, its tail lashing fiercely towards Suyu's position. Boom! -10,894. Thanks to his high physique attribute, Suyu was only knocked back 7 or 8 meters before landing steadily on his feet. He quickly knocked another arrow, and shafts rained down like a storm. Bayu, bayu, bayu. Arrow after arrow struck the venomous serpent's body with unerring accuracy. -2001, +432, -2001. Suyu's health rapidly replenished, while the venomous serpent's health bar continued to drop steadily. In addition to the arrow's direct damage, the boss's head displayed continuous -2,100 bleeding damage. 40 seconds later, the power of Frost Hunting Ground began to dissipate, reducing Suyu's damage output to 8,476 points per second as the skill entered its cooldown phase. With lower damage, his health regeneration also decreased. Suyu stopped trading blows head-on with the boss, switching instead to a kiting tactic. Taking advantage of his superior attack range, he mercilessly tormented the venomous serpent. Whenever the boss got close, a control skill would pin it in place, allowing Suyu to widen the distance once again. This torment infuriated the venomous serpent. Roar! The boss was seething with rage. "I'm just a newly born serpent. What did I ever do to deserve this torment?" If it could speak human language, it would surely question Suyu in indignation. However, as soon as Frost Hunting Ground came off cooldown, Suyu immediately ramped up his offensive. Before long, boom, the venomous serpent's health plummeted to 50%. It unleashed its ultimate move. Overhead, a green cloud gathered, and torrential acid rain began to pour, corroding the ground into countless pits. -0, -0, -0, -0. The damage of the area of effect skill was significantly lower than its single-target counterpart. Moreover, Acid Rain Barrage's primary effect was to reduce the enemy's attack and defense, making its damage negligible. With 20% poison resistance and an additional fixed resistance of 10,000 points, the attack's damage was reduced to 0. Suyu promptly blinked out of the Acid Rain's range. A golden light flashed across his body, signifying the effect of purification, effortlessly dispelling the Acid Rain's debuff. Under Suyu's fierce onslaught, the poison serpent's health plummeted from 50% to 0%. With a deafening boom, the boss's massive body collapsed onto the ground, its serpent eyes dimming lifelessly. Its corpse erupted in a brilliant golden glow, scattering glittering rewards. Ding! You have slain the poison serpent and gained 297,000 experience points, plus 10%. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the skill Acid Rain Corrosion, legendary. Another legendary passive skill acquired. Suyu eagerly opened the new passive skill panel. Acid Rain Corrosion Passive, 1/1. Quality, Legendary. Effect, when arrows hit an enemy, reduce their defense and attack by 20% for 10 seconds. The effect duration refreshes upon subsequent hits. Can stack with other passive effects. This passive skill was similar to Weakening Curse, but as long as it hit the enemy, its effects persisted. Thus, its quality was elevated to the legendary tier. However, after being converted into a passive skill, the poison damage was removed. Even so, Suyu was rather pleased with the overall outcome. Closing the panel, he stored the poison serpent's corpse into his spatial backpack. Then, Suyu picked up the dropped loot. Congratulations! You have obtained the following loot: 1,200 gold coins, Lesser Angora Bloodline, Frost Venom Dagger. His gaze instantly locked onto the bloodline item. Lesser Angora Bloodline. Quality, Gold, Upgradable. Effect, upon use, gain the bloodline of the serpent god Angora, with a growth rating of plus 20 stars. Maximum potential, Epic. The bloodline's bonuses were astonishing. A gold tier job class only added plus 5 stars to growth. If this item were sold, Suyu believed it would drive players across the world into a frenzy. But, to surpass the realm of true gods, players must preserve their innate bloodlines. Moreover, all bloodlines contained hidden information. In his previous life, a player who had obtained this item used it immediately, only to find themselves transformed into an Angora serpent being. Their reputation within the human faction plummeted by 100,000 points, making it impossible for them to remain in the Light Empire. They fled north to the Beast Empire overnight. Because of this, Suyu would never use such bloodline items. He preferred to evolve his bloodline quality by clearing the Transcendence Abyss. Staring at the Angora bloodline, Suyu pondered how best to handle it. I'll store it for now and see if it proves useful in the future, Suyu murmured to himself. Finally, he surveyed his surroundings. With the poison serpent's death, the toxic fog in the air gradually dissipated, revealing the valley's true appearance: a ground covered in withered silver stargrass. This grass was the core fodder for cultivating silverwing warhorses. Suyu understood that it would take a long time for the valley's ecosystem to recover. He glanced at the poisoned serpent's corpse in his backpack, and smirked mysteriously. Everything is ready, all we need now is the final push. Then, he turned and headed towards the Serpent People tribe. Angora tribe. The Serpent People were working together, hunting down hundreds of magical beasts. The air was thick with the stench of blood. At that moment, a serpent scout on watch spotted Suyu's figure flickering at the edge of the forest. Lord Evernight has returned, the scout shouted immediately. The tribe's tranquility was shattered in an instant. The serpent chieftain led the entire tribe to welcome Suyu's return. With a fawning smile, the chieftain eagerly inquired, "My lord, where is the special sacrifice you mentioned?" The anticipation of the Serpent People was palpable, their eyes brimming with fervent longing. "It's in my possession," Suyu replied calmly. "Are you prepared?" Hearing this, all the Serpent People's faces lit up with joy. The great serpent god Angora was finally about to descend upon the mortal realm. Today, the tribe would rise to glory. "Everything is ready, we await your command," the serpent chieftain hurriedly responded. Suyu nodded, his tone solemn. "When the sun sets and the moon rises, the sacrificial ritual will formally begin." "Understood," the Serpent People replied in unison. It was now close to 6 p.m. Suyu estimated that the altar could be activated around 7 p.m., leaving just 1 hour before the real battle began. After a moment of thought, Suyu realized there was nothing to do while waiting within the tribe. Spending an hour with the Angora Serpent People was starting to wear on him. He decided to find something productive to occupy himself. If memory served, there was a stone forest nearby inhabited by a magical creature called corpse fog spiders, which possessed the corpse fog skill. This was an excellent opportunity to max out his stacking layers of the corpse fog passive. In order to ensure the sacrificial ritual goes perfectly, I think we need a few more offerings. I'll head out for a bit, Suyu informed the Serpent People. Guard the altar well. Understood? Lord Eternal Knight, please rest assured. But do you need more hands to assist you? The Serpent Man asked with concern. No need. Suyu shook his head slightly, turned, and walked toward the southern forest. Ding! The Serpent Man XX's favorability toward you has increased by +5. Current favorability, 95, Deep Reverence. Another accidental boost in favorability. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, the Serpent Men were filled with shame. It seems Lord Eternal Knight is the most devoted believer of our Serpent God. Our faith pales in comparison to his piety. He has contributed so much to the descent of the Serpent God's divine presence, while we can offer so little in return. It's truly embarrassing. On the other side, the Serpent Man chieftain couldn't help but sigh. It is Lord Eternal Knight who has secured our future. We must be grateful to him. That's right, we must thank him. The Serpent Man's eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Suyu navigated through the rocky forest. After about 10 minutes, he finally located his target, corpse spiders. These creatures inhabited the outskirts and were level 20 iron tier monsters. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 3 points of spirit. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the skill Corpse Mist, rare. In just 10 short minutes, Suyu had harvested 30 points of spirit, 20 points of agility, and maxed out a passive skill. Corpse Mist passive, 10 tenths. Quality, rare. Effect, after every 3 arrows hit an enemy, summon a cloud of highly toxic mist. Nearby enemies are poisoned, taking 2000 damage per second for 10 seconds. Having achieved his initial goal for this trip, Suyu realized there was still over half an hour before the ritual was set to begin. A thought crossed his mind, and he decided to venture deeper into the rocky forest for further exploration. Before long, he was ambushed by a stronger monster. Standing before him was a massive mantis, its dark green exoskeleton gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The side-like blades in its hands emitted a piercing whistling sound as they sliced through the air. Green Blade Mantis Bronze Tier Common. Level, 25. HP, 50000/50000. Attack, 2650. Skills, Poison Edge, Blade of Swift Execution. A classic assassin-type monster, low health but high attack. Whoosh! The mantis appeared beside Suyu in an instant, swinging its scythe-like arms at an unbelievable speed. -994. -1720. The mantis's attacks only managed to chip away a 3-digit amount of Suyu's health, while it suffered 4-digit counter damage in return. Suyu didn't even need to dodge. Against a mere level 25 mob, there was no challenge at all. Suyu stood his ground and fought head-on. Raising his hand, he unleashed a thunderstrike shot. The arrow, like a streak of lightning, pierced through the mantis's body. -24,115. Critical hit. -2,200. Dark elemental damage. With a single arrow, the mantis was left with half its health, along with fear and paralysis effects. Suyu showed no mercy, continuing his barrage and finishing it off in seconds. Ding! You have killed Green Blade Mantis, gaining 2,481 experience points, plus 10%. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 4 points of agility. No skill plundered, huh? Suyu glanced at the mantis's corpse, feeling a tinge of regret. The mantis's attack speed was incredibly fast. If he could have plundered its skill, his arrow flight speed would have improved significantly. He continued traversing the rocky forest, hunting one Green Blade Mantis after another. His agility attribute and experience bar steadily climbed. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 22, gaining plus 12 to all 4 attributes, plus 12 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the skill Blade of Swift Execution, rare. After a series of battles, Suyu had maxed out his plunder rewards. He allocated his free attribute points to strength and checked his stats panel. His agility had reached an impressive 1,033 points. However, his spirit was still disappointingly low at only 780 points. Sighing, he shook his head and turned his attention to the newly acquired skill. Blade of Swift Execution passive, 50/50. Quality, rare. Effect, while in combat, movement speed increases by 2,000, and arrow flight speed increases by 400 meters per second. What a boost! The speed increase was astonishing. His arrow flight speed now exceeded 1,300 meters per second. Once he locked onto a target, there was no escaping his arrows. Not bad. Suyu was quite satisfied with the gains from this excursion. The time was almost up. Time to head back, he thought, waving his hand to collect the monster corpses from the ground before retracing his steps. Angola Serpentman Tribe. Night had fallen. Torches illuminated the entire tribe, casting a warm glow into the forested sky. When Suyu returned, the Serpentman chieftain addressed him with a solemn expression. Lord Eternal Knight, you've already done more than enough. Leave the rest to us. All right. Suyu nodded in agreement, though inwardly, he was eager to see the Serpentmen perform the sacrificial ritual. He retrieved all the monster corpses, and the appearance of the venomous snakes among them filled the Serpentmen with a profound sense of sorrow. Why do I feel an urge to cry and kneel? One Serpentman muttered, confusion etched on his face. This was actually a normal reaction. After all, both were of the same origin, and the venomous serpent shared a bloodline equal to that of the snake god, Angora. On the other side, the serpent chieftain carefully savored this peculiar sensation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He speculated, if this giant serpent's corpse can stir our bloodline, then it must certainly attract the attention of the snake god. Your Excellency Eternal Knight, is this the special offering you mentioned? Indeed, Suyu replied, holding back a laugh. These serpent folk were truly too imaginative. Receiving confirmation, the serpent chieftain shouted excitedly to his clansmen, brothers and sisters, let the ritual begin. Prepare to welcome the descent of the snake god, Her Excellency. Yes. The serpent folk roared, their cries echoing into the heavens. Seeing this, Suyu quietly withdrew from the altar to a hidden corner. The serpent folk worked together, dragging all the offerings onto the altar. Then, they began chanting ancient incantations, activating the altar. The corpse of the giant beast began to disintegrate, transforming into a pure energy flow. Through the altar's magic formation, this energy forged a connection with the snake god, Angora. The venomous dimension. This was a small, poison-filled plane attached to the sacred dragon world, devoid of any native lifeforms. At the heart of the dimension lay a colossal serpent, over 100 meters long, engaged in exploring the origins of life with dozens of female snakes. She was none other than the snake god, Angora, a demigod-level ancient magical beast. Currently, her original power had long been depleted. She could only rely on the energy of the venomous dimension to barely cling to survival. A millennium had passed this way. Driven by the instincts of her kind, the snake god used the last vestiges of her bloodline power to create dozens of female snakes, constantly engaging in multi-serpent connections with them to while away the endless years. At this moment, the snake god sensed a summoning power. A memory surfaced in her mind. This is the sacrificial altar I left for a serpent folk tribe. Weren't they destroyed decades ago? The snake god murmured skeptically to herself. A century ago, her injuries had worsened further. Left with no choice, she opted for slumber to recover. As a result, the serpent folk tribe had offered sacrifices but never received a response. Until several decades ago, they ceased their sacrifices altogether. The snake god had assumed that this bloodline tribe had long perished. Yet today, they had unexpectedly reopened the sacrificial ceremony. Unfortunately, the energy transmitted through the altar was of no use to the snake god. But then a thought crossed her mind. She had consumed toxic energy for countless years, why not try something different today? With that, she released her temporary control over the venomous dimension. A stream of energy flowed into her body. The snake god took a deep breath, feeling a wave of pleasure course through her. Astonishingly, a trace of her life force had been restored. How is this possible? The snake god was utterly shocked. She took a few more deep breaths of energy, carefully sensing it, and thought to herself, this energy feels somewhat familiar, almost as if. Her voice abruptly stopped. My son? Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind. The snake god froze in place. But she quickly snapped back to reality. Damn it! Who's using my son as a sacrificial offering? The snake god's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. The venomous serpent was key to her resurgence. And now, someone had slaughtered him. Worse, they had used him as an offering offered to her. This wasn't just slaying her child, it was cutting her to the core. An overwhelming fury surged in her heart. Insignificant insects, I will kill you. I will kill you all. The snake god roared in madness. With the death of the venomous serpent, the snake god's final hope was extinguished. She was now condemned to linger in the dark, desolate venomous dimension until, centuries later, her soul dissipated into nothingness. Faced with such an outcome, rage burned within the snake god's heart. Yet she maintained a shred of reason. She knew that the venomous serpent's power far exceeded her own. Whoever had killed the venomous serpent could just as easily end her as well. A thought crossed her mind as she used the altar connection to observe the surroundings. She saw a group of serpent folk gazing fervently at the altar. With a single glance, she recognized these serpent folk as bearing her bloodline. Could it be that this group of weak serpent folk killed my son? The snake god was taken aback. Impossible. They could never be a match for the venomous serpent. The snake god fell into deep contemplation, suddenly recalling something. To make it easier to one day seize the venomous serpent's body, she had deliberately suppressed its intelligence. This ensured that even when attacked by the same bloodline, it wouldn't retaliate. Evidently, these serpent folk fit the criteria. It must have been them exploiting this weakness to kill my son. The snake god's fury erupted in an instant. She was filled with bitterness. She had essentially lifted a stone only to smash her own foot. She was so enraged she almost spat venom. You wretched beings! The snake god resolved to exact vengeance. Once she left the venomous dimension, she would be unable to return. But she no longer cared. However, the serpent folk had devised another method to restore their power. The Angora serpent folk of the main world also carried traces of the serpent's bloodline, though faint. Devouring them could still replenish strength. A gleam of cunning flashed in the serpent god's eyes. With this thought, it took a deep breath, absorbing all the energy imbued with the life force of the venomous serpents. Then, the serpent god opened its massive, gaping maw and swallowed dozens of female snakes it had created using its own bloodline power. Its strength recovered slightly, just enough to deal with the serpent folk. My beloved people, prepare to welcome the descent of your god, the serpent god declared through gritted teeth. Its plan was to devour all the male serpent folk and then enslave the females for breeding its offspring. With that, the serpent god regurgitated the plane core and shattered it with a swipe of its tail. A force of expulsion surged through the space, driving it out of the venomous plane. Without the plane's support, the serpent god's massive form began to shrink. Elsewhere, as the altar activated and operated for mere seconds, a sudden anomaly struck the skies above the tribe. Buzz, buzz. A crack resembling a spiderweb spread across the firmament, and from the fissure seeped a dark green toxic mist. An overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. It's our God. His Excellency, the Serpent God, has finally answered us. He has descended. The hope of the tribe has arrived. We humbly welcome our God's return. The serpent folk couldn't help but fall to their knees, gazing reverently at the sky, their voices lifted in fervent praise. Boom! At that moment, the serpent god Angora emerged from the spatial rift. It looked down at the serpent folk on the ground with an icy gaze and said, "My people, you must pay the price for your transgressions. Prepare to face the wrath of your God." Raising its hands, the serpent god unleashed its ultimate skill, Venomous Serpent Sea. In an instant, a suffocating toxic mist materialized, forming countless green serpents that shot forth like swords, targeting every male serpent folk in sight. Minus 27,350. Minus 27,482. The serpent folk? Their faces were blank with confusion. Your Excellency, the serpent god, what are you doing? I am your most loyal subject. Why are you killing us? Please stop. No. The serpent folk wailed in terror. Hearing the word loyalty, the serpent god's expression grew even colder. It unleashed another skill, completely annihilating all the male serpents. Then, with a single motion, it devoured the corpses of the serpent folk. From a distant corner, Suyu observed the serpent god's status panel. Serpent god Angora, Diamond Tier Lord. Level, 20. Health, 3.9 million/4.3 million. Attack, 15,200. Skills. Toxic Body, immune to poison damage, all attacks inflict a poison effect. Venomous Serpent Sea, summons small venomous snakes to attack nearby enemies. Double Poison Arrows, fires 2 poisonous arrows at enemies. Acid Rain Assault, Toxic Breath, and more. Description: Cursed by the Blue Dragon King, the serpent god takes an equivalent amount of true damage whenever it uses mana. This serpent god is so weak, Suyu thought to himself. Even after devouring the remaining life force of the venomous serpents and hundreds of male serpent folk, the serpent god's strength had barely recovered. In his previous life, when players ventured into the venomous plane, they encountered the serpent god Angora, but by then, its level had dropped to 5. Looking at its current attributes, it was hard to believe that this deity was once a demigod-tier entity at its peak. The only word to describe such a state was pathetic. Who's there? The serpent god suddenly sensed a familiar yet unsettling presence, and alarm bells rang in its mind. It quickly turned its head, locking its gaze onto Suyu's figure. Swish! What greeted it was a flaming arrow streaking through the air. Suyu unleashed his all-out skill, Rain of Flame Arrows. The arrows rained down like a fiery storm, transforming into hundreds of burning projectiles that engulfed the serpent god and the serpent folk. Minus 17,326. Critical hit. Minus 19,850. Critical hit. The first volley of arrows dealt devastating damage, accompanied by layers of debuffs slowing the serpent god's movements and reducing its defenses drastically. It was only at this moment that the serpent god Angora finally reacted. That's the scent of the blue dragon. Damn human! I swear I'll kill you. Its face twisted with rage, and its thunderous roar shook the air. Memories of being tormented by the blue dragon centuries ago surged back like a tidal wave, pushing the serpent god's fury to its peak. Toxic Breath. It turned decisively, lunging at Suyu and spewing a surge of dark green venom straight at him. And the result? Suyu remained standing where he was, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Since the serpent god Angora was even weaker than the venomous serpent he had previously faced, why should he bother dodging? There was no need. Suyu charged head-on without hesitation. Minus 9,816. Minus 2,000. After enduring the resistances to toxins and passive effects, the serpent god's attack damage failed to exceed 10,000. At the same time, the blue dragon's curse activated, dealing a direct and unmitigated strike of true damage on the serpent god. This serpent god was, without a doubt, the weakest diamond tier boss in history. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu summoned the frost hunting grounds. The sky suddenly began to snow, icy flakes swirling down, causing the serpent god's movement and attack speeds to plummet by 35%. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Switching to enchanted arrows, Suyu launched a storm-like offensive. 8 arrows whizzed through the air, nearly forming a straight line, each one landing squarely on the boss's massive body. Minus 6,221. Critical hit. Minus 3,660. Minus 6,261. Critical hit. In just 1 second, Suyu had dealt over 50,000 damage, wiping out a hefty 1.2% of the Serpent God's health. Meanwhile, Suyu's shadow clone joined the fray, relentlessly assaulting the boss with an output of 30,000 damage per second. The Serpent God's health bar continued to drop steadily. As for Suyu, his passive lifesteal and regeneration effects were at full play. Green numbers, plus 782 and plus 1080, floated above his head constantly, his health bar swinging rapidly between full and critical. Sensing the fluctuations in its own life force, the Serpent God suddenly snapped to its senses. This human radiating the aura of the blue dragon was strong. Too strong. It realized, with a pang of dread, that it might not be a match for him. What now? Panic welled up in the Serpent God's heart. No, this won't do. If this continues, I will undoubtedly fall here. I must find a way to escape. The age-old saying struck its mind, he who retreats lives to fight another day. Frantically, the Serpent God's mind raced, conjuring up countless escape plans. Before long, its health had dropped to a critical 100,000, its life hanging by a thread. Gritting its teeth, the Serpent God pleaded, "Human, spare me. In exchange, I will offer you all my treasures. After all, there's no deep-seated hatred between us." Suyu stared coldly at the Serpent God, his piercing gaze seeing through its every move. He knew full well that the creature was plotting an escape. While rummaging casually through his inventory, Suyu replied mockingly, "No hatred? Serpent God, tell me, how does the flavor of the venomous serpent suit your palate?" "It's you!" A flash of terror flickered in the Serpent God's eyes as it glared at Suyu in rage. It suddenly realized Suyu was the one who had slain its son and offered the corpse as a sacrificial offering. Consumed by hatred, the Serpent God bellowed, "If you won't let me live, then I won't let you have an easy time either." With that, it adopted a desperate stance, ready to fight to the death. In a sudden burst, the Serpent God inhaled, swallowing dozens of female serpent folk whole. Then, utilizing some unknown artifact, its speed surged several-fold. In an instant, it bolted backward, putting 2 kilometers between itself and Suyu in the blink of an eye. "You think you can escape?" Suyu snorted and immediately activated a speed-enhancing artifact he had acquired from an elven player. His speed skyrocketed 5 or 6 times over, barely keeping up with the fleeing Serpent God. Yet, despite his best efforts, the distance between them refused to shrink. Noticing this, the Serpent God let out a breath of relief. It then roared, "Human, mark my words, I'll return one day to exact my revenge." "Ha!" Suyu let out a cold chuckle. Without hesitation, he raised his bow, aimed at the Serpent God's retreating figure, and released the bowstring. The arrow zipped through the air, cutting through the wind like a bolt of lightning. 5 seconds later, the arrow traversed kilometers and struck the boss with pinpoint accuracy. Minus 2,920. Minus 840. Darkness. Minus 2,100. Bleeding. Without slowing down, Suyu continued shooting arrows relentlessly, showing no mercy. This can't be." The Serpent God cried out in disbelief. "How can your arrows fly so fast?" But Suyu had no intention of answering its question. Immersed in his assault, he unleashed a relentless barrage, rapidly draining the boss's health. Despair crept into the Serpent God's heart. Faced with this monstrously skilled archer, it found itself utterly helpless. Finally, as its life dwindled to its last moments, the Serpent God halted abruptly. Turning to face Suyu, it uttered one final, desperate plea, "Human, let me die knowing, why must you kill me?" Suyu responded with calm indifference, "Because you possess something I need, the Beastmaster's ring." "Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? If you'd told me, I would have just handed it over." Understanding the reason, the Serpent God felt a deep sense of grievance. It never would have guessed that the so-called world artifact, the Beastmaster's ring, discarded as worthless trash thousands of years ago, would now bring about its demise. But it was too late for regrets. The bleeding effect ticked away the last of the Serpent God's health. Ding! You have slain the Serpent God, Angola. You gain 0 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Venomous Body, Legendary. The Serpent God's massive corpse collapsed with a resounding thud, scattering countless rewards in all directions. In the trial realm known as the Dark Castle, Suyu successfully defeated the Dark Dragon Lord. However, since this was a realm-specific monster, no rewards were granted. Moreover, as the realm wasn't part of the Holy Dragon World, killing the first Diamond Tier boss did not trigger a world announcement. But the Serpent God Angola was a native Diamond Tier boss, and, as expected, the system notification echoed. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for becoming the first player to kill a Diamond Tier boss. Rewards: 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond treasure chest. The announcement repeated 6 times. Damn! The boss actually managed to get a world announcement at night. Look at this, Eternal Night kept grinding until nighttime to kill monsters. What excuse do the rest of us have for slacking off? Are you kidding me? If I could find a boss, I'd fight it for 3 days and nights too. Players from the Dragon Nation were filled with envy, while foreign players were instantly aggrieved. Why is Eternal Night at it again? I specifically logged in at night to avoid hearing his announcements. I demand the Divine Domain system add a feature to block announcements. Oh, God, please punish these damned players from the Dragon Nation. The foreign player community was filled with complaints, expressing immense dissatisfaction with Suyu. Unfortunately for them, their strength was far too inferior to earn any world announcements, and neither their local guilds nor star players could help them. On the other side, Suyu listened to the world announcement without the slightest ripple in his heart. He had heard so many announcements by now that he was completely numb to them. What really interested Suyu was the generous rewards from killing the Serpent God. First, he unlocked a new passive ability. Toxic Body Passive, 1/1. Quality, Peerless. Effect, grants immunity to poison damage and poison status effects. Attacks deal additional poison damage equal to 100% of your spirit attribute. What a great skill! Complete immunity to poison damage. If he encountered players with poison-based talents in the future, they'd probably end up crying. I hope I can collect all the passives that grant immunity to debuffs and crowd control, Suyu thought to himself. During fights, as long as he wasn't affected by control effects or debuffs, he'd feel much more at ease. Next, Suyu began looting the treasures dropped by the monster. The equipment was all for magic-based professions, but among the items, there were 2 particularly noteworthy finds. A world relic and an extremely practical epic tier pendant. Pendant of Blue Dragon's Glory, Epic. Spirit, plus 100. Mana, plus 20%. Effect, restores 1% of your mana after using a skill. Requirement, Spirit must be above 500. The pendant's effect would activate as long as it was in his inventory. Suyu already had a Blazing Flame pendant, and players could benefit from the effects of up to 3 pendants. After storing the new item, his mana surged to 39,120. Any mage player who saw this amount of mana would probably drool with envy. Finally, Suyu obtained the ultimate reward of this expedition, his main objective. World Relic Beast Tamer's Bracelet. Level, Intermediate. Effect, when capturing a mount or pet, every 10% reduction in the target's health increases the capture success rate by 10%. Note, if the base success rate of the capture tool is 0%, this effect will not apply. Today's mission is a perfect success, Suyu said with a slight smile as he packed away all his loot. He then checked his character's status panel. ID, Eternal Night. Level, 22, 12.8%. HP, 81,978. Mana, 39,120. Attributes, Strength 1,129/Constitution 1,303/Agility 1,033/Spirit 880. Attack Speed, 8.9/S, plus 40%. Physical Defense, 4,018. Magical Defense, 3,366. I'm just a bit of spirit away from breaking 1,000 in all 4 major attributes. A satisfied smile appeared on Suyu's face. On the way back, Suyu consumed the life essence, instantly boosting his attribute synchronization rate to 65%. Then, he eagerly opened the diamond treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations! You have obtained the Radiant Moon Ring, Diamond. Radiant Moon Ring, Diamond. Slot, Finger. Strength, plus 40. Agility, plus 80. Spirit, plus 60. Special Effect, Control Resistance plus 10%. Requirement, Level 20, Universal. The ring's attributes were excellent, but what made it truly valuable was its rare special effect, which significantly increased its worth. Without hesitation, Suyu equipped the ring. With its control resistance, effects like knockback and knockup would be reduced by 10%, giving him a clear edge in combat. After organizing his gear, Suyu continued on his journey. Not long after, he found a suitable distance and casually infused his mana into a return scroll. A surge of powerful energy instantly teleported him to the main square of the Northwind City. Suyu turned and headed to the city's inn, renting a temporary room. Through the window, he gazed at the bustling streets below, a thought brewing in his mind. Now that I've arrived in Northwind City, my reputation here will be of great use. In the next few days, I'll look for opportunities to buy a few properties, one as a private residence and the others to serve as storefronts for the Moonshadow Guild. With his own property, Suyu could use the return scroll to directly teleport home and even set it as his respawn point. The plan in his mind gradually took shape. Afterward, Suyu logged off to rest. The next morning, after having breakfast, Suyu logged back into the game and returned to the inn. Without delay, he headed straight for the Silverwing Ranch outside the city. Greeting the guards at the entrance, Suyu once again met the ranch owner, Lon. Lon's tone was indifferent, without a trace of politeness, as he asked, "Adventurer, why have you returned? Have you given up on the task of dispersing the valley's toxic mist because you couldn't complete it?" From the very beginning, he had no expectations of Suyu. Suyu responded calmly, "The task is complete. You can send someone to verify it." "Really?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lon's eyes. Immediately, he dispatched his subordinates to the Greylight Valley. It wasn't long before the news returned. The toxic mist in Greylight Valley has completely disappeared. Hearing this report, Lon's demeanor changed instantly. His eyes were filled with joy. "Mr. Evernight, I didn't expect you to actually resolve the toxic mist. On behalf of the Silverwing Ranch, I thank you for your efforts." "Cut the chatter. Where's my reward?" Suyu waved his hand dismissively, revealing the command token hanging from his belt. This was an item given to him by the Path Knight Kaidan, specifically to prevent Lon from attempting any tricks. Seeing the token, a sharp gleam flashed in Lon's eyes. With a smile, he said, "Mr. Evernight, I've already prepared the promised reward. Please accept it." He presented a high-grade mount halter with a grin and handed it to Suyu. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Eerie Toxic Mist. Reward, 100,000 EXP, 500 gold coins, high-grade mount halter X1. High-grade mount halter. Quality, gold. Effect, increases capture success rate for gold quality mounts by 13%. For each quality tier above gold, success rate decreases by 4%. If this halter were used to capture a Silverwing Warhorse, the success rate would only be 9%. For ordinary players, capturing a Silverwing Warhorse was nearly impossible. But for Suyu, he planned to use this halter to capture a special mount from the ranch, not a Silverwing Warhorse. At this moment, Lon called over a servant and instructed, "Miguel, take Mr. Evernight to the paddock to capture a warhorse." "Understood." The servant Miguel nodded respectfully and said, "Sir, please follow me." The two left the reception hall. One of the guards whispered to Lon, "Should we intervene and make sure he can't capture a mount?" "No need." Lon shook his head and said calmly, "This adventurer has ties to the Church of Light. His token comes from the Path Knight of the First Saintess. Offending the church over a Silverwing Warhorse is clearly unwise. Besides, with the low success rate of the high-grade halter, he might not even succeed in capturing a warhorse." "Understood," the guard nodded. Lon continued, "For now, the most important thing is Greylight Valley. Immediately send people to maintain the valley environment and protect the remaining Silverstar grass." "Yes." The guard promptly left to carry out his orders. On the other side, the servant Miguel led Suyu to the core pasture. The nearby plains were enclosed by fences, with patrols of guards circling the perimeter. Using a secret formula, the ranch owner raised newly born Silverwing Warhorses to diamond quality and then released them into the core pasture, where they were fed special forage regularly. After 2 years of free grazing, the mount's quality would improve dramatically. The Silverwing Warhorses in the pasture had now reached maturity. Currently, the plains only housed 1-year-old colts, as the mature Silverwing Warhorses had been sold to the Light Empire and other factions a week ago. Miguel guided Suyu across a vast distance until they arrived at a lakeside. Here, all the remaining Silverwing Warhorses roamed freely nearby. "Sir, once you've chosen your target, you can use the mount lasso to capture it," the servant said. "I know," Suyu replied with a sidelong glance at the servant. He had to send him away, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fully demonstrate his skills. After pondering for a moment, Suyu devised a plan in his mind. Then, he began carefully inspecting each Silverwing Warhorse. Silverwing Warhorse Diamond Elite. Level, 10. Health, 250k per 250k. Attack, 3375. Status, capturable as a mount. "This one's not bad, its coat is bright white and silky smooth. This one's pretty good too, strong build. I quite like that Silverwing Warhorse over there as well." As Suyu observed, he commented on each horse. He spent several minutes on each one. Today's operation was critical. Last night, he had specifically searched online for numerous phrases to praise horses, preparing to talk endlessly. The servant, Mig, stared in astonishment. But after an hour, Mig's expression gradually grew impatient. "Mr. Eternal Knight, may I ask which Silverwing Warhorse you plan to choose? We've already wasted an hour." Hearing this, Suyu feigned seriousness. "I only have one chance, so of course I must choose the best Silverwing Warhorse." that's why I need to examine each one. By the way, do you know which Silverwing warhorse is the finest? The servant, Mig, pulled a long face and replied, Sir, I wouldn't know such things either. In his heart, he thought, what's the point of questioning Suyu? Do you think looking at so many horses will help? You might not even be able to capture one. Of course, he only dared to think these things in his mind and would never say them aloud. Another half-hour passed, and the servant finally couldn't hold back. Sir, how about this? Why don't you continue looking here, and I'll wait by the paddock gate until you're done. Fine. You're of no use here anyway, Suyu said dismissively. Mig's face darkened, and he walked away, suppressing his anger. As the servant's back turned, a sly smile appeared on Suyu's lips. Now it was time for him to shine. He scanned the entire lakeside area and thought to himself, I'm taking all the horses here. As he spoke, Suyu clenched his fist. Suyu quickly contacted Moonshadow Eve, his tone resolute. How's the preparation of the Mount Lassos coming along? There are far too few players in the guild with level 3 alchemy. It took several teams working in shifts to craft a total of 2,154 Mount Lassos, Moonshadow Eve replied, her voice tinged with helplessness. After signing lifestyle players, the Moonshadow Guild had identified some with special talents and spent money to help them quickly level up their secondary crafting skills. But time was tight, and only about 100 players had reached level 3 alchemy. The success rate was dismally low, and it cost 10 times the usual resources to craft even one lasso. Still, to Suyu, it was worth it. Let's trade, Suyu said decisively, fully aware that this was a personal endeavor, and he had to pay for it. Without hesitation, he transferred 8 million gold coins to Moonshadow Eve. Basic Mount Lasso. Quality, Bronze. Effect, plus 13% success rate for capturing bronze quality mounts. For each tier above bronze, success rate decreases by 4%. Quantity, 2,154. To capture a diamond quality mount, the success rate was only 1%. However, when paired with the Beast Tamer's bracelet, the success rate could reach as high as 91%. Moreover, there were only 1,000 Silverwing warhorses in the entire plains. These lassos would be more than enough. First, I'll capture these Silverwing warhorses, then find that special mount, Suyu said with a confident smile. Without further ado, he pulled out his longbow and activated the skill, Flaming Arrow Rain. Minus 21,879. Critical hit. Minus 21,879. Critical hit. A barrage of fiery damage numbers appeared within his vision. The arrows instantly inflicted a series of passive effects and damage on the warhorses, reducing their health by 11%. Nay. Once the fear effect wore off, the Silverwing warhorses charged at Suyu in a rage. However, with their attack power and damage reduced, they couldn't harm Suyu in the slightest. They couldn't even break through his defenses. Suyu unleashed his full power, and within 3 seconds, one horse's health dropped below 10%, raising the capture success rate to plus 90%. He swiftly threw a lasso, hitting the horse's neck with precision. A flash of light ensued, and the warhorse disappeared, entering the mount space contained within the lasso. Success! Notification: you have captured the mount, Silverwing warhorse, earning 1,152 experience points. Once the creature transformed into a mount, its information was displayed. Mount, Silverwing warhorse. Level, 10. Quality, Diamond Elite. Health, 21k per 250k. Movement speed, plus 190% of the host's speed. Mount skills, Silverwing Dash, Intermediate Stamina. Riding bonus, Mana Recovery plus 100/s. Host, none. As the mount's level increases, its attributes and movement speed bonuses will continue to rise. Not bad, Suyu Mount, Silverwing warhorse. Level, 10. Quality, Diamond Elite. Health, 21,000/250,000. Movement speed, plus 190% of host speed. Mount skills, Silverwing Dash, Intermediate Endurance. Riding bonus, Mana Recovery plus 100/s. Host, none. As the mount's level increases, its attributes and movement speed bonuses will continue to rise. Not bad, Suyu nodded in satisfaction and then continued capturing other Silverwing warhorses. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 23. You have gained, plus 12 to all attributes, and plus 12 free attribute points. Just by capturing mounts, Suyu had leveled up once. Moreover, every Silverwing warhorse by the lakeside was captured by him. There wasn't even a single strand of hair left behind. The ranch had set the price of Silverwing warhorses at a steep 3 million gold coins each. If sold to players, the price would likely skyrocket even higher. Altogether, the accumulated value of the warhorses exceeded 3 billion gold coins. This haul was definitely a massive profit. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Next, it's time to search for rare mounts. Opening the system map, he followed the coordinates stored in his memory and headed deeper into the plains. At the same time, the ranch owner, Lon, was restless in the ranch. A foreboding sense of doom loomed over him, as if a disaster was about to strike. 10 minutes later, Suyu arrived at a man-made cliff. There, a massive white beast with wings lay sleeping on the edge of the cliff. It was none other than the mythical creature, a griffin. The ranch owner had once acquired a griffin egg overseas. After hatching it, he spent countless diamond, epic, and even legendary grade materials to nurture it, giving the griffin epic level potential. Sky Griffin Diamond Lord, growth potential. Level, 10. Health, 20500/2050000. Attack, 6750. Skills, Advanced Endurance, Storm, Wind King Shield. Status, capturable as a mount. No wonder it was said to be far stronger than the Radiant Warhorse. It was a Lord tier mount. The Radiant Warhorse was merely an Elite tier mount, while the Sky Griffin, if it grew to become an epic lord, would crush the Radiant Warhorse in terms of attributes. As if sensing Suyu's fiery gaze, the Sky Griffin opened its eyes and revealed a pair of crystalline, ice-blue pupils. It looked at Suyu with curiosity. The next moment, a lightning arrow shot through the air, striking the Griffin's body. -24,862. Critical hit. -1,000. Dark element. Shriek. Enraged by the attack, the Sky Griffin let out a thunderous roar that shook the land like a storm. As soon as the control effect wore off, it flapped its wings and dove straight at Suyu with tremendous force. Suyu? The man who had even slain a venomous serpent king? A mere level 10 boss was nothing to fear. Within just a few minutes, the Sky Griffin's health plummeted to a mere 7.5%. Without hesitation, Suyu threw a high-grade capture rope. System notification: you have captured the Mount Sky Griffin and gained 11,520 experience points. The mount was his. Without even glancing at its stats, Suyu immediately bonded with the mount. This capture was not just about acquiring a mount, it was a symbol of achievement. Suddenly, the system notification echoed throughout the world. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for becoming the first player to obtain a mount. Rewards: 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond chest. The announcement repeated 6 times, shaking the entire server. Oh no! Eternal Knight isn't performing up to par. The first announcement came yesterday morning, and now it's delayed until noon today. Sarcasm. Listen to yourself, what kind of nonsense is that? Wow! The achievement for the first mount is gone too. Doesn't leave much room for foreign players to shine, does it? No way, right? No way a global superpower can't even get an announcement, right? Some players from the Dragon Nation began mocking players from the Lighthouse Nation, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Foreign players were fuming with rage. Meanwhile, after capturing the Sky Griffin, Suyu turned back toward the ranch entrance. His servant, Miguel, saw the dark expression on Suyu's face and felt a surge of smugness. Look at you inspecting every single Silverwing warhorse, what good did it do? In the end, you still couldn't capture a mount. Miguel felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. However, he had no idea that this was all an act by Suyu. Mr. Eternal Knight, it's unfortunate that you couldn't capture a mount. Shall I request a few more ropes from the ranch owner on your behalf? Miguel asked with feigned concern. No need. Suyu responded coldly, his face darkened. He said no more and left the Silverwing ranch. Not long after, the guards sent by the ranch owner returned with a batch of Silverstar grass. They quickly began crafting special feed. Then, the guards arrived near the lake carrying the fodder. Looking at the empty surroundings, they were utterly dumbfounded. Where are our horses? Whoa, hold on. Where did all our horses go? The horses from the pasture just vanished? What the hell happened here? Could it be that thieves snuck in earlier? The guards were full of confusion, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Immediately, they relayed the message to the ranchmaster, Lon. At first, Lon thought the guards were playing a prank on him and furiously berated them. But then, when the ranchmaster arrived at the scene, his face turned deathly pale, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The horses? Where are the horses we raised? You useless fools! How did you manage to guard the pasture? Raging with fury, Lon felt a deep stabbing pain in his chest. A full 1,000 Silverwing warhorses. He had invested nearly 700,000 gold coins in each horse during their initial training. Now, with all of them gone, that was a loss of 7 billion gold coins. His heart felt like it was being torn apart. Who dared steal my horses? The ranchmaster's roar echoed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Son of a... His vision went black, and he almost fainted. His servant, Miguel, rushed forward to catch him. After calming down slightly, the ranch master's gaze turned venomous, like a viper's, as he stared down all the guards. His voice was hoarse yet icy. "Tell me, who was the last person to enter the pasture?" Swish! Every guard's eyes immediately turned to Miguel. I. Miguel's face turned ashen, and he stammered in panic. "Master Lon, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me." Lon clenched his teeth, laughing coldly. "Oh, not you? Then tell me, where are the horses?" Wait!" Miguel suddenly exclaimed. "Master, it must have been Yang Yi. Before he came, the Silverwing war horses were all here. After he left, they were all gone." Slap! Lon delivered a resounding slap across Miguel's face and roared, "I told you to accompany Yang Yi while he chose the war horses. Are you telling me he managed to steal them right under your nose?" Miguel stammered, Yang Yi said he wanted to inspect every horse. I thought it would take too long, so I waited outside." Hearing this, Lon was so furious he laughed bitterly. "How wonderful! Ignoring my orders now, are we?" Slap! 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 Overwhelmed with rage, Lon repeatedly slapped Miguel's face. Each strike cracked like thunder. Lon was not a weak man. Each slap carried a force of over 10,000 pounds. No matter how strong Miguel was, he couldn't withstand it. Eventually, his head became disfigured from the blows. "Master, Miguel barely had a breath left, on the verge of death. As Lon's emotions gradually calmed, the fire of his anger remained undiminished. Wiping his hand clean, he gave a chilling order, "Drag this useless piece of trash out and execute him." "Yes, sir." 2 guards immediately stepped forward, dragging Miguel away to give him his final punishment. "Master," another guard hesitated and said, "Among this batch of warhorses, 500 were reserved by the Dark Church, and another 100 were pre-ordered by the Lord of Northwind City. If we fail to deliver them on time, I fear—" "Don't worry about that," Lon waved his hand to interrupt, his voice cold. "Contact the Shadow Church in secret. I want a bounty placed on Yang Yi. Those horses must be retrieved." "But sir, didn't you mention he has ties to the Radiant Church? Why would he steal the horses?" the guard asked, puzzled. "Precisely because of his connection to the church that I am certain he stole the Silverwing warhorses," Lon replied with steel conviction. "To capture 1,000 warhorses, you would need at least 10,000 high-grade lassos. Among all the major factions, only the Radiant Church possesses that quantity of lassos." Lon analyzed, his tone icy and sharp. Following this, Lon spent 30 million gold coins to place a bounty on Yang Yi. After assessing Yang Yi's capabilities, the Shadow Church sent out 5 junior bronze-level assassins and 1 junior silver-level assassin. The silver-level assassin, known as the Poison Witch, had a 100% success rate in assassinations since her debut. Completing this mission would elevate her to a gold-level assassin. In the eyes of the Shadow Church, this team of killers was more than enough to deal with Suyu. At the teleportation plaza of Northwind City. Ding! Ranch Master Lon's favorability towards you, -150. Current status, -100, mortal enemies, ... It seems he's already discovered the disappearance of the warhorses. Suyu smiled faintly. According to the trajectory of events in his past life, the Silverwing Ranch would inevitably clash with the players. Stirring up hatred in advance made no difference. Besides, Suyu had long coveted the ranch master's wealth. In 10 years, the Lon family had amassed a fortune of billions solely from the Silverwing warhorses, becoming unimaginably rich. Moreover, the ranch master's family had even supported the establishment of a kingdom overseas, actively building their own army. If given the chance, Suyu planned to make a trip to the nearby region. Hidden within the surrounding seas was an ancient dungeon teeming with treasures. Naturally, he could also take the opportunity to explore the kingdom along the way. Thinking about this, a mysterious smile appeared on Suyu's face. Without hesitation, he used the life essence. With a single thought, his synchronization rate instantly skyrocketed to 70%. Immediately after, he opened the reward chest from the system. "Congratulations! You've received 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations! You've obtained 3 large skill experience scrolls. Alright, time to focus on the main quest," Suyu thought to himself. He stepped onto the teleportation array. In an instant, he arrived at border camp number 3. After verifying his identity, the soldiers handed him a badge. Suyu quickly made his way to the camp gates, summoning his Sky Griffin from the mount space. Once a mount is bound to its owner, players can allocate combat experience or use special experience items to level up the mount. Whimper! The Sky Griffin appeared, curling itself into a ball and staring at Suyu in fear. Moments ago, it had been peacefully dreaming, only to be forcefully subdued and turned into a mount. How could it not be terrified of this infamous villain? Don't worry, from now on, you're one of us, Suyu said with a cheerful smile. The Sky Griffin let out a pitiful screech. Suyu reached out and gently patted its massive head, then fed it a potion to quickly restore its lost health. He opened the Mount status panel. Mount, Sky Griffin. Level, 10. Quality, Diamond Lord. Growth potential, HP, 2.05 million/2.05 million. Move speed, plus 310% of host speed. Skills, Advanced Stamina, Storm, Wind King's Shield. Riding bonus, all attributes plus 100, attack speed plus 40%. Owner, Eternal Knight. As expected of a Lord tier mount, these stats are incredible, Suyu exclaimed. Not only can it serve as a mount, but it can also act as a tank in combat, absorbing damage for me. A satisfied smile spread across Suyu's face. The Sky Griffin, however, had other thoughts? When it caught sight of Suyu's fiery gaze, it could only lower its head in resignation, silently lamenting its bleak future. Let's go! Grabbing the reins, Suyu leapt onto the Sky Griffin's back. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind enveloped him, ensuring he was securely seated. The next moment, the Sky Griffin soared into the sky, its mighty wings stirring up a whirlwind that caused nearby players to stagger. Seeing the majestic griffin, the players below were filled with envy. Wow, that's incredible. So this is the only Sky Griffin on the Mount leaderboard? It looks absolutely stunning. Ah, Eternal Knight, I've been your fan for 10 years. Can I sit in front of you as a plug-in? Put. Shameless woman, get lost. Ugh, I wish I had a mount, but the Light Church's mount harness requires level 30, not to mention a reputation of 10,000 points. The players could only watch longingly as the Sky Griffin disappeared into the sky, their hearts full of desire. Riding the Sky Griffin, Suyu soared over vast lands, the roaring winds in his ears making him marvel. This speed is simply incredible. With the Sky Griffin's movement speed at 4,500 points, combined with Suyu's 310% bonus, the mount's total speed easily surpassed 10,000. In just half an hour, he arrived at the far western edge of the Light Empire, the Glory's Woodland. In the early and mid stages of the game, players relied on mounts and teleportation arrays for travel. But as their strength grew, many learned teleportation magic. For example, when Suyu first became a true god, he could traverse hundreds of light years with a single thought. Descend, Suyu instructed. The Sky Griffin dove sharply, landing precisely on the edge of the forest. Suyu returned it to the mount space to let it recover its stamina. After all, the Griffin's massive size made it inconvenient to navigate through the dense woodland. Entering the forest, Suyu recalled the legends from 1,000 years ago. This area was once the domain of the legendary Beastman Glories. During that era, various races united to resist the rule of dragons. Glories and his tribe were annihilated in the Great War. To honor him, the forest was named after his clan. Before long, Suyu was ambushed. A pack of gray, canine-like monsters sprang at him, exuding a chilling aura. To his surprise, grotesque tumors protruded from their backs, making them all the more eerie. Mana-infused Frostpaw Hound Black Iron Elite, Corrupted. Level, 25. HP, 162,000/162,000. Attack, 2,700. Skills, Frost Breath, Bite. Status, Basic Corruption plus 20% to all 4 primary attributes. These corrupted creatures were exactly the evil beasts described in the quest. By slaying 300 of them, Suyu could claim the base reward for the main storyline quest. However, if he could eliminate the source of the corruption itself, the rewards would double. Indeed, the mutation in the forest was caused by a warlock. This individual was an outsider, with the aim of searching for the corpse of the legendary beast, Glorious. However, that corpse had long been secretly taken by the Dark Church. Ever since acquiring the undead transformation techniques from Noah's, the Dark Church had been raiding tombs and stealing the remains of ancient powerhouses. This earned them the nickname among players, the Grave Robbing Society. I don't have the exact coordinates of this outsider warlock. I can only try my luck, Suyu thought to himself. He then drew his longbow and activated a skill, Flaming Arrow Rain. An arrow shot into the air, instantly splitting into dozens of fiery arrows that locked onto their targets, whizzing down toward every Frostpaw Hound. Minus 26,685. Critical hit. Minus 26,685. Critical hit. A cascade of numbers appeared above the monsters' heads, reflecting not only the damage from the arrows themselves but also their additional poison and dark elemental effects. The total damage reached an impressive 31,327, instantly taking 19% of the monster's health. Suyu waved his hand, summoning a shadow clone to focus fire on one of the hounds. Bayu. His attack speed had surpassed 9.0/s, firing 9 arrows in an instant. minus 8,499. Critical hit, minus 5,203, minus 8,539. Critical hit. The damage output was astonishing. In just a single second, Suyu dealt over 90,000 points of damage. Coupled with his shadow clone, he instantly killed a low-health hound. Ding! You have slain a mana-infused Frostpaw hound, corrupted. Gained 5,166 experience points, plus 10%. Quest progress plus 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered plus 5 spirit points. As expected, the elite monsters provided abundant experience, though no skill was dropped this time. The remaining hounds opened their jaws and unleashed waves of icy breath towards Suyu. However, their attacks dealt no damage. Trying to break through my defenses? Not a chance. Suyu activated purification to dispel the slowing effect on himself and dove back into the fight. The system notifications continued to flood his interface. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered plus 5 spirit points. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Frost Breath, rare. After slaying over a dozen monsters, Suyu finally acquired a new passive skill, Frost Breath passive, 1/10, rarity, rare. Effect, when arrows hit an enemy, summon a cloud of frost mist, reducing nearby enemies' movement speed by 100 points and dealing 200 frost damage per second for 3 seconds. The effect has a 5-second cooldown on the same target. This was Suyu's second slow effect passive ability. At full stacks, it could reduce movement speed by 1,000 points. Combined with Ice Flame, which reduced speed by another 400 points, and other slowing capabilities, it created an almost insurmountable debuff. If any player were to face off against Suyu, the outcome was predictable. They would be left immobilized, forced to stand still, while Suyu could attack from several kilometers away with ease. Sai just relying on his long reach to bully you relentlessly. As a result, the enemy didn't even have a chance to fight back. Annoyed, aren't you? If Suyu could master riding the Sky Griffin, it would truly be unstoppable. Roar! At this moment, the Frostpaw hounds howled furiously. However, their speed was as slow as turtles, leaving them as nothing more than sitting ducks. Before long, Suyu had wiped out this pack of monsters. Keep fighting! Suyu ventured deeper into the forest, hunting down Frostpaw hounds one after another. The rewards from these monsters had already reached their cap. In total, he had gained 60 points of spirit and 10 stacks of the passive skill, Frost Breath. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 24. You have gained plus 12 to all attributes and plus 12 free attribute points. Ding! You have absorbed sufficient death energy. The world relic, Angel of Death, has been unsealed. Suyu leveled up. His spirit attribute broke through the 1,000-point threshold, reaching 1,004. At this point, all 4 of his core attributes had surpassed 1,000. At the same time, the relic he had obtained from the merchant was finally unsealed. The full effect now appeared before his eyes. World relic, Angel of Death. Tier, Intermediate. Effect, your attacks are imbued with death energy. Upon killing an enemy, resurrection effects and immunity to fatal damage below legendary priority will be ignored. Unless a target possesses a legendary level resurrection ability or item, any enemy killed by Suyu will remain permanently dead. Of course, this relic does not interfere with the Divine Domain's resurrection system. An impressive world relic, Suyu praised. From the mid-game onward, powerful bosses almost always have resurrection abilities. It often takes multiple kills to completely eliminate them. With the Angel of Death, a lot of those hassles could now be avoided. Stowing the world relic in his bag, Suyu continued his exploration of the forest, relentlessly slaying corrupted creatures. An hour later. Ding! You have slain 300 evil beasts and fulfilled the quest requirements. Please submit the quest promptly. Suyu paid no mind to this notice. His goal was the highest tier reward. During this time, he had scoured the nearby regions, but had yet to catch even a glimpse of the interdimensional warlock. This won't do. I need to switch up my search method. After pondering for a moment, clear memories surfaced in Suyu's mind. Got it! A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Suyu arrived at an open clearing and summoned the Sky Griffin with a wave of his hand. Without hesitation, he mounted the creature. Alright, buddy, take me somewhere, Suyu said, patting the griffin's head. Shriek! The Sky Griffin nodded. It spread its wings and swiftly flew in the direction Suyu pointed toward, the ruins of the glorious tribe. Warlocks were beings from another dimension. Before players descended into the Holy Dragon World, the realm had sealed off all dimensional portals. For interdimensional NPCs or players to enter this world, they had to rely on ancient cross-dimension teleportation arrays. In a past life, players had uncovered a hidden clue in ancient ruins. The message revealed, Legendary orc Glorious belonged to an interdimensional race. 1,000 years ago, after the dragon-slaying war ended, numerous adventurers and travelers visited the tribe to pay homage to this legendary orc. It was there they discovered a unique teleportation array within the tribal grounds. Unfortunately, due to the absence of a critical token, no one could activate the teleportation array. Thus, as an interdimensional being, the warlock was most likely hiding near the ruins of the tribe. Sitting atop the griffin, Suyu carefully observed the forest below. The closer he got to the tribe, the denser the distribution of corrupted creatures. This situation partially confirms Suyu's theory. After 10 or so minutes, Suyu arrived above the tribal ruins. A swarm of monsters circled the area, and the legendary orc's gravestone stood tall at the center of the tribe. Years ago, the Dark Church had stolen Glorious' corpse and set up a defensive magic array. Any adventurer attempting to enter the graveyard had to first dismantle the array. At this moment, the interdimensional warlock stood beside the graveyard. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Ding! Bright Empire announcement. A player has discovered an interdimensional trespasser in the Glorious Woodland. All players are requested to head to the location and eliminate this entity. Coordinates: 12.1553.2410.0. Players across the realm receive the announcement. An interdimensional trespasser? Is it a boss? Will there be rewards for killing it? Of course it's a boss. Don't overthink it, just go for it. Charge, charge, charge. Excitement surged among the players, and many immediately used teleportation arrays to travel to Northwind City. Suyu had already anticipated the announcement's arrival and was completely unfazed. He was carefully scrutinizing the warlock before him. The warlock's appearance was extraordinarily bizarre, as if his body had been stitched together from the limbs of various monsters. Moreover, the warlock was in terrible condition. His body had been cleaved in half by a sharp weapon, and his right side organs were completely gone. His left limbs were grotesquely menacing, resembling the appendages of some dark creature. The skin on his face was like the scaly hide of a black lizard. This grotesque and deformed body made him appear more like an ancient god from a foreign realm than a humanoid being, far more revolting and sinister than the Angolan snakefolk. It sent shivers down one's spine. Suyu examined the warlock's status panel. Mad Beast Warlock Buck, Lord of Diamonds. Level, 25, severely injured. Health points, 10,200,000/10,200,000. Attack, 31,500. Skills: Gale Stride, greatly increases movement speed. Mana Draining Claw, absorbs a certain amount of mana upon hitting an enemy. Scaled Skin of the Dark Lizard, reduces incoming damage and increases resistance. Crisis Insight, Breath of Darkness. Even in his severely injured state, the warlock's power was terrifying, enough to leave one trembling with unease. Over 10 million health points and an attack exceeding 30,000. It was hard to imagine how overwhelming his strength must have been at his peak. In his past life, tens of thousands of players had banded together to besiege the warlock Buck, only to be slaughtered by him in a river of blood. If not for the intervention of the Light Church's formidable champions, that player army would have been completely wiped out. However, the current Suyu was confident he could defeat him. Because the warlock had a critical weakness: short range. Aside from Breath of Darkness, he had no other long-range attack abilities. In battles against ordinary players, the warlock's incredible movement speed made up for his short range. He could easily catch up to his targets. But Suyu could ride his griffin and take to the skies. Against such an opponent, what could the warlock do? Nothing but endure the attacks. Yet, Suyu did not act immediately. He was pondering how to extract the greatest benefit from the warlock. He knew all there was to know about the warlock. Meanwhile, the warlock knew nothing about him. This disparity in information was Suyu's advantage. On the other side, the warlock, Buck, had already noticed Suyu's presence. He, too, refrained from acting and instead observed Suyu's movements. When his gaze fell upon the griffin, a glint of greed flashed across his eyes. A creature with such immense potential, it could be integrated into my body. Suddenly, the warlock assumed an offensive stance. Seeing this, Suyu immediately slipped into master actor mode. His performance was flawless. With a calm expression, he said, "Are you sure you want to attack me, Mr. Buck?" Hearing Suyu call out his true name, the warlock's face froze for a moment before he asked in a deep voice, "You know me?" Suyu smiled faintly. "Apologies, I don't know you personally, but from the moment you stepped into this world, your identity, your thoughts, all your information appeared in my mind." As he spoke, Suyu guided his griffin to descend slowly onto the ruins of a tribe. In his hand, he tightly gripped the scale of the divine dragon god. A horde of corrupted monsters surrounded him, yet Suyu remained serene, completely unbothered by the approaching creatures. Know everything about me? Do you think you're some kind of omniscient being? The warlock squinted his eyes as he spoke. Although Suyu had exposed his true identity, a sliver of panic stirred within the warlock's heart, but outwardly, he maintained a facade of composure. Omniscient? Suyu's lips curled into a faint smirk. You could say that. Because of the influence of the heart of samsara, everything Suyu had seen or heard in his past life was deeply etched into his memory. So long as he willed it, he could instantly retrieve the corresponding recollection. At least in the Holy Dragon world, he was half an omniscient being. On the other side, seeing Suyu's calm and unwavering demeanor, the warlock couldn't discern truth from falsehood. He scrutinized Suyu closely. And the result? He actually sensed a terrifying aura of danger emanating from Suyu. Moreover, this danger felt peculiar to him. It was somewhat fatal, yet not entirely so. Staring at the feedback from his crisis insight skill, the warlock was utterly baffled. What the hell does this mean? Could it be that this person truly is a being who knows everything about the world? Such an eerie sensation only made Suyu seem even more mysterious. After hesitating for a moment, the warlock cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The fish has taken the bait. Seeing the expression on the warlock's face, Suyu knew that he had at least convinced him by 60%. So, he decided to fan the flames further. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is this: from me, you can obtain all the information in this world. A confident smile curved on Suyu's lips, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. The warlock stared intently at every subtle expression on Suyu's face, his guard up. How can I trust you? You don't have to trust me, Suyu said indifferently, taking a step forward. The warlock's eyes followed Suyu's movements, the tension hanging thick in the air. Turning around with a gaze as sharp as a blade, Suyu spoke with a resolute tone, "But let me remind you, the time this world has left for you is running out." What do you mean? The warlock's heart clenched tightly, an inexplicable unease creeping in. With every word and action, Suyu pulled him into his rhythm, yet the warlock remained entirely unaware. You are an outsider. The will of this world does not welcome you. Suyu's voice was as chilling as a winter gale, piercing straight into the warlock's heart. Right now, under the influence of the world's will, several epic-level powerhouses and hundreds of high-tier professionals are heading toward this forest. In no more than 3 hours, you'll encounter the first wave of their siege. Though his words were spoken with such gravity, the reality was far less dramatic, a mere group of low-level players heading toward Glory Forest. But inwardly, Suyu was quite pleased. Crafting a sense of urgency and deceiving his opponent were his specialties. The warlock was stunned. He completely believed Suyu's words. Before stepping into the Holy Dragon world, the warlock had mentally prepared himself. However, he had never imagined that the world's will could be so powerful, capable of rallying so many strong individuals to hunt him down as an interdimensional trespasser. Suyu waited in silence, amusement flickering in his eyes. Not long after, the warlock couldn't resist asking, "Your Excellency, do you truly know everything about this world?" The moment he voiced this question, the warlock's trust in Suyu skyrocketed to 90%. Of course, Suyu nodded lightly, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze. "Very well, then can you tell me what I should do next?" The warlock stared fixedly at Suyu, his tone probing. He deliberately withheld specifics, simply testing whether Suyu truly knew his thoughts. "You want the corpse of the legendary orc, Glorious." Suyu's lips curled into a faint, provocative smile. "Unfortunately, you're looking in the wrong place. Impossible." The warlock's voice suddenly rose, disbelief and rage intertwining. "The records clearly state that his corpse is buried here." Suyu shook his head, saying nothing but smiling enigmatically. "Let us conduct our first trade. I will tell you how to dismantle the barrier formation around the tomb, and you'll understand why." "Deal." The warlock agreed without hesitation. "What are your terms?" "The items from your world that you're carrying," Suyu said calmly. "For this first trade, the payment doesn't need to be too precious." He had crafted the persona of an omniscient being, but the truth was, he had no idea what rare items the warlock possessed. In his previous life, when the warlock was killed by strongmen from the Church of Light, players had only seen ordinary items among his belongings. Thus, the safest approach was to let the warlock voluntarily offer something, avoiding any risk of being exposed. After a moment's thought, the warlock produced a few gems. Deep Night Gem. Quality, Gold. Effect, embed into equipment to increase dark damage dealt by 1.6%. Durability, 10 out of 10. Quantity, 3. Suyu maintained a composed expression as he accepted the gems, then revealed the method to dismantle the formation. In his previous life, while in the Elven Empire, he had encountered a defensive formation from the Dark Church, which had taught him how to break it. Following Suyu's guidance, the warlock found the formation's core and smashed it with a single claw. The defensive barrier disintegrated instantly. Success! The warlock's face lit up with joy, as if he had caught a glimpse of victory's dawn. Ding! Berserker Warlock Buck's favorability toward you +10, current level, 50, familiar. Your Excellency, thank you for your help. The warlock expressed his gratitude sincerely before eagerly diving into the tomb. What awaited him, however, was nothing but emptiness. Where's the body? He muttered in disbelief, confusion etched on his face. The records clearly stated it was here. He was filled with anger and disappointment, roaring in his heart, damn it, has all my effort been for nothing? Wait, he must know where the body is. The warlock's mind flashed back to Suyu's meaningful gaze. Without hesitation, he rushed out, grabbed Suyu, and rasped, Sir, you must know where the body is. Please, tell me. I am willing to pay any price. The warlock had already regarded Suyu as his last hope. After all this build-up, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Suyu smiled and said, let's start a second deal. This time, I want the most precious item on you, one that is unique to your world. I believe you know exactly what I want. Yes, I know, the warlock nodded hurriedly. For him, regaining his power was the most important thing. No item could compare to its value. Without delay, the warlock pulled out a blood-red beast fong glinting with a metallic sheen. World Relic, Bloodsteel Fong. Grade, Intermediate. Effect, prevents enemies from draining life from the bearer. Suyu's expression shifted slightly. Good heavens, he had actually managed to swindle a world relic from a boss? Unbelievable. This was a massive win. His performance had definitely been worth it. After a moment of thought, Suyu revealed the Dark Church's body storage location to the warlock, even thoughtfully guiding him on how to avoid detection by the church's powerful guards. Of course, aside from the body storage location, everything else was pure fabrication. After all, the warlock wasn't leaving this forest alive today. He wouldn't even get a chance to verify the information. Ding! Ferocious Beast Warlock Buck's favorability towards you +20. Current status, 70, respect. The warlock spoke solemnly, Sir, please tell me your name. Once I regain my strength, I will definitely return to repay your kindness. Suyu replied calmly, my name is Bloodstained Frost. If you wish to see me, you can come to Cold Moon City in the Empire of Light. Alright, the warlock nodded. Afterward, Suyu climbed onto his griffin, casually stroking its head. The griffin immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Suyu chuckled, as expected of my mount, it truly understands me. No need for words. Yip, the griffin called back. Though their time together had been brief, it already knew that its master's scheming nature far exceeded any human it had ever encountered. On the ground, the warlock watched the griffin ascend into the sky, eventually stopping at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Ha! Why isn't Lord Bloodstained Frost leaving? The warlock murmured in confusion. Suyu looked down at the ground, thinking to himself, this distance is perfect for a clear shot. Time to make my move. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. The griffin circled in the air, 1,000 meters above the ground, like a hunting falcon with sharp, piercing eyes. Suyu drew his longbow, aiming at the warlock below, and thought to himself, it's time to finish you. Thunder strike. Boom! With a deafening clap of thunder, an arrow shot down like lightning, striking the warlock squarely on the forehead. -15,786. Critical hit. -800. -883. Poison. -50. True damage. The warlock's high defense, bolstered by the scaled skin of the Magi skill, granted him impressive durability and a 20% boost to all resistances. Even so, Suyu's first arrow delivered these numbers, a combination of the arrow's raw damage, poison effects, and the true damage from the embedded gemstones. However, once struck, the warlock was immediately afflicted with negative effects, his damage resistance and defense plummeting. The warlock? He stood there, stunned, confusion filling his mind. Lord Bloodstained Frost, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? But Suyu gave him no time to think. With a wave of his hand, an icebound hunting ground unfolded across the terrain below. Then, like a storm, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Arrows rained down at an incredible speed. Mounted on his griffin, Suyu's attack speed soared to an astonishing 11.89 arrows per second, his right hand pulling the bowstring so fast it left afterimages. At such a rapid pace, the warlock stood no chance of defending himself. -3,512. Critical hit. -1,461. -3,552. Critical hit. In just 1 second, over 30,000 damage was dealt. Lord Bloodstained Frost, please stop, the warlock growled through gritted teeth. However, a dark thought began to creep into his mind. He realized that Suyu might not be as invincible as he had initially believed. In that case, could I seize back the world relic, he wondered. Gradually, a murderous intent began to grow within the warlock. You forced my hand. The warlock's body suddenly swelled, becoming more muscular. His left leg bent slightly, like a coiled spring ready to launch. The next moment, his legs erupted with a terrifying force akin to a cannonball. Boom! The warlock shot into the sky like an arrow, soaring hundreds of meters in an instant, straight toward Suyu. You can fly pretty high, but unfortunately, you ran into me. A faint trace of regret curved Suyu's lips. His hands never paused as he drew the bow and knocked another arrow, sending a series of shots streaking toward the warlock's bald head. Blood-stained cold pavilion, you're courting death. The warlock felt utterly humiliated, his fury igniting like a raging inferno. Before long, he had climbed to an altitude of 500 meters, opening his mouth to unleash a black fireball that plummeted swiftly toward Suyu. Dodge! Suyu commanded calmly. The griffin in the sky swiftly veered dozens of meters to the right. Boom! The fireball exploded violently, transforming into an enormous black mushroom cloud. Simultaneously, the warlock began to plummet, falling like a free-falling object without gravity, turning himself into a moving target. Suyu's arrows struck true, each one finding its mark on the warlock's body. Before long, the warlock fell to the ground, severely injured and gritting his teeth as he glared at the sky. But he quickly realized he had no means of striking down Suyu, who remained high above. He had once possessed wings, but they had been torn off in a previous battle. Moments ago, he'd set his sights on the griffin's wings, only to suffer the bitter consequences of his own greed. Regret was meaningless now. Damn you! Just wait until I recover my strength, I'll come back and take my revenge. The warlock turned and fled, abandoning the horde of demonic creatures he had summoned. To him, retreat was not shameful. Unfortunately, thanks to the enchanted arrows with slowing effects, the warlock's speed couldn't match the griffin's in its mounted state. Suyu gave relentless chase, firing arrow after arrow. Even though he wielded techniques honed in his previous life, some of the most powerful skills still required adequate attributes to utilize effectively. Both sides moved at incredible speeds, causing Suyu's accuracy to drop significantly. His combat strategy relied on the first few arrows to block escape routes, while the later arrows delivered the lethal blows. Out of 10 arrows, only 3 might hit their mark. But that was enough. As long as he inflicted damage, he could steadily chip away at the warlock's health. At this moment, both the Frost Hunting Ground and Weaken Curse skills were still on cooldown, leaving Suyu's arrow attacks struggling to penetrate the warlock's defenses. He had to rely on poison and bleeding effects for damage, which dealt roughly 4,000 points per second. Under this relentless torment, the warlock's health gradually dwindled. 95.2%, 91.6%, 84.3%. Fortunately, Suyu's supply of arrows was abundant. His quiver held 20,000 enchanted arrows, and his inventory contained another 200 bundles of standard arrows, totaling 40,000 arrows. Even if only 30% of them inflicted effective damage, it would be more than enough to bring down the warlock. Half an hour later, the boss's health dropped to 30%. The warlock desperately tried to flee, his despair growing more and more overwhelming. Bloodstained cold lord, please spare me. I'll give you everything, he cried out as he ran, his shouts filled with utter hopelessness. Suyu's expression remained cold and indifferent, an icy aura radiating from him. He would never trust the warlock's words. In his past life, the warlock had begged for mercy many times when defeated by the strong of the Church of Light, only to seize the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. Even in his dying moments, he had offered up his soul to curse the Church's champions. This was precisely why Suyu avoided using his real name. In the world of Divine Realm, a player's ID was essentially their true name, binding all system contracts and curses. In the future, players would constantly scheme against one another, making purification skills all the more critical. On the other side, the warlock's health finally dropped to 5%. He had no choice but to resort to his hidden trump card. A beast's eye, shrouded in blood-red energy, was summoned forth. The warlock glared at Suyu with hatred, roaring, "O mighty blood beast god, I, bark, offer you my soul. Curse blood-stained cold pavilion to bleed to death." As soon as he finished speaking, the warlock's life force and soul surged into the beast's eye, his health plummeting to 1. A vast and commanding voice echoed across the heavens, "Kill!" The beast's eye shot forth, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that soared into the sky. Keh, keh, keh. Bloodstained cold, you bastard, die with me. The warlock cackled maniacally in his final moments. But just then, the blood-red light zipped past Suyu, vanishing into the clouds. The warlock? His eyes froze in disbelief. In the next instant, Suyu's arrow pierced through the warlock's skull like thunder. You. The warlock's breath faded, his gaze dimming. he could no longer utter his last words. Thud! His body collapsed heavily to the ground, his soul extinguished as his corpse spilled a bounty of rewards across the earth. Ding! You have slain the Berserk Warlock Bark, gaining 900,000 experience points, plus 10%. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 25. Rewards, plus 12 to all base attributes, plus 12 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered the Claw of Spell Devourer, legendary. After slaying the Warlock, Suyu's experience points finally hit 100%. His level instantly advanced, and the experience bar now displayed 53,000/1,690,000. Didn't expect to level up to 25 so quickly. The main quest progress isn't even catching up with my leveling speed. Suyu shook his head helplessly. Reaching level 25 meant that in the second phase of the main quest, killing monsters would no longer grant experience points. Therefore, he had to stay at this level. But not leveling up wasn't a big deal. As long as he could kill monsters, he could plunder their attributes. He could still grow stronger. At this moment, Suyu decided to let the experience go to the Sky Griffin. Once the mount reached a certain level, it would gain combat capabilities. And as a Diamond Tier Lord, the Griffin's power would undoubtedly surpass that of its master, Suyu. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the Griffin with a smile. Little guy, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Warlock. So, I've decided to reward you. From now on, your master will focus on helping you grow stronger. Chirp! The Griffin let out a joyful cry, full of excitement. After working hard for so long, it was finally getting its reward. Alright, let's go down. Suyu patted the Griffin's head gently. The Griffin carried Suyu down to the Warlock's corpse. Suyu began picking up the dropped items. Congratulations, you've obtained 2,503 gold coins, Stinger of the Poison Master, Feathered Serpent Mask. The loot made him frown slightly, only 2 pieces of Diamond Tier equipment. A dagger for assassins and a mask usable by all professions. That's too little of a reward, he muttered. The Warlock's belongings definitely included more than this. However, due to the world's rules, only a certain number of items would randomly drop after killing a monster. In the future, players would develop the strategy of trick first, kill later when dealing with bosses. First tricking the boss into giving up valuable items, and then finishing it off. No matter how smart a boss was, it couldn't see through the strategies players had collectively devised over time. And Suyu? He was a master of these strategies. Clearing his thoughts, Suyu began examining the mask's stats. Feathered Serpent Mask, Diamond. Slot, Head. Health, plus 1,200. Defense, plus 60. Constitution, plus 70. Spirit, plus 130. Trait, Fire Resistance plus 15%. Requirement, level 25, Universal. He immediately equipped the new mask and disabled its appearance display. Let's go. We're heading to that tribe. Suyu mounted the Griffin and returned to the ruins of the glorious tribe. The place was crawling with corrupted creatures. He began hunting them down, setting all the experience points to be allocated 100% to the Sky Griffin. Ding! Your mount, Sky Griffin, has leveled up to 11. Ding! Your mount. The system interface continuously refreshed with notifications. Before long, Suyu had cleared out the corrupted creatures in the tribe and destroyed the Warlock's leftover corrupted altar. On it lay a pulsating demon heart, the main material for crafting dark crystals. After an intense battle, the Griffin directly leveled up to 16. At this point, Suyu checked both his own and his mount's stat panels. ID, Eternal Night. Level, 25. Health, 83,824. Mana, 44,784. Attributes, Strength 1176, Constitution 1384, Agility 1149, Spirit 1116. Attack Speed 9.1/s, plus 40%. Physical Defense, 4139. Magic Defense, 3447. Mount Panel, omitted. Over this period, his agility and spirit attributes had improved significantly. Suyu was quite satisfied with this. However, the growth of his health had noticeably slowed. Previously, his health would increase by tens of thousands at a time, now it was only increasing by thousands, definitely slower. As for his strength attribute, its growth rate was more balanced and moderate. Overall, among the players on Blue Planet, his stats could only be described as invincible. After reviewing his stats, Suyu had the Griffin carry him back to Border Camp number 3, Cold Moon City of the Light Empire. This was where the Bloodstained Guild had its base of operations. Due to insufficient reputation, Bloodstained Sky had rented a house in the city as a temporary headquarters. At this moment, the guild leader, Bloodstained Sky, had convened a strategy meeting with the guild's upper management, decision-making team, and members of the Bloodstained Cold Squad, who had previously fought Suyu. With a cold expression, Bloodstained Sky announced, "Everyone's here. Let's begin the meeting. Zhou Long, report on the assassination plan and assign tasks to each squad." "Understood, guild leader." The head of the decision-making team stood up, operated a few controls, and brought up a projection in the room. The projection displayed various video clips and photos. Although the figure in the footage looked different in each clip, everyone knew it was the same person, Eternal Night. Zhou Long said gravely, "Here is all the information we, the decision-making team, have gathered about Eternal Night since the server launched. It includes videos, screenshots, and player descriptions. Several hundred of us spent days thoroughly analyzing and summarizing all the data, crafting a flawless plan to assassinate him. We'll make sure Evernight becomes the first god-tier player to fall." Zhou Long's face was filled with indignation as he finished speaking. For the sake of this plan, he had been burning the midnight oil every single day, pushing himself to the limit. His already thinning hair had shed even more strands during the process. "Send the plan to everyone," Shui Ranjiu Tian said calmly. "On it." Zhou Long tapped his interface lightly, and a 30-page report materialized in front of him. All the outsiders who participated in the planning had signed system-enforced contracts, ensuring Shui Ranjiu Tian had no worries about any leaks. Then Zhou Long picked up the report, speaking in a determined tone. "After our analysis, we've identified the following traits about Evernight. His health pool is extraordinarily high, at least 70,000. A projection appeared, showing a scene. In the image, Suyu, the player known as Evernight, was struck by an attack, and a damage number popped up above his head. By calculating the reduction in his health bar, his total health was estimated." Hiss! The upper echelons of the Shuiran Guild couldn't help but gasp. 70,000 health points, this was utterly monstrous. Zhou Long continued, "Evernight's defense is equally astonishing. Even Shuiran Feng's diamond-grade talent couldn't reduce it, which means his defense isn't derived from his equipment but rather from his innate talent or skills. Moreover, the quality of this talent or skill is obviously above diamond grade. In addition, Evernight's attack power is incredibly high. The damage from his first arrow is jaw-dropping, and his speed is downright absurd." The projection kept shifting, displaying different scenes to back up Zhou Long's statements. He rattled off a long list of Evernight's characteristics in one breath, not repeating a single point. The more Zhou Long spoke, the more excited he became, as though all these traits were somehow a reflection of himself. Shuiran Guild's top brass. They were all dumbfounded. Was this supposed to be a plan to assassinate Evernight, or just a grandiose tribute to him? This felt more like reading off a menu. Everything was a strength. One senior member couldn't help but interject, "Stop, stop, stop. Zhou Long, enough with the strengths already. What are Evernight's weaknesses? We need to know his flaws to target him effectively." "Ah, right." Zhou Long looked a bit embarrassed and quickly adjusted his train of thought. "After our analysis, Evernight's known shortcomings include low resistance. We can use various control scrolls and skills to pin him down and then have players with true damage abilities attack him. With the support of Sakura Nation and Lighthouse Nation, we've gathered over 600 control items. The combined control duration exceeds 4,200 seconds. Hearing these numbers, several senior members nodded in satisfaction. "Ha ha ha." One of the high-ranking members laughed and said, "Over an hour of control? Even a god couldn't withstand that." "Oh, and one more thing," Zhou Long added. "We discovered a detail. Evernight seems to possess an item that grants immunity to stun and fear effects. Therefore, the control items we've collected this time focus primarily on immobilization, blinding, and paralysis, physical forms of control. In the game Divine Realm, control effects were divided into 3 categories: mental, physical, and rule-based. The first 2 had already been explained, while the third rule-based referred to effects like silence, polymorph, and petrification. As expected of the decision-making team, you've truly considered every detail," one senior member complimented. Zhou Long's lips curled into a modest smile as he replied, "It's nothing. After all, I received a hefty fund from Big Brother, so I had to deliver results." Zhou Long and Shuiran Tian were both members of the Zhou family, but as the clan leader's son, Shuiran Tian's status far surpassed Zhou Long's. "Zhou Long, you've done well this time," Shuiran Tian said with satisfaction. "I'll recommend you to the Elder Council to elevate your position within the family." "Thank you, Big Brother." Zhou Long's face lit up with joy. At this moment, Shuiran Han suddenly spoke up. "I have a question. Evernight's speed is unmatched by any other player. Even with so many control items, it would be futile if we can't catch him." "That's indeed a problem," another senior member agreed with a nod. All eyes turned to Zhou Long once again. He smiled faintly, exuding confidence. Zhou Long declared resolutely, "We've already found a solution to this. The plan is to trap Evernight in a confined space." Coincidentally, Exploration Team 7 discovered a special secret realm. Until it's cleared, no one can leave, and anyone who dies will not only revive but also suffer death penalties. If we seize this opportunity, we can force Evernight back to level 1. However, entering this secret realm requires special items. The exploration team is currently completing hidden missions to acquire more of these items. When the time comes, we'll devise a way to hand one over to Evernight. After hearing this, Shuiran Han asked again, "Brother Long, how can you ensure Evernight will willingly enter the secret realm?" Zhou Long let out a mysterious laugh. Don't worry. The rewards for clearing this secret realm are bountiful. Eternal Night will definitely show up. All we need is to ambush them at the entrance in advance. That's fantastic. Bloodstained Han and his teammates were brimming with excitement. This time, we'll have our revenge. We'll make sure Eternal Night is completely. Whoosh! Bloodstained Han's words were abruptly cut off. A streak of blood-red light descended from the sky, stopping right in front of him. It transformed into a blood-red eye that merged into his body. In an instant, his entire figure turned crimson. A system notification rang out. Ding! You have been cursed by the beast god of blood. You will lose 1% of your maximum health per second for 24 hours. -76. -76. -76. Bloodstained Han? A look of utter confusion spread across his face. Everyone's gaze turned toward him. Zhou Long asked, puzzled, "What's going on? Why is your health bar dropping continuously?" "Damn it!" Bloodstained Han cursed angrily. "I have no idea what's wrong with that lunatic beast god of blood. Out of nowhere, he cursed me." Before he could finish speaking, ding! The beast god of blood has detected your insult. The curse effect has been intensified. You will now lose 2% of your maximum health per second for 48 hours. Damn! Bloodstained Han immediately clamped his hands over his mouth. The group exchanged bewildered glances. What in the world was going on? They too were utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Long quickly summoned a player with a diamond-tier purification talent, but the curse of the beast god remained unshaken. Zhou Long sighed. "I think the curse will probably disappear after death. Losing one level isn't a big deal." "Fine," Bloodstained Han replied with a grimace. Not long after, under the watchful eyes of the group, Bloodstained Han died. He then respawned at the revival point, his level dropping from 21 to 20. But, to his horror, Bloodstained Han realized that his health bar was still dropping. No way. This curse really lasts for 48 hours? Does that mean I'm going to drop all the way to level 1? At the thought of this, Bloodstained Han felt like he was about to faint from fear. If his level dropped to 1, he'd be completely finished. What do I do? What do I do? He was so anxious he was on the verge of tears. Wait, logging out must work. He quickly logged out. Fortunately, the game world of Divine Domain didn't synchronize with reality, so the game's status effects wouldn't carry over. Not upgrading for 2 days was certainly better than dropping to level 1. When the others learned of this, Zhou Long, the guild's senior members. "Ahem," said Bloodstained Nine Heavens. "Let's continue the meeting." Alright." Zhou Long took a deep breath and resumed assigning tasks to the various teams. Finally, Bloodstained Nine Heavens declared coldly, "Once the exploration team collects enough items from the secret realm, we'll launch the assassination plan." Yes, the group responded in unison, their voices thunderous and filled with determination. Elsewhere, a sky griffin soared swiftly through the air, carrying Suyu as it headed toward the 3rd Border Military Camp. During the journey, Suyu browsed through his spoils of war, feeling a surge of joy. The items dropped by the warlock were a dazzling array of treasures, each one worth examining. Among them, one item instantly caught his attention. Blood Seed of Myriad Beasts, unfinished. Quality, Gold Legendary. Effect, a unique item crafted through a special ritual that combines the bloodlines of countless creatures. It can be used to enhance the innate potential of a mount or pet. Note, can continue to absorb bloodlines to improve its quality and essence. Current progress, 25 out of 100. This is amazing. Suyu's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. Sensing the blood seed's aura, the sky griffin beneath him suddenly became visibly exhilarated, its wings flapping with renewed vigor. Suyu gently patted its head and said with a smile, "Little guy, as long as you perform well, this blood seed will be yours." Caw! The sky griffin let out a high-pitched cry, its fighting spirit ignited, as if it couldn't wait any longer. A faint smile played on Suyu's lips. Deep down, he was already considering the idea of raising another pet to compete for the blood seed. However, given His current inability to obtain another high-quality pet, he dismissed the thought for the time being and stowed the blood seed of myriad beasts away. Next, he opened his talent panel to review the details of his newly acquired passive skill. Mana Devouring Claw passive, 1/1. Quality, Supreme. Effect, increases maximum mana by 20%. For every arrow that hits an enemy, absorbs 10% of spirit worth of mana. Holy, this is insane! Suyu exclaimed in amazement. The effect was outright overpowered. With his current spirit stat at 1,116 points, each arrow would drain 111 mana points from his enemies. Normal bosses typically had vast mana pools, making it nearly impossible to deplete them in a short time. But ordinary players? Their mana pools were only a few thousand points. Suyu could completely drain their resources in mere seconds. This passive skill is simply the nemesis of magical classes. What an excellent passive skill! Suyu nodded in satisfaction, secretly feeling fortunate. On his path to being an annoyance, he had taken yet another significant step forward. At this moment, Suyu's mana had already skyrocketed to 52,248 points. After tallying up his spoils, Suyu found himself near the camp. In the shadowy corners of the forest, 6 figures were hiding, killers sent by the Shadow Church to assassinate Suyu. Among them were 5 bronze-tier assassins and 1 silver-tier assassin. They had been lying in wait here for quite some time. As they spotted the griffin's silhouette, a cruel glint flashed in the eyes of the bronze-tier assassins. Eternal Night has returned. Prepare to strike. A mere beginner-level archer, worth 30 million gold coins, this bounty is ridiculously easy. I doubt we'll even need Lord Poison Warlock to step in. The 5 of us bronze-tier assassins should be more than enough to deal with him. As long as the archer lets us get close, he'll be completely at our mercy. Hee. One of the assassins licked his dagger, his eyes filled with greed. Under another large tree stood a middle-aged man with a noble and elegant demeanor. He was none other than the silver-tier assassin, Poison Warlock, a true powerhouse of the Shadow Church. In his quest for power, he had used secret techniques to transform himself into a poison-infused being. His body was saturated with lethal toxins, even his breath carried deadly poison. Anyone who came into contact with him would die instantly. Even his allies dared not approach within 10 meters of him. Go ahead, Poison Warlock said indifferently. Yes, sir. The bronze-tier assassins swiftly entered stealth mode. The griffin landed steadily, carrying Suyu. He immediately sensed an overwhelming killing intent. Someone was trying to assassinate him. Suyu turned around swiftly. Oh, you actually noticed us. Little archer, you're not as ordinary as they said. Too bad your reflexes are too slow. The bronze-tier assassins revealed themselves, sinister smiles playing on their lips. Shadow Bind. The shadows of the 5 assassins stretched like venomous snakes, binding Suyu's body tightly. Although Suyu could have used purification to dispel the binding, he sensed an even more dangerous killing intent lurking in the dark and decided to hold back for now. He scanned the 5 assassins. Shadow Church Assassin Bronze Elite. Level, 30. HP, 200,000/200,000. Attack, 3,800. So they were assassins from the Shadow Church. Someone must have placed a bounty on him. If Suyu remembered correctly, level 30 bronze elites were considered entry-level bronze-tier assassins in the Shadow Church. The other, more concealed killing intent likely belonged to a silver-tier assassin, a level 30 silver boss. Suyu grew more vigilant. Die! The 5 assassins roared ferociously as they unleashed their skills, closing in on Suyu. In the next instant, daggers gleamed with chilling light. Kidney strike, throat slash, frostbite stab. Each skill landed squarely on the immobilized Suyu. Minus 3,325, minus 2,985, minus 3,022. The total damage exceeded 15,000. However, Suyu's magic shield absorbed 10,000 of it, leaving his health reduced by only about 5,000 points. Meanwhile, the assassins themselves suffered 1,220 points of reflected damage each. He's not dead? A massive question mark seemed to appear in the minds of the assassins. What kind of international joke was this? 5 bronze-tier assassins, combining their strength, couldn't instantly kill a mere level 25 archer? At this moment, players near the camp entrance noticed the scene. Whoa, Eternal Night is fighting a group of level 30 assassins. Damn, their damage is so high, yet Eternal Knight's health bar only dropped by about 5%? Doesn't that mean Eternal Knight's total health exceeds 300,000? Holy moly, that's insane. This health pool is practically cheating. Gasp. The players collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. They mistakenly thought Suyu had taken the full 15,000 damage, unaware of the protective shield absorbing most of it. On the other side, as the bronze-tier assassins hesitated for a moment, so you effortlessly broke free from their constraints, a faint smile playing on his lips. Not bad. You're the first batch of assassins to break through my defenses. As a reward, I've decided to send you to your deaths. Not good. The bronze tier assassins felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Just as they attempted to flee, Suyu launched his skill, Flaming Arrowstorm, which rained down upon them. Boom! Boom! Flaming arrows pierced through their bodies and exploded upon impact with the ground. Minus 24,808. Critical. Minus 24,808. Critical. With various passive effects in play, the damage from this one move exceeded 30,000 points, instantly reducing the assassin's health by nearly 16%. Damn it! The church's intel was wrong. Eternal Knight isn't some low-level archer. Though the assassins couldn't see the exact damage numbers, they could feel that Suyu's attack power was on par with that of a silver-tier assassin. Shadow Doppelganger. Suyu waved his hand, summoning a doppelganger that began shooting arrows at the assassins. Under the barrage of slowing effects, the assassin's speed plummeted drastically. Escape was no longer an option. While attacking, Suyu remained ever vigilant, wary of the hidden silver-tier assassin. By the time the bronze-tier assassins were completely wiped out, the surrounding forest was steeped in eerie silence. Ding! You've slain assassins from the Shadow Church, earning 17,978 experience points, plus 10%. Shadow Church reputation minus 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, you've plundered 5 points of agility. By the end, Suyu had successfully plundered 25 agility points, feeling rather pleased with himself. His gaze turned toward the forest, and he spoke calmly. Your companions are all dead. Are you still not going to make your move? Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp claps echoed through the air. The poison warlock emerged slowly, applauding as he said, "Young man, impressive strength. The thought of killing a genius like you excites me to no end." Heh, Suyu sneered mockingly. It seems your Shadow Church assassins are quite brave, daring to engage in frontal confrontations. In this regard, they were somewhat like him. Of course. The poison warlock leisurely removed his gloves, revealing a pair of sinister, green glowing hands. Smiling, he continued, "Rather than sneaking around for an ambush, I much prefer watching my prey's expressions of despair and agony under my attacks." The bronze and silver tier assassins of the Shadow Church were mostly external contractors, akin to bounty hunters, and not true professional killers. Only those who had undergone the Shadow Trials could become genuine gold-tier assassins. "You're a complete psychopath," Suyu retorted coldly. "Why, thank you for the compliment." The poison warlock gave a graceful bow, then raised his head with a provocative smirk. "Come now, let's begin our battle." Boom! Before he could finish, a thunderbolt arrow struck like a lightning flash, piercing right through his face. His right eye exploded instantly. Minus 16,439. Weak point, minus 400. Darkness, silver tier assassin poison warlock, silver elite boss. Level, 30. Health, 1,381,000/1,400,000. Attack, 8,400. Skills, basic constitution enhancement, toxic thread manipulation, swarm of poison locusts, poison mist. Arg. It hurts. The poison warlock clutched his eye, howling in pain. He had never anticipated such a shameless sneak attack from Suyu, utterly devoid of honor. "You barbaric archer. I'm going to kill you," he roared, his face twisted with rage, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Faced with the poison warlock's furious howls, Suyu's response was simple. Raise his bow, and shoot. With rapid-fire precision, he unleashed a flurry of arrows. Each shot tore through the air and struck the poison warlock's grotesque face. Already hideous, his features became even more deformed under the relentless assault. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Minus 3,136. Minus 3,156. A chain of damage numbers floated above the poison warlock's head. The arrow's base damage, combined with passive effects and true damage from enchanted gems, overcame even the poison warlock's high poison resistance. Suyu's DPS exceeded 50,000 damage per second, and each arrow drained enough mana from the poison warlock to enchant 11 arrows with frost power. At the camp's entrance, players stood dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? Eternal Knight's DPS must be in the tens of thousands. Absolutely insane. That's a level 30 silver elite boss. This isn't some level 10 trash mob. Normal players can't even scratch its defenses. Damn, are we even playing the same game? The players were left questioning their own existence, envy welling up in their hearts. With such power, who wouldn't dream of being like him? At this moment, the poison which launched his attack, he stretched out his green, glowing hands. In the next instant, dozens of threads shot forth like sharp arrows. Under the Poison Witch's control, they all wrapped around Suyu's body. The threads emitted a faint green glow as thick clouds of poisonous mist billowed out. "Had ha! Barbarian!" Scream and wail in agony. "As you succumb to the special toxins I brewed." The Poison Witch revealed a sinister smile, eagerly anticipating the effects of the green mist. In the center of the poisonous haze, Suyu's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Such a pity. Poison damage has no effect on me." The effect of his skill, toxic immunity, activated. Poison effects and damage were completely nullified, leaving Suyu entirely unharmed, save for being momentarily bound by the threads. Since the poison posed no threat, he didn't even bother to use a cleansing spell. 3 seconds later, the binding effect dissipated. Why isn't he screaming? The Poison Witch stared into the mist, his mind flooded with confusion. His toxin inflicted excruciating mental agony, and not one of the 1,119 people he'd killed had ever withstood the pain. How could a mere archer from the Eternal Night Guild endure it? Unable to make sense of the situation, he suddenly noticed a figure appear to his right. It was Suyu's skill, Shadow Doppelganger. Both Suyu and his doppelganger fired their arrows simultaneously. The projectiles pierced through the Poison Witch's body from 2 directions, greenish blood spurting out in fine streams. One of the arrows even tore through his side, piercing both of his kidneys. With his lower back hit hard. Arg! The Poison Witch howled in pain, his face contorted, and his teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered. "I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you!" he roared hysterically, ignoring the pain as he recklessly activated a skill. From his mouth, he spat out a cloud of toxic gas that instantly morphed into thousands of venomous locusts, which surged toward Suyu like a torrential wave. -0, -0, -0, -0. Facing the attack of the poison locusts, Suyu strolled forward leisurely, calmly drawing his bow and firing arrows. How is this possible? My toxins can even bring advanced fighters to their knees. So how is a mere novice archer unaffected? The Poison Witch was utterly incredulous. "Ha!" Suyu sneered coldly. "In this world, nothing is impossible. So, kindly go die now." Seconds passed, and the Poison Witch's health had dropped to half, but the distance between him and Suyu had shrunk to less than 10 meters. "Damn it, you leave me no choice." A crazed expression flashed in the Poison Witch's eyes. He resorted to a forbidden technique, his health dropping sharply to 100,000. His chest suddenly bulged, and with a loud boom, a massive green spider burst forth from his flesh, leaping directly at Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu tightened his grip on his bow, the veins on his arm bulging as he swung it forward like a weapon. Bam! The green spider was sent flying with a single strike. Though Suyu was an archer, his strength stat had already surpassed 1,000. Even without relying on arrows, a casual punch or swing from him dealt immense damage. The spider crashed heavily into the ground, leaving a deep crater. "What is that thing?" Suyu glanced curiously at the spider. "That's my 1,000 venom spider, cultivated from the roots of the sacred fruit of 1,000 poisons," the Poison Witch declared maniacally. "Even legendary warriors cannot resist its venom. You barbaric fool, this time, you will die for sure." The 1,000 venom spider was his heart. For every second it was outside his body, his health would drain further. The Poison Witch's face grew increasingly pale. "Why do you guys all insist on becoming something other than human?" Suyu let out a sigh. This Poison Witch, along with others like Noah and the Warlock Buck, had all transformed themselves into inhuman creatures. Their powers were indeed formidable, but they were also unbearably hideous. As the saying goes, power is temporary, but handsomeness lasts a lifetime. As Suyu lamented, the spider launched its attack. It spewed countless green webs, instantly enveloping an area of several dozen meters, followed by the release of a pungent poisonous gas. Standing amidst the poisonous mist, Suyu remained calm and unscathed. The sight left the Poison Witch utterly dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, Suyu ripped apart the venomous webs with his bare hands, and effortlessly crushed the 1,000 venom spider to death. "No, this is impossible." The Poison Witch's face turned ashen, waves of despair surging through his heart. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, putting an end to his life. The Poison Witch, a silver-ranked assassin of the Shadow Church, renowned for his 100% success rate in assassinations, had fallen at last. Ding! You have killed the silver-ranked assassin, Poison Witch, gaining 119,000 experience points, plus 10%, and reducing your reputation with the Shadow Church by 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have looted the skill Basic Physique Enhancement, excellent. The assassin's corpse exploded with a pile of equipment, mostly items for mage and assassin classes, but their quality was no higher than silver. However, Suyu had long since lost interest in equipment and items below gold quality. Their attributes were too low to be of any use to him, but this newly acquired passive skill piqued his interest. Basic Physique Enhancement Passive, 1/1. Quality, excellent. Effect, permanently increases physique by 10%. In an instant, Suyu's physique attribute skyrocketed to 1,522 points, and his health surged to 87,422 points. The increase was significant. Suyu felt very satisfied with this round of gains. He glanced back at the assassin's corpse on the ground. The Shadow Church sent assassins after me, so someone must have placed a bounty. As for who that someone might be, there was no need to guess. It could only be Rancher Lon. Among the NPCs, he had only one enemy. As for the players, they had no access to the Shadow Church. Still, Suyu found himself curious about the bounty placed on his head. I captured 1,000 Silverwing warhorses and even took away the Sky Griffin. If that rancher doesn't offer at least 50 million gold coins for my bounty, then all my efforts would have been for nothing. Suyu smirked. Moreover, the Shadow Church had its own set of rules for bounty missions. If the first assassination attempt failed, the mission would be cancelled unless the employer increased the bounty. Only then would they arrange a second assassination attempt. By then, they would likely send a low-tier gold-ranked assassin, or even a mid-tier one. That would be troublesome. I need to increase my strength even faster in the future, Suyu thought to himself. With that, he used the camp's teleportation array and quickly returned to Northwind City. Instead of heading straight to the city lord to submit his mission report, Suyu logged off to have lunch. While Suyu was offline enjoying his meal, the news of the failed assassination swept through like a storm, reaching Rancher Lon's ears. The Shadow Church couldn't even take care of a mere archer? What are they doing? Lon was furious, his face contorted with rage. And that so-called silver-ranked assassin, Poison Witch, wasn't he supposed to have a 100% success rate in assassinations? How could he fail to kill Evernight? What a useless fool! His voice was filled with anger and disdain. The guard beside him hesitated before asking, Master Rancher, should we increase the bounty? There's no need. Lon decisively rejected the idea. He sneered coldly and thought to himself, a mere low-tier archer, 3 million gold coins is already more than generous. Any higher, and it wouldn't be worth it. He said in a frosty tone, I've already contacted the St. Lon Kingdom and arranged for the elders to send a team of professional assassins trained by our family. This time, I'll make sure Evernight has no place to rest in peace. A sinister light flashed in Lon's eyes. The St. Lon Kingdom was a nation established overseas by the Lon family 10 years ago. Its strength was not to be underestimated. Kern, go find someone to keep a close eye on Evernight's movements, Lon ordered. Yes, sir. The guard nodded, his heart silently steeling itself. After resting at home for a moment, Suyu logged back into the game. With a clear goal in mind, he marched straight to the city lord's mansion. This time, the guards did not stop him, and Suyu was able to meet the city lord without any obstacles. Mr. Evernight, you're finally back. The city lord greeted him warmly, his expression full of expectation. How are things in the glorious forest? He asked eagerly. I have eliminated a sufficient number of corrupted beasts and destroyed the source of their creation, Suyu replied calmly, his gaze steady. Is what you say true? The city lord's eyes lit up. Clearly, he had great confidence in Suyu's abilities. Of course. Suyu took out the demon's heart and the warlock's remains from his inventory, his tone leaving no room for doubt. In the forest, I discovered a warlock using the dark energy contained within this heart to create corrupted creatures. I killed him and destroyed the demonic formation. The city lord took the remains, his expression turning serious as he carefully sensed the sinister energy emanating from them. This indeed contains an astonishing amount of evil power. If what you said is true, then on behalf of all the soldiers of Northwind City, I must thank you. The city lord's voice grew solemn. With that, he immediately ordered the border camp to send men to investigate the forest. Not long after, the report came back. The situation in the forest was exactly as Suyu had described. Mr. Evernight, it's fortunate that you uncovered the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, we would have suffered tremendous losses. The city lord let out a long breath, his gratitude evident in his expression. In gratitude for your contribution, I will allow you to choose 2 high-quality treasures, he said generously. A system notification chimed. Ding! Lord Kel's favorability towards you has increased by +20. Current favorability, 80 points. Congratulations on completing the main quest, Protect the Herbal Fields. Rewards, 500,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, plus 2,000 reputation with the Light Empire, and 2 treasures of your choice. Such generous rewards were within Suyu's expectations. Given the formidable strength of Warlock Buck, other players stood no chance against him. Typically, players would have to engage in a brutal battle with the warlock until reinforcements from the Church of Light arrived. But what happened instead? Suyu utilized the aerial advantage of the Sky Griffin and easily wore down the boss to its demise. The City Lord handed him a list of treasures. Ding! You have unlocked the City Lord's hidden shop. Dragonkin's Backpack Epic. Effect: expands player inventory space to 6,400 slots, increases rare item drop rate by 5%, and reduces damage taken from the back by 25%. Price: 25 million gold coins. Lesser Artisan Stone